Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1330 to Chapter 1379. Let's continue. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction after sensing the prowess of his sword intent. Without thinking too much into it, he sat down on the floor and began cultivating the sea-severing sword of the three swords of Xianxia. The sea-severing sword required the coordination of 108 weapons. After his trip to the Sword Lagoon, he had obtained a sufficient number of Saint Intermediate tier artifacts, so he was able to execute it. His mind continued to run simulations. Every sword and every sword technique flowed through his mind, and he analyzed them carefully. There was no room for mistakes. 2 hours later, he stood up once more. After some hard work, he managed to fully grasp the sea-severing sword as well. Of course, he had only been practicing the two sword arts in his mind. He had never executed them before. As for the exact prowess of the sea-severing sword, it was just a guess. Even without using the Xianxia sword or any other weapons, I should be able to match a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage expert with just my sword chi alone. If I were to use my full strength, I should be able to defeat even a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert. Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement. As expected of a sword quintessence that specialized in offense, it was indeed frighteningly powerful. To be able to defeat a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage expert without using any weapons, even a Saint 7 Dan Primary Stage expert would not be a match for him if he were to use his sword. With such strength, even if the Sanctum of Sages was filled with experts, he would still be able to protect himself. After mastering the two top-notch sword arts, Xianxia exhaled deeply as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. With such strength, he should be able to clear the Jia corridor easily. Let's head out. Seeing that it was getting late, Xianxia stood up and walked out of his room. He saw Jian Qingxing standing in the main hall, and Shui Qianrou, Senior Xia, and the others were seated cross-legged on the floor, staring at the Jian character on the wall with deep frowns on their faces. Xianxia, you're finally out. Jian Qingxing said with a smile. Even though the young man before him was only a freshman, the fact that he had comprehended sword quintessence meant that the young man standing in his heart was already on par with his. What are they doing? Xianxia pointed at Jian Qingxing doubtfully. I see. They saw how you managed to comprehend the sword quintessence in just a short period of time, and they were extremely motivated. Thus, they decided to stay here and observe the sword quintessence. Jian Qingxing explained with a smile on his face. In the past, when these people were asked to learn, they all felt that there was nothing to learn about the word sword. Now that he was stimulated to train hard, he was very satisfied. Greatly encouraged? Xianxia's eyes widened. The reason why he had achieved a breakthrough was because he had gathered all of the Heaven's Path divine art manuals. It would be a miracle if he could achieve a breakthrough just by looking at them. However, these were the students of Xianxia, so it wasn't appropriate for an outsider like him to interfere too much. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to swallow his words and smile. As long as you guys are having fun, it's fine as long as you're cultivating happily. Did you learn anything from reading the books just now? Unbeknownst to Xianxia what he was thinking, Jian Qingxing thought that it would indeed be beneficial for the Zhang clan if he were to observe them for a long time. Thank you, Senior, for letting me read your books. I've learned a lot. Xianxia bowed deeply. Without these books, it would have been impossible for him to learn the flowing water swordsmanship and cultivate it to the level of Heaven's Path. It was also impossible for him to learn the first move of the three swords of Xianxia and make his strength soar by leaps and bounds. Oh? Hearing those words, Jian Qingxing's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, do you mind exchanging a few blows with me? I would like to see how the first Grandmaster swordsman in history who has comprehended two sword quintessences will be able to wield his swordsmanship to such a level. It would be my honor to receive your guidance. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had just practiced 2 sets of swordsmanship, but he hadn't put them to use yet. Jian Qingxing was one of the few Grandmasters of swordsmanship on the Master-Teacher continent. If he could learn from him, it would surely be of great help to his swordsmanship. Alright, let's not disturb their cultivation then. Let's head to another location. Jian Qingxing stroked his beard and said with a smile. Xianxia nodded. In his view, it was nearly impossible for one to comprehend sword quintessences just by looking at the words. However, it was still not too difficult for one to advance one's swordsmanship through it. Indeed, there was no harm in observing them for a long time. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to say anything more. Following behind Xianxia, it did not take long for them to arrive at a room. Most likely, it was a training ground, and there were many stabilizing seals set up around it. These seals had reached grade 8, so even with his current strength, it would take him a great deal of effort to breach them. Let's do it here. Xianxia chuckled softly as he walked to the center of the room. He raised his index and middle finger, and a surge of sword chi shot forth from his fingertips. Seeing Xianxia's actions, Xianxia was taken aback. Elder, aren't you going to suppress your cultivation? Xianxia's cultivation was at least at Saint 8 Dan, whereas he was only at Saint 5 Dan primary stage. The gap between them was simply too huge. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, how could he possibly compete with Xianxia? If I suppress my cultivation, I fear that I won't even be able to withstand a single blow from you. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. The sight of the young man fighting with his disciple was still fresh in his mind. If he were to suppress his cultivation to the same level, he was not confident that he would be able to defeat the young man. Regardless of whether it was his comprehension of swordsmanship or combat, Xianxia's comprehension of swordsmanship and combat had reached an inconceivable level, making him invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. He had seen many geniuses over the years, but only the little princess of the Luo clan and a few others had been able to reach such a level. But I won't be able to stand against you either, Xianxia said with a frown. He was well aware of his own strength. Not only was Xianxia a Saint 8 Dan cultivator, he was also a grandmaster swordsman. If he were to face Xianxia without suppressing his cultivation, he would only be pummeled. How about this? I won't suppress my cultivation, but I'll restrict my strength to around 1%. That's roughly on par with a Saint 7 Dan primary stage cultivator. Don't worry, I won't allow you to get injured. Also, if you don't suppress your cultivation, you'll be able to exert your strength to your heart's content. This way, I'll be able to see through your true strength more clearly. Xianxia said with a light chuckle. All right then. Hearing those words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel excited. To be honest, he had never fought with a Saint 8 Dan expert before. If he could peer into their strength, it would surely be of great help to his future growth. I'll start now. With a flick of his wrist, a sword materialized in his grasp, and a cold glint burst forth from it. The Lingshu sword. This sword was simply too powerful. Ever since he had obtained it, he had never used it, fearing that his opponent would be unable to withstand it. But now that Xianxia had decided not to suppress his cultivation, he no longer had any qualms about using it. Hung Long, as soon as the sword appeared, a powerful burst of sword chi burst forth from it, causing the surrounding space to freeze in place. That is, a Saint high-tier pinnacle artifact? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even in the sanctum of sages, Saint high-tier artifacts were extremely rare. For an unaffiliated cultivator to take one out so casually, he found it hard to believe. In terms of raw strength, a Saint high-tier artifact would already surpass that of a Saint 7 Dan cultivator. Even if the other party was still weaker than him, it wouldn't be too far off. Cough cough. This sword is simply too powerful. If you were to use it, it would be equivalent to relying on the strength of the sword. How about this? I have one here, and I'll give it to you. With a reddened face, Xianxia passed a sword to Xianxia. All right then. Xianxia pondered for a moment. The sword was simply too powerful, and it would indeed be unfair to use it against an enemy. Thus, he took the sword and nodded. Xianxia tapped his finger lightly on the sword, and with a sharp buzz, the sword submitted to him. Seeing how Xianxia was able to tame the sword so swiftly, Xianxia's lips twitched. As expected of a genius who had comprehended two sword quintessences. Even taming a sword was much faster than others. It's a Saint intermediate tier artifact. Xianxia took the sword in his hand and examined it for a moment before nodding in approval. However, he suddenly recalled something, and he turned to Xianxia once more. Right, Elder, are you saying that I can use any sword that doesn't exceed Saint intermediate tier in a duel? Of course, Jian Qingqing nodded. With your current strength, you should be able to wield a Saint Intermediate tier artifact. However, Saint High tier artifacts are simply too powerful, so you won't be able to control them anymore. Even the most ordinary Saint High tier artifact wielded fighting prowess comparable to a Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Cultivator. Considering that the young man before him was only at leading Aperture Realm primary stage, not only would he be unable to bring out his full strength, he might even cause the weapon to deviate from its path. In the end, the weapon would be the one to control the battle. This was similar to how Jin Yuanding had fought back then. Most of the time, he would just sit down on the ground and not use any moves. That's good. Hearing Jian Qingqing say that he could use any sword that didn't exceed Saint Intermediate tier, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since he had mastered the sea-severing sword, he had never used it before. This was a good opportunity for him to practice on it. In any case, he was stronger than him, so he wouldn't be injured. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia flicked the sword in his hand, and a brilliant burst of sword chi burst forth from it. Not bad. Seeing Xianxia's attack, Jian Qingqing chuckled softly. He tapped his finger in the air, and in the blink of an eye, surges of sword chi formed a massive barrier in front of him. Flowing water swordsmanship, just as he had said, he was only using 1/100th of his strength. Even so, it was still a fearsome feat. The entire barrier was shrouded in sword chi, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ding 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 ding, the sword wind whistled, and the sword chi kept shooting over, landing on the flowing light, creating ripples. The formation in the entire room shook violently under the fierce attacks, and cracks appeared on the ground. Even though the formation in the room was powerful, Xianxia had used his full strength right from the start. Coupled with the prowess of the sea-severing sword, it seemed like the formation was on the verge of collapsing. How powerful! Sensing the might of the sword chi growing stronger and stronger, the contempt in Jian Qingqing's heart vanished without a trace, and his expression turned graver and graver. As expected of a genius who had grasped two sword quintessences, the might he wielded was indeed extraordinary. While Jian Qingqing was shocked, Xianxia nearly leaped up in excitement. Even with his full strength, he was still unable to inflict any damage on a Saint 8 Dan swordsman. Since that was the case, it was about time for him to display his true prowess. Let's try out the real sea-severing sword. With a glint in his eyes, Xianxia roared and grabbed at the air. What he had executed earlier was only the sword intent of the 3 swords of Lingxiu. He hadn't used his full strength yet, and seeing how the other party was able to withstand it with ease, he didn't hesitate any longer. Crackle, with the sound of space being torn apart, over 100 medium-quality Saint artifact swords whistled through the air, hovering quietly in the air. Go! Runes flickered in Xianxia's eyes as he executed a complicated sword technique. Although the sea-severing sword was only a single sword technique, it was a massive sword formation formed by 108 swords. Every single sword contained a set of sword techniques, and when combined together, it was like a massive army. Rumble, the sword diagram turned into an ocean that engulfed the room. Countless strands of sword chi intersected and engulfed the entire room. This is the old sword maestro's ultimate move? You. Just as Jian Qingqing was feeling extremely relaxed after blocking the other party's sword chi, he suddenly saw a sword blueprint descending upon him. His eyes narrowed in astonishment, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Although he had never seen the old sword maestro before, he had heard of his name and skills as a former swordsman. In fact, back when he was traveling around, he even specially went to the sword pool to study for a period of time. However, after realizing that his ideals were incompatible, he gave up on the idea. Xianxia had thought that the heritage of this fellow had long been severed. Never in his dreams could he have imagined that the young man before him would be able to execute it, and on top of that, it was even more powerful than the rumors. More importantly, it was just a moment ago that he thought that the other party didn't have any suitable weapons, so he gave one to him. Who could have thought that the other party would take out so many of them in the blink of an eye? You have so many, why did you take the high-grade one? Xianxia's cheeks twitched in agitation. Ignoring everything else, he raised his hands and shot a surge of sword chi from his fingertips. In an instant, the barrier before him grew even thicker. Boom! Right after he was done, over 100 swords pierced through the barrier with immense force. Kacha! Kacha! With a series of crisp sounds, the latter began to crack and shatter like glass. How could these sword chi know the flaws of my flowing water sword spell? Xianxia's body trembled. The sword art that he had just executed was like flowing water, difficult to break even with a knife. Yet, the other party was able to shatter it in an instant. This meant that the other party had found a loophole and flaw, making it difficult for the sword to maintain its flowing state. Back then, when he was sparring with the swordsman from the Zhang family, even he was unable to achieve such a feat despite his strength. How did the young man before him manage to do it? Astonished, Xianxia wanted to stop this from happening, but he realized that it was already too late. Hundreds of swords had formed a sword diagram, and they surged toward him from all directions. Like a torrential storm, the swords gathered into a powerful current that pierced through the openings in Xianxia's attack. Pooh! With a sweet taste in his throat, he flew backward and slammed into the wall. Whoosh! The seals in the surroundings creaked under the immense impact, as if they would explode at any moment. Hoo! Even though Xiaochen was stuck to the wall, the attacks were not over yet. Sword images appeared one after another, followed by hundreds of attacks. They were like waves, each wave stronger than the one before. It was as if a rainbow had lit up the entire room, making it difficult for one's eyes to see what was going on. Xianxing's silhouette was completely shrouded by the sword chi. Boom! Unable to hold on any longer, the seal burst apart. Without the augmentation of the formation, Jia sounds echoed in the air. Unable to hold on any longer, the entire room collapsed to the ground. Rubble and dust flew in all directions. Floating in the air, Xianxing tried to escape, but it was already too late. Every single one of the attacks was aimed at the openings in his attack, making it impossible for him to guard against them. Boom! Xianxing was forced to retreat, knocking down 8 rooms before he finally came to a stop. Who? Exhaling deeply, Xianxian retracted his palm with a pale face. It was only then that he felt excruciating pain all over his body, such that he did not even have the strength to raise his fingers. It was only after executing it that he realized just how fearsome the might of the move was. Furthermore, even with his current strength, he still found himself unable to control it until the very last bit of his Xianxia was sapped dry. This is way too scary. I can't control my movements at all. I should use it as little as possible in the future. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxian's forehead as his heart began to palpitate. By the end of the move, he had already lost control of it. It was not that there was anything wrong with the move, but his cultivation was still too low. He was unable to execute it perfectly. It was just like how a child wielding a metal hammer could wield great might, but it would be difficult for him to pull it back. At the moment, he was like a child wielding a metal hammer. He had executed the sea-severing sword at full force, and it was impossible for him to pull it back until he had depleted all of his Xianxia. He had cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, and he had never used up all of his Xianxia before reaching Saint Realm. Yet, he was completely depleted at this moment. This showed just how fearsome the move was. If he were to deplete all of his Xianxia in a battle, he would be in grave danger. He might not even know how he died. Right, will Elder Xianxing be fine? Xianxian had been too engrossed in pummeling Xianxing that he had forgotten about Xianxing's condition. Looking at the rubble before him, he could not help but feel a little worried. Even though Xianxing had said that he would not suppress his cultivation, he had suppressed his strength as well. If he were to succumb to Xianxing's might and be pummeled to death, wouldn't he become a murderer? Who? But before Xianxian could fully comprehend the situation, a figure suddenly flew out from the rubble. It was none other than Xianxing. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of an expert. His clothes were torn in many places, and his body was riddled with sword holes. He looked extremely wretched. Elder Jian. Xianxian's lips twitched. I'm fine. Pooh. Xianxing chuckled awkwardly, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly spurted another mouthful of blood. Putong. Following which, he plummeted from the sky and crashed headfirst into the ground, leaving dust all over his body. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Under normal circumstances, given his strength, no matter how powerful Xianxing's swordsmanship was, it should have been impossible for him to be injured in the slightest. However, he had only used 1/100th of his strength, and the flowing water swordsmanship's flaw had been nullified. Caught off guard, it was already a miracle that he had not died on the spot. Lying in the rubble, he consumed a pill, and it took him a long time before he finally recovered. Standing up, he scanned his surroundings with a stifled look in his eyes. He had been intending to test Xianxia's strength and his comprehension of swordsmanship, but he had ended up being reduced to such a state in a single move. It was fortunate that no one had seen it, or else it would have been so embarrassing. "Teacher, are you fine?" "Old master, what happened? Who is the culprit?" "Don't let the culprit get away." Just as Xianxia was rejoicing in his relief, he suddenly heard a commotion in the surroundings. Turning around, he saw Shui Qianro, Xianxia, and a group of servants and guards standing not too far away. They were looking at him worriedly. "Why are you all here?" Xianxia's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Just as he was thinking that he had not been seen by anyone, he suddenly saw a huge crowd of nearly 100 people. "Was everyone in the manor here? What was going on?" "Xianxia said that you were injured, so he asked us to come over to take a look. Xianxia was worried that something might have happened to you, so he called everyone over to take a look," Shui Qianro explained. Xianxia clutched his chest, feeling so pained that he found it hard to breathe. It was one thing for the other party to pummel him so badly, but to even call his students and servants over to spectate, this was going too far. "I'm not injured at all. It's just that when I was practicing my swordsmanship earlier, I accidentally caused the roof to collapse." Xianxia's face reddened as he waved his hand awkwardly. "You're not injured?" Xianxia, Shui Qianro, and the others glanced at one another. His entire body was riddled with holes, and his face was swollen. Yet, he was still practicing his swordsmanship? Cough cough. "Where's Xianxia?" Knowing what his students were thinking, Xianxia coughed lightly and changed the topic. He had just stood up when he realized that the other party was nowhere to be seen. "Where did he go?" "Xianxia said that he was extremely grateful to you after reading through your books, and he managed to comprehend something from it. So, he went back to cultivate," Shui Qianro said. "He went back to cultivate?" Xianxia felt even more stifled. The other party caused a huge mess in the manor and severely injured him, but he sneaked away. Was there really a need to be so grateful to him? "Right, teacher, Xianxia passed this to me before he left. He told me to pass it to you personally." Just as Xianxia was feeling so stifled that he could not wait to capture that fellow and teach him a lesson, Shui Qianro suddenly stepped forward and passed a book over. Frowning, Xianxia grabbed the book and flipped it open. With just a single glance, his body jolted, and disbelief surfaced on his face. This, Xianxia's body trembled violently. The book before him had only just dried up, so it was clear that it had just been written. Written on it were the mistakes he had made in his cultivation, as well as the mistakes he had made in his comprehension of swordsmanship. In fact, there were even some problems that he had been unable to resolve for many years. In other words, if he were to cultivate according to the book, he would surely be able to advance his cultivation to a whole new level. "You exchanged a blow with me, and I didn't even make a move. Yet, you were able to see through so many problems?" Xianxia could hardly believe what he was seeing. As a swordsman and a teacher of the Sanctum of Sages, he often lectured others on swordsmanship and offered them pointers on their cultivation. As such, his eye of discernment was extremely sharp, far surpassing that of most master teachers of the same rank. Even so, he was still helpless against his own problems. Yet, with just a glance, the young man before him was able to see through all of them and even solve them. His eye of discernment and understanding of swordsmanship were way too fearsome. It's no wonder why he was able to comprehend two sword quintessences at such a young age. At this moment, he finally understood why the young man was able to earn the acknowledgement of his ancestors' sword intent and create such a powerful swordsmanship. Just the young man's understanding of swordsmanship was something that even he could not match up to. They were not even on the same level. Perhaps, this is what it means to be a true genius, Xianxia lamented. Just as he was about to keep the book, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and his eyes lit up. Right. Given how deep his understanding of swordsmanship is, if I bring him to the Zhang clan, I might just be able to exact vengeance for what happened back then. After recuperating for a full 6 hours, Xianxia saw that the sun in the east had already risen above the horizon. Only then did he feel that he had completely recovered his Xianqi, and his mind, energy, and spirit had reached their peak once more. After entering Jianqinxing, Xianxia could tell that something was amiss. He knew that it would be troublesome if he were to remain there. Thus, he decisively kept the swords and returned to his residence. As expected of a sword quintessence that specializes in offense, it sure is powerful. Recalling last night's battle, Xianxian's eyes shone with excitement. Even though Jianqinxing had only controlled his strength to 100th, his fighting prowess was still far beyond that of an ordinary Saint 7 Dan primary stage cultivator. Yet, he was still able to send Jianqinxing flying with a single slash. Didn't this mean that even an expert of that level would be unable to withstand his full might? At Saint 7 Dan, the phantasmal space realm, one's dominion would become illusory, coming into contact with the profound mysteries of space. Under normal circumstances, a Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion realm cultivator's dominion would be shrouded in mist, making it visible to the naked eye. However, upon reaching Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion realm, one's dominion would be no different from one's spiritual perception, making it impossible for one to see or touch it. In a battle, one would be able to utilize it stealthily, making it several times more powerful than before. It was just like how Luo Xianqing had sent Elder Su Bing flying with a single kick. It was not that the latter was unable to dodge his kick, but he had already used his dominion of the phantasmal space realm to envelop the latter, such that it was already too late for him to escape. As a Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, it should have been impossible for Xianxia to defeat such an expert. However, with this sword art, it had become a reality. It's daybreak, just in time to finish the Jia corridor exam. The night passed and the red sun rose, illuminating the surroundings. Xianxia walked towards the Hall of Justice again. Soon, he arrived at the front desk. Qingyu was still there. I'll continue to challenge the Jia corridor. Without wasting any time, Xianxia passed the spirit stone over to the other party. Reading books, practicing swordsmanship, and recuperating his stamina. A night had passed, and it was now the second day. Seeing that it was him, Qingyu nodded and passed the card over. Xianxia turned around and walked over. He didn't pass it last night, but he came here at dawn. In such a short time, his strength shouldn't have changed much, right? Why are you in such a rush? The waiter from before was also there, and he couldn't help but ask. Even if he wanted to pass through the Jia corridor, he would have to accumulate enough points first. Cultivation was a skill that could not be achieved overnight. What kind of changes could there be in one night? I don't know either. Qingyu shook her head. Perhaps, he has cultivated some secret technique and wants to come back and try it again. Secret techniques are even more difficult than martial techniques. Many people spend their entire lives studying powerful techniques, yet they only manage to scratch the surface. How much can they learn in one night? The waiter shook his head. It wasn't that she didn't trust him, but the time between them was too short. The Jia corridor was the most difficult trial for leaving Aperture Realm cultivators. Even Grand Dominion Realm advanced stage cultivators would find it difficult to clear it. Even if Xianxia had cleared the corridor yesterday, it would still be difficult for him to clear the Jia corridor within such a short period of time. By the way, I remember that the little princess of the Luo family also challenged the Jia corridor. It seems that the current record was left by her. At this moment, the attendant suddenly recalled something and said. Yes, she did. To clear the Jia corridor within 3 minutes. Recalling the record left behind by the little princess of the Luo family, Qingyu's eyes glowed with admiration. Others would struggle to clear the Jia corridor no matter how hard they tried, and some of them would even end up sustaining severe injuries. Yet, the little princess of the Luo family was able to clear the Jia corridor within 3 minutes, and more importantly, there was not even a speck of dust on her clothes. She couldn't help but be filled with admiration for the little princess of the Luo family. Ever since the Sanctum of Sages had established the corridors of ascension, no one had been able to clear such a record. In other words, the record left behind by the little princess of the Luo family was already unprecedented, and it was likely that no one would be able to clear it in the future. Indeed. She's truly incredible. The attendant nodded. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly saw ripples appearing on the surface of the tea in the cup. Following which, the table before her began shaking. "What's wrong?" The attendant abruptly stood up. "I don't know either." Xianxia was just about to speak when the ground suddenly began shaking intensely, as if an earthquake was occurring. Following which, a deafening explosion sounded from afar. "This is bad, it's the Jia corridor." Alarmed, the two of them hurriedly stood up from the reception and rushed in the direction of the explosion. However, before they could even get close, they saw a young man walking over with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm really sorry. I failed to control my strength when I made my move earlier." Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in alarm as she turned her gaze toward the Jia corridor not too far away. What she saw was a pile of rubble, and smoke was rising non-stop. Scanning the area with her spiritual perception, she saw that the puppets contained within the Jia corridor had been sliced into pieces, such that not even a single part of them was left. "What kind of move did you use?" Xianxia asked anxiously. She was well aware of the prowess of the puppets in the Jia corridor. Even Grand Dominion Realm advanced stage experts would not be a match for them, and yet, that fellow had defeated them so easily and even destroyed them to such a degree. How in the world did he do it? More importantly, it had not even been 3 minutes since he took the card. Not only did he slay the puppets, he even destroyed the entire Jia corridor. "Swordsmanship," Xianxia said sheepishly. Even though he had only used his sword qi when he entered the Jia corridor, the sea-severing sword was still beyond his control. As soon as the puppets appeared, they were immediately reduced to dust. Thus, he had used the remaining strength to continue attacking the puppets, resulting in the current situation. He had thought that it would be fine given how powerful the seal of the examination was, but who could have thought that he would cause such a huge commotion? It was fortunate that after the puppets were destroyed, the mechanism had judged that he had cleared the examination, and a book appeared at the end of the corridor. Xianxia made use of this opportunity to collect it into the Library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, he would have really cried his heart out after going through so much trouble for nothing. "Swordsmanship?" Xianxia and the receptionist felt like bursting into tears. They had seen swordsmanship before, but when had it ever wielded such might? Not only had the puppets been destroyed, the entire Jia corridor had been reduced to rubble. "Wait here for a moment. I won't be able to make the decision on this matter. I'll have to report this matter to the elders right away." Knowing that the destruction of the Jia corridor was no longer something that a receptionist like her could handle, Xianxia warned the receptionist before hurriedly leaving. The Hall of Solidarity was the property of the Sanctum of Sages. If everyone were to destroy it, not even the #1 Master Teacher Academies of the Master Teacher continent would be able to afford it. All right then. Knowing that he would have to compensate for the damage he had caused, Xianxia had no intention of leaving. Instead, he found a place to sit down and slowly recover his Xianxia. He had not used a Saint-tier artifact earlier, so the might of the move was not too great. However, it had still depleted quite a bit of his Xianxia. Nearly half of his Xianxia was gone. I thought that the old sword maestro might not have been able to gather the necessary weapons, but from the looks of it now, even if he did gather all of them, he might not be able to execute it. Having cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, the amount of Xianxia he possessed was unparalleled among those of the same cultivation realm. Even so, he had nearly succumbed to his injuries. Even though the old sword maestro had created this move, it was unlikely that he would be able to execute it easily. Knowing that it would take at least 4 hours of cultivation for him to make a full recovery, Xianxia calmed himself down and began browsing through the books that he had just collected into the Library of Heaven's Path. There were only 5 books in the Jia corridor, and they corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Every single one of them was of extremely high tier, and they could be considered as the most profound cultivation technique manuals in the Sanctum of Sages. Compile. Xianxia muttered as he gathered all of the leading Aperture Realm books together. Voila, a new book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Flipping it open, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had finally managed to gather all of the Heaven's Path leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path divine art. Just the thought of how difficult it had been for him left him tearing up. I wonder if Sun Chang has managed to find the whereabouts of Pinnacle Spirit Stones. Xianxia took a look at the cultivation technique manuals and committed them to memory. Without sufficient pinnacle spirit stones, he would not be able to cultivate the leaving aperture realm heaven's path divine art. Above concentrated high-tier spirit stones were pinnacle spirit stones of extremely high purity. If he could obtain them and use them to cultivate, he would definitely be able to solve his problem of lacking spiritual energy. There were not many pinnacle spirit stones in a place like the Qingyuan Empire, but it should not be too difficult for him to find them in the Sanctum of Sages. He's the one who destroyed the Jia corridor, Xianxia? While Xianxia was still deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded not too far away. Raising his head, he saw Qingyu walking over with an old man. The old man glanced in the direction of the Jia corridor as he walked, and his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Xianxia hurriedly got up from his seat. Xianxia, this is Elder Liao. He's in charge of the leaving aperture realm examination, and he's responsible for dealing with the matter regarding the destruction of the Jia corridor, Qingyu introduced. Xianxia pays respect to Elder Liao. Xianxia hurriedly clasped his fist and bowed humbly. There was no other way around it. He had no choice but to lower his head. He was still unable to be as domineering as his future brother-in-law. Suppressing his rage, Elder Liao asked, "You said that you were able to destroy the Jia corridor with just your swordsmanship?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "Give me your challenge card." Xianxia passed the challenge card over. Grabbing the challenge card, Elder Liao took a closer look at it, and a deep frown surfaced on his forehead. On top of formidable puppets, the Jia corridor was also protected by powerful formations. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for even a Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle cultivator to create such a mess, unless he cheated, but the challenge card showed that he had cleared the trial perfectly. In other words, there was no cheating involved. Was it really possible for him to achieve such a feat with just his swordsmanship? What kind of swordsmanship did you execute earlier? Can you show it to me? Elder Liao asked. Show it to you? This? Xianxia was conflicted. I'm not too familiar with this swordsmanship yet, so I'm still unable to control my strength properly. If I were to execute it, I fear that I might hurt you. Hurt me? Elder Liao sneered coldly. I might be the lowest-ranked managerial elder, but my cultivation is still at St. Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm. You are only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, and you think that you can hurt me? How arrogant of you. The elders of the Sanctum of Sages were divided into many ranks. Su Bing and Elder Liao were managerial elders, and their cultivation was only at St. Seven Dan. This? Even if you aren't hurt, I fear that my sword chi won't be able to withstand it, and it might destroy the other buildings. Xianxia was still a little worried. With my strength, do you think that I will allow your sword chi to escape? You must be joking. Elder Liao sneered coldly as confidence gleamed in his eyes. As a St. Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm expert who wielded the might of a Phantasmal Space Realm expert, it would truly be embarrassing if he couldn't even withstand the sword chi of a leaving Aperture Realm lad. Alright then, be careful. Since the other party was so certain of it, Xianxia decided not to say anything else. With a tap of his finger, several surges of sword chi flew out from his fingertip and floated in the air, reminiscent of swords. So many? Elder Liao was stunned. He drew a semicircle in front of his chest with his palm, forming a defensive boundary. He wanted to see if the other party's sword chi really had the strength to destroy the Jia corridor. Woo woo woo, barely after he was done, a series of deafening explosions sounded in the air, and the space before him seemed to have collapsed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 surges of sword chi had arrived less than 5 meters away from him. So fast? Startled, Elder Liao hurriedly unfolded his domain to stop him. Boom! Boom! When the sword chi struck the domain, it was as if a blender had been inserted into a water tank. The violent impact caused his face to redden, and he almost lost control of his domain and collapsed. Whoosh! His entire body was sent flying, and his back crashed heavily into the wall, creating a huge crater. Even so, the might of the sword chi before him didn't diminish at all. Instead, it emanated countless colorful rays of light. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in sword chi. Creak! The impact of the sword chi and the old man's collision made the room unable to withstand the impact any longer. Thick cracks appeared one after another, and the room collapsed with a loud bang. Whoosh, with his Xianxia completely depleted, Xianxia finally came to a halt. Panting heavily, he tried to catch his breath. After taking a few deep breaths to recover some of his stamina, he raised his head to take a look, and his eyebrows shot up. A, B, C, D, E, G, Gung, Xin, Ren, and Gui alleys were all reduced to rubble. Even the leaving Aperture Realm examination hall had been completely destroyed. Cough, cough, crawling out from the ruins, Elder Liao's hair was almost bald from the sword slash, and his body was full of sword holes. He was in an indescribably miserable state. Elder, you were the one who asked me to do this. Xianxia hurriedly said, his lips twitching. The other party swore that he could block it, but what did he block? Wasn't this harming others? He had finally gotten rid of the title of King of Destruction, but now he was back to square one. If this continued, what would others think of him? He really just wanted to take the test in peace and read quietly. With his face flushed red, Elder Liao turned to look at the collapsed alleyways. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He just wanted to confirm whether the other party had cheated. How could such a situation occur? But speaking of which, he really couldn't blame the other party. He was the one who had urged the other party to make a move. Scram! Elder Liao was on the verge of exploding. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He could only wave his hand and clench his teeth in anger. Scram? Xianxia was stunned. You don't need me to compensate you? Even though the main culprit was the other party, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame either. Can you afford it? Elder Liao said angrily. Xianxia's lips twitched. I can't afford it. With so many puppets and formations, there was no way that concentrated high-tier spirit stones could compensate for it. Even though he was quite wealthy, he couldn't afford to compensate for it. Scram! Elder Liao said with a trembling voice. Yes, Xianxia cowered in fear. However, barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, Elder Liao, I can see that you are suffering from a cold constitution. You should stop cultivating the Frigidine formula for the time being. How do you know that I cultivate the Frigidine formula? Elder Liao was taken aback. It was the first time that the other party had met him, so how could the other party know that he cultivated the Frigidine formula? It's just a casual remark. If you feel any discomfort, feel free to look for me at the Elite Division residence. After saying those words, Xianxia turned around and walked out of the room. He had destroyed the entire trial alley, but the other party didn't stop him or make things difficult for him. This was a favor that he owed him. During the battle, Xianxia had taken a look at the other party through the Library of Heaven's Path, and he knew that there was a problem with the other party's cultivation technique. In truth, it wasn't a big deal. As long as he stopped cultivating for the time being, he would be able to resolve it. If he didn't stop cultivating, even if it wasn't too serious, he would still be able to resolve it. It was just that the other party was still in a fit of rage, so it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. It was just a moment ago that he had destroyed the other party's residence. If he were to say you are sick now, he would probably be pummeled to death on the spot. Seeing how the other party left in a hurry after saying those words, Elder Liao was perplexed. However, looking at the rubble around him, he couldn't help but feel infuriated. I shouldn't use severing swords so casually in the future. Walking out of the rubble, Xianxia turned around to look at the rubble, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had only managed to master this sword art 3 times, and in the process, he had injured 2 people and a puppet, and destroyed a large portion of the residence. He wondered what would happen if he were to use it again in the future. It seemed like he should only use the sword art as a last resort in the future. Otherwise, he would really steal the title of his future brother-in-law and become the feared king of destruction. He was destined to be the next hall master. What he wanted was respect and awe, not destruction. I should check on Sun Chong. This won't do. I have to earn some money as soon as possible. Even if Elder Liao doesn't want to compensate me, I have to do it. Soon, an idea formed in Xianxia's mind. Had it been any other time, he wouldn't have cared much about becoming the hall master. However, this involved Lozosi's marriage. This was an extremely important matter, and he couldn't afford to turn it down. Without the position of the hall master, it was impossible for him to openly take Luo Ruoxin away. Thus, he had to win this position no matter what. Based on what Sage Kuei had said, before he was qualified to break the seal on the Sanctum Head token, it would be best for him to win over the hearts of others and earn their respect. That way, he would be able to raise his prestige. However, after learning a sword art, he had torn down Jian Xinqing's residence. Even if they didn't want him to compensate them, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Of course, it was true that he didn't have enough money, so he had to earn as much as he could as soon as possible. Thus, Xianxia hurriedly returned to his residence. Not too long later, he saw Sun Chang returning. Having not slept the entire night, he looked a little fatigued. "How was it?" Xianxia asked. "Young master, I've looked into it, and there are many items harnessing pure spiritual energy. The best of them are pinnacle spirit stones. However, there are many pinnacle spirit stones in the inner sanctum, and they are extremely rare in the outer sanctum," Sun Chang said. "Inner sanctum?" Xianxia frowned. He knew that the sanctum of sages was divided into the inner sanctum and outer sanctum, and if he wasn't mistaken, Luozi should be in the inner sanctum. Yes. Other than the pinnacle spirit stones, the most effective item is the grade 8 strength storing pill. Harnessing pure spiritual energy, it can be used as a cultivation treasure. I bought some for you, so feel free to give it a try. After saying those words, Sun Chang passed a jade bottle to Xianxia. Uncorking the jade bottle, Xianxia took a look and nodded. There were 3 pills in total, and the spiritual energy harnessed within them was indeed much more concentrated than the grade 7 spirit reinforcing pill he had consumed previously. It's indeed useful to me, but 3 pills is too little. If I have 30 of them, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. Even though the strength-storing pill was a grade 8 pill, it was the most ordinary of them all. It could only be considered as a novice pill, and its medicinal energy was only slightly stronger than that of a spirit-reinforcing pill. Are there any other items? Xianxia asked. There's also the Jade Vein Spirit Marrow that can be obtained through completing all kinds of missions, Sun Chang said. Jade Vein Spirit Marrow? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Just like spirit stones, the Jade Vein Spirit Marrow could only be found in places rich in spiritual energy. The spiritual energy harnessed within the Jade Vein Spirit Marrow could not compare to pinnacle spirit stones, but it was much more concentrated than concentrated high-tier spirit stones. However, the Jade Vein Spirit Marrow was even rarer than pinnacle spirit stones. Xianxia had only read about it once in a book. What kind of missions are they? Some of them are set by the students, while others are set by the teachers. Most of them are missions that are difficult for the students to complete. I've looked into it, and the reward is the Jade Vein Spirit Marrow. There are a total of 3 missions, and the one with the highest reward is 3 whole jade veins. Sun Chang said. 3 jade veins? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Jade Vein Spirit Marrow was much more valuable than spirit stones. A single Jade Vein Spirit Marrow was worth more than 10,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. 3 jade veins. The spiritual energy harnessed within them was more than enough for him to achieve a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm. If he sold them, even if he couldn't make up for all of his losses in the Corridor of Trials, he would at least be able to recoup a portion of it. That's right. Sun Chang nodded. What kind of mission is this? Even though Xianxia was excited, he knew that it wouldn't be easy. There were countless experts in the Sanctum of Sages, and there were plenty of talented individuals who could be found anywhere. Yet, no one dared to accept such a huge reward. Surely, it wouldn't be easy. I heard that it's a mission from the Beast Taming Pavilion. I'm not too sure about the details though. Sun Chang hesitated for a moment before replying. As a mere servant, it was already difficult for him to gather such information. As for what the mission was, he had no idea. Where can I pick up the mission? Bring me there to take a look. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to ask Sun Chang to bring him there, a frown suddenly appeared on his forehead. Flicking his wrist, he took out the jade token representing his identity. He swiped his finger lightly on it, and a line of words appeared before his eyes. Xianxia, report to the elite pavilion of the Hall of Ren right now. It was a message from Chen Liao. Report. Right, I still have to report to the Hall of Ren right now. Both the students of the elite division and the ordinary division had to report to the Sanctum of Sages and choose a teacher. If they didn't choose a teacher, they would have no backing in the academy, and it would be difficult for them to secure resources. While master teachers wouldn't do anything to oppress their students, they couldn't guarantee that the other students wouldn't bully them either. After all, the Sanctum of Sages only accepted geniuses, and master teachers were the minority. More importantly, most of the geniuses who came here were here to forge connections. Since they were students of the same teacher, it would be more convenient for them to do anything in the future. You continue looking into the matter, I'll report to the Hall of Ren first. Knowing that the elite division couldn't afford any delays, Xianxia hurriedly made his way to the Hall of Ren. Humanity, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness were the top of the Hall of Sages. The most important duty of a master teacher was to impart knowledge. The Hall of Ren was where the teachers imparted knowledge to the students. Here, one would be able to find the teacher they were looking for, and they would be able to obtain the best heritage. Walking up to the Hall of Ren first, Xianxia saw that it was already packed to the brim. Outside the Hall of Ren, there was also a dazzling word. From the looks of it, the words outside the Hall of Ren were left behind by Xianxia so that future generations would remember them. Taking a look, Xianxia nodded. Following which, he heard the sound of Vicious swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Sealing that fellow back into the Book of Heaven's path, Xianxia followed behind the crowd and entered the Hall of Ren. The Hall of Ren was divided into many halls. The elite division and the ordinary division were located in different areas. The elite division had greater authority, allowing them to choose their own teacher to study under. On the other hand, the ordinary division had no choice but to accept the guidance of a few teachers. After scanning the surroundings, Xianxia found the location where the elite division was to report to, and he walked over. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw that the 50 people who had passed the examination with him had already arrived. Chen Liyao was still a little anxious, but upon seeing Xianxia, she heaved a sigh of relief. She walked up to him and whispered, "Why are you only here now? Something big has happened. The mountain gate has collapsed." The mountain gate has collapsed? Xianxia froze on the spot. The mountain gate had still been fine the previous day. More than 10,000 students had entered the mountain gate, and each of them had displayed their talents to determine the top 500. Why would it suddenly collapse all of a sudden? Feisher said it just now. Chen Liyao whispered with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Clearly, this news was extremely shocking to her as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told Xianxia about it right away. Feisher? He's the teacher in front. He's the teacher in charge of the elite division. You can look for him if you encounter any problems in the future. If you have any questions, feel free to consult him. Chen Liyao said as she pointed forward. Xianxia turned his gaze over, and he saw a middle-aged man standing right in front of him. A few students were surrounding him, seemingly asking him about something. Did he say what happened? The mountain gate examination system had been in place for tens of thousands of years. Why would such a sudden change occur all of a sudden? Chen Liyao pondered for a moment before replying. It seems like the sculpture of Sage Kuei has shattered. Xianxia frowned in incomprehension. What did the collapse of the mountain gate have to do with the sculpture shattering? The crashing of the mountain gate was created by Sage Kuei, and it's a folded space that he personally created. Most of the trials are controlled by his will, so the destruction of the sculpture signifies the destruction of his will. Without the support of the folded space, it's only natural for it to collapse, Chen Liyao said. This? Xianxia frowned. He had spent 3 days with Sage Kuei, and he was extremely grateful to the first sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. He had thought that he would be able to find the other party after he gained the strength to activate the sect leader's seal, but who could have known that his will would dissipate so quickly? Even though he has been in hibernation most of the time, his life has come to an end, Xianxia sighed. There was a limit to one's lifespan, and not even Xianxia was able to transcend the river of time. While Sage Kuei was extremely powerful when he was alive, there was a limit to how long his will could exist after his death. If he had been in hibernation, he might have been able to exist for a little longer. However, he would have to wake up once every examination, and as time went by, it was only a matter of time before his will dissipated. Indeed. Chen Liyao nodded. With Sage Kuei's will dissipating, it'll be even more difficult for him to become the Sanctum Head in the future, Palace Master? You still don't know about it, right? It's said that Sage Kuei's will isn't just limited to the selection of students. More importantly, it's to select a new Sanctum Head. The previous Sanctum Heads of the Sanctum of Sages have always been chosen by him. Now that his will has dissipated, and the new Sanctum Head hasn't been chosen yet, no matter who takes over the position, it will be difficult for them to do so. As a genius of a force, she had her own information channels. Although these matters were confidential, it wasn't too difficult for her to find out. Blinking his eyes, Xianxia was just about to speak when a resounding voice sounded from the center of the room. Turning around, Xianxia saw that it was Fei Shi, who had been chatting with his students a moment ago. It seems like everyone from the elite division has arrived. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you as students of the Sanctum of Sages. I'll be spending some time with you from now on. Now, please introduce yourselves. Try to let everyone get to know you as soon as possible. This is because you will be spending a long time with your classmates in the future. Alright, first up, Feng Zi. Xianxia took a look at Feng Zi. The fact that Feng Zi was able to surpass even the members of the Zhang clan and become the champion of the examination was a testament to his capabilities. Xianxia was curious to see just what kind of person he was. A young man walked out from the crowd. He appeared to be around 24 to 25 years old, and he had an ordinary appearance. He didn't exude any extraordinary aura, and he didn't possess any striking appearance either. If one did not pay close attention to him, it would be impossible to notice him. However, through his eye of insight, Xianxia was able to clearly see the violent aura that the other party emanated. It was as if a raging river would burst forth once it was ignited. Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage. He's indeed powerful. Xianxia remarked grimly. For the other party to possess such strength despite being only 24 to 25 years old, his talent was truly frightening. My name is Feng Zi. The young man didn't say much after walking out from the crowd. He only introduced himself before falling silent. But the more he did so, the more unfathomable he seemed. Second up, Zhang Yu. Fei Shi said. While he had the detailed information of every single student in his possession, if the other party was unwilling to divulge anything, he wouldn't be able to do so. Following which, another young man walked out from the crowd. This young man seemed to be even younger than Feng Zi, around the same age as him, only in his early 20s. However, his fighting prowess was no weaker than Feng Zi's, making him feel as if he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. I am Zhang Yu, and I come from the Zhang clan. I hope that we can become friends and advance together. In contrast to Feng Zi's cold and aloof demeanor, Zhang Yu spoke with a smile. Through the eye of insight, Xianxia could see no flaws in Zhang Yu's physical body, xinqi, or soul at all. Before the other party, Zhang Jiuxiao, Zhang Qian, and even Zhang Yunfeng were nothing at all. While the other party was only a Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage cultivator, even if Xianxia were to go all out, he might not necessarily be able to defeat the other party. As a core member of the Zhang clan, the other party's bloodline was bound to be stronger than Zhang Qian's. On top of that, the other party was skilled in all kinds of battle techniques and means. Most likely, just like Xianxia, he would be able to challenge opponents several cultivation stages higher than him. After Zhang Yu was done with his introductions, Yuan Haiqing, by Qing Xian, hearing their introductions, Xianxia couldn't help but be astonished. It was no wonder why the major clans were able to maintain their standing at the peak of the master-teacher continent for so long. Of the top 50 students of the elite division, he was the only one who had truly come from a humble background. It seems like the master-teacher continent is the same as well. Due to the difference in cultivation conditions, the resources one receives are different as well. Those who are outstanding become even more outstanding, and those who are weak become even weaker. Xianxia thought. Powerful powers and clans possessed superior master teachers and resources, allowing them to groom their juniors from birth. This was indeed something that ordinary clans couldn't hope to match up. 2. It was already a miracle of miracles that someone like Xianxia was able to climb his way up from a humble place like Tianqian Kingdom. It was no wonder the others didn't believe him at all. They had always thought that he was a junior of the Zhang clan. It didn't take long for the introductions of the 50 students to come to an end. The last student of our class, Xianxia. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone immediately turned their gazes over. Even though Xianxia wasn't from the Zhang clan, he had still managed to pummel Xianxia and Zhang Yunfeng. Everyone present had witnessed it with their own eyes, and it had left a deep impression on them. My name is Xianxia, and I come from Qingyuan Empire. There was nothing much to brag about, so Xianxia introduced himself with a light chuckle. As expected, he's from Qingyuan Empire. To dare make a move on a member of the Zhang clan from such a humble place, that fellow sure is gutsy. Don't you think that it's strange that he managed to defeat Zhang Yunfeng despite being ranked 50th? That's true. Perhaps he's a junior groomed by one of the 9 stars master teachers of Mingshi Tang. Hearing Xianxia's introduction, the crowd lowered their voices. To be able to reach such a level of strength despite being an unaffiliated cultivator and fearless against the threat of the Zhang clan, everyone couldn't help but think that his background wasn't as simple as it seemed. Alright, that's all for the introductions. Now, I'll be going through some of the rules of the Sanctum of Sages and the main points of choosing a teacher, Feisher said with a smile. You can check the rules of the Sanctum of Sages from your identity tokens, so there's no need for me to waste too much time on them. What I'm going to talk about now is one of the most important things that everyone should pay attention to. As fellow students of the Sanctum of Sages, we are allowed to compete with one another, but we are not allowed to kill one another. If there's any irreconcilable conflict that demands a life and death duel, you can apply for a life and death duel in advance. As long as you receive the approval of 3 elders and obtain the so-called life and death document, you can proceed with the duel. With the life and death document in place, even if you are killed in a fair duel, the powers behind you won't be able to exact vengeance on you. Xianxia nodded in agreement. In truth, it was similar to the rules of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. Be it master teachers or other occupations, as long as there were people, there would be strife, and with strife, there would be conflicts. No matter how formidable one was, no one was immune to it. Back then, Kongsher had also lost his temper and cried bitterly, needless to say, the others. If there was a conflict, it had to be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, it would only grow worse and worse. For this reason, be it the Master Teacher Academy or the Sanctum of Sages, they didn't repress their humanity. Instead, they allowed them to freely express themselves. If there was a conflict that couldn't be resolved, they should resolve it. There was no need for it to fester over the rules and eventually lead to an even greater calamity. As for choosing a teacher, my suggestion is simple. Choose the one that you are most proficient in. Feisher continued. The fact that all of you were able to clear the examination and emerge from the 10,000 candidates means that you have a unique talent. As such, I hope that you can continue to bring this talent to greater heights and surpass the others, following which, Feisher went on to introduce the formidable master teachers, geniuses, and occupations of the Sanctum of Sages. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head. He wasn't interested at all. As long as he had sufficient books, he would be able to learn more than anyone else. There was no need for him to care about who was stronger than him. Fairy Liao, do you still have any of the wintry spirit essence that you gave me previously? Can I buy some from you? It was difficult to find pinnacle spirit stones and the like, but the young man before him had the wintry spirit essence in his possession. He had used it before, and it was extremely effective. It could raise his cultivation swiftly. This? I do have some, but I need to save it for a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. Chen Liao hesitated for a moment before replying. The other party was the teacher of their young court chief, and he was her half-teacher as well. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't have turned him down. However, she still needed to save it for a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm, so it wouldn't be convenient for her to give it away. Grand Dominion Realm? Xianxia frowned as his eyes lit up. If I can help you achieve a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm without using the wintry spirit essence, will you be willing to sell it to me? If I can help you achieve a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm, I can even give it to you as a gift. Chen Liao said. No matter how valuable an artifact was, it could not compare to the advancement of one's cultivation. If Xianxia could achieve a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm right now, putting aside selling the wintry spirit essence, even if he were to give it to Xianxia, he would still be able to make a huge profit. All right. Xianxia chuckled softly. Just as he was about to accept Xianxia's punch and offer him some pointers, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Brother Zhang. Raising his head, Xianxia saw a young man standing before him. Zhangzhua? Xianxia frowned. The other party was none other than the cousin who had saved Zhang Yunfeng after the entrance examination, the 31st rank of the elite division, Zhangzhua. Yesterday, I said that I'd like to spar with Brother Zhang, and Feisher has announced that I would like to spar with you. I hope that you won't be stingy with your teachings. Zhangzhua clasped his fist respectfully. He didn't appear arrogant just because he was a member of the Zhang clan. Spar with you? Zhang Xian raised his head and realized that Feisher had already ended the introduction while he was speaking with Chen Liyao, allowing the students to interact freely with one another. As geniuses of the sanctum of sages, there were many ways to interact with one another, and sparring with one another was one of the most common. This? Zhang Xian frowned. Even if Zhangzhua was the 31st rank of the elite division, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to defeat him. Just that, after executing the sea-severing sword twice in a row, his Jinqi had already been completely depleted. Even though he had recovered a little over the past half a day, it was still far from enough to deal with an expert of that caliber. Why? Brother Zhang, are you afraid? Zhangzhua narrowed his eyes as he spoke with a playful tone. With so many new students watching yesterday, if the people of the Zhang clan continuously rushed up to compete with him, it would also be a form of damage to his reputation. Since all the students of the elite division were present today, it would be a good opportunity for him to quell Zhangzhua's arrogance and make him realize that not everyone could afford to offend a colossus like the Zhang clan. It's just a sparring match, why would I be afraid? I'm just afraid that I might cripple you if I were to go too far. Zhang Xian shook his head. Even though he had depleted his Jinqi, he still had plenty of means up his sleeves. At most, he would just have to summon his avatar. It was just that this fellow was too ferocious, and not easy to control. If he were to cripple this fellow, it would be a little embarrassing. You. Zhangzhua's face darkened upon hearing those words. Since you dare to challenge me, let's begin. Then. After saying that, he jumped into the middle of the hall. Fine. Seeing how insistent Chen Liyao was, Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. He stood up and was just about to walk into the venue when Chen Liyao suddenly appeared before him, blocking his way. The true energy in Zhangxi's body should have been used up, right? The girl sent a voice transmission. You can tell? Zhang Xian was surprised. He had used up all of his Jinqi, but he had not told the other party about it, nor had he shown it to him. Yet, the other party was able to see through it. He could not help but be surprised. When you were speaking just now, all of the acupoints in your body were opened, absorbing spiritual energy to condense Jinqi. With a single look, I can tell that your body is lacking Jinqi. Chen Liyao explained, how could he possibly fight under such circumstances? How about this, I'll help you reject the challenge. Even if he's from the Zhang clan, I'm sure that he'll give me some face if I say it personally. Jinqi was the foundation of a cultivator. Even though cultivators of their level had their primordial spirits, without Jinqi to attack, it was no different from a tiger without its fangs and claws. No matter how powerful one was, it would be futile. If I reject such a challenge, I fear that I'll become a laughingstock. Zhang Xian shook his head. Had it been anyone else, he would have admitted defeat. However, the one he was facing was the Zhang clan. It would be a huge pity if he rejected the challenge. But given your current condition, it's impossible for you to fight. Chen Liyao said anxiously. It was not that she had any special feelings for the young man before her, but the young man was the teacher of their young court chief. Since he was with her, she couldn't allow anything to happen to him. Otherwise, if the young court chief were to blame him, there was no way he would be able to bear it. This, Zhang Xian frowned. He knew that he could only rely on his means at the moment. Just as he was considering whether he should find an excuse to change his clothes, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why don't you fight in my place? Me? Chen Liyao was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly shook her head. The reason why I was able to clear the trial and enter the elite division is due to the secret art that I executed. In truth, my fighting prowess isn't that great. If I were to face him in a duel, I wouldn't stand a chance at all. Her cultivation was only at leaving aperture realm pinnacle. In the eyes of others, she could be considered as an expert, but compared to the prodigy of the Zhang clan, she was still a far cry from matching up. In a real battle, he would definitely lose. Who said we have no chance of winning? Instead, he turned his gaze to Xianxia and said, Brother Zhang, I shouldn't have turned you down if you wished to spar with me. However, it just so happens that I'm at a crucial juncture in my cultivation right now, so it won't be convenient for me to accept your challenge. Why don't I have Chen Liao help me out while I offer her some pointers? If Brother Zhang is able to defeat her, I'll consider it my loss. Critical juncture? Xianxia snorted. He could tell that the other party was obviously declining. You managed to achieve a breakthrough to the leaving aperture realm in front of so many people yesterday. Do you think that you will be able to make another breakthrough today? Even if you want to brag, there should be a limit. However, did he want to decline? How could it be that easy? He had inquired about the matter regarding Zhang Qian and Zhang Yunfeng the previous day, and it turned out that Chen Liao was the cause of it all. Since she wanted to stand up for him, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to teach her a lesson. He knew that the young lady was far from being able to deal with him. If she really wanted to make a move, he would be able to defeat her easily in less than 3 moves. Fairy Liao, are you intending to stand up for him? With such a thought in mind, Xianxia turned to look at the young lady. Chen Liao's eyebrows shot up. She just didn't want to see Xianxia get injured, but who could have thought that she would have to drag him out for a duel? However, the conversation between the two was extremely loud, drawing the gazes of everyone present. Even if she wanted to turn down the duel, it would be impossible for her to do so. Indeed. If you wish to fight with Xianxia, you'll have to get past me first. Xianxia said with gritted teeth. Very well. Allow me to experience the prowess of the glacier playing court then. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he charged forward. His fingers were as large as bowls, and with a light flick, he struck downward. This wasn't a battle technique, and it looked extremely simple on the surface. However, as soon as Xianxia's palm struck downward, he sealed the surrounding space, making it difficult for Zhang Xian to escape. Chen Liao narrowed her eyes in astonishment. Her strength was roughly on par with Zhang Qian's when he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Even Zhang Yunfeng was no match for her, let alone Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia's palm struck downward, she immediately felt her Xinqi freezing up. She wanted to retaliate, but it was impossible for her to do so. Shift your body half a step to the left, and use your fingers as a sword to stab right. While Chen Liao was at a loss as to how she should counterattack, a voice suddenly sounded in her ears. It was none other than Xianxia. I guess that's all I can do. Knowing that there was no better way out of this, Chen Liao could only step forward and tap her palm forward. Pada, along with her movements, Xianxia's palm strike seemed to have missed, and a crisp sound echoed in the air. At the same time, the tip of her finger coincidentally struck the flaw in his attack. He had no choice but to guard against it. It must be a coincidence. Xianxia hurriedly retracted his palm and took a step back. Left hand, swimming sword into the sea. Right hand, dragon soars the wilderness. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the air once more. Initially, Chen Liao thought that it was impossible for her to defeat Xianxia, but after listening to Xianxia's words, her confidence soared. Without any hesitation, she swiftly executed a sword art and a palm art respectively. Her physical prowess wasn't too high, and she was still a far cry from Xianxia's. However, by executing both of her moves simultaneously, she was able to sever the latter's attack routes in the blink of an eye, leaving him no choice but to defend himself. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to retaliate, and if he were to make a move, he would surely be injured. Thus, he retreated once more. Leading star steps, 3 suns pursuing water. Zhang Xian continued. Without any hesitation, Chen Liao executed the leading star steps. Her fingers moved swiftly, and as if drawing a triangle in the air, her Xinqi chased after the 3 yang meridians in Xianxia's body. This move didn't seem to be a particularly profound one, but when paired with the timing, it was as if Chen Liao knew what battle technique Xianxia was going to execute in advance and locked onto his blood and Xinqi, interrupting his Xinqi circulation. Weird, Xianxia muttered under his breath as he leaped backward. What is Xianxia up to? Chen Liao's moves look very simple. Why is he retreating instead of defending himself? Simple? How can you tell that it's simple? Look at the direction she's pointing at. If Xianxia were to retaliate, he would be struck by her Qihai acupoint. If he were to charge forward, he would be struck by her foot on his Ziyang acupoint. If he were to move left, he would be struck by her shoulder on his Huaihai acupoint. If he were to flee to the right, he would be struck by an even more powerful attack. The battle between the two of them had caught the attention of everyone in the room. Initially, they didn't think much of it, but soon, looks of astonishment surfaced on their faces. They were all offspring of powerful clans, so they knew one another very well. Under normal circumstances, given Chen Liao's strength, she wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 blows from Xianxia. Yet, she was actually able to force Xianxia into a corner with 3 consecutive blows. Were the pointers that Zhang Xian had casually spoken really that miraculous? Interesting. Leaning against the table, Zhang Yu watched the dueling ring with a slight smile on his lips. Initially, he didn't have much interest in a duel of this level, but the sight before him made him want to take a second look. In order to defeat a stronger opponent, one had to grasp the timing of the battle perfectly, and more importantly, one had to have a clear understanding of one's opponent's moves. Yet, Zhang Xian was actually able to help Chen Liao achieve this without even making a move himself. Even he found it hard to believe. Dang 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 dang. Before everyone's perplexed gazes, the two of them exchanged another dozen blows, and Xianxia was actually unable to withstand even a single blow. He was forced to retreat continuously, and his back eventually crashed into the wall of the room. Damn it, Zhang Yu's face turned livid. To be unable to even retaliate after exchanging more than 10 blows with Chen Liao, he was so furious that he could explode on the spot. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Knowing that it was impossible for him to retreat anymore, Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and a powerful surge of energy immediately burst forth from his body. Is that his bloodline ability? Sensing the sudden surge in Xianxia's aura, everyone was taken aback. Surely there was no need for a student to resort to such strength in a casual spar. It's not his bloodline ability but a secret art that he cultivates. Once he makes a move, even a Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage cultivator would be unable to withstand it. A young man from the Zhang clan said with a smile. There was a limit to using one's bloodline ability. Every time one used it, one would have to rest for at least a month. As such, even the members of the Zhang clan would not use it easily. However, even without using their bloodline ability, the Zhang clan was still the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent. They had many secret arts that could swiftly raise their cultivation. Xianxia was forced back by a young lady who was weaker than him, and he could no longer hold himself back anymore. Thus, he decided to use his secret art. That Chen Liao is doomed. Indeed. She might be able to gain the upper hand with her technique, but before true strength, she won't be able to last too long. The crowd nodded in agreement. While it was true that one's technique could catch one's opponent off guard, as time went by, strength would still be the king. Otherwise, there was no way cultivators would cultivate diligently and diligently. As such, in their view, Chen Liao had only managed to gain the upper hand for a short period of time. In terms of true strength, she was still far from matching up to Xianxia. Defeat was inevitable. As the crowd discussed the matter, Chen Liao's heart also tightened. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do, Zhang Xian's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Third style of the traveling crane palm. It had already become a conditioned reflex for Chen Liao to listen to the other party's words. Without any hesitation, she raised her arm and flung it toward Xianxia. The traveling crane palm was a technique that an elder of the Glacier Plain Court had created while observing the flight of cranes. It wasn't too powerful, but it was extremely fast. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to track down. The third style was the essence of the technique. As soon as Xianxia executed it, it was as if a beautiful crane had spread its wings and soared into the heavens. Pa, the wings fell, and a resounding slap sounded. A resounding slap struck Xianxia's face. A slap? Xianxia was slapped? The surroundings were completely silent. Even Chen Liao was rooted to the spot. Even though her attack was swift and impossible to guard against, given the other party's strength, it should have been easy for him to dodge it. Yet, in the end, he was still struck squarely on the cheek, leaving 5 red finger marks on it. Wasn't the humiliation a little too much? She was not the only one who was in a daze. Xianxia was in the midst of executing a secret art to increase his strength, and when he was slapped in the face, he was completely stunned as well. A moment later, he came to his senses, and he felt the Xianxia in his body churning violently, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. "I'm going to kill you." His eyes turned blood red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was already humiliating for him to be forced to retreat to the wall by someone weaker than him. Now that he had been slapped in the face, he simply didn't want to live anymore. Rumble, furious, Xianxia roared furiously, and the energy within her body surged forth like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, it had nearly doubled in strength. Under the powerful shockwave, Xianxia was forced to retreat, and her face paled. "You brought this upon yourself." Zhang Yu, who was leaning against the table, chuckled. "Self-inflicted disaster?" A young man standing not too far away asked in bewilderment. "The secret art that Xianxia is using is known as the blood ignition formula. It ignites one's blood essence to boost one's fighting prowess. Under normal circumstances, it would only boost one's strength by 30%. However, after being slapped in the face publicly, he was so enraged that he drove the secret art to its limits, causing his strength to surge twofold. That's already comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage cultivator. If not for that, Xianxia would still have been able to hold her off for some time." Even though Zhang Yu didn't finish his words, it was clear what he was trying to say. Xianxia's slap had humiliated Xianxia, but for some inexplicable reason, it had caused the latter's strength to surge. If that were to happen, she would be the one to suffer. If that's the case, Xianxia is going to be in deep trouble. Xianxia has always been a cold-blooded person, and he doesn't know how to show mercy to women. The young man gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Even he would find it difficult to deal with a person whose strength had been enhanced twofold, let alone a leaving aperture realm pinnacle young lady. While the two of them were speaking, Xianxia had already gathered his strength to its peak. He took a step forward, and the surrounding air immediately warped. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if she had been bound by ropes. She struggled desperately, but she was unable to break free. "This is bad." With an awful look on her face, Xianxia hurriedly turned to Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, what should we do?" She had executed her battle technique strictly according to the other party's instructions, but who could have thought that the other party would suddenly go on a rampage under the provocation of the other party? "What should we do? Given how much his strength has increased, you won't be a match for him at the moment," Xianxia said as he stretched his back lazily. But Xianxia's body swayed weakly, and she nearly burst into tears. "I know that I'm not a match for him, but do I really have to take his beating? There are no buts. If you can't defeat him at the moment, why don't you try to make a breakthrough?" Xianxia was rendered speechless. "Make a breakthrough?" Xianxia was stunned. "Do you think that I'm like you, making breakthroughs on the spot? If it was that easy to reach Grand Dominion Realm, I would have done so a month ago. I wouldn't be stuck at the same spot right now." "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "From now on, listen to my every move. There's no need to be afraid or nervous. It's just Grand Dominion Realm. I guarantee that you'll be able to reach it within 10 breaths. 10 breaths, Xianxia's vision darkened. "Aren't you bragging a little too much?" Saint Sixdan Grand Dominion Realm wasn't just a matter of accumulating Xianxia, it also required one to comprehend a portion of the spatial laws. There were many talented geniuses on the master-teacher continent who had been stuck at this step, unable to make a breakthrough. Even the most talented genius of their Glacier Plain court had spent at least 3 months trying to make a breakthrough back then. "You want me to reach it within 10 breaths, why does it sound so unreliable to me?" 10 breaths? He can't be serious, can he? He's only a leaving aperture realm primary stage cultivator, but he actually dares to guide a leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivator to achieve a breakthrough. Can such a person really become a master teacher? Xianxia didn't lower his voice, so everyone in the room could hear him clearly. They glanced at one another as if they had seen a ghost. There should be a limit to one's bragging. Isn't he afraid of blowing his own trumpet? By the side, Feisher also frowned. Clearly, even he didn't think that it was possible for Xianxia to achieve a breakthrough within 10 breaths. Achieve a breakthrough? You don't have a chance anymore. On the other hand, Xianxia was so furious that he could explode. He raised his palm, and a ferocious might burst forth, crushing down on the young lady before him. Feeling the other party's ferocious might, Xianxia felt as if her bones were going to shatter under the pressure. She tried to escape, but she realized that she had already been locked in place by the other party. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do, Zhang Xian's voice sounded in her ears once more. Curved steps, second form. Circulate your Xianxia through your Tianmen acupoint and Qixin acupoint using the glacial formula. Alright. Knowing that there was no other way other than to trust the other party, Xianxia gritted her teeth tightly as she leaped forward. Instead of retreating, she dashed forward instead of retreating. The second form of the curved steps was known as rapid dash. It's over, Xianxia's face paled as her heart sank. He had acted as soon as he heard the order. He had not expected that he would be walking right into a trap. She was already unable to withstand the other party's palm even though she was so far away. If she were to charge forward, wouldn't the pressure be even greater? However, she didn't have much time to think about it. Barely after she dashed forward for 2 meters, she suddenly felt the pressure around her increasing by more than twofold. Her bones were already on the verge of shattering, and her meridians and muscles were on the verge of being torn to shreds. So what if I die? I'll just have to follow Xianxia's instructions. Despair filled Xianxia's heart, but there was nothing she could do at the moment. Thus, she drove her Xianxia according to the glacial formula to break through her Tianmen acupoint and Qixin acupoint. These two acupoints were crucial to achieving a breakthrough to Grand Dominion realm. She had tried several times in the past, but her efforts had been futile. At this moment, under the immense pressure, she felt her Xianxia flowing smoothly. It felt as if the other party's strength was pushing her Xianxia forward. In an instant, she felt as if the other party was not attacking her but imparting her Xianxia to him. Hong Long, driving her Xianxia furiously, she managed to break through the two acupoints in the blink of an eye. Following which, Xianxia's vision blurred for a moment, and before she knew it, she saw the space before her. She raised her hand lightly. A unique energy swirled around her body, reminiscent of a belt. Half Grand Dominion realm, reached. She really achieved a breakthrough? How did she do it? Seeing how Xianxia managed to overcome the bottleneck of leaving Aperture Realm in less than 2 breaths after entering the range of Xianxia's palm strike, everyone was stunned, and they found it difficult to breathe. They had thought that the other party was just spouting nonsense, but who could have thought that he would really succeed? Not only was the crowd shocked, even Xianxia was trembling in agitation. Disbelief surfaced in her eyes. It was something that she had failed to achieve even after putting in so much effort in the past. Who could have thought that she would be able to do it so easily? Change to the Yang Flame formula and channel your Xianxia through the 3 meridians of the Yin formula. Zhang Xian's voice suddenly sounded in Xianxia's mind. Not daring to stop, Xianxia controlled her Xianxia tightly and drove it according to the other party's instructions. Hong Long, the meridians in Xianxia's body rumbled, and the pressure from Xianxia's palm strike lessened once more. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia felt as if her entire body was playing a symphony, and the dominion that was bound around her waist began expanding outward once more. Under normal circumstances, if one's Xianxia was unable to keep up with the expansion of one's dominion, one would surely sustain severe injuries. However, by driving the Yang Flame formula into the Yin meridian, the dominion that she had created was reminiscent of a black hole. Tzzzzzz, in an instant, the energy from Xianxia's attack was devoured cleanly. With the augmentation of this energy, Xianxia's dominion immediately stabilized, forming a barrier of light with a radius of 5 meters around her. I really managed to achieve a breakthrough? Feeling that her dominion had stabilized, and her Xianxia was flowing relentlessly through her body, Xianxia's body stiffened in agitation. I did manage to achieve a breakthrough, and it has only been 5 breaths. Silence reigned in the surroundings. Everyone, including Fei Shi, had shocked looks on their faces. It was still acceptable for Zhang Xian to achieve a breakthrough to half Grand Dominion realm within 3 breaths, but just because of a single sentence from the other party. The shock they felt was indescribable. Even the 9-star master teachers had never heard of a technique that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough so swiftly. Impressive. Zhang Yu, who had been nonchalant all this while, narrowed his eyes. Impressive? That slap earlier was probably Zhang Xian's doing. He intentionally had Chen Liao provoke Xianxia so that the latter's strength would soar. Zhang Yu nodded. While the increase in strength through secret arts is powerful, it's actually phantasmal energy. Phantasmal energy? The young man asked in bewilderment. Phantasmal energy is a kind of energy that doesn't belong to one's body. Similar to a bubble, no matter how much it grows, it will disappear without a trace as soon as something happens. Phantasmal energy isn't as pure as one's own Xianxia, so it's easy for others to devour and assimilate it. Zhang Yu harumphed. That's what Zhang Xian is doing. While he's fighting Zhang Zhuo on the surface, he's actually making use of his strength to help Chen Liao overcome her bottleneck and reach Grand Dominion realm. The young man could hardly believe what he was hearing. They're in the midst of a battle, and it's a matter of life and death. Even if he's not imparting his strength, he's still doing it? In some clans and powers, there were some experts who would impart their strength to their juniors in order to raise their cultivation swiftly. In other words, cultivation impartation could allow one to achieve a breakthrough swiftly, but it was extremely demanding as well. Firstly, the two of them had to share the same lineage and cultivate the same cultivation technique. Secondly, the two of them had to be willing to do it without any resistance. Otherwise, as long as there was the slightest mishap, the one receiving the inheritance could very well explode and die. This was a form of impartation. In a battle, life and death could be decided in an instant. How much confidence and capability did one need to possess to borrow the other's strength under such circumstances? Zhang Xian must have investigated Zhang Zhuo beforehand, so he knew the cultivation technique he cultivated, his strength, and the type of secret art he practiced. After which, he combined it with Chen Liao's strength to make a deduction and analyze the other party's strength. It shouldn't have been too difficult for him to pull off such a feat. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed, and he seemed to have noticed the problem. During a battle, borrowing the strength of one's opponent and seizing the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough sounded complicated, but in reality, as long as one investigated the strength of both sides and made some deductions, there was a high chance of achieving this. More importantly, Chen Liao isn't as weak as I thought. She should be able to make a breakthrough at any moment now. In other words, even though he looked shocked, he was just cooperating with Zhang Xian to put on a show. Otherwise, do you think that a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator, not to mention an unaffiliated cultivator at that, would have a deeper understanding of cultivation than Chen Liao, Zhang Zhuo, and even us? With a smile, Zhang Su said confidently. The young man was enlightened. Putting it this way, even though the difficulty was high, it was still within an acceptable range. Understanding what was going on, the young man harumphed coldly. Despite his young age, he's actually quite a scheming mind. It goes without saying that he's here in the sanctum of sages to make a name for himself. Trampling on the Zhang family is the fastest way to spread one's name. That Zhang Xian sure is ambitious. Zhang Yu sneered coldly. Indeed. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? The young man asked with a frown. There's no need for that. It's one thing if he doesn't provoke me, but if he does, I don't mind teaching him an unforgettable lesson. Zhang Yu said with a wave of his hand. To him, even though Zhang Xian was talented, he did not think that he would pose any threat to him. While they were discussing the matter, Zhang Zhuo was completely enraged. The other party had actually made use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This was as good as slapping him in the face several more times. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he roared furiously and charged forward once more. All right, since you've made a breakthrough, he's useless to you. Just knock him out. Take 3 steps back and execute the 7th form of the treading crane steps together with the 2nd form of the hollow bright palm. Before Zhang Zhuo could reach her, Zhang Shi's voice sounded in Chen Liao's ears once more. This time, without any hesitation, she executed the move strictly according to Zhang Zhuo's instructions. Half a breath later, Zhang Zhuo's eyes narrowed in disbelief before he collapsed to the ground and fainted. I've won, and achieved a breakthrough on top of that? Overwhelmed with agitation, Chen Liao rushed back to Zhang Xian's side with deep admiration in her eyes. Zhang Yu thought that the young man before him had a good grasp of her strength, allowing him to analyze it in advance. However, she knew that it was only yesterday that they had met, and even though they had been together for some time, she had never seen the other party display his cultivation. In other words, the other party had no idea how strong she was at all. Instead, through his eye of discernment, the other party had guided her to successfully achieve a breakthrough in just 5 breaths. This capability was truly inconceivable. It was no wonder he was able to modify the Yin formula and Yang formula and solve the problem that countless experts of the Glacier Plain Court had failed to solve over the past several dozen millenniums. You should be thankful that this is a duel between students. If it were a life-and-death duel, you would have long been killed. Xianxia said, noticing the excitement in Chen Liao's eyes. This was a situation that could only be achieved in a duel where there was no danger to one's life. In a true life-and-death duel, Xianxia would have used his killing blow right from the start. Under the sharp might of the other party's attack, no matter how many tricks one had up their sleeves, it would be futile. As such, this kind of breakthrough could not be replicated. Furthermore, absorbing another's energy to achieve a breakthrough has resulted in your foundation becoming too stable. I'll write a cultivation technique for you later on so that you won't suffer any repercussions when you attempt to achieve a breakthrough in the future. Xianxia said. While such a breakthrough was fast, it could easily lead to instability in one's foundation, so she needed to put in more effort. Not everyone was as talented as him, able to reach the peak as long as he cultivated. Yes. Chen Liao nodded. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind, and she flicked her wrist. These 3 bottles of wintry spirit essence are all that I have. If Xianxia needs them, I'll give them to you. She had said earlier that as long as it could help her achieve a breakthrough, she was willing to give him the wintry spirit essence. Not only had she succeeded, she had even achieved an unimaginable level, so she wouldn't go back on her words. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up. To be honest, without his guidance, even if Chen Liao could achieve a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm, it would have taken her at least half a year or even an entire year. It was not a big deal for her to be rewarded for saving him so much time. Holding the wintry spirit essence in his hand, Xianxia casually uncorked the cork, and he felt the concentrated spiritual energy and astonishing chilling intent within. Without any hesitation, he gulped down the entire bottle. After a moment of hesitation, he gulped down the remaining 2 bottles as well. Time waits for no man. It had already been a day since he arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, but his cultivation had only risen by 2 cultivation stages. This was simply too slow. Since he had already gathered the leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, he should make a breakthrough as soon as possible. He drank all of them? Chen Liao knew that Xianxia's means were formidable, but seeing him consume 3 bottles of wintry spirit essence with her own eyes, she still couldn't help but shudder. As soon as the wintry spirit essence entered his body, he drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia, and it didn't take long for his depleted stamina to recover. Following which, concentrated spiritual energy continued to accumulate within him, and the strength within his body grew stronger and stronger. I'm fortunate to be able to witness such a spectacular breakthrough. As expected of the geniuses of the elite division, every single one of them possesses incredible skills. Just as Xianxia was about to push for a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, Feisher's voice suddenly sounded once more. Raising his head, he saw that Xianxia had already been roused by someone, and he was currently sitting by the side, sulking. Feisher looked at Xianxia excitedly. Even though his thoughts were the same as Zhang Yu's. Thinking that Chen Liao's breakthrough had been planned in advance, he still couldn't help but feel impressed. No matter how meticulous a plan was, if it wasn't executed properly, not only would it not serve as a deterrent, it might even turn into a laughingstock. However, I have to say this in advance. No matter what, this is just a friendly exchange, so please don't harbor any grudges against me. Knowing that the earlier duel might have displeased Xianxia and the Zhang clan, Feisher chuckled. Most of you come from powerful clans, so you should know the importance of connections. It's already a huge blessing that we were able to become students of the same batch as you. I hope that all of you can cherish your friendship with one another. This way, even if you end up dominating a region in the future, you'll still be able to interact better with one another. Indeed. Connections are very important. Don't worry, Feisher. We'll cherish our friendship with one another. Understanding the meaning behind Feisher's words, the crowd burst into laughter. As descendants of powerful clans, they would have been able to advance swiftly even without coming to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. The reason why they had gone through so much to get into the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy was firstly for the sake of the incantation left behind by Kongshi, and secondly, for the sake of connections. With a strong foundation of connections, even if they were to return to their clans in the future, they would surely be viewed in a new light, and they would swiftly be able to wield greater authority. Alright, I won't hold you up any longer. Let's have a friendly exchange before choosing a teacher suitable for us. Seeing that the crowd had understood, Xianxia nodded. The crowd also knew that it wasn't easy for them to gather together. Once they started cultivating in the future, it would be difficult to find people like them. Thus, they cherished this opportunity and began chatting with one another. With a smile, Xianxia walked up to Xianxia. Xianxia, I have looked through your history. From Tianshan Kingdom to Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, you managed to become the principal of Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy before you even reached 20. On top of that, you even successfully crashed 2 Hanyuan Master Teacher pavilions. As the head teacher of Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, he had read through Xianxian's profile in advance, and even with his vast knowledge, he couldn't help but feel impressed by the other party's capability. To be able to crash a Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, even if it was in a small place like Qingyuan conferred empire, it was still a testament to one's talent and capability. Xianxia, you're too polite. Xianxia clasped his fist. It's a good thing to have talent and capability, but it's important to have connections as well. The Zhang clan is the #1 clan on the Master Teacher continent, so I hope that we can forge a good relationship with one another. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying. It hadn't even been a day since the young man had arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, but he had already pummeled 3 members of the Zhang clan. As the #1 sage clan on the Master Teacher continent, the Zhang clan had many juniors in the Sanctum of Sages. As long as they were not the core members of the Sanctum of Sages, it would not be a big deal for them to be injured. However, to have beaten up 3 of them within such a short period of time, even if they were just the core members of the Sanctum of Sages, it was still a huge provocation. If the other party were to provoke the other party, he might still be able to mediate in the shadows. However, the Zhang clan was a power on par with the Sanctum of Sages. As an ordinary teacher, there was nothing he could do about it. If he were to incur the wrath of the other party and send even more formidable juniors, he would have no choice but to bear with it. Even as the teacher in charge of the elite division, there was nothing he could do about it. Thank you for your guidance, Xianxia. I understand. Knowing that the other party was speaking out of goodwill, Xianxia clasped his fist. It's good that you understand. You are an unaffiliated cultivator, so you should pay more attention to your connections. Making more friends is better than making more enemies. After all, no one is the sanctum head. Xianxia remarked. Sanctum head? Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a perplexed expression. What did this have to do with the sanctum head? The Sanctum of Sages is affiliated to the Mingshi Tang headquarters, and it is on par with the Combat Master Hall. You should know about this, right? Seeing Xianxian's expression, Xianxia asked. Xianxia nodded. If the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters could be viewed as a massive national organization, the regional Master Teacher Pavilions would serve as the local administration, and the Combat Master Hall would serve as an army under the direct command of the headquarters. If there were any conflicts, the Combat Master Hall would be dispatched to deal with them. As for the Sanctum of Sages, it was a place similar to the Imperial Academy, and it was responsible for grooming the top talents of the Master Teacher continent. As such, if one were to compare the Combat Master Hall to the Sanctum of Sages, the two would be on par with one another. They were both subordinates of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. The Mingshi Tang headquarters are aloof from the affairs of the Master Teacher continent. As long as one doesn't betray mankind, they won't interfere. As a subordinate organization, the Sanctum of Sages can't get too close to the other clans and powers, Xianxia explained. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Take the Combat Master Hall for example, it was unlikely for it to have any contact with the local authorities. Otherwise, Mingshi Tang would have surely stepped in to deal with it. It was the same for the Sanctum of Sages as well. As a place to groom talents, it was a place where everyone could learn from Kongshi's teachings. However, due to the fact that there were simply too many powers in the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia could not make use of this opportunity to get close to any one of them. Otherwise, he would be biased and lose sight of Kongshi's teachings. As the leader of the Sanctum of Sages, in order to win the respect of the later generations of the sage clans, the Sanctum Head has to crush all of them in his path. Take the previous Sanctum Head for example. When he was young, he was a candidate for the Sanctum of Sages, and he challenged the Zhang clan, Luo clan, and Jiang clan to challenge the Sanctum of Sages. However, as the Sanctum Head, he didn't have to fear offending others, and there was no need for him to fawn over others either. On the contrary, doing so will only earn the acknowledgement of the other powers. But you are different. As an ordinary student, it would be best for you to maintain a low profile. There are countless geniuses in the Sanctum of Sages, and even though you have gone through a lot in the past, you are still lacking compared to the true geniuses. Feisher advised. While Xianxia's experiences were indeed astounding, if he were to be compared to the little princess of the Luo clan and the geniuses of the Zhang clan, he would still pale in comparison. This was especially so for the former. In less than 2 years after arriving at the Sanctum of Sages, she had already cleared nearly all of the trials in the Sanctum of Sages. Yet, when asked why, the answer she received was that she was bored. If she was bored, she would challenge the trials. Most of the difficult trials would be from the Gui corridor to the Jia corridor, leaving everyone on the verge of a mental breakdown. No matter how talented the young man before him was, he could only be considered to be average at best. There was no way he could match up to such a monster. Yes, I understand. Xianxia stroked his lower jaw. The previous Sanctum Heads had challenged the other clans and powers, but it seemed like he was still too low profile. It had been more than a day since he arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, but all he had done was destroy a corridor of puppets and pummel 3 members of the Zhang clan. This was still a little too little, sigh, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to be so outstanding, to keep a low profile, to avoid revealing himself? Such a personality was indeed worrisome. It seemed like he would have to be more high-profile in the future. If Feisher were to learn of his thoughts, he would probably faint on the spot. No matter how high-profile the other Sanctum Heads were, they would have to cultivate for 100 years or even several hundred years before they could soar into the sky with a firm foundation. On the other hand, this fellow was only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, and he had only arrived at the Sanctum of Sages less than a day ago. No matter how formidable the Sanctum Heads were, they had never done such a thing before. It's good that you understand. Find an opportunity to apologize to the Zhang clan in the next 2 days. Seeing that Xianxia had understood his intentions, Feisher nodded in relief. Geniuses were not to be feared. What was truly fearsome was those who were able to live long lives and submit. He had placed a lot of hope in Xianxia, so naturally, he didn't want the latter to suffer a setback before he had fully matured, resulting in him being unable to advance any further. Apologize? Xianxia frowned. Indeed. Both of you share the same surname, Zhang. If you can build a good relationship with him, it'll be of great help to your future. If you can become a guest elder of the Zhang clan, you won't have to worry about resources, and your future will surely be limitless. Feisher said. What unaffiliated cultivators lacked the most was resources. Be it spirit stones or cultivation technique manuals, as long as they had sufficient resources, they would be able to advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Guest elder? The Zhang clan is no different from a country or a sect. Not only do they have members from the clan, they also have many experts from the subordinate powers. It's only when these people are gathered together that they form such a colossus. Feisher remarked. Of course, as a master teacher, the best choice for you is the Mingshi Tang headquarters. However, there are many tests you have to go through in order to enter the headquarters, and the difficulty is far greater. I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. While the Zhang clan might seem like a clan on the surface, it was actually more like an aircraft carrier, with countless destroyers under its command. Many unaffiliated cultivators would try to build a good relationship with the Zhang clan so that they could enter the Sanctum of Sages after they graduated. Of course, to master teachers, the Mingshi Tang headquarters was the best choice. However, the difficulty of entering the headquarters was far greater. Only the top experts of the master-teacher continent were qualified to enter the headquarters. Alright, that's all I have to say. The Sanctum of Sages is all about connections, and the Zhang clan is an insurmountable obstacle in the master-teacher continent. I'll leave the decision to you. Just as Feisher was about to take his leave, a student suddenly rushed over. Feisher, bad news. The King of Destruction is here. The King of Destruction? What is he doing here? Feisher was taken aback. The King of Destruction was a figure who caused headaches in the Sanctum of Sages. He loved to challenge all kinds of trials and wreak havoc, causing havoc in the Sanctum of Sages. Anyone who heard of his arrival would feel a headache coming on. Just that, this was the Hall of Benevolence, the elite division. What was that fellow doing here? There was nothing for him to destroy. I don't know, but he's already here. Right after Feisher said those words, a tall and handsome young man walked over with widened strides. As soon as he arrived, he began scanning the surroundings, seemingly looking for someone. Luo Xianxia, this is where the elite division is located. If you really intend to cause trouble, I'll have to ask you to leave. Upon seeing Luo Xianxia's arrival, several figures immediately stepped forward to block his path. One of them bellowed coldly. He was the most talented individual from the Zhang clan who had entered the Sanctum of Sages this time around, Zhang Yu. Elite division? How incredible. When I entered this place, you were still freaking pissing in the gutter. Scram to the side. Don't delay me from finding him. Luo Xianxia waved his hand. As members of the two premier clans of the master-teacher continent, he had long met Zhang Yu, and they could be considered to be familiar with each other. You, being insulted in public, Zhang Yu's face turned livid. Scram. Luo Xianxia waved his hand grandly. Hong Long, a violent force immediately swept over. Before Zhang Yu could react, he was sent flying like a rubber ball swept by a flood. Pada. He slammed into the wall and hung there. He wanted to move, but he was unable to do so. Even though he was a genius himself, his age and strength were far above that of a veteran like Luo Xianxia. Seeing that Luo Xianxia had made a move, the other members of the Zhang clan glared at him furiously, and they quickly rushed forward. However, before they could even get close, Luo Xianxia had already waved his hand. In an instant, as if swatting flies, the crowd was smashed into the wall, and they struggled desperately to free themselves. Even though Luo Xianxia had managed to subdue them, he knew his limits. He only managed to hang them from the wall, not injuring them at all. Luo Xianxia, this is the elite division. There's nothing you can do here. You should just leave. Feisher said as he walked over. No matter what, he was the teacher in charge of the Zhang clan. If he didn't make a move now, he would lose face. I'll leave as soon as I find him. Luo Xianxia waved his hand casually as his eyes fell on the person behind Feisher. Zhang Xian, right? You're the one I'm looking for. You're looking for me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. You're looking for Zhang Xian? Luo Xianxia has always been a violent person, so this fellow is bound to be pummeled. He's a stubborn fellow who doesn't listen to anyone but his younger sister. He must have offended Zhang Xian, so he's here to pick a fight with him. Over the years, there have been few seniors and freshmen who haven't been pummeled by him. Zhang Xian is doomed. He wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. The eyes of Zhang Zhue and the others who had just been pummeled lit up upon hearing those words. That Luo Xianxia was an unreasonable person. Even though they hadn't been found, they were still hung on the walls. Needless to say, Zhang Xian would surely be pummeled until his face was swollen, leaving him in a miserable state. Indeed. Brother, come with me. Big brother, I have something important to tell you. Before Zhang Xian could react, Luo Xianxia had already grabbed him by the neck and brought him out. Zhang Zhue, Zhang Yu, and the others. Isn't this the violent king of destruction? Aren't we supposed to fight? Why isn't he playing by the rules? Zhang Xian was also dumbfounded. He had only met this brother-in-law once, and he was sent flying with a single punch. Why was he looking for him? Could it be that she knew of his relationship with Ruoxin and agreed to it? His body trembled in agitation. If this violent brother-in-law agreed, many things would be simple. Following closely behind the other party, Zhang Xian walked out of the elite division. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his body shudder, and a chill surged through his body. I forgot about the breakthrough. After consuming the wintry spirit essence, before he could start cultivating, Feisher had already rushed over to talk to him. After which, before he could start cultivating as well, his future brother-in-law had already appeared and pulled him away hurriedly. Even the geniuses of the Glacier Plain court would turn into popsicles if they drank just a mouthful of the wintry spirit essence. Yet, Xianxia had swallowed 3 bottles in a single breath. If it had been anyone else, they would have long frozen to death. While Xianxia was able to withstand the effects of the wintry spirit essence with his Heaven's Path Xinqi, he wouldn't be able to last long. He had to neutralize the effects as soon as possible. Now that the frigid qi was acting up, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The frigid qi was becoming more and more ferocious, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to be frozen. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. This won't do. I have to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Knowing that he would freeze to death at this rate, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He quickly drove his Xinqi to neutralize the cold and convert it into Xinqi in order to push for a breakthrough. What are you doing? Sensing the changes in Xianxia's body, Luo Xianqing halted his footsteps and frowned. I want to cultivate. Xianxia's lips trembled as he spoke. The cold air had already invaded his body, and he was somewhat unable to resist it. Even his words were somewhat shaky, and it was difficult for him to speak clearly. When can't I cultivate? I have something to discuss with you. We'll have plenty of time after we start cultivating. Luo Xianqing thought that it was some big matter, but upon hearing that he was going to cultivate, he waved his hand and said, Hurry up and follow me. Forget it, you are walking too slowly. I'll hold your hand and fly you. Before Xianxia could explain in detail, he felt his body being wrapped up by a force. With a whoosh, it was as if he had traveled through time and space, flying straight ahead. Woo woo woo, Xianxia could only see a brilliant gleam flickering in his eyes. He couldn't tell how fast he was flying, but it seemed to have surpassed even his Heaven's Path movement art. As expected of the genius of the Luo clan, he sighed in his heart. This brother-in-law of his was Ruoxin's elder brother, so there was no doubt that his grasp over spatial laws was far more formidable than most. Needless to say, there was no doubt that his speed was incredible as well. Even though Xianxia had cultivated the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel and the Unbounded Voyager, due to the limitations of his cultivation, he was still unable to match up to the other party in terms of speed. Forget it, I should hurry up and digest the energy within the wintry spirit essence. Otherwise, I'll surely be frozen to death. Even if I don't die, I'll be in deep trouble. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be shocked, Xianxia quickly closed his eyes and tried his best to digest the ice energy in his body. As more and more energy was refined, the depleted Xinqi became denser and denser, and its grade also slowly increased. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of cultivating, he suddenly felt the frigid aura in his body slowly dissipating. His body jolted, and he came to a halt. What appeared before him wasn't the familiar buildings of the Sanctum of Sages but an empty field. He was trapped in a bundle of Xinqi, and Luo Xianqing was standing not too far away with his hands behind his back, seemingly deep in thought. Uncle. Brother Luo, where am I? Why did you bring me here? Xianxia asked, his lips trembling from the cold. Don't speak. Luo Xianqing waved his hand. Xianxia was perplexed. The other party had brought him here without saying anything at all, and when he asked, the other party even told him not to speak. What in the world was that fellow up to? Woo woo woo. Perplexed, Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do when he suddenly heard a whimpering sound. Reminiscent of a phantom, it seemed to come and go from one moment to another. Heh. Harumphing coldly, Luo Xianqing stepped forward. Hong Long. A powerful aura burst forth from Luo Xianqing's body, and Xianxia immediately felt the space before him distorting under the influence of some unknown force. At the same time, his spiritual perception also vanished in the blink of an eye, entering an unknown dimension beyond his control. So, this is the phantasmal space realm? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. At Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm, not only would one's dominion become more difficult to grasp, more importantly, one would be able to create their own unique environment. In that environment, as long as the other party was unwilling, even one's spiritual perception would be unable to reach them. This was exactly the case with Luo Xianqing. Xianxia's spiritual perception fell right beside Luo Xianqing, but as if a rock falling into mud, the connection between him and Luo Xianqing was severed in the blink of an eye. Even though he knew that Luo Xianqing was right in front of him, it was as if the other party had vanished without a trace. Phantasmal space realm experts were able to create their own unique environment. If they wished to conceal themselves, it would be impossible to find them with one's spiritual perception or physical eyes. Unless one's cultivation was on par with the other party, it would be nigh impossible to find them. I have insight. Realizing this, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with his cultivation anymore. Lines of insight surfaced in his eyes, and he swiftly scanned the area before him once more. Hula, Luo Xianqing, who had vanished a moment ago, appeared before his eyes once more. Even though his figure was still a little blurry, he was no longer invisible. Hung Long, under the illumination of the Eye of Insight, Xianxia could see that his future brother-in-law seemed to be fighting with someone. Powerful shockwaves rippled in all directions, causing the entire field to tremble. It had to be said that while his future brother-in-law was violent and reckless, his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. Even if Xianxia were to gather all of his strength, he would still be no match for the other party. Vicious, are you able to defeat him? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Vicious had once said that even Saint Seven Dan experts wouldn't be a match for him. Given that his future brother-in-law's strength had also reached Saint Seven Dan as well, would he be able to defeat the other party? I can easily defeat ordinary Saint Seven Dan experts, but that fellow. I won't be a match for him. Vicious replied awkwardly. Even though he had devoured the will of Vicious in the marshlands of the northern meadows and improved his fighting prowess significantly, he was still able to deal with ordinary Saint Seven Dan experts. However, Luo Xianqing was one of the core geniuses of the Luo clan, as well as the feared king of destruction of the Sanctum of Sages. Even though he had strengthened his fighting prowess significantly, he still wouldn't be a match for the other party. I thought that even Saint Seven Dan experts wouldn't be a match for him. Xianxia clicked his tongue in disdain. When that fellow first awoke, he had been bragging so loudly, so Xianxia had thought that the other party was truly formidable. However, from the looks of it now, he had been overthinking things. Hearing the displeasure in Xianxia's voice, Vicious hurriedly said, Master, as long as you allow me to devour the wisdom character, I'll definitely be able to defeat that fellow easily. If I were to devour the righteousness character as well, I'd be able to put up a fight against even Saint 8 Dan experts. If I were to devour the benevolence character as well, even Saint 9 Dan experts wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat me. Alright, stop bragging. How can you forget those characters no matter how much you think about them? Xianxia shook his head in disdain as he instructed. That was the artifact that Conshur had left behind for the Sanctum of Sages, and it was meant to stabilize one's luck. Yet, you actually dared to speak of devouring it. You sure are gutsy, but thinking about it, it did make sense. After all, that fellow was the expert who had trapped Conshur for many days back then. Naturally, he wouldn't be as fearful of the other party as the others. Yes, despite being berated, Vicious didn't dare to speak anymore. Xianxia turned his gaze back to Luo Xianqing. Ha ha ha, as expected of the prodigy of the Luo clan, you are indeed powerful. I'll accept your invitation. Hula, following which, Xianxia saw a short man standing beside Luo Xianqing. He was only half the height of Luo Xianqing, and his skin was as dark as charcoal. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that seemed to be able to tear the air apart. Huge craters and deep ravines could be seen on the fields not too far away due to the earlier battle. If not for the fact that the terrain was perfectly flat, Xianxia would have thought that it was a dangerous mountain range. He's also a Saint Seven Dan expert. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Even though he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation, the fact that the other party was able to fight Luo Xianqing to a standstill showed that his fighting prowess was definitely at least at Saint Seven Dan. Who is that? Why did you bring him along? Upon seeing the other party, the short man also turned his gaze over and frowned. Luo Xianqing was just about to speak when he suddenly heard the cry of a crane in the sky. Following which, he saw a massive crane swiftly flying over. This crane wasn't pure white. Instead, like a phoenix, it had rainbow-colored feathers on its tail, and there seemed to be flames dancing on it. But, it's a seven-colored divine crane. Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. This crane was completely different from those foolish fellows whom he had attracted while playing the zither. It was a seven-colored divine crane, a saint beast that had survived since ancient times. Even without cultivating, it would still possess the fighting prowess of a Saint 7 Dan expert upon reaching adulthood. The two of you sure are early. While Xianxia was still in the midst of his shock, a voice suddenly sounded. Raising his head, he saw a young man standing on the back of the crane. The young man appeared to be in his 30s as well, but he was slightly chubby. He was a head taller than Luo Xianqing, making Sun Chong look no different from a child before him. In comparison, Sun Chong couldn't possibly be any skinnier. It's not easy for the seven-colored divine crane to carry him, Xianxian thought. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a chubby person. To be able to carry the seven-colored divine crane and fly around, it was not easy at all. It's not that we're early, you're the one who's late. Come on down. Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly as he raised his hand and clawed at the air. The surrounding space immediately warped once more, and the crane in the sky seemed to have crashed into a wall, causing it to wobble unsteadily, as if it would fall at any moment. Your control over space is indeed formidable. However, it won't be that easy for you to hurt me. The plump man chuckled softly. Without bothering to dodge, he suddenly leaped down from the back of the crane. Hoo, due to his weight and inertia, his speed reached its maximum in the blink of an eye, exceeding even the speed of sound. Gotcha! The plump man crashed heavily into the sealed space, causing a massive crack to appear. With a resounding boom, the space shattered, and Luo Xianqing was forced to retreat several steps. Boom! The plump man crashed into the ground, creating a massive depression. The corner of Xianxian's mouth twitched. Upon reaching the transcendent mortal realm, one would be able to survive a fall from an ordinary height. The cultivation of the plump man was clearly on par with Luo Xianqing. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to survive a fall from the back of the crane. However, to accelerate in midair, shatter the seal, and create such a huge depression, the speed at which he fell was comparable to a fall from an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters. This kind of situation was much more powerful than a mountain smashing on his head. He couldn't help but wonder if he would die on the spot. If that was the case, it would be laughable. However, the shock in his heart didn't last long. The figure that was as fat as a mountain climbed out of the pit. He shook his shoulders and the dust on his body fell off. He wasn't injured at all. It was as if the one who fell to the ground was not him, but someone else. What a strong defense! Xianxian was speechless. His quintuple incandescence golden body had reached its pinnacle, and his physical body was comparable to a Saint intermediate tier artifact. However, if the other party had charged down at the same speed as before, his internal organs would have ruptured, and he would have spurted mouthfuls of blood. Even if he was still alive, he would have been half dead by now. Yet, the other party was completely fine. In terms of physical body, the other party was far stronger than him, terrifying. Who is this? I've never seen it before. After shaking off the dust, the plump man turned to look at Xianxian and said, You seem to have been imprisoned, and there seems to be something wrong with your body as well. Could it be that I offended you and got captured? Do you need me to help you sit down and kill you? It's an honor for me to sit on you until you die. Black lines streaked across Xianxian's face. Why is this fatty's hobby the same as Jing Yuanding's? They both like to sit, fearing that Xianxian would really kill Xianxian. Luo Xianqing hurriedly waved his hand and said, I have specially invited him over. Invite him over? Fatty and Shorty were in disbelief. They were well aware of Luo Xianqing's personality. He was a person who had wreaked havoc in the sanctum of sages, and he was an extremely arrogant person who refused to submit to anyone. Yet, he had specially invited a 20-year-old leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator over. Just what was his background? Yeah, Luo Xianqing nodded. Just as he was about to continue introducing the spirit formation, a thin layer of mist suddenly shrouded the area. Following which, an alluring voice echoed in the air. A song breaks one's heart, the beauty of youth fades away, and tears fill one's clothes. Sorry for the long wait. The voice was fleeting, as if it was ringing beside one's ear, but it also seemed to appear in the depths of one's soul, making it impossible for one to refuse. The faces of Luo Xianqing, the plump man, and the shorty immediately turned grim. Their jinqi surged, and white smoke rose from their heads, as if they were trying to resist the attack of the voice. It's the demonic tune. Xianxia was also on his guard. Even though the influence of the demonic tunes on him wasn't too great after he drove his heaven's path jinqi, the slightest carelessness could still cause him to succumb to the demonic tunes and develop inner demons. He had enough inner demons, so he didn't want any subordinates for the time being. By Hongyin, it has been a long time since we last met, but it seems like your means haven't improved much. Luo. Xianqing harumphed coldly in displeasure as he sensed the assault from the sound wave growing stronger and stronger. If it's not brilliant, then I'll give it a try, the voice suddenly took on a demonic tone. At the same time, the mist grew thicker, and it felt as if there were phantoms all over the place, making it difficult for one to focus one's attention. Sure, I'll give it a try then. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Luo Xianqing took a step forward as his feet came into contact with the ground, and a deafening reverberation reminiscent of a drum echoed in the air. Jinqi burst forth from his body, forming a dazzling sun that made it difficult for one to open their eyes. As the radiance dissipated, the mist dissipated significantly. The young man widened his eyes like lanterns as he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. In an instant, a massive palm print appeared in the sky, covering an area of more than 10 mu. Powerful energy swirled in the air, causing the space above the field to freeze, as if it would collapse at any moment. What incredible control over space! It has been a while since we last met, but you have improved so much, the concealed demonic tunes harumphed, as if they had suffered a slight disadvantage in the clash. Of course. You're the only one who hasn't improved, but I haven't. Luo Xianqing retracted his palm and returned to Xianxia's side. Tzzzzzzzzzz, the mist began to converge into the distance, and a slender figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an extremely beautiful lady. Her figure was tall and slender, and her legs were long and slender. Shockingly, she was even taller than Xianxia. After cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, not only had Xianxia's skin become smoother and smoother, his physique had also reached a perfect height. At the very least, he was 1.8 meters tall. With such a height, he could already be considered as a man. Yet, this lady who had just arrived was even taller than him. This was truly shocking. Since everyone is here, allow me to introduce them to you. Seeing that Luo Xianqing was walking over, Luo Xianqing quickly scanned the crowd and said, "This is Xianxia, Xiangshi. He's a freshman recruited by the Sanctum of Sages this year. Yesterday was our first meeting." Luo Xianqing, why are you bringing a freshman along? It's not like you don't know how powerful a freshman is. Won't you be holding him back if you bring him along? Given how dangerous that place is, why are you bringing a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator there? Given that his surname is Zhang, could he be a genius from the Zhang clan? But, don't you hate those from the Zhang clan? Upon hearing that Xianxia was only a freshman, the trio frowned. It was no wonder they would react in such a manner. Their cultivation had already reached Saint 7 Dan, and yet, the other party had brought a Saint 5 Dan primary stage cultivator with him. Don't underestimate Xiangshi. He might be young, but he's already a top-notch formation master. The speed at which he sets up formations is unprecedented. In fact, even some 8-star pinnacle formation masters might not be able to match up to him. Luo Xianqing said. The other party's speed at setting up formations was many times faster than his. Even though he was a little displeased by the matter yesterday, he was still impressed by the other party. Formation? Xianxia nodded in realization. He had thought that the other party had invited him over because the other party had learned of his relationship with Lozozi, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Most likely, the other party had witnessed his deep understanding of formations during the 8-star formation master examination yesterday, so he had specially invited the other party over to participate in some kind of trial or examination with them. A leaving Aperture Realm primary stage freshman actually sets up a formation faster than an 8-star pinnacle formation master? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? The shorty frowned in disbelief. The other two also looked at Luo Xianqing doubtfully. As an upper 9 pass occupation, Formation masters had a high requirement on their cultivation. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible for them to set up a formation. How could a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator receive such an evaluation? What? You don't believe my words? Luo Xianqing asked in displeasure. I took the 8-star formation master examination together with him, but he had already set up a formation before I even finished looking through the formation blueprint. If not for that, do you think that I would have invited him over? He had already set up a formation before you even finished looking through the formation blueprint? The trio was taken aback. Looks of disbelief surfaced on their faces. As Saint Seven Dan experts, their primordial spirits and spiritual perception were extremely powerful. As long as they weren't too complicated, they would be able to memorize most cultivation technique manuals with a single glance. How fast could the other party be to set up a formation before they even finished looking through the formation blueprint? I have some understanding of formations as well. Since that's the case, why don't I give it a try? The tall lady, Bai Hongyin, said with a smile. Who, before Xianxia could process what was going on, the sight before him blurred, and the energy that had sealed him vanished without a trace. He felt as if he had fallen into a formation activated by a formation plate. His surroundings were pitch black, and a sinister wind blew furiously. At the same time, an overwhelming mental pressure was crushing down on him, leaving him with a splitting headache. That fellow isn't just skilled in demonic tunes, he has a deep understanding of formations as well. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. As soon as that fellow appeared, the mist around him had risen. It was clear that he had used some kind of formidable formation plate, or else it wouldn't have been so effective. The fact that he was able to activate the keyboard and trap everyone within it meant that his understanding of formations had reached at least 8-star. Bai Hongyin, what are you doing? Not expecting Bai Hongyin to make a move on him all of a sudden, Luo Xianqing flew into a rage. He was just about to rush forward to stop her when he suddenly felt someone pulling his arm back. Don't worry, she knows what she's doing. Let her give it a try, or else even we won't be convinced. The one who spoke was the fatty. Clearly, he was a little dissatisfied with the freshman named Xianxia, and he wanted to make use of Bai Hongyin to see what kind of ability the latter possessed. That. All right then. Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. These were his longtime friends. Even though they were unwilling to admit defeat to one another, they knew that they had a sense of propriety, and they would never hurt another for no good reason. Luo Xianqing said that you have a deep understanding of formations, so this is a formation plate that I had an 8-star high-tier formation master custom-made for you. I'll give you 4 hours to decipher it. If you can decipher it, it'll mean that you're qualified to join us. Unaware of what was going on outside, Xianxia, who was trapped in the formation, suddenly heard a calm voice. You want me to decipher it in 4 hours? Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He had only gone to register for the elite division, but Luo Xianqing had already dragged him here. To think that he would actually be tested here. Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Do you think that I want to join you? But since his future brother-in-law had invited him personally, and the other party was so confident in his abilities, he could not sully the other party's reputation. Otherwise, it would be even more impossible for him to join Lozozi. Flaws. Understanding this, Xianxia could not be bothered to say anything more. A glint flashed across his eyes, and a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. What a trashy formation plate. It has so many flaws. Taking a look at the content, Xianxia's lips twitched in disdain. He had thought that the other party had invited an 8-star high-tier formation master to forge it for him, but from the looks of it, it seemed like it was nothing much. There are a total of 138 ways to solve it, Xianxia swiftly calculated and came to a conclusion. After studying the 8-star formation master manual, his comprehension of formations had already reached 8-star pinnacle. In fact, he was even on par with some 9-star primary stage formation masters. Given that he knew of the flaws in the formation plate and possessed such a deep understanding of formations, deciphering a formation plate was a walk in the park for him. Since that's the case, I'll just have to make my future brother-in-law happy. I'll just have to use the fastest and most direct method. Xianxia pondered for a moment before coming up with an idea. After deciding on a method, he was just about to execute it when his body suddenly stiffened. All of his meridians had been frozen solid. This is bad. I still haven't recovered from the wintry spirit essence yet. He had consumed 3 bottles of wintry spirit essence, but before he could even begin assimilating it, Feisher had come over to have a talk with him. Following which, his future brother-in-law had brought him here. While he had managed to neutralize a portion of it along the way, a large portion of it had still remained in his body. It was not too much of a problem for him to just sit cross-legged on the ground. However, as soon as he tried to use his Xianxia to decipher the formation, he immediately suffered a backlash. Xianxia's face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if his internal organs had turned into blocks of ice, and he found himself unable to control his Xianxia. Don't think about deciphering the formation yet. Otherwise, I might just freeze to death here. Xianxia's heart jolted. He had been thinking about how he could decipher the formation to leave a good impression on Luo Shanqing, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was impossible. If Xianxia did not refine the spirit essence in his body as soon as possible, it would be a small matter for him to waste so many good things. In the worst-case scenario, it might even result in a hidden danger, causing uncontrollable changes to his body. Assimilate. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Xianxia took a deep breath and gathered the Heaven's Path Xianxia he had just gathered. Making use of the glacial spiritual energy, he began pushing for a breakthrough in his cultivation. The Heaven's Path Xianxia had no attribute, but it was capable of neutralizing all lethal poisons in the world. On top of that, it could even mimic the Xianxia of slaughter of the otherworldly demonic tribe, such that not even the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King were able to notice it. It was due to this ability that the wintry spirit essence, which even the Glacier Plain Court feared, was nothing to him. Gugugugu, driving his Xianxia, Xianxia's stiff body began to melt once more, and a powerful surge of Xianxia surged toward the bottleneck. Kacha! Kacha! In an instant, the bottleneck of leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage was torn apart. Xianxia's Xianxia surged furiously, and his strength rose once more. With the abundant spiritual energy in his body, and having studied the leaving Aperture Realm breakthrough for many years, Xianxia was extremely familiar with the process. Like a rolling snowball, his Heaven's Path Xianxia grew stronger and stronger. In less than 5 breaths, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage. 10 breaths later, he had already reached leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle, After breaking through 3 small stages in a row, the icy spirit liquid spiritual energy slowly dissipated. It was completely exhausted and lost its power. I succeeded. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia's eyes lit up. As expected of the treasure of the Glacier Plain Court, it was something that even Chen Liyao was unwilling to give up on. Using it to achieve a breakthrough was indeed more efficient. Since I've already broken through, let's go through the Thunder Tribulation. Having reached leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle, Xianxia no longer hesitated. Rumble, the thunderclouds were attracted over and emitted a malevolent power. Upon reaching the leaving Aperture Realm, as long as one did not intentionally conceal their cultivation, they would be able to summon a lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the intensity of the lightning tribulation would vary according to the strength of the cultivator. The stronger one was, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation would be. Luo Shanqing, since you think so highly of this Xianxia, why don't you guess how long it will take for him to crack Bai Hongyin's formation plate? The fatty lifted his stomach to prevent it from falling to the ground as he looked over with a smile. Bai Hongyin's formation plate is at grade 8 intermediate stage. I might have to put in quite a bit of effort to decipher it. Luo Shanqing paused for a moment before continuing. My guess is that it will take at least an hour. Deciphering a formation was much easier than setting one up. To be able to set up a grade 8 formation in just a few breaths, even the lowest grade 8 formation would require a deep understanding of formations. No matter how formidable Bai Hongyin's formation plate was, Luo Shanqing did not think that she would be able to do it. However, this was the first time he had come into contact with such a formidable formation plate, so it would take at least an hour or even longer. An hour? You sure have a lot of confidence in him. But I think that it'll be difficult for him to do so. The shorty scoffed coldly. It's not like you don't know how powerful Bai Hongyin's formation is. It's infused with demonic tunes and primordial spirit attacks. Those who are trapped within it won't even be able to focus their attention. How could it be that easy to decipher the formation? Even some 8-star high-tier formation masters would need at least 4 to 6 hours to succeed. Even if Xianxia is as formidable as you make him out to be, it'll be impossible for him to succeed without 2 hours. You're still too confident in him. I don't think that he'll be able to succeed at all. The fatty shook his head. As a Saint 7 Dan expert, Xianxia had seen many formidable formation masters in his time, so he was well aware of the limits of their capabilities. Bai Hongyin's demonic tunes were not just at the pinnacle of demonic tunes, her formations were extremely powerful as well. Even though it was only a grade 8 intermediate tier formation plate, its prowess was far greater than that of a high-tier formation plate. It would be hard to say whether Bai Hongyin would be able to escape the first time she came into contact with it, let alone decipher it in just a few hours. Hearing the words of the duo, Luo Xuanqing's confidence began to wane. Perhaps it was due to Bai Hongyin's incredible talent, allowing her to instantly deduce the crux of the formation and succeed in a single try. Or perhaps it was due to the fact that she had practiced it many times before. Just because he had never seen a grade 8 elementary formation before did not mean that Bai Hongyin had never seen one before. If she had practiced it many times before, it was only natural that she would be able to successfully set it up so quickly. Hong Long, while Luo Xianqing was still worried, the formation before him suddenly shook intensely, and a powerful surge of energy seemed to be surging at an incredible rate. After maintaining the formation for around 20 breaths, the sky suddenly darkened, and fearsome lightning descended from the heavens. It was impossible to see what was happening within the formation due to the thick layer of mist, but the fact that the lightning clouds were floating right above their heads made their hair stand on end. What's going on? Bai Hongyin, who was in charge of the formation, was also stunned. She had only been maintaining the formation to test the other party's ability to decipher the formation. She had not committed any heinous crimes, so why would she be struck by lightning? Surely it didn't have to be that vicious. She had only been infusing her Xinqi into the formation plate to maintain the formation, so she did not pay much attention to what was happening within. As such, she was unaware that the young man inside had managed to raise his cultivation from leaving Aperture Realm primary stage to leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle in just 20 breaths. Damn it! Bai Hongyin hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the lightning was heading straight for her formation plate, she clenched her fists tightly and launched a powerful attack. Hong Long, but before her attack could reach the black clouds, a lightning bolt as thick as a human's waist suddenly fell from the sky. Kacha, carrying boundless might and an aura that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens, the lightning bolt swiftly devoured her attack. Tzzzzzzzzzz, in an instant, Bai Hongyin's entire body stiffened. Her hair stood on end, and her face was charred black. The seductive air that she had exuded a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. Even though her cultivation had reached Saint 7 Dan, it was still insufficient before the might of the heavens. Under the immense might of the lightning bolt, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have dissipated significantly. Bai Hongyin heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was feeling relieved that she had managed to escape unscathed, she suddenly felt another surge of energy gushing out from the formation. Sensing this surge of energy, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have gone berserk. They gathered once more, and in just a few breaths, the number of dark clouds had already doubled. What's going on? Bai Hongyin felt her scalp going numb. She felt as if she had gone insane. Luo Xianqing and the others were also dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Kacha, however, they did not have much time to think. As soon as they were done gathering the dark clouds, the lightning bolt in the sky came crashing down. This time, it was even larger than before, with a diameter of 2 meters. Bai Hongyin's legs trembled uncontrollably, and her face paled. However, knowing that it was impossible for her to dodge the lightning bolt, she could only take it head-on. Gritting her teeth, she raised her arms and exerted all of her strength to strike the lightning bolt upward. Kacha, the lightning bolt struck her once more, and her entire body was charred black. A charred smell lingered around her, and white smoke rose from her body. Most of her Xinqi had already dissipated, and she spurted a mouthful of blood. I guess I managed to withstand it. Bai Hongyin felt so stifled that she could explode at any moment. However, she still heaved a sigh of relief. The previous lightning bolt was indeed powerful, but judging from the state of the dark clouds, it seemed like they were about to dissipate after just 2 strikes. Barely after she thought of this, a surge of energy suddenly burst forth from the formation once more. Hong long long, the dissipating dark clouds gathered once more, and this time, they were even more powerful and majestic than before. If the area of the dark clouds was only several hundred meters in radius previously, it had already expanded to a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers at this moment. Before she could even stand against it, she could already feel the overwhelming might of the lightning bolt, as if a massive dragon was rumbling and roaring within it. It felt as if it would break free from its shackles at any moment and reduce the entire world to dust. Why? Bai Hongyan's legs caved in, and she nearly fell to the ground. The previous lightning tribulation had nearly killed her on the spot, and this one was several times stronger than before. There was no way she would be able to withstand it. Why was it striking her? And from the looks of it, it seemed like it wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Stop watching the commotion and come over to help. Knowing that it was impossible for her to withstand the lightning tribulation on her own, she roared. All right. Luo Xianxia and the others also realized the severity of the situation, and they hurriedly rushed forward. Walala, the crowd swiftly made a move. The combined power of the 4 experts caused a hole to appear in the sky. The 7-colored light collided with the lightning tribulation, and a deafening explosion reverberated across 100 li. A short crack appeared on the ground. Luo Xianxia and the others felt their faces flushing red, and their blood and flesh were churning furiously, as if they were on the verge of exploding. Their faces were blackened, and their hair stood on end as they spurted mouthfuls of blood. As powerful as they were, the lightning tribulation in the sky was simply too frightening. Even with their combined might, they were only able to fight it to a draw. It was fortunate that they were all members of powerful sects, and they had their own means to protect themselves. Otherwise, even if they were to survive, they would have been bedridden for several months at the very least. Outside the formation, the crowd was on the verge of spurting blood from the lightning tribulation. Within the formation, Xianxia, who had his spiritual perception isolated from the outside world, was sitting on the ground, staring at the sky with a confused look on his face. I should be able to sense the aura of the lightning tribulation after making a breakthrough. Why isn't the lightning tribulation here yet? He had been waiting for the lightning tribulation for quite some time now, but there was no sign of it at all. Could it be that he had used the wrong method? He released the lightning tribulation once more. Still nothing. He released the lightning tribulation once more. Still nothing. It can't be. Could it be that the lightning tribulation was so easily defeated that it didn't dare to come? Xianxia rubbed his glabella in displeasure. I thought that the leaving aperture ordeal would be as difficult as the Saint Ascension ordeal, but isn't it a little too easy? Kacha. 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 Outside, Luo Xianxia and the others were electrocuted once more, and smoke was rising from their heads. The summer fan event has come to a successful end. Laowa has already mailed the prizes and books you have received yesterday. As long as the address is correct, it should arrive within a week. Hee hee. Thank you for your support. It's already the middle of the month. Do you still have any monthly tickets? Even though Luo Xianxia and the others were Saint Seven Dan experts as well, before the might of the heavens, they were still far too weak. The dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and the lightning was getting thicker and thicker. The 4 of them were not in danger of dying, but they had been electrocuted beyond recognition. Not only did they not look like experts, but they also looked like beggars. It was indescribably miserable. Ever since he had arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, he had never suffered such humiliation before. After the 4th time, Bai Hongyan finally couldn't take it anymore and spurted a mouthful of blood. Among the 4 of them, she was in the most miserable state. Originally, she was tall and slender, noble like a fairy, but now, she was in a sorry state that was not much different from a divine beast. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that she was a human. Why did you attack my disc array? She clenched her teeth, unable to understand no matter what. Why did such a huge thunderbolt have to go against a small disc array? Would he only be satisfied when he was chopped into pieces? He had paid a heavy price to invite an 8-star high-tier formation master to forge this artifact, and there was only one of them. If it were to be destroyed, his fighting prowess would fall by at least 2-fold. Luo Xianqing, is the guy who was locked in the formation about to break through? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter, and he couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Previously, the lightning tribulation had come too quickly, and its might far exceeded that of the aperture ordeal, so he didn't think too much about it. However, now that he couldn't withstand it anymore, a thought flashed across his mind, and he realized that something was amiss. She had used her formation plate innumerable times, but it had never been struck by lightning before. Yet, as soon as it trapped this lad, it refused to let him off. Could it be that brat was too immoral? Breakthrough? That shouldn't be possible. When I was looking for him earlier, I heard that he had just made a breakthrough from primordial spirit realm pinnacle to leaving aperture realm primary stage just a day ago. That was a leap of 2 cultivation stages in less than a day, so how could he possibly make another breakthrough? Luo Xianqing shook his head. Even though this fellow had just entered the academy not too long ago, he had already become a legend in the elite and ordinary classes. There were people discussing him everywhere. According to what he had heard, he had broken through within 10 breaths of time during the battle yesterday. For him to reach his current level of strength in such a short period of time, he shouldn't be able to make any further breakthroughs, right? Cultivation was a process of accumulation. Putting him aside, even his younger sister had to advance step by step. He had never heard of anyone who could achieve a breakthrough on the first day and continue on the second day. Yesterday? Bai Hongyin was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. He had thought that it might be the doing of the fellow in the formation, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Seeing Luo Xuanqing's expression, Luo Xianqing couldn't help but ask, "Are you suspecting that he's the one who triggered the lightning tribulation?" "Yes." Bai Hongyin nodded. Even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, it should only be the leaving aperture ordeal. Luo Xianqing didn't believe it either. Regardless of what's going on, the lightning tribulation is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, we might just end up dying here. Bai Hongyin, this won't do. You should give up on this formation plate, the short man exclaimed. These lightning bolts were clearly targeting the formation plate. As long as he gave up on them, he should be able to resolve the current problem. It was truly not worth risking his life for a treasure. Give up? No. This is my foundation, I won't give it up even if I'm beaten to death. Bai Hongyin clenched her fists tightly in determination. Back then, he had paid an unimaginable price for this item, and he had even nearly lost his life. How could he give it up just like that? He was truly unwilling to accept this. If the plate exists, I will live. If the plate dies, I will die. Bai Hongyin turned to look at the lightning gathering in the sky once more. She was just about to do something when she suddenly heard a deafening explosion. Gotcha, this explosion was even stronger than the previous one. Following which, her body jolted, and a crack appeared on the formation plate floating not too far away. Following which, with a resounding crack, it shattered into 2. Pooh, with her artifact destroyed, Bai Hongyin spurted another mouthful of blood. Her eyes reddened, and she was on the verge of going berserk. She had endured the lightning strikes for so long, but it had not suffered the slightest damage. How could it still shatter in the end? Just as Bai Hongyin was still trying to figure out what was going on, the mist before her suddenly vanished, and a young man walked out from within. Alright, the formation has been deciphered. Ah, what happened to you all? Xianxia had tried to summon the lightning tribulation several times, but no matter how he tried, he was unable to do so. Thinking that it might be due to the peculiarity of the formation, he decided to use the most violent method to break the formation and destroy the formation plate. He had intended to announce to Luo Xianqing that he had succeeded in deciphering the formation so as to win the latter's favor. Who could have thought that he would see a bunch of fellows who looked no different from coal dust? After taking a closer look, he finally recognized them as the experts from before. How did they end up in such a state in the blink of an eye? You were the one who destroyed my formation plate? Bai Hongyin asked with a trembling voice. There are simply too many flaws in the formation, so I thought that it would be too easy for me to decipher it, so I decided to destroy the formation plate as well. Xianxia nodded. How is it? I should have cleared the trial, right? Since the other party had used such a formidable formation on him without any regard for his life, there was no need for him to stand on ceremony. After all, winning the approval of his future brother-in-law was more important. You. I'll kill you. Bai Hongyin's face reddened in frenzy. It was just a moment ago that she had declared that the formation plate was still there, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had destroyed it. She was so infuriated that she was on the verge of going insane. Raising her palm, she was just about to slap the other party to death when a deafening explosion sounded. The lightning in the sky gathered its strength once more and struck down on her once more. Gotcha, her hair stood on end once more, and white smoke rose from her body. Even though the lightning tribulation belonged to Xianxia, her action of stopping the lightning tribulation was equivalent to defying the authority of the heavens. She had thoroughly infuriated the heavens, and from the looks of it, it would not rest until she was struck to death. She's undergoing the lightning tribulation too? It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized that the sky was filled with dark clouds, and countless lightning dragons were circling around him, threatening to strike him at any moment. No, this lightning tribulation seems to have something to do with me, Xianxia was taken aback. Even though the lightning tribulation was only directed at Bai Hongyin, as long as he released the energy in his body, the lightning tribulation would become even more violent. So, it's not that my lightning tribulation has become easier, but that they have stopped it from falling into the formation at all. Damn it! Xianxia's face reddened in fury. It was no wonder why he had waited so long in the formation for so long. It turned out that the lightning tribulation had been stopped by Bai Hongyin. There was no way to avoid the lightning tribulation, and there was no way to get others to take the place of the lightning tribulation either. Otherwise, the juniors of the major clans could have gotten the elders of their clan to help them fend off the lightning tribulation. It was one thing for them to be unable to fend off the lightning tribulation, but more importantly, if others were to interfere, the lightning tribulation would only become more and more ferocious. This was also the reason why no one dared to interfere when Hall Master Xing was undergoing his lightning tribulation back then. However, due to Bai Hongyin's interference, his lightning tribulation had become so powerful that even Saint Seven Dan cultivators were struggling to fend it off. How could he possibly stand against it? If he were to interfere, he would surely be struck to death on the spot. The more he thought about it, the more furious Xianxia felt. This isn't your lightning tribulation, so why did you interfere in it? Look at how the lightning tribulation is accumulating, and it's only a matter of time before I succumb to it. Once you're struck to death, you'll surely come back for me. What am I supposed to do? You can't be so scheming. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Hong Long, feeling so stifled that he could explode, he raised his head to look at the sky, and with just a single glance, he couldn't help but shudder. The lightning tribulation this time was far more powerful than the Saint Ascension ordeal he had faced before. The lightning tribulation he had faced yesterday didn't even possess a tenth of its might. In other words, if he were to face the lightning tribulation now, it would be 10 times more difficult than before. Even if he were to advance from leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, it would still be impossible for him to defeat a lightning tribulation that was 10 times stronger than before. But, my lightning tribulation can only be resolved by me. There's no way I can avoid it. If I allow her to continue wreaking havoc, it'll be even more impossible for me to clear it. Xianxia felt deeply worried. Isn't this Bai Hongyin a little too unreliable? If this isn't your lightning tribulation, why did you have to do it? Look at how much trouble this is going to bring, right? Is it possible for you to see where the flaws in the lightning tribulation are? Xianxia thought anxiously. He knew that with his current strength, he would surely be struck to death if he were to face the lightning tribulation head-on. Since this was the Library of Heaven's path, the lightning tribulation should be a part of the heavens as well, so it should be able to see through its flaws. Who? With a slight jolt, a book appeared before him. Xianxia quickly flipped it open. Why is it blank? There was nothing on the book at all. It seems like the Library of Heaven's path isn't able to compile any books regarding me. It didn't take long for Xianxia to come to a realization. The Library of Heaven's path had already tested it previously, and it was unable to compile any books regarding him. The lightning tribulation in the sky was his leaving Aperture ordeal. If there was a flaw in it, it would mean that he was cheating in his cultivation. I have insight. Knowing that the Library of Heaven's path was unreliable at this moment, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight and turned his gaze toward the lightning tribulation in the sky. At this moment, the ominous clouds covered an area of several dozen thick bolts of lightning that were more than 10 meters thick could be seen dancing amidst the clouds, reminiscent of massive dragons. Every single one of them harnessed strength comparable to a Saint 7 Dan cultivator. If they were to be torn apart, even Luo Xianqing and the others would be severely injured. It's true that I won't be able to withstand it with my current strength. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Through the analysis of the Eye of Insight, he could tell that even though his cultivation had improved significantly, it was still impossible for him to withstand such powerful lightning tribulation. I guess I can only do what I did yesterday and charge into the clouds. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Challenging the lightning tribulation and charging into the clouds seemed to be the most dangerous of all, but having experienced it personally, he knew that it was much easier than staying down there and waiting for the lightning tribulation to strike him. That was because the lightning tribulation would gather the greatest might from the lightning tribulation. On the other hand, if he were to charge into the clouds, he wouldn't be able to gather his strength at all. Of course, he was the only one who thought so. Had it been anyone else, they would have been electrocuted to death in the midst of the lightning tribulation. However, with his Heaven's Path Xianxia, even if his physical body and soul were to sustain injuries, he would be able to recover swiftly. What was the most fearsome maneuver in the eyes of others was actually the easiest for him. However, I'm still too weak at the moment. If I can raise my physical body and soul cultivation to a level comparable to a Saint 7 Dan expert, I should be able to overcome this lightning tribulation. All of this might sound complicated, but in the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already gone through everything in his mind. The lightning tribulation had just charred Bai Hongyin black, and she was still gathering its strength. After spurting a few mouthfuls of blood and consuming 2 pills, Bai Hongyin's complexion finally recovered a little. She glared at Xianxia with fury burning in her eyes. If not for protecting the formation plate, she wouldn't have offended such a powerful lightning tribulation, and yet, she ended up getting her formation plate destroyed by that fellow. I don't care who invited you here. If I don't teach you a lesson, my surname isn't Bai. Bai Hongyin roared furiously. But before she could finish her words, the face of the young man opposite her darkened. Shut your mouth. Xianxia's voice was not loud, but it was infused with demonic tunes and impartation of heaven's will. Even with the rumbling of the lightning tribulation, his words still reached everyone's ears clearly, causing a deafening buzz to echo in their ears. That leaving aperture realm lad actually told Bai Hongyin to shut her mouth? The short man's body swayed weakly, and he nearly fell to the ground. Luo Xianqing also widened his eyes in disbelief. He feared nothing in the sanctum of sages, and even some of the disciplinary elders were helpless against him. However, Bai Hongyin was still a little troublesome for him, so he dared not speak too harshly. Yet, that fellow actually destroyed her precious formation plate and then told her to shut her mouth. Wasn't he a little too brazen? What did you say? Bai Hongyin was also on the verge of going insane. If not for the fact that her face had been charred black, she would have been a terrifying sight to behold. Cut the crap if you don't want to die. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Bai Hongyin. Hung long long. As soon as he approached the ominous clouds, the lightning tribulation immediately sensed his strength, and it began gathering toward him. Is he intending to withstand the lightning tribulation for me? Bai Hongyin was stunned. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Even I won't be able to withstand it. You'll die if you do that. Even a Saint 7 Dan expert like her was unable to withstand the lightning tribulation, so how could a mere leaving aperture realm lad possibly withstand it? Is he trying to compensate me with his life because he broke my formation plate? Bai Hongyin clenched her fists tightly, and the fury that she had felt earlier vanished without a trace. At the same time, she felt a little touched. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he still charged forward without hesitation. This young man didn't seem to be that infuriating. This is his lightning tribulation? Unlike her, Luo Xianqing, the short man, and the fatty immediately understood what was going on when they saw the dark clouds gathering around Xianxia. No wonder this cloud came out of nowhere. It turned out to be this. Fellow, didn't you say that he just broke through yesterday and that it's impossible for him to make any progress today? Why do I feel like I have already reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle? swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Fatty's throat felt dry. Seems like it really is. The corner of Luo Xuanqing's mouth twitched. Based on the news he had heard, Xianxia had raised his cultivation from primordial spirit realm pinnacle to leaving aperture realm primary stage within 10 breaths, and in the afternoon, he had gone to take the 8-star formation master examination. There was no time for him to reinforce his cultivation, so how did he manage to achieve a breakthrough, and 3 small levels at once? Rumble. Rumble. In the midst of everyone's shock, the dark clouds had already finished gathering, and the power of the lightning was becoming more and more vigorous, as if it would erupt at any moment and tear the figure in the sky into pieces. This won't do. Even if his cultivation has reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle, he won't be able to withstand the lightning tribulation. Luo Xianqing said worriedly. Even though Xianxia had made some progress, he was still too weak before the sea of lightning. Even they were unable to withstand it, let alone Xianxia. As long as the lightning tribulation descended, Xianxia would be blasted into smithereens. I was the one who invited him here. It would be terrible if he were to die because of this. Even the usually resourceful Luo Xianqing felt a little helpless at this moment. He had specially invited Xianxia over, and he would surely feel guilty if he were to die because of this. Just as he was at a loss as to what to do, the young man in the sky suddenly spoke up. I'll deal with the lightning tribulation. Do any of you have physical body cultivation technique manuals or soul cultivation technique manuals? Hurry up and show them to me. The more, the better. Cultivation technique manuals? Everyone was taken aback. At this moment, they were all thinking about how they could resolve the predicament they were in. What was the use of cultivation technique manuals? The lightning tribulation was going to fall soon. Even if they had cultivation technique manuals, they wouldn't have the time to learn them. Hurry up. Seeing the hesitation in the crowd, Xianxia bellowed. Yes. Luo Xianqing and the others had no idea what Xianxia was going to do with the cultivation technique manuals, but seeing how certain Xianxia was, they quickly nodded in agreement. Had it been any other time, if a leaving aperture realm brat dared to speak to them in such a manner, they would have surely slapped him to death. However, with the lightning tribulation looming over their heads like a sharp sword, no one was bothered by it. I have many physical body cultivation technique manuals. The plump man said as he flicked his wrist, and a huge pile of books appeared on the ground. There were at least several thousand of them. With just his physical body, he was able to knock Luo Xianqing back and shatter the sealed space. The strength of his physical body was truly fearsome. As such, he had many physical body cultivation technique manuals. I have many soul cultivation technique manuals. Bai Hongyin also took out a pile of books. I have both of them, but I don't have too many of them. The shorty and Luo Xianqing also took out their respective books. For the 4 of them to wield such strength at such a young age, it went without saying that the powers behind them were not weak at all. These cultivation technique manuals might be rare to others, but to them, they could easily take out a huge pile of them. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon seeing so many cultivation technique manuals. He quickly scanned through them. Hula, in an instant, all of them were collected into the Library of Heaven's Path. Not only are there physical body cultivation technique manuals and soul cultivation technique manuals, there are even Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm and Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm cultivation technique manuals as well. However, there aren't enough of them to form a Heaven's Path divine art. Xianxia swiftly scanned through his Library of Heaven's Path, and he couldn't help but sigh in pity. While they did have Grand Dominion Realm and Phantasmal Space Realm cultivation technique manuals in their possession, they were far from sufficient to form a Heaven's Path divine art. Even if they managed to gather all of them, they wouldn't be of much help to the current situation. Let me take a look at the physical body cultivation technique manuals. Xianxia turned his attention to the physical body cultivation technique manuals. Correct. With a jolt, a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. With a tap of his finger, knowledge flowed into his mind. It's finally formed. Xianxia's eyes widened in excitement. As expected of a top-notch physical body cultivation technique expert, the plump man actually managed to successfully form a new Heaven's Path golden body divine art, according to the description. as long as he cultivated diligently, he would be able to temper his physical body to the level of a saint high-tier artifact. Let me take a look at the soul cultivation technique manuals. Knowing that there wasn't enough time for him to get excited, Xianxia quickly turned his attention to the soul cultivation technique manuals. Bai Hongying's demonic tunes and formations specialized in soul attacks, so she had collected quite a few soul cultivation technique manuals. Even though Luo Xianqing and the shorty didn't specialize in these two aspects, as descendants of major powers, they still had many similar cultivation technique manuals. Even with the collection of the three of them, there were still more than 1,000 of them. Xianxia took out the soul cultivation technique manuals he had obtained from Vicious and placed them together. With a thought, a book materialized before him. It's only a leaving aperture realm heaven's path soul art. Xianxia shook his head. In terms of soul cultivation, after the destruction of the soul oracles, the remaining occupations were still relatively weak. Even though he had fused the soul cultivation technique manuals from Vicious, he had only managed to form a leaving aperture realm heaven's path soul art. He had fused quite a few Grand Dominion realm heaven's path soul art, but there were still many flaws in it, making it difficult for him to cultivate it for the time being. Forget it for now. As long as I can raise my fighting prowess, I'll have more means to protect myself. Knowing that it would be too late for him to find the heaven's path soul art, Xianxia turned to the crowd and asked, "Do any of you have pinnacle spirit stones, jade vein spirit essence, or any other treasures that harness spiritual energy? Even if one had a cultivation technique, it would be useless without spiritual energy. I have the jade pearl spirit essence. It's on par with the glacier plain quartz wintry spirit essence. I have a piece of jade vein spirit essence, but it isn't too big. I have a grade 8 spirit reinforcing pill." Seeing that Xianxia was asking for the jade pearl spirit essence, the crowd nodded, and the pills, spirit stones, and spirit essence flew into the air. "Thank you." Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Had it been any other time, he would have had to pay a hefty price to gather all of these items. However, he had saved himself a lot of time by tossing them into the air. Grabbing the jade spirit essence in his hand, Xianxia swallowed the Heaven's Path spirit essence, Heaven's Path spirit essence, and Heaven's Path pill. After which, he turned to look at the storm clouds once more, only to see that the lightning had already gathered and was about to strike down. Without any hesitation, he dashed into the storm clouds. What is he doing? He'll die if he charges in like that. Xianxia's body jolted in shock. If he were to charge into the storm clouds with his physical body, he would be putting his body against the lightning. If things went wrong, his primordial spirit might even be destroyed. Hung long long, as soon as Xianxia charged into the storm clouds, innumerable streaks of lightning gathered frenziedly in the direction where he had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with streaks of lightning, such that even spiritual perception was unable to discern what was going on. What do we do? There's no other choice but to wait. This is his lightning tribulation. If it disappears, it means that he has successfully cleared it. But if it gets bigger and bigger, not only will he die, we won't be able to escape either. Luo Xianqing said with a livid face. They had faced the lightning tribulation before, and as long as they didn't destroy it, it would only grow bigger and bigger, eventually striking them to death. It was for this reason that they didn't hesitate to take out whatever Luo Xianqing needed. Leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. I don't think it's possible for a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator to overcome such a formidable lightning tribulation. The fatty said after a long moment of silence. His defense could be said to be the #1 in the world, and even with such formidable defense, he didn't have the confidence to survive the lightning tribulation, let alone the other party. Indeed. Let's make preparations. If the lightning tribulation continues its assault, we'll have no choice but to use our bloodline ability to destroy it. The shorty said. That's the only way, the others nodded in agreement. The lightning tribulation was indeed powerful, but they had their own trump cards as well. As long as they used them, it wasn't impossible for them to vanquish the lightning tribulation. However, doing so would result in severe damage to their bodies, and that would delay their future plans. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't resort to such means. Gotcha. As soon as he entered the clouds, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. Xianxia immediately drove his Jinqi to withstand the attack. Pooh, fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and just like the others, his hair stood on end. Bai Hongyin and the others had already ruined the lightning tribulation, and the lightning tribulation had already exceeded the limits of his endurance. Even if he were to charge into the clouds, he would still be unable to withstand it. Defensive sword intent. Knowing that he would be unable to keep up with the speed of the lightning tribulation even with his heaven's path Xianxia, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and tapped his finger lightly. Tzzzzzz, countless surges of sword chi shot out from his acupoints to form a massive defensive barrier. It had to be said that the flowing water swordsmanship was indeed a powerful technique. It was as if a tortoise's shell was impenetrable. Kacha! 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 Under the relentless assault of the lightning tribulation, Xianxia's face paled, and his lips turned pale. The flowing water swordsmanship is able to withstand the lightning tribulation, but it's simply too powerful. I won't be able to withstand it for too long, Xianxia said grimly. It was just like an umbrella. It could block a heavy downpour, but it was useless against a hailstorm. The flowing water swordsmanship granted him an invincible defense, but given his current strength, even if he could withstand the lightning tribulation for a while, he wouldn't be able to withstand it for too long. At the very most, it would only take him 10 breaths before the sword chi around him crumbled, and he would have to face the lightning tribulation once more. I can only do what I thought earlier and raise my cultivation as quickly as possible. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella without any hesitation. Unlike the breakthrough at the mountain gate, this time, he dived straight into the midst of the ominous clouds, making it impossible for others to see him. Time to cultivate. Xianxia's physical body had already reached the level of thoughts of tranquility, allowing him to cultivate on his own. Furthermore, he had also obtained the Heaven's Path Soul Art as well. Tzzzzzz, after absorbing the Jade Pearl Spirit Essence and Spirit Reinforcing Pill, Xianxia drove his Xianxia according to the method of the Heaven's Path Golden Body, and his physical body grew stronger at a visible rate. Layer after layer of dead skin peeled off from his body, reminiscent of a cicada shedding its shell. At his current level, it was extremely difficult for his physical body to advance even the slightest bit. Scorching lava, tempering ice. Most of them were already useless to him. Among the secret manuals that Fatty had given him, there was one that was created by a body-tempering senior who had observed a cicada shedding its carapace. It allowed one to be like a golden cicada, shedding layer by layer of old muscles and dead skin. With every layer shed, one's physical body would become stronger. Over time, it became extraordinarily powerful. Xianxia's Heaven's Path Divine Art was based on this book, and the Heaven's Path Divine Art that he cultivated was even more profound than before. As more and more of his skin shed, his skin looked more and more tender, reminiscent of an infant's. However, in truth, it was growing more and more resilient, and the tier of his Saint Intermediate tier artifact was gradually rising. At the same time, Xianxia's soul was also frenziedly absorbing the Jade Spirit Essence. Xianxia had been cultivating his Heaven's Path Soul Art ever since he was a transcendent mortal, so he was already very familiar with the process. Circulating the Leaving Aperture Realm Heaven's Path Soul Art, he infused spiritual energy into the acupoints of his soul, strengthening it. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, his soul had already reached half Leaving Aperture Realm, followed by Leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage. However, it did not take long for the Jade Pearl Spirit Essence, Spirit Reinforcing Pill, and Jade Spirit Essence to be sapped dry. Even though Luo Shanqing and the others had given him quite a lot of treasures, the spiritual energy requirement for his physical body and soul cultivation was simply too high. Just these 3 treasures were insufficient for him to reach Leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. The sword chi is reaching its limit. When it rains, it pours. Not only were the treasures depleted, the protective sword chi in the surroundings was also beginning to waver, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Clone, head out to fend off the lightning tribulation and buy me some time. Knowing that the lightning tribulation would be unable to advance any further, Xianxia instructed his clone. His clone was the same person as him, so even if he were to release it, it wouldn't strengthen the lightning tribulation. It's just a little lightning tribulation, look at how scared you are. Give me the Heaven's Path Soul Art. With a haughty look on his face, his clone harumphed coldly before leaping out of the sword chi and diving into the sea of lightning. Kacha! Kacha! as soon as his clone appeared, the lightning bolts immediately surged frenziedly toward him. However, the clone showed no fear at all. Stretching his back lazily, he took out a towel and began scrubbing his back. The lightning bolts flowed evenly across the surface of the clone's body, and the clone's aura and soul cultivation swiftly rose at a visible rate. Xianxia's face twitched, and he felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. Back at the mountain gate, he had bathed his soul in the lightning tribulation, and who could have thought that the other party would actually learn it, since he's able to withstand it, so can I. Perhaps, through the tempering of the lightning tribulation, my soul and physical body might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Seeing his clone looking at him disdainfully while scrubbing his back, as if mocking him, Xianxia clenched his jaws tightly. He didn't have a suitable source of spiritual energy on hand, and he was surrounded by so many lightning bolts. If he didn't think of a solution soon, he might really lose his life. Since his clone was completely fine in the lightning tribulation, he didn't believe that he would lose to him if he didn't think of a solution soon. Returning his soul back to his physical body, Xianxia retracted his sword qi. Instead of dodging, he floated on the spot and allowed the lightning tribulation to strike him. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted from his mouth once more. The powerful surge of electricity caused his body to stiffen slightly. Heaven's path Xianxia is able to imitate everything in the world. What would happen if I imitate lightning attribute Xianxia? A thought suddenly flashed through Xianxia's mind. Since the heaven's path Xianxia was able to imitate even the otherworldly demonic tribes Xianxia of slaughter, it should be able to imitate lightning attribute Xianxia as well. If he succeeded, he might just be able to withstand the assault of the lightning tribulation. Focusing his mind, Xianxia carefully tried to comprehend the power of lightning. He drove the Xianxia in his body, and as expected, lightning attribute Xianxia appeared in his body. Gotcha! Barely after he finished converting his Xianxia, another bolt of lightning struck him. Even though it was still a little uncomfortable, it wasn't as unbearable as before. This is great! Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement, and his body trembled in agitation. He hadn't thought that it would actually work. If I convert my Xianxia into lightning attribute Xianxia, I should be able to absorb lightning to raise my cultivation, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Chen Liao, who cultivated a yin attribute cultivation technique, was able to absorb the wintry spirit essence for her cultivation. Similarly, those who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique were able to absorb flames as well. Since he had converted his Xianxia into lightning attribute energy, would he be able to absorb it as a spirit stone as well? Through this, he would be able to raise his cultivation significantly. Back at the Qiuwu Palace, Xianxia's soul had absorbed the lightning attribute Xianxia. Even though it was the lightning generated by a formation, which was far inferior to the lightning tribulation, there was still some similarity between them. Let me give it a try. Knowing that it was extremely dangerous to absorb lightning into his body, Xianxia took a deep breath and flicked his wrist. Executing the flowing water swordsmanship once more, he created a small gap in his body for a streak of lightning to slip in. Hung long long, as soon as the lightning seeped into his body, he found himself unable to control it. In the blink of an eye, his meridians were already torn apart. Even with lightning attribute Xianxia, it was still difficult for him to control the rampaging lightning. Otherwise, those who cultivated lightning attribute cultivation techniques would have long been renowned across the master-teacher continent. Fusing Xianxia, knowing that such a situation would occur, Xianxia didn't panic at all. Raising his eyebrows, he drove his heaven's path Xianxia forward. Tz La, at this moment, his Xianxia had already been infused with lightning attribute Xianxia. As soon as the two came into contact, they fused together, becoming even purer. It's indeed possible, excitement appeared on his face again. Since this was feasible, then the lightning could replace spiritual energy and allow him to improve quickly. Without any hesitation, Xianxia retracted his protective sword light and opened all of his acupoints at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the lightning engulfed him. Thick bolts of lightning swam around his body as Xianxia desperately absorbed them. It didn't take long for his soul cultivation to reach leaving aperture realm primary stage, and his physical body was growing stronger and stronger. Are you ready? Luo Xianqing said. N. Bai Hongyin and the others nodded in agreement. Even though the lightning bolts before them were very powerful, they had no other choice. After all, they couldn't just watch as Xianxia was struck to death. Therefore, after a moment of discussion, they decided to rush in to save the people, and at the same time, use their strongest move to completely destroy the dark clouds. If they could succeed, the crisis would be resolved. If they couldn't, it would be much better to fight together than to fight alone. Then let's begin. Luo Shanqing nodded as he drove his Xianxia toward the dark clouds. Just as he was about to shout the command to charge in together with the others, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in the air. Wait a moment. There seems to be something amiss. The one who had spoken was the shorty. He was looking at the sky, as if trying to peer through the lightning tribulation. Something amiss? Luo Shanqing frowned. What do you mean? The other two also turned their gazes over. Take a closer look. Why do I feel that the lightning clouds are moving? The shorty said. Moving? Everyone looked over in confusion, and sure enough, they saw the dark clouds in the sky shaking non-stop. They had already shifted from directly above them to the side. Once a lightning tribulation descends, it won't move unless the person undergoing the lightning tribulation manages to escape, Bai Hongyin said with a frown. Lightning tribulations were heavenly tribulations. As long as the person undergoing the lightning tribulation did not run away, it would be impossible for them to do so. Given that Xianxia was currently in the midst of the lightning tribulation, there was no way he would run away. But why were the dark clouds moving? Perplexed, the dark clouds had already moved away from their heads, revealing a figure. It was none other than Xianxia. Is he fine? Seeing that the young man had not been reduced to dust as they had expected, the eyes of the crowd lit up. They were just about to beckon the young man to come down when the fellow in the sky abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed furiously. Don't run. Following which, he dived right into the dark clouds once more. Palipala, the sound of lightning clashing echoed in the air. Following which, the dark clouds shifted to the side once more, revealing the young man before them. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia bellowed furiously as he dashed forward once more. Hoo, this time, he flew swiftly, but the dark clouds were even faster. It was as if they had encountered something fearsome, and in the blink of an eye, they were already out of sight. On the verge of exploding, Xianxia hurriedly gave chase. For the lightning tribulation to appear as soon as it sensed that someone was undergoing a lightning tribulation, it could only mean that the speed of the lightning tribulation was unimaginable. As the lightning tribulation chased after Xianxia, it had already vanished into the horizon. He scared the lightning tribulation away? It has always been the lightning tribulation that chases after one, but that young man actually managed to scare the lightning tribulation away? Luo Shanqing, Bai Hongyin, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment as if they had seen a ghost. What a pity! When Xianxia saw Thunder running away in fear, a look of pity appeared on his face. After converting his Heaven's Path Xianxia into lightning attribute energy, he was indeed able to absorb lightning and raise his cultivation swiftly. Seeing how Xianxia was absorbing the lightning tribulation happily, his clone also began to absorb the lightning tribulation, and in the end, the sight before everyone's eyes appeared. The lightning tribulation in the sky was so frightened that it turned tail and fled. Transcending the lightning tribulation, and then escaping, just thinking about it was enough to make one drunk. However, even if this thing didn't have intelligence, it could grow stronger according to one's cultivation, so it definitely had the ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Seeing that he and his clone were absorbing more and more energy, it was only natural for it to feel afraid. My Heaven's Path Soul Oracles have only reached leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage, and I haven't mastered the Heaven's Path Golden Body either. At the very most, my physical body is only comparable to a half-saint high-tier artifact. Xianxia shook his head after scanning the place with his spiritual sense. Xianxia had thought that such a powerful lightning tribulation would be sufficient to push his physical body and soul to the pinnacle, but who could have thought that he would be able to flee so quickly? Even so, my fighting prowess has risen significantly. Even without using the 3 swords of Lingxiu, I should still be able to match a Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert. He doesn't even fear a half-step Void Realm expert. After a moment of regret, he also had a clear understanding of his strength, and his heart was filled with excitement. This time, his Xianxia cultivation had reached Saint 5 Dan leaving aperture realm pinnacle, his soul cultivation had reached leaving aperture realm advanced stage, and his physical body was comparable to a half-saint high-tier artifact. With the three of them added together, their combat prowess increased by several folds. In the past, even without the three swords of Xianxia, he would not have been able to clear the Jia corridor. But now, he could crush the puppet with a single finger, rendering it completely defenseless. In fact, even if he stood still and allowed it to attack him, he wouldn't be injured in the slightest. Of course, if he were to use the Xianxia sword and the three swords of Xianxia, he would still be able to match a Saint 7 Dan intermediate stage cultivator. Even if he was no match for Luo Xianqing once more, he was no longer as powerless as before. I'm going to rest now. If there's something as good as a lightning tribulation in the future, just let me know, and I'll be back, the clone's voice sounded in his mind. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to catch up to the lightning tribulation, Xianxia swiftly returned his clone back into the myriad ant hive nest. Xianxia nodded. This time, Xianxia's main body had absorbed countless lightning bolts. While the main body's strength had soared, the clone seemed to have benefited even more. He was refined from the Nine Heavens Lotus embryo, so lightning was unable to destroy him. After absorbing so much lightning, his every move would be infused with the power of lightning, increasing his battle prowess. Even though they had never crossed blows before, he knew that he was still no match for Xianxia. Everyone thought that he was quite talented, but in reality, he was just an ordinary person who could not defeat his disciples, his subordinates, his girlfriend. He could not even defeat his doppelganger. His heart ached at the thought of this. He felt that all his cultivation had gone to waste. Are you, all right? When Xianxia returned to Luo Xianqing and the others, he saw them staring at him as if he was a monster. I'm fine. Xianxia nodded, his face full of resentment. If it wasn't for that idiot running fast, I would have taught it a lesson. Everyone. Let me introduce you to these friends. Luo Xianqing pointed to the group beside him and said, you should already know of Bai Hongyin. She's a genius from the demonic Tunist Guild headquarters. This plump man is a genius from the Sage Yuan clan, Yuan Shao. The last one is a genius from the Sage clan, Yun Lianhai. Xianxia pays respect to everyone. Xianxia clasped his fist in astonishment. As expected, the identity of one's friends reflected that of others. The Sage Yuan clan, the demonic Tunist Guild headquarters. Even though he had never heard of the Sage Yuan clan before, it was likely that they were of high standing. Xianxia is Xianxia. I met him during the Formation Master examination yesterday, and I believe that everyone here has already acknowledged him, right? Luo Xianqing said. Of course. The crowd nodded in agreement. Not only did he shatter Bai Hongyin's formation plate on the spot, he even chased after the lightning tribulation. Even though they had no idea what kind of secret art he had used, just that alone was enough to make him worthy of respect. Big Brother Luo, why did you bring me here? Xianxia looked at Luo Xianqing with a doubtful expression. He had just been registering for the elite division when Luo Xianqing had brought him here. Even after experiencing so much, he still had no idea what he was up to. Some time ago, I discovered a treasure trove, and the Dongshu gourd grew in it. Luo Xianqing said with a hushed voice. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the surrounding space so that no one would be able to peer in. Dongshu gourd? Xianxia frowned. As knowledgeable as he was, he had never heard of such a thing before. The Dongshu gourd is a treasure born from the heavens and earth. It grows using the earth veins as its vines, and it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to nourish itself. It blooms every 10,000 years, and it bears fruit every 10,000 years. If one assimilates it and fuses it into one's body, one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan will increase by at least 50%. Luo Xianqing said. 50%? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Upon reaching Saint 5 Dan, while artifacts were still useful, they were no longer of much use. What mattered more was one's comprehension of the world and the laws of space. Most artifacts would only be able to boost one's cultivation by 10 to 20%, and that was already more than enough to move one's heart. 50%. That was simply inconceivable. Indeed. However, that place is simply too dangerous. I won't be able to succeed alone, so I invited them over. As long as you can obtain it, I'll reward you handsomely. Luo Xianqing said with a glint in his eyes. The Dongshu gourd was crucial to achieving a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, so he had to obtain it no matter what. It was only then that Zhang Xian came to a realization. He had thought that the group had arranged to conduct some kind of trial, but from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. Luo Xianqing had invited them over to help him obtain the treasure. Is there a formidable formation in that place? His strength was simply too lacking compared to the group, so under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the treasure trove. The fact that he had been invited over was due to his deep understanding of formations. There's a grade 8 pinnacle formation there, but I don't know who set it up. I've tried it twice, but I failed both times. Luo Xianqing nodded. As one of the top clans of the Master Teacher continent, the Luo clan should have many formation experts, right? Isn't it simple to find a few people to decipher the formation? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. Given the standing and strength of the Luo clan, putting aside a grade 8 pinnacle formation, they should have been able to find someone to decipher even a grade 9 formation. Why would the Luo clan invite him? It's not that simple. There's a restriction placed on the place that I'm heading to. Once one's age is above 40 and cultivation is above Saint 8 Dan, they won't be able to enter. If they were to force their way in, it might just collapse right away, and they wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. Luo Xianqing said with a bitter smile. There's such a restriction? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before a thought suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that this ancient domain is man-made? It isn't formed naturally? He had thought that it was a natural formation, but that was clearly not the case. Of course not. The Dongshu gourd can form naturally as well, but as soon as it blooms, its aura will leak out, and it will be discovered by others. It won't be able to wait for it to mature, Luo Xianqing replied. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Every single treasure that was born in the world was incomparably valuable. Without the protection of formations, how could they possibly obtain it? That's how it is. I'm inviting you over now, and regardless of whether you succeed or not, I'll give you a pinnacle spirit stone and a half-saint high-tier artifact as compensation. Luo Xianqing said. Pinnacle spirit stone? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. Putting aside the fact that the other party was Luo Xuanqing's brother-in-law and that they were relatives, just this condition alone was more than enough for him to agree to a pinnacle spirit stone. This was precisely what he was lacking at the moment. If he could obtain a pinnacle spirit stone, he would no longer have to worry about lacking spiritual energy. With it, he would be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint 6 Dan or even Saint 7 Dan. That's right. However, I don't have a pinnacle spirit stone on hand at the moment, so I've already applied for one from the clan. We should be able to get it once we return with the Dongshu gourd. Luo Xianqing said. Alright, I'll agree to it. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. There was another reason why he couldn't turn down a pinnacle spirit stone. As long as he could convince Luo Xianqing to bring him over to meet Ruoxin, it would be a walk in the park. Of course, based on his previous experience, he knew that Luo Xianqing was a siscon, so he couldn't bring himself to mention the matter regarding Lozozi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if he ended up getting pummeled. Besides, he had already brought Ruoxin here, and he had already revealed such confidential information to her. Even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to go, otherwise, even if he wasn't the one who revealed the secret, he would still be held responsible for it. That's good. You might be weak, but there's no need to worry. Just follow me closely, and you'll be able to make a move when we encounter a formation that's too difficult to decipher. Luo Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief. As powerful as he was in the sanctum of sages, he didn't have too many friends. He knew a few formidable formations, but he dared not reveal the matter regarding the Dongshu gourd. After all, the Dongshu gourd was simply too attractive to a Saint 7 Dan cultivator. It would be troublesome if he ended up working for someone else instead. While Zhang Xian was a formidable formation master, his fighting prowess wasn't too high either. This made it much easier for him to control the Dongshu gourd. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though he had used all of his means, it was still best for him to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, even if he were to reveal all of his trump cards, others would be wary of him, and that would put him in grave danger. Not to mention, most of his trump cards weren't meant to be used in public. Vicious, clone, since we're going together, allow me to introduce the three of them to you. This way, we'll be able to cooperate better with one another. Luo Xianqing continued. Bai Hongyin specializes in demonic tunes and formations, which you've just witnessed, so there's no need for me to elaborate any further. Yuan Zhao's defense is invincible, and he can be said to be a human meat shield. As for Yun Lianhai, while his fighting prowess isn't on par with the three of us, he's from the Seijin clan. The Seijin clan specializes in treasure hunting, and they're known as treasure hunters. Treasure hunters? Xianxia was taken aback. There's such an occupation in the world? Indeed. After activating their bloodline ability, they will be able to sense treasures, such that they will be able to sense them even if they are concealed by a formation. Luo Xianqing nodded in envy. This is also the reason why even though the Yun clan is only a tier 2 clan, its standing isn't beneath that of the Shui clan and Mu clan. If a cultivator wanted to advance in their cultivation, they would need to possess treasures. There were countless treasures hidden in the world, and many ancient ruins had been concealed through some means. To be able to sense something through a formation, just this ability alone was worthy of the envy of many. Is this a unique occupation? Xianxia asked curiously. Of course not. They rely on their bloodline ability to search for treasures, so it's impossible for them to be popularized, Luo Xianqing replied with a smile. I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. Back then, Conshur had determined that only those who could fulfill two conditions were qualified to be recognized as a unique occupation. Firstly, they had to be able to form a system that allowed them to pass down their heritage perfectly. Secondly, they had to be popularized so that even ordinary cultivators could learn them. Herbologists fulfilled the second condition. Ordinary cultivators were able to learn them, but their heritage was different, so it was impossible for them to form a system. The Yun clan had a system, but it relied on their bloodline, so ordinary cultivators were unable to learn them. It seems like I won't be able to learn them anymore. Shaking his head, Xianxia could not help but sigh in pity. What he lacked the most at the moment was treasures. If he had the ability to search for treasures, he would surely be able to make a huge discovery. However, since it was not a unique occupation, there was no way he could learn it. The reason why the Library of Heaven's Path was able to compile books was because ordinary cultivators were able to learn them, but bloodline ability was impossible. Indeed. If it were a unique occupation, there would surely be countless people who would want to learn it. Luo Xianqing nodded. After explaining a little more, Xianxia finally gained a better understanding of the group's abilities. His future brother-in-law was a Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle expert. Of the remaining three, Bai Hongyin was the strongest, reaching Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage. The fatty might seem to possess decent defense, but his fighting prowess was lacking, such that he might not even be a match for Yun Lianhai. However, with his superior physical strength, even Luo Xianqing would find it difficult to defeat him. Since we've made up our minds, let's set off. After the explanation, everyone understood what was going on. Without any hesitation, they leaped onto the back of the 7-colored divine crane. With a sharp cry, the crane turned into a 7-colored streak of light and flew into the horizon. The crane's speed was extremely fast, and there was no defensive structure on its back. Luo Xianqing and the others were strong enough to not be affected by the astral winds. However, when they saw how Xianxia was able to stand as steady as a mountain on the crane, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Even though Xianxia had managed to achieve a breakthrough to leading Aperture Realm Pinnacle at the last moment, there was still a huge gap between his fighting prowess and that of the others. The fact that he was able to achieve such a feat meant that he possessed extraordinary talent and fighting prowess. Brother Zhang has such a profound understanding of formations, and your strength is not weak either. You should have done well in the Mountain Gate examination, right? Yun Lianhai looked at Xianxia with a smile. The others were also filled with curiosity. Given their strength, they had long since stopped paying attention to the freshman. Even though the commotion that the young man before them had caused at the entrance of the mountain, They had no idea what was going on. Not bad. Xianxia nodded. Ranked 50th, just enough to enter the elite class. 50? Yun Lianhai was taken aback. Who's in this batch? How could they be so formidable? Given Zhang Xian's proficiency in formations, he should have been able to get into the top 3 easily. Why was he only in the 50th place? If he were to make the slightest mistake, he could very well be eliminated from the ranking. There are indeed a few talented students in their batch. Before Zhang Xian could reply, Luo Xianqing had already spoken up. You should have heard of Zhang Yu from the Zhang clan, right? He's in their batch. Zhang Yu? That Earth-tier bloodline? I have met that fellow once, and he's indeed a formidable figure. If given enough time, his accomplishments might even be on par with you. Yun Lianhai remarked in awe. Humph. Luo Xianqing harumphed in displeasure. Don't get angry. I know that you don't like those from the Zhang clan, but in the past few years, the Zhang clan's bloodline has become purer and purer. If not for the birth of the little princess, the Luo clan might have really lost to them. Yun Lianhai said. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he spoke of the little princess. Clenching his fists tightly beneath his sleeves, Zhang Xian feigned nonchalance and asked, Brother Yun, is the little princess you speak of the legendary unparalleled genius who managed to tame the dimension silencer? That's right. She's Xuanqing's younger sister. Ignoring Luo Xuanqing's livid face, Yun Lianhai chuckled softly. Right, Xianqing, I heard that your younger sister was betrothed to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan before she was even born. May I know if that young prodigy is really as talented as the rumors say? Shut up. Luo Xianqing narrowed his eyes in fury. I told you not to speak of this matter. I'll kill anyone who dares to do so. Regardless of whether you speak of it or not, it's the truth. You won't be able to change the clan's decision. Fatty Yuan Shao said. As a descendant of the Yuan clan, he knew a lot about this matter. He knew that the young man before him was a doting maniac who didn't wish for his younger sister to be betrothed to someone else. However, as a descendant of the Yuan clan, there was nothing he could do about it. The decision had to have been approved by the elders, and under such circumstances, even the clan head wouldn't be able to change it easily. I won't be able to change it, but I can still spar with my juniors. If I meet that fellow, I'll make sure to beat him up and force him to back out of the betrothal. Luo Xianqing said with gritted teeth. Why would you do that? Yun Lianhai said with a bitter smile. If that young prodigy is really as talented as the rumors say, do you think that you'll be a match for him? Luo Xuanqing's face reddened. As powerful as he was still far from being able to match up to his younger sister, while his younger sister was younger than him by more than 10 years, be it in terms of cultivation or fighting prowess, she wasn't someone he could match up to. If that young prodigy was really as talented as his younger sister was, he wouldn't be a match for her. Right, I have heard of a secret regarding the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. Do you want to hear it? Bai Hongyin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Secret? Luo Xianqing also pricked up his ears to listen. 20 years ago, my teacher was invited to the Zhang clan as a guest, and one night, the head of the Zhang clan suddenly invited her over to save a patient. Bai Hongyin said with a frown. She was recalling the words that her teacher had told her. The head of the Zhang clan? You must be referring to the Xingming Sword Saint, right? Yuan Shao asked with a grim expression. That's right, that's him. Bai Hongyin nodded. Back then, my teacher thought that she was only a demonic tenist, and she wasn't skilled in saving lives. However, when she saw the patient, she finally understood. The patient is an infant. Perhaps it's due to poison or something else, but his soul is extremely weak, and it's on the verge of dissipating at any moment. I hope that the Xingming Sword Saint can use her demonic tennis to stabilize his soul so that it won't dissipate. The crowd nodded. Demonic tunes could seduce one's soul, causing one's mental state to collapse. At the same time, it could also stabilize one's soul, allowing one to achieve breakthroughs and raise one's cultivation significantly. Infants had never cultivated before, so their bodies were weak. On top of that, it was difficult for them to control their souls, making it unsuitable for them to consume medicinal herbs. Under such circumstances, demonic tonists were indeed more suitable than physicians. My teacher knows that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda, so she made a move. However, the effects weren't too obvious. Even so, the Xingming sword saint still paid a huge sum of money to thank my teacher for her help. Eventually, my teacher was sent away that very night, and I don't know much about what happened after that, Bai Hongyin said. You mean to say that there's a good chance that the child your teacher saved back then is the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Yuan Shao couldn't help but ask. My teacher isn't too sure about that, but the timing of the visit does match up, and the Xingming sword saints were the ones who invited the young prodigy of the Zhang clan personally. However, under normal circumstances, the young prodigy of the Zhang clan was found to have an extremely pure bloodline even when he was still in his mother's womb, so he should have been protected from harm, Bai Hongyin said. Back then, my teacher didn't think too much into it. However, when I heard that the young prodigy of the Zhang clan has never appeared in public, I couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. If the young prodigy of the Zhang clan was really healthy, how could he have kept his existence a secret for 20 years? To the extent that he didn't even visit the Sanctum of Sages, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't perplexed. If the young prodigy of the Zhang clan is really the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, he must have been severely injured not too long after he was born. Even his soul was on the verge of dissipating. That's indeed a severe injury. Yuan Shao frowned. They were all offspring of the Zhang clan, so they knew how well their clans protected their offspring who possessed the purest bloodline. It had only been several dozen millenniums since the birth of the Zhang clan, so how could the young prodigy of the Zhang clan have been harmed right after he was born? Could it be an internal conflict within the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian couldn't help but interrupt. If what Bai Hongyin said was true, and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan was the one who had been severely injured, that would be great news for him. Given the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, it would be impossible for him to marry Luozi. That's impossible. Sage clans like the Zhang clan value their reputation a lot. There's no way they would have an internal conflict. The one who had spoken up was Luo Xianqing. As a genius of the Luo clan, he knew quite a bit about the inner workings of sage clans. Just because it's forbidden doesn't mean that it's impossible. What if one of the elders of the Zhang clan were eyeing the position of the clan head and decided to assassinate the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian's imagination ran wild. No matter what, he had been a librarian in his previous life, so he had read quite a few books and stories. Most of the internal conflicts in the Zhang clan were written in such a manner. You aren't an offspring of the Zhang clan, so you don't understand the rules of the sage clans. I can say with certainty that what you have just said is impossible. Before Luo Xianqing could say a word, Yuan Shao had already shook his head. Impossible? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in bewilderment. Even 9-star master teachers were no exception to this, let alone the elders of the Zhang clan. So, why would it be impossible? This was a classic scene, okay. Speaking of clans, you might not understand. Let me ask you, seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, Yuan Shao asked, as a student of the Sanctum of Sages, do you know of the Sanctum head? I do. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Not only so, he even became the only candidate for the position. There's a set of criteria for selecting the head of the Sanctum of Sages. Those who don't meet the requirements are unable to inherit the position. You should have heard of this before, right? Yuan Shao asked. Zhang Xian nodded. To become the head of the Sanctum of Sages, one had to possess the eye of insight, be a master teacher, be an upright person, be humble, noble, dashing, and lovable. It was due to these criteria that Sage Kuei had bestowed him with the Sanctum of Sages token. Without these criteria, it would be impossible for him to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. The same goes for the clan heads of sage clans. Only those with a pure bloodline are qualified to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. It's not just because you are strong enough that you are qualified to take over the position. Take the current head of the Zhang clan for example, the Xingming sword saint, for example, is just a substitute clan head. The true head of the Zhang clan is the young prodigy. In the past several thousand years, he's the only one whose bloodline purity has reached the required level. Yuan Shao said. The same goes for the Luo clan. Even though brother Xuanqing's bloodline is pure, he's still not qualified to become the head of the Zhang clan. It's just that he's still too young at the moment, so the elders are the ones to represent him. Xianxia nodded in realization. It was the same as his situation. Even though the Sanctum of Sages had a substitute sanctum head, as long as he could decipher the seal, he would become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. This was a rule set by Sage Kuei, and it was a gift that Kongsher had left behind. No one would dare to disobey it. Otherwise, they would become the target of everyone's criticism. So, it's impossible for the clan to assassinate the young prodigy. Furthermore, this young prodigy possesses a pure bloodline. Once he matures, the entire Zhang clan will grow stronger, and the entire clan will gain glory. Who would be foolish enough to ruin their own future? That's right. Yuan Shao explained. Zhang Xian felt a little awkward. He had only made a casual guess. He did not think that the sage clans would have so many rules. If what the other party said was true, the possibility of the Zhang family launching a sneak attack on the young prodigy was indeed not high. This is a secret that my teacher has only told me once, so I can't confirm whether it's true or not. Besides, considering how large the Zhang family is, there are at least several thousand people born in the same year as him. There's a good chance that he might be the child of a friend of the Xingming Sword Saint. Bai Hongyin shook her head. The legacy of the Zhang family had been around for tens of thousands of years, and it was already on the level of a colossal empire. Its core and branches were intertwined with one another, and its population was innumerable. As such, it was hard to say how many juniors were born in the same year. As long as the other party didn't say it out loud, no one would be able to confirm that the young prodigy was indeed the young prodigy. After all, for a super genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years to be on the verge of death not long after he was born. If it was anyone else, they would think that it was a fantasy and find it unbelievable. That's true. The crowd nodded. Alright, let's not talk about the Zhang family anymore. Bai Hongyi knew that no matter how much she said, it would be impossible for her to confirm the matter. Thus, she turned to Luo Xianqing and asked, Brother Luo, I heard that the little princess has been away from the Sanctum of Sages for the past few days. Has she returned yet? Hearing her question, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly turned his gaze over. Initially, he was still a little disgusted by Bai Hongyin, who had made a move on him as soon as they met, but after hearing her question, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Speaking of his younger sister, Luo Xianqing nodded with a smile. She has already returned. She's back? That's good. May I know if there's an opportunity for you to bring me over to meet her? We're both students of the Inner Sanctum, but I've never met the legendary genius before. Bai Hongyin said. Even though the little princess had been in the Sanctum of Sages for 2 years and left behind many records, there were only a handful of people in the entire Sanctum of Sages who had met her. They had only heard rumors that she was the #1 beauty in the world. As for what she looked like, they could only speculate. I don't know who she has offended, but she has been so engrossed in her cultivation that she doesn't even want to meet me, let alone others. Luo Xianqing waved his hand. Engrossed in her cultivation? She's already so powerful. Zhang Xian felt a twinge in his heart. Back then, back at the Qiuwu Palace, the young lady had hesitated for a very long time before agreeing to be his girlfriend. Most likely, it was because she knew that it was a marriage agreement, and she was unable to reject it. But even so, she still agreed to it. Most likely, she already had a plan in mind, and she wanted to cultivate as quickly as possible so that she could control her own destiny. She didn't want to be tied down by her clan. You seem to be very interested in my younger sister. Luo Xianqing turned to look at Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes. Zhang Xian had lost control of his emotions earlier, allowing Bai Hongyin to see through his emotions. Zhang Xian was just about to say that Bai Hongyin had already agreed to be his girlfriend, but he suddenly stopped himself from saying anything. Putting aside whether Bai Hongyin would believe him or not, even if she did, once the news spread, he would surely become the target of public criticism. The fiancé of the young prodigy of the Zhang clan had fallen in love with an unaffiliated cultivator from an insignificant place. That would surely lead to an uproar, and if things went awry, it might even bring Lozozi even more trouble. The reason why she was cultivating so hard was so that she could be with him, so he could not drag her down. Just wait until I break the seal and become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. Then, I'll be able to say it out loud, taking a deep breath, Xianxia suppressed the agitation in his heart. At the moment, the most important thing for him was to cultivate in a low-profile manner so that he could break the seal as soon as possible. He did not want to bring trouble upon himself by revealing his relationship with Bai Hongyin. He was not afraid of trouble, but if he were to cause trouble for Luozi, he would have to bear the consequences. Little princess, I have heard of your name back when I was still in the Qingyuan Empire, and I have always been impressed by you. Naturally, I am a little curious about you. Driving his tranquil will, Xianxia replied with a smile. Humph. If I learn that you have any designs on my younger sister, even if we are acquaintances, I'll beat you up so badly that you won't be able to find your bearings. Luo Xianqing harumphed threateningly. Of course, Xianxia replied with a bitter smile. To be threatened by his brother-in-law. What the heck was this? At the same time, he was also glad that he had not admitted to it earlier. Otherwise, not only would their relationship have collapsed, he might even have been pummeled once more. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Right, Xianxia, of the freshmen in your cohort, Zhang Yu can be considered as a formidable figure. There's another person who isn't from the Zhang clan, but he possesses exceptional talent. His name is Feng Zi. You should know him, right? Yun Lianhai chuckled as he changed the topic. I know Feng Zi. He's the champion of the Mountain Gate selection this time around, Xianxia replied. I heard that he's the direct disciple of one of the Grand Elders of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Indeed. The 3 Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters are usually very elusive, and it's hard to pinpoint their whereabouts. To be able to become their direct disciple, that Feng Zi sure is lucky. Not to mention, the one who accepted him as his direct disciple is the head of the 3 Grand Elders, Yangshi. Yun Lianhai remarked. Yangshi? Xianxia asked. That's right, Yangshi, Yangxian. Yun Lianhai replied. Yang. Xian? Zhangxian's body jolted upon hearing those words. All along, Zhangxian had been referring to himself as Yangxian's disciple. He thought that it was just a fabricated name, but who could have thought that it would actually be true, to think that there would really be a master teacher named Yangxian in the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Furthermore, he was one of the 3 Grand Elders. To think that he would end up in such a predicament just by fabricating a name, it was no wonder why Luo Qingxin panicked upon hearing the identity of Yangxian when he was about to teach him a lesson back then. It wasn't that he was good at disguising himself, but that such a person really did exist. That was why he was so fearful. Along the way, as long as he mentioned his teacher, the Mingshi Tang headquarters would take the initiative to cover up the matter. Most likely, it was precisely because the matter involved a Grand Elder that the headquarters decided not to pursue the matter any further. I see, all along, Xianxia had been wondering if he had been too good at disguising himself that no one dared to provoke him for his Heaven's Path divine art. So, there really was such a person as Xianxia. He had secretly borrowed the other party's name to intimidate others, and that was why he had been able to walk so smoothly all this while. How could there be such a coincidence? Xianxia was still in disbelief. Back then, he had casually made up the name Yangxian. How could there really be such a coincidence? The Library of Heaven's Path, it must be it. Xianxia quickly immersed his consciousness into his mind. Once again, he returned to the entrance of the library. There were 5 large words at the top. They carried an ancient aura, as if they had come from another world. They gave off an indescribable feeling of vicissitudes. The creations of the heavens. Everything conforms to nature. What I said back then has come true. Everything is under the control of the heavens, and everything follows its own rules. Zhangxian's muscles tensed up. He didn't believe that Yangxian had appeared out of thin air. Most likely, when he thought of disguising himself, the library had already subconsciously infused his mind with this name, causing him to blurt out this name. In other words, the will of the heavens was in play. The will of the heavens couldn't be defied, and the will of the heavens couldn't be changed. Even though I control the Library of Heaven's Path, what if the heavens want to erase me? Will it be the same? Zhangxian suddenly thought of a possibility. Xianxia? Xianxia? What happened to you? Just as Zhangxian's thoughts were running wild, a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Raising his head, he saw Yun Lianhai looking at him worriedly. Oh, I'm fine. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia regained his smile, completely concealing the shock and worry in his heart. When one state of mind reached his level, if he really wanted to conceal the fluctuations in his heart, no one would be able to tell. The Library of Heaven's Path was his biggest secret, and he couldn't let anyone know about it. I was just shocked to hear that Fengzi had such a powerful background, and I still haven't recovered from the shock yet. He scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of it. To be honest, I was shocked beyond words. The Grand Supreme Elders of the Mingshi Tang headquarters are each more mysterious than the other. Even the people in the headquarters have not seen them before. This person actually received guidance and was accepted as a personal disciple. This kind of opportunity is indeed not available to everyone. Yun Lianhai nodded. All of a sudden, he turned to Xianxia and asked, speaking of which, Xianxia, for you to possess such talent and strength at such a young age, you must have a teacher to guide you, right? May I know who your teacher is? Even though the other party wasn't a member of the Zhang family, his talent and cultivation were on par with the geniuses of the Zhang family. Most likely, he had a teacher as well. Xianxian's lips twitched. Had it been in the past, he would have definitely said that his teacher was Yang Xian. However, he had just finished talking about Fengzi. If he were to ask the other party if that fellow was his senior, wouldn't he be unable to answer him? It's fine if it's inconvenient for you to answer. There are some reclusive experts who aren't willing to let their students talk about them so as to prevent them from intimidating others. This is detrimental to their growth. Yun Lianhai waved his hands casually. He was just asking casually, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Their relationship hadn't reached that level yet, so it was only natural for them to be unwilling to speak of it. Thank you. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia clasped his fist. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Yun Lianhai chuckled before falling silent. The group chatted for a while longer before returning to their own cultivation. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Xianxia closed his eyes and began consolidating his newfound strength. To him, it was unrealistic to think about such matters at the moment. The best solution for him was to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. Everything was fake, and strength was the only thing that mattered. Along the way, the group continued flying. Along the way, Yun Lianhai secretly asked Yuan Shao about it. However, he had been in the Sanctum of Sages this year, so he didn't know much about the new genius, Yuan Tao. Sighing deeply, Xianxia could only give up on the matter. 5 days later, the 7-colored divine crane finally came to a halt. What came into view was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. After the past few days of cultivation, he had managed to consolidate his cultivation. Without the aid of high-tier spirit stones, even though he hadn't made any further breakthroughs, he was still able to adapt to his new cultivation, and his fighting prowess had become much stronger. If Jian Qingxing were to control his strength and spar with him like before, there was a good chance that he would have been able to kill the other party in a single move. The Dongshu Gourd is located here, Luo Xianhai instructed. The 7-colored divine crane came to a halt in front of a valley, and Luo Xianqing gestured downward. Following the direction that Luo Xianhai was pointing at, Xianxia saw a valley that extended all the way into the distance. There were mountains all around, concealing the valley completely. If one didn't fly into the sky, it would have been impossible to see it. Gathering wind and water is a terrain where spirit veins can be formed. Xianxia thought. His comprehension of formations had already reached 8-star pinnacle. This valley connected all of the surrounding mountains together, forming a place where spiritual energy gathered. However, it seems like someone has altered the spirit veins, preventing it from forming spirit ores. Xianxia took a closer look at the valley before him and frowned. Given how the valley was able to gather spiritual energy, it should have formed spirit ores over time. However, perhaps it was because someone had mined the area or some other problem had occurred, the entire earth vein had been destroyed. While it was still able to gather spiritual energy, it was impossible for spirit ores to form. Let's head down. Perplexed, the 7-colored divine crane flew down. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the valley. This is known as the Valley of Earth Spirits. Due to the rich spiritual energy, there are many saint beasts here. Some of them have even reached Saint Dan, so we can't fly in directly. Otherwise, we might be ambushed. Luo Xianqing said. Xianxia was astonished. He had thought that the seven-colored divine crane was the strongest saint beast he had seen so far, but who could have thought that there would be an even more formidable one in the valley? The master-teacher continent was indeed filled with many talented individuals. But thinking about it, it did make sense. If not for the presence of such a powerful saint beast in the valley, the Dongshu Gourd wouldn't have been left behind until now. Everyone, try your best to conceal your aura and not leave any traces behind. Otherwise, we might run into trouble before we even reach our destination, Luo Xianqing instructed. After which, he arranged for the seven-colored divine crane to provide support in the air before leading the group into the valley. The others quickly followed suit. As Xianxia's cultivation was the weakest among them, he was placed in the middle so that he could help out if anything were to happen. The valley was so quiet that the only sound they could hear was the howling of the wind. The spiritual energy in the valley was indeed denser than in the outside world, but due to the terrain, it was impossible for the spiritual energy to gather together. It was still possible for one to cultivate, but it was impossible for one to form an or vein here. Following behind Luo Xianqing, Xianxia activated his eye of insight and scanned the surroundings carefully. Streams of spiritual energy flowed calmly within the valley, reminiscent of a peaceful river. Is this place really conducive to the growth of the Dongshu Gourd? The more he looked, the more perplexed he felt. Even though he wasn't too sure about the environment in which the Dongshu Gourd grew, Luo Xianqing had told him that it required a spirit vein to grow. However, the spiritual energy in the valley was so sparse that there was no spirit vein at all. Actually, we are already in the midst of a formation set up by that expert. Noticing Xianxia's doubts, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message over. In the midst of a formation? Xianxia was astonished. His comprehension of formations had already reached 8-star pinnacle. If there was really a formation here, there was no way he wouldn't have been able to tell, unless the formation had reached 9 stars, a 9 stars formation. Just how powerful was the person who left behind the Dongshu Gourd? That's right. This formation has altered the flow of spiritual energy, preventing one from discovering the spirit vein and treasure. Otherwise, the Dongshu Gourd would have long been found by someone else. Luo Xianqing nodded. I was only able to find it due to luck. Luck? Xianxia shook his head. I don't think it'll be that easy to find the Dongshu Gourd through pure luck. Even with his eye of insight, he was unable to see anything wrong with the formation. It was unlikely that he would be able to find the Dongshu Gourd through pure luck. Actually, I've heard my younger sister mention this place before. She's fond of reading books and making deductions. Once, based on the layout of a formation and the map of this area, she deduced that there might be a 9-star concealment formation here. Back then, I took note of it, and I came here to look for it. That was when I realized that something was amiss. Luo Xianqing said with a reddened face. It was indeed difficult to find the Dongshu Gourd through pure luck. With its history spanning tens of thousands of years, it should have long been found by someone else. The reason why he was able to find out about the Dongshu Gourd was because of his younger sister. You were able to deduce all of this based on the layout of the formation and the map. Xianxia was astonished. As expected of his girlfriend, her eye of discernment and analytical ability were on par with his. Right, Brother Luo, there's something that I'm curious about. I hope that you can enlighten me on it. Xianxia pondered for a moment before sending a telepathic message over. Speak. Luo Xianqing nodded. It's like this. Given how powerful the Luo clan is, it doesn't pale in comparison to the Zhang clan at all. Why would the head of the Luo clan want to form a marriage alliance with the Zhang clan? Xianxia asked. This was something that had been bothering him for the past few days. Since the sage clans were determined by their bloodline, and Lozozi was already the head of the Luo clan, why would the head of the Luo clan want to form a marriage alliance with the Zhang clan? Wouldn't that be equivalent to handing over the entire Luo clan to the Zhang clan? Who told you to ask such a question? Luo Xuanqing's face darkened as he narrowed his eyes. Xianxia immediately felt a chill running down his spine. He could sense intense killing intent coming from the other party. The killing intent felt so tangible that it seeped into his skin and into his soul, causing his body to tense up involuntarily. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia's mind swiftly raced. When he asked about Luozi, the other party had only been enraged, but he didn't seem to have any intention of killing her. Yet, for him to react so violently to this matter, could there really be some kind of secret involved? Xianxia chuckled softly. I'm just finding it hard to believe. Luo Shanqing stared at Xianxia intently, and seeing that the other party was smiling sincerely, he heaved a sigh of relief. This is a matter between the Luo clan and the Zhang clan. Since you're an outsider, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Even though he hadn't managed to get any information on the matter, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that the marriage between the two clans was inevitable. Despite how much Luo Shanqing detested the Zhang clan and doted on his younger sister, he still couldn't do anything about it. Most likely, there was some kind of huge secret behind this marriage that he was unaware of. How difficult. Xianxian rubbed his glabella. Previously, he had thought that as long as he was the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, he would be in no way inferior to the head of the Zhang clan. Given that both parties were in love with one another, there was a good chance that the other party would agree to the marriage proposal. However, from the looks of it now, things weren't as simple as he thought. Even as the head of the Luo clan, Luozi was still unable to break free from the Luo clan despite her powerful cultivation. This was really something that he couldn't help but think about. Woo-woo, while Xianxian was deep in thought, a buzzing sound reminiscent of mosquitoes suddenly echoed in the air. Bai Hongyi narrowed her eyes. It's the crimson-tailed wasps. The crowd hurriedly turned their gazes over, only to see a swarm of wasps the size of Longan flying toward them like a black cloud. Crimson-tailed wasps? Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. He had read countless books, so he knew that the crimson-tailed wasps were only at Saint 3 Dan or Saint 4 Dan, but their poison was extremely potent. If too many of them were to gather together, even a Saint 7 Dan expert would be poisoned to death. More importantly, the crimson-tailed wasps were hiding in the forest, making them even more fearsome than Saint 8 Dan beasts. It's the killing intent earlier. In the blink of an eye, he understood. After entering the valley, they had concealed themselves very well, not releasing any aura. Under normal circumstances, they would not attract the attention of any powerful life forms. At this moment, the sudden appearance of this thing was obviously disturbed by Luo Shanqing's uncontrollable killing intent. It wanted to find the source and kill him. What should we do? Yun Lianhai asked anxiously. He seemed to be extremely fearful of this poisonous life form, and his face was somewhat pale. If we were to engage in a battle, it would cause too much of a commotion, and it could very well attract the attention of even more powerful life forms. More importantly, there are simply too many crimson-tail wasps. It's impossible to kill all of them. The death of a single crimson-tail wasp will release a poisonous mist, and if too many of them are released, the entire area will be filled with poisonous mist. Bai Hongyi said anxiously. After entering the valley, the thing they were most afraid of was encountering such things. They couldn't kill them, but they couldn't wait for death either. It made one feel helpless and helpless. Let's get out of the valley first and think of a way to kill these guys outside. Luo Shanqing said with a glint in his eyes. As one of the core members of the Luo clan, even though he might appear to be a little reckless, he would never panic in the face of trouble. He had his own plans and means to deal with it. All right. Knowing that this was the best course of action, the crowd quickly retreated. It seems like we won't be able to make it in time. However, barely after retreating several hundred meters, Xianxian suddenly shook his head. The crowd hurriedly turned their gazes over, only to see a swarm of crimson-tail wasps flying toward them from behind. Those who were able to reach Saint 3 Dan and Saint 4 Dan already possessed intelligence of their own. Upon seeing so many delicacies flying toward them, they were already prepared. Let's fight. Knowing that it was impossible for them to escape, Luo Shanqing narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, I'll have to trouble you to set up a formation to isolate the aura of the battle. Don't allow any sound or energy from the battle to leak out. Bai Hongyi, use your demonic tunes to disrupt their communication so as to prevent them from setting up a formation. Yun Lianhai, use your secret art to find the location of the Wasp King. Yuan Shao, given your powerful defense, your body should be able to withstand the effects of the Wasp King's poison. The two of us will make our preparations. As soon as we find the Wasp King, we'll rush over to kill it. Luo Xianxia swiftly made arrangements. Once the Wasp King dies, they will surely panic. Once that happens, we'll be able to make use of this opportunity to escape. Yes. The crowd nodded with grim expressions on their faces. Hearing how the other party's arrangements were logical, without the slightest hesitation, and every single one of his words was directed to the crux of the matter. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely panicked by now. However, not only was Luo Xianxia not flustered, he even made use of everyone's abilities to maximize their effectiveness. As expected of a genius groomed by the sanctum of sages. In the face of danger, he was able to display a different side of himself. Let's begin. Seeing that the crowd had understood his orders, Luo Xianxia waved his hand, and the surrounding space immediately became viscous. Xianxia, I'll hold the Wasp King off for the time being. Alright, but this, Xianxia nodded awkwardly. Do any of you have grade 8 formation flags? He had just completed the 8-star formation master examination, so even if he wanted to set up a formation, he didn't have any. You don't even have any formation flags? Bai Hongying's face twitched. The formation master whom Luo Xianxia had specially invited over did not even have any formation flags. Just the thought of it left her speechless. Here, I prepared some here, harumphing coldly, Bai Hongying flicked her wrist, and a pile of formation flags appeared before her. There were at least 500 to 600 of them. She was skilled in formations, so she had prepared quite a few of them. Not only was there a large quantity, there was also a decent quality to them. Thank you. Grabbing the formation flags, Bai Hongying swiftly released his Xinqi. So, the formation flags immediately flew out. I only have so many formation flags. If the formation fails, we'll have no choice but to face them head-on. Seeing how Luo Xianxia threw the formation flags without even taking a look, Bai Hongying's face reddened in anger. But before she could finish her words, a mist suddenly rose from the surroundings, and the crowd found themselves in a formation. A grade 8 formation to isolate sound and conceal energy fluctuations. That's it? Bai Hongying gulped down a mouthful of saliva. She wasn't the only one. Yun Lianhai and Yuan Shao also widened their eyes in shock. Even though they had heard from Luo Xianxia that Luo Xianxia was extremely fast at setting up formations, they still found it hard to believe. In less than a breath, the grade 8 formation was actually completed. Even the most 9 stars formation masters wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. After all, setting up a formation required a lot of factors, such as the terrain, the environment, and the strength of the opponent. Yet, the other party had managed to complete it in the blink of an eye without even taking a look at the surroundings. How in the world did he manage to do it? No, that's not right. Not only does this formation conceal one's aura, it also has the effect of a beguilement formation, preventing poison wasp from escaping. After recovering from her shock, Bai Hongying was just about to launch an attack with her zither when she suddenly noticed something, and her eyes narrowed in astonishment. The formation before her didn't just conceal one's aura, it also had the effect of a beguilement formation, preventing poison wasp from escaping. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about those fellows alerting the others and luring them in. Oh. You gave me too many formation flags earlier, so I casually added a beguilement formation after setting up the concealment formation. Xianxia replied with a smile. Casually, added a beguilement formation? Everyone's lips twitched upon hearing those words. If that was the case, that fellow had actually managed to set up 2 formations in less than a breath's time. More importantly, it was the overlapping formation. There were many factors involved in the overlapping of formations, making it even more complicated than adapting to one's surroundings. Most formation grandmasters would have to spend several months measuring with a compass before being able to lay down a single formation flag. Yet, that fellow actually thought that he still had some left and set up 2 formations. Bai Hongying felt a burning sensation on her cheeks, and she felt as if she would go berserk at any moment. She was also a formation genius, but compared to the other party, she felt as if she was nothing at all. She was no different from a layman who didn't know how to set up formations. With this beguilement formation, those crimson tail wasps won't be able to escape. Doesn't that mean that there's no need for us to fight anymore? Yun Lianhai asked in astonishment. The crowd was stunned for a moment before nodding in agreement. Their goal wasn't to kill those crimson-tail wasps but to prevent them from delaying their search for the Dongshu gourd. Since they were already trapped by the beguilement formation, why would they fight? They might as well just leave this place. Of course we'll have to fight. This kind of formation that you casually set up doesn't have sufficient spiritual energy to sustain it. It won't be long before it dissipates. If we don't get rid of it now, we might end up being surrounded by those crimson-tail wasps in the deeper parts of the valley, and we'll be in even greater danger. Luo Xianxia said. The operation of a formation required spiritual energy to sustain, just like how a carriage required a horse to move. Without sufficient energy, it wouldn't be able to sustain itself for long. It was one thing for the beguilement formation to trap just one or two crimson-tail wasps, but to face so many of them at the same time, it wouldn't be long before the formation collapsed. Instead of being forced into a passive position, it would be better for them to resolve the problem right away. That shouldn't be the case. When I was setting up the formation earlier, I was afraid that it wouldn't be able to sustain itself, so I set up a spirit-gathering formation as well. With the spirit-gathering formation gathering spiritual energy, this formation should be able to sustain itself for several hundred years without any problems. Xianxia interrupted his words and explained. You set up a spirit-gathering formation as well? Everyone was stunned. They quickly turned their gazes over and saw that the formation was indeed extremely stable, as if there was a powerful source of energy supporting it. Everyone felt their hair standing on end. To set up a triple stacking formation in just a single breath. Brother, you must be cheating. Since that's the case, let's leave. Luo Xianxia exclaimed with a reddened face. He had prepared so many formations, but none of them worked. The other party had just tossed out a bunch of formation flags to resolve the issue. This left him feeling utterly defeated. Leave? If we were to leave just like that, wouldn't we be throwing away all of the formation flags? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. These formation flags were extremely valuable, and it would be a huge waste to just throw them away like that. What else can we do? If we were to kill all of those fellows, we would surely suffer heavy losses as well. Luo Xianxia frowned. Suffer heavy losses? What kind of losses can we possibly suffer? I saw that there were quite a lot of formation flags earlier, so I set up a slaughter formation as well. Once there's sufficient spiritual energy, it'll activate automatically. All we have to do is wait here. Xianxia said with a smile. Astonishment was no longer sufficient to describe what the crowd was feeling at this moment. To be honest, they were already a little numb to the sight before them. The difficulty of setting up a formation, especially one that was stacked on top of one another, was exponentially higher. Most formation masters would require a month to set up a single grade 8 formation, 4 months to stack 2 grade 8 formations together, 16 months to set up 3 grade 8 formations, and 4 grade 8 formations. Without at least 20 years of effort, it would be impossible for them to set up a grade 8 formation, yet, the young man before them had actually managed to set up 4 formations in less than a breath. His understanding of array formations was no longer just powerful. It was beyond imagination. It was horrifying. Xianxia, did you really just take the 8-star formation master examination a few days ago? Bai Hongyin asked anxiously. Indeed. I took the examination together with Brother Luo, and it was quite troublesome. Recalling the examination that day, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. Troublesome, Luo Xuanqing's lips twitched, and he did not feel like speaking to the fellow before him anymore. It had only taken him less than 5 breaths to set up the formation. How in the world was troublesome? If anyone is troublesome, it should be me. Alright, even till now, I still haven't managed to apply for the 8-star formation master token. The slaughter formation is starting to activate. While they were speaking, the slaughter formation that they had set up had already absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, and with a flash of light, it began to activate. In the blink of an eye, innumerable sword chi burst forth. Everyone felt a powerful surge of energy before them, and in the blink of an eye, countless crimson-tail wasps were reduced to dust, and they fell from the sky one after another. How powerful! Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. Even though it was only a grade 8 primary formation, when paired with the beguilement formation and spirit gathering formation, the might it wielded was truly formidable. Even if they were trapped within, it would take them a lot of effort to break out of it. Wait a moment later, Luo Xianxia came to a realization. Given how powerful the slaughter formation is, why aren't the crimson tail wasps evading it? Instead, they are floating in the air, waiting to be killed? That's right. What's going on? The others also noticed the anomaly as well. Under normal circumstances, as powerful as a grade 8 slaughter formation was, the crimson tail wasps should not have been easy targets to deal with. Yet, the crimson tail wasps seemed to be unaware of the slaughter formation's arrival, and they were simply floating in the air, waiting to be killed. This was truly bizarre. Oh, I also set up an illusory formation. These fellows don't have high cultivation or high intelligence. It'll be hard for them to escape once they enter the illusory formation. Xianxia smiled. By the way again? Luo Xuanqing's cheeks twitched violently. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he hurriedly looked at Xianxia and asked, "You? Just how many formations did you set up in here?" He had thought that he would be able to set up one formation, but 2, 3, 4. Now, 5 had appeared. How many more, that we don't know? Didn't you say that these guys have poison on them? On top of that, I have also set up a ventilation formation to gather all the poisonous substances in the area, as well as a harvesting formation. If I were to purify the poison that could poison a Saint 6 Dan or 7 Dan expert to death, I'm sure that I'll be able to sell it for quite a fortune. Xianxia said as he counted on his fingers. Oh, and there's also a formation to search for the Wasp King. Since that fellow is the Wasp King, it should be even more formidable than the Wasp King. However, I don't know how powerful it is, so I have set up a confinement formation. If I fail to kill it, I can still trap it. Furthermore, there's also a seer formation and a formation to maintain the freshness of the air so that everyone will be able to view the Wasp King without feeling stifled. Right, there's also a formation to adjust the temperature of the air so that it's not too hot to watch the Wasp King. After saying those words, Xianxia turned to look at the others, only to see Luo Xianxia and the others staring at him with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. It took a long time before the crowd finally recovered from their shock, and they felt a stifling sensation in their chests. It was really unbearable to talk about formations with this fellow. Their current emotions could only be described as King dog. Brother Luo, I heard that the little princess is able to set up formations very quickly as well. Is she really that fast? Bai Hongyin asked as she closed her mouth. She isn't that fast? Luo Xianxia gulped down a mouthful of saliva. However, my younger sister doesn't spend too much time learning any of the occupations. Other than pill forging, she's skilled in more than a dozen other occupations. His younger sister wasn't just a genius in cultivation. She was also able to pick up the other occupations swiftly as well. While others would take decades to master, she would be able to reach the pinnacle in just a few months. The only thing that she was slightly lacking in was pill forging. Take him for example. Of all the occupations, he was the weakest in terms of formation mastery. He had only taken the examination 3 times before he barely cleared it. I see. Bai Hongyin nodded. Then, she turned to the young man before her and asked, Xianxia, may I know if you are capable of pill forging? I don't think so, Xianxia shook his head. He might be skilled in theory, but in truth, he didn't know how to forge pills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone around seeking help from others back then. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Considering how formidable formations were, if the other occupations were also formidable as well, it would be a little frightening. If he didn't know how to forge pills, it would mean that he wasn't perfect. Wait a moment. Don't you have a 7-star apothecary emblem? Luo Xianxia asked doubtfully. Back then, the other party had shown it to him. Oh, I don't know how to forge pills. My identity as an apothecary was obtained through pill debate, Xianxia explained. Pill debate, Luo Xuanqing's vision darkened, and he didn't feel like asking any further. Pill debate was far more difficult than pill forging. There were only a few dozen out of 1,000 who had cleared the pill forging examination, but in pill debate, there was less than 1 out of 100,000. Alright, the crimson-tail wasps are all dead. A moment later, sensing that the formation was no longer shaking, Xianxia chuckled. The crowd turned their gazes over and saw that all of the crimson-tail wasps had fallen to the ground. The Wasp King has been captured as well. Let's head over to take a look. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Fearing that they might be attacked by the formation, the crowd hurriedly followed behind him. Not too long later, they saw a crimson-tail wasp floating listlessly in the air, seemingly on the verge of death. This wasp was no different from the others, and it was of a similar size as well. It was impossible to tell it apart just from its appearance. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia took a closer look. The other crimson-tail wasps were all around Saint 3 Dan, but this one possessed the strength of a Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle Cultivator. It was no wonder why it was able to become a king. The venom of the Wasp King is extremely potent. I think it's best that we kill it to avoid unnecessary trouble, Luo Xianqing exclaimed after seeing that they had captured the Wasp King. Even ordinary wasps could poison a Saint 7 Dan expert to death if they accumulated too much of their venom. As the king of the Wasp King, it was bound to be even more potent. It was best to kill it first. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. It's indeed very venomous. Nodding, Xianxia stretched out 2 fingers, and with a light pinch, he grabbed it. Be careful. Seeing that Xianxia was actually grabbing the Wasp King with his bare hands, goosebumps rose on everyone's skin. At this moment, something unexpected occurred. The crimson-tail wasp, which seemed to be on the verge of death, suddenly struggled to its feet, and the venomous stinger on its tail pierced straight toward Xianxia's skin. Puha, a small hole was torn open, and the venom flowed in. The crimson-tail wasp was actually feigning death earlier. As soon as it saw Xianxia grabbing it, it immediately leaped up to attack him. That's the natal venom stinger. It's so lethal that even a Saint 8 Dan expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's over. There's no cure for it. Seeing how careless Xianxia was, allowing the Wasp King to stab him, the faces of the crowd paled. The crimson-tail Wasp King's natal venom stinger was something that even 8-star pinnacle physicians were helpless against. Even a Saint 8 Dan expert would be poisoned to death if they were to come into contact with it. Needless to say, this genius formation master was already on the verge of death. While everyone was panicking, the Wasp King suddenly fell to the ground. Its body twitched twice, and with widened eyes, it breathed its last in indignation. The Wasp King has been poisoned to death. Everyone leaped in fright. From the looks of it, not only did the Wasp King fail to poison the other party, it was even poisoned to death by the other party. Xianxia looked at the Wasp King awkwardly. The Wasp King's sudden assault had caught even him off guard. As soon as the poison seeped into his body, his heaven's path Xianqi had also seeped into the Wasp King's body, resulting in its death. You are a poison master? The crowd couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxia. Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. The Wasp King had tried to poison him to death, only to be poisoned to death instead. This had happened right before everyone's eyes, and he had no idea how he should explain it. If I were to say that it died on its own, would you believe me? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking. The crowd shook their heads. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. I am actually a physician. Before entering the valley, I consumed an antidote. The Wasp King tried to poison me to death, but it came into contact with the antidote, resulting in its death. Xianxia explained. Since poison masters could poison others to death, physicians could do the same as well. It was just that the latter was more open and aboveboard. Physician? Antidote? What kind of antidote is capable of killing the Wasp King? The crowd was taken aback for a moment before frowning. It's this. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a pill. This? The crowd took the pill, and after taking a look, a deep frown appeared on their faces. No matter how they looked at it, it was just an ordinary antidote. How could it possibly poison the Wasp King to death? If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. There are so many venomous beasts here, just take a few breaths, and you'll be able to cure them with this pill. Xianxia chuckled. Forget it. We believe that you are a physician. The crowd's eyebrows twitched. Poison like that could spell death upon ingesting it. Even though they had many means up their sleeves, they didn't dare to test it recklessly. In any case, everyone had their own secrets, so there was no need for them to get to the bottom of it. Alright, let's go then. Seeing that the crowd had fallen silent, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he kept all of the formation flags in the surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to keep the crimson-tailed wasp king's corpse into his storage ring. While the corpse wasn't of much use to him, it would still be useful against others. After Xianxia kept the formation flags, the surroundings fell silent. The battle earlier didn't attract the attention of the other saint beasts, and the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Holding the antidote in his hand, he hesitated for a moment before carefully placing it into a jade bottle. After which, he walked up to the crowd and walked into the valley with widened strides. Your formation flags. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a pile of formation flags flew toward Bai Hongyin. I'll leave them with you. They'll be much more useful in your hands than mine. Bai Hongyin waved her hand. She had seen the other party's mastery over formations, so she knew that these formation flags would be more effective in the other party's hands. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. These formation flags were indeed quite useful to him. With his current strength, he was only able to kill half-phantasmal space realm experts. However, with these formation flags, even Saint 7 Dan primary stage or intermediate stage experts would be at a disadvantage if he set them up while the other party was distracted. Proceeding ahead, they encountered a swarm of venomous wasps. They advanced for 4 hours straight. During this period of time, they encountered a few small-scale assaults from Saint Beasts. However, with the protection of Xianxia's concealment formation and the superior strength of the group, it did not take too long for them to resolve the problem. The Dongshu gourd is in the cavern up ahead. After venturing into the depths of the valley, Luo Xianqing stopped behind a massive boulder and pointed forward. Following the direction of the valley, the group soon saw an average-sized cavern. Vines grew all around the cavern, concealing the entrance of the cavern. If one did not look carefully, it would have been impossible to notice it. This place is no different from the other caverns? This was Bai Hongyin's first time here, so she found it hard to believe. There was nothing special about the cavern. There was no concentrated spiritual energy or concentrated spiritual energy, making it look no different from an ordinary mountain. Why would a treasure like the Dongshu gourd be in there? It's due to the isolation formation that there's nothing special about it. Otherwise, the Dongshu gourd would have long been plucked away. Luo Xianqing said. The crowd nodded in realization. That was to be expected. If the spiritual energy was concentrated here, the saint beasts would have long charged in to search for it even before humans discovered it. As the number of master teachers grew, mankind grew stronger and stronger. It was clear that they were no longer in the ancient era where treasures could be found anywhere. Let's head in. What are we waiting here for? Yun Lianhai's eyes lit up. As a treasure hunter, his blood began to boil in excitement when he heard that the treasure was right before him. We can't head in right now. We'll have to wait until nightfall. Luo Xianqing said with a grim expression. Why? Yun Lianhai was perplexed. Everyone was puzzled. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Why did they have to wait until nightfall? There's a netherworld azure dragon beast living in this cavern, Luo Xianqing replied telepathically. Netherworld azure dragon beast? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Very powerful? Seeing the changes in everyone's expression, Xianxian couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxian. His current beast taming level was only 6 stars. Although he had read many books and knew of many powerful sacred beasts, he had never heard of many rare sacred beasts. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast is a saint beast that possesses the bloodline of the dragon tribe. As soon as it matures, it will wield strength comparable to a Saint 8 Dan expert. Yuan Xiao said in a deep voice. Saint 8 Dan? Zhangxian's expression was solemn. To be honest, he had never seen a saint beast of this level before. If he could tame one, he would have a much higher chance of success even if he were to kidnap the bride from the Zhang family. That's right. Let's hope that we don't alarm that fellow. Otherwise, even if all of us work together, we won't be a match for him. Luo Xianxia exhaled deeply. Saint 8 Dan's Saint Beasts possessed fighting prowess far superior to Saint 8 Dan cultivators. Even though they were the offspring of major powers and possessed many means up their sleeves, it would still be difficult for them to deal with one. Saint Beasts of this level possess incredible strength. As long as there's even the slightest disturbance, it will be able to sense it. There shouldn't be any difference if we wait until nightfall. Xianxia asked. At Saint 2 Dan, Saint Beasts would gain the ability to develop their spiritual perception, granting them the ability to ignore the effects of the night. Given that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast possessed the strength of a Saint 8 Dan cultivator, it could be said to be one of the strongest existences on the Master-Teacher continent. It's because of this artifact. Luo Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a jade box appeared in his palm. He opened it lightly, and a brilliant light shone from within. It was a golden bead. It was impossible to tell what it was forged out of, but it emanated a brilliant glow. What's that? Everyone was perplexed. Even Xianxia was unable to make sense of it. This is the soul-binding golden bead that I had someone forge for you, Luo Xianxia replied. Soul-binding golden bead? The crowd was perplexed. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast possesses the dragon bloodline, and it's extremely sensitive to golden objects. Thus, I forged this artifact so that as long as it's thrown out, it'll be easily lured over. There's a formation inscribed on it, and as long as one stares at it for too long, one will be hypnotized and fall into a trance, Luo Xianxia explained. However, due to the intense sunlight during the day, it's difficult for it to be lured over. It's most effective at night. The crowd widened their eyes in realization. It was no secret that beasts with the dragon bloodline were fond of shiny objects. As long as it was used properly, it would be able to bring about decent results. Once it fell into a trance, it would be easier for it to sneak in. Brother Luo, can you let me take a look at your soul-binding golden bead? Xianxia asked. Here. Luo Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the golden bead flew over. Catching it, Xianxia took a closer look at it. It had to be said that the person who forged this artifact was at least an 8-star celestial designer. Xianxia placed his finger on it. A book materialized. Soul-binding golden bead, forged by 8-star celestial designer Jiang Feifei. It was densely filled with words. Seeing that Xianxia was reading through the book, Luo Xianxia asked, Xianxia, are you familiar with celestial designer artifacts as well? I have read some books regarding celestial designer artifacts, Luo Xianxia replied. Xianxia nodded. At the moment, he was still a 6-star celestial designer back at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. He could be considered proficient in mechanisms, but in a place like the Sanctum of Sages, he was still lacking. I see. Can you help me take a look at this soul-binding golden bead? Luo Xianxia asked. In any case, there was still some time before night fell. Considering how proficient that fellow was in formations, he could not help but wonder how much he knew about celestial designers. Judging from the craftsmanship, it seems like it was forged by an 8-star celestial designer. It's indeed exquisite, but there are quite a few flaws in it as well. I fear that it might not be able to deal with a Saint 8 Dan beast. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. The design of the soul-binding golden bead was very good. It would not be too difficult for him to hypnotize a Saint 7 Dan beast, but it would be a different story for a Saint 8 Dan beast. I paid a heavy price to have a genius who specializes in celestial designers from the inner sanctum make this. Any beast that possesses the dragon bloodline will surely fall in love with it and fall into a deep slumber, Luo Xianxia said confidently. Luo Xianxia replied confidently. After the soul-binding golden bead was forged, he had sought the elders of his clan to take a look at it, and the conclusion he received was that it was extremely effective on Saint 8 Dan beasts. Otherwise, how could he dare to come here? This formation contains the secrets of souls, so it does have a hypnotic effect on humans. However, I'm not too sure if it will work on beasts. After all, the souls of beasts are different from those of humans. Did you mention that you were going to use it against the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast when you asked the Elder to forge it? Xianxia asked. This, Luo Xianxia was taken aback. The implications of the Dongshu gourd were simply too great. When it was forged, it was indeed not mentioned that it was going to be used against Saint 8 Dan experts, since the Dongshu Gourd was already capable of dealing with Saint 8 Dan experts, it should be able to do so as well. Saint beasts have larger bodies than humans, and their souls are far stronger as well. It's not impossible for you to hypnotize them with this artifact, but it'll take quite some time, so it won't be as convenient as you think. Xianxia said. As long as you can hypnotize them, it doesn't matter how long it takes, Luo Xianqing replied with a shake of his head. As long as he could knock out the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, it didn't matter how long it took. He had been preparing for the Dongshu Gourd for half a year now, so a day or two more wouldn't matter to him. The longer you drag it out with a Saint 8 Dan beast, the more troublesome it will be. What I'm trying to say is that if there's any other alternative, it would be best not to use this artifact. Xianxia pondered for a moment before turning to look at Luo Xianqing. A saint beast of that caliber was no different from a bomb, one that could explode at any moment. It was one thing if he could hypnotize it, but what if he failed? Alternative? Can you forge a better soul-binding golden bead? Luo Xianqing asked. Xianxia shook his head. He had not read many books on celestial designers, so he was only able to find the flaws in the artifact. What's the point of saying so much then? I only learned of how to use this artifact to deal with saint beasts with the dragon bloodline after flipping through many books. Alright, there's no need to say any more. Let's give it a try, and if it fails, we'll just have to fight it head-on. Even if we can't kill it, we should be able to stall it for a few hours. That should be more than enough time for us to harvest the Dongshu Gourd. Luo Xianqing said. His goal was to obtain the Dongshu Gourd, not to kill the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Even if he could not knock it out, he could at least stall it for a period of time. Alright then. Hearing Luo Xianqing's words, Xianxia could only shake his head helplessly. The group continued discussing their next course of action. Just as they were about to recuperate and recover their stamina for the battle at night, Xianxia's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Someone's here, someone's here? Doubt surfaced in the eyes of the crowd. They were all Saint 7 Dan experts, but even they did not notice anyone at all. How did Luo Xianqing know that someone was here? Before I came here, I left behind a small formation. As long as someone touches it, it will be triggered. Xianxia explained. His spiritual perception had a far greater range than most, so there was no way he could say it aloud. Thus, he could only come up with an excuse. Who is it? Luo Xianqing asked. I'm not too sure either. I'll be heading over right now. I think I should be able to see something behind that boulder, Xianxia pointed. Luo Xianqing walked over to the boulder and focused his gaze on the valley that he had come from. As expected, he saw a few figures slowly walking over. It's him? Luo Xianqing's face darkened. Who is it? Yuan Shao asked. Luo Xianqing clenched his fists tightly as he narrowed his eyes. It's Zhang Chun from the Zhang family. Everyone is welcome to write more chapters. If you don't write, you won't be able to copy. If you can't copy, you won't be able to write. If you don't write, you will be depressed. Depression will cause you to stop updating. Stopping updating will cause more readers to be angry. Anger will cause social unrest. Social unrest will cause the country's economy to go into disorder. If there is disorder, our country will lose the trade war. If we lose, it is very likely to cause World War III. When the war starts, it is possible to attract extraterrestrial troops, which will cause chaos in the universe. Think about it. Just because you refuse to write a chapter for allow it to copy, do you really think it's a good idea for the entire universe to be plunged into chaos? So, if you care about life and don't wish to cause a war, please write a chapter. This is also a contribution to the peace of the universe. I'll leave the heavy responsibility of maintaining world peace to you all. Do you think that you'll be able to accomplish that just by writing a few chapters? Do you feel like you've been bestowed with the responsibility of history? Don't hesitate. With a single tap of your keyboard, you'll be able to change the world, work hard, and history and the people will remember you. Amen. Zhang Chen? Why is he here? Yuan Zhao's face warped in astonishment. Bai Hongyin and the others also frowned. Clearly, they had all heard of that name. He is. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. Of the core members of the Zhang clan, he had only heard of the little prodigy and Zhang Yu. He had never heard of Zhang Chen before. Zhang Chen and brother Luo are geniuses who entered the sanctum of sages in the same batch, and they compete with one another. Yuan Shao glanced at Luo Xianqing before lowering his voice. They don't have a harmonious relationship. There's no need for you to cover up for them. Hearing those words, Bai Hongyin burst into laughter. Not only do they not have a harmonious relationship, they practically have a grudge against one another. No matter what they do, they have to make one side admit defeat no matter what. You went to destroy one of the halls, and he went to destroy two of them. Don't you think that the two of them have caused a huge ruckus over the years? This, Bai Hongyin did not bother to conceal her voice, so Luo Xianqing could clearly hear her words. His face reddened in embarrassment, but he found himself unable to refute her words. Destroy the halls? Is Brother Luo's title as the King of Destruction intentional? Zhang Xian was stunned. Of course not. I was just too eager to win that I couldn't control my strength properly. Luo Xianqing harumphed. Too eager to win? For example, if Zhang Chen took 10 minutes to clear the sanctum of sages, even if Luo Xianqing were to put his life on the line, he would still have to take 9 minutes to clear the sanctum of sages. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to control his strength properly. Bai Hongyin explained. Zhang Xian's lips twitched upon hearing those words. It was indeed difficult for Luo Xianqing to control his strength like that, so it was inevitable that he would make mistakes. From the looks of it, even though Luo Xianqing had indeed wreaked havoc in the sanctum of sages, he was still a person who knew his limits. Most of the time, he did not destroy for the sake of destroying. Most of the time, it was unintentional. In comparison, it was apparent that Luo Xianqing was much more scheming than Zhang Xian. Since they're comparing everything with one another, could it be that Zhang Chen has heard about the Dongshu gourd and is here to interfere? Zhang Xian's eyebrows furrowed. The fact that he was able to compete with Luo Xianqing meant that his cultivation was around the same level as Luo Xuanqing's. If he were to cause trouble here, it would not be as easy for him to obtain the Dongshu gourd. Only a few of us know about the Dongshu gourd. Don't worry, he knows nothing about it. Luo Xianqing said confidently. Oh? The crowd was perplexed by Zhang Xian's tone. If not for the Dongshu gourd, why would he come here? The Sanctum of Sages was at least 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Master Teacher Academy, so surely they couldn't possibly travel that far just for sightseeing? He brought the inner court students of the Beast Taming Hall, the two brothers Zhao Sun and Zhao Yi, the celestial designer Li Hen, who specializes in traps, and the physician Chang Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, it's for beast taming. Luo Xianqing asked. Beast taming? Yun Lianhai widened his eyes in realization. Now that you mention it, I remember that Zhang Chen issued a beast taming mission not too long ago. He said that he wanted someone to tame a saint beast with the dragon bloodline in it, and the reward was 3 jade vein spirit marrow. Could it be that the saint beast that he's trying to tame is this netherworld azure dragon beast? I remember too. Hearing those words, the crowd fell into a daze. Even Zhang Xian was taken aback. A few days ago, he had sent Sun Chang out to gather information, and when he returned, he had mentioned that there was a beast-taming mission with a generous reward. He had intended to accept it, but due to the fact that he had to report to the elite division, he had forgotten about it. Who could have thought that it would actually be Zhang Chen who issued the beast-taming mission? More importantly, they actually bumped into one another here. The saint beast that he's trying to tame is this one. Luo Xianqing said with a glint in his eyes. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Indeed. We want to deal with this big fellow, and he wants to tame it as well. Brother Luo, could you be involved in this as well? Everyone turned to look at Luo Xianqing. There were so many saint beasts in the world, and the chances of them bumping into one of them was extremely low. No one believed that the young man before them had nothing to do with it. Of course it has something to do with it. Luo Xuanqing's lips curled up. The two of us have always been rivals, and he knows my whereabouts very well. Even though I tried my best to keep a low profile, I was still discovered. In order to prevent the secret of the Dongshu gourd from leaking out, I went around purchasing Saint Beast taming tools and had someone forge the soul-binding golden bead. My goal was to mislead him into thinking that I was intending to tame a Saint Beast. Who could have thought that he would actually fall for it? The crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. Was that even possible? Nevertheless, it did make sense. After learning that Luo Xianqing was intending to tame a Saint 8 Dan Saint Beast, Zhang Chen would surely try his best to succeed before Luo Xianqing so as to deal a blow to Luo Xianqing. Smart. Zhang Xian remarked. Luo Xuanqing's plan was to divert Zhang Chen's attention away from him, and at the same time, he would be able to get rid of the danger as well. This was killing two birds with one stone, regardless of whether Zhang Chen was able to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast or not, he would surely draw Zhang Chen's attention. With that, it would be much easier for them to enter the ancient domain. As expected of the prodigy of the Luo clan, Zhang Xian's future brother-in-law was truly skilled at scheming. While Zhang Xian might seem boorish on the surface, he was actually a very meticulous person. Since he's intending to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, shouldn't we hide here and wait for the Saint Beast to tie him down before heading out? Understanding the situation, Yun Lianhai couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was just a moment ago that they were still troubled over how they should deal with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, but since Zhang Chen had decided to take the lead, they could finally relax. It's not that we can't do that, but I've been competing with Zhang Chen for so many years now, and we know each other very well. The reason why Zhang Chen was able to come here so quickly is probably because he has gotten a hold of my whereabouts. Once he discovers that I'm in hiding, he's bound to suspect something. Luo Xianqing shook his head. What should we do then? Yun Lianhai asked. Simple. Luo Xianqing chuckled softly. Aren't they intending to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? We'll find a way to stop them and lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast over. This way, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast will be tied down by Zhang Xian, and we'll be able to make use of this opportunity to strike. That's right. The crowd nodded in agreement. Since they were going to put on an act, they had to go all out. Since they knew that Zhang Xian was here, wouldn't they be letting the crowd down if they didn't make a move? Thus, they had to think of a way to make Zhang Xian look infuriated yet helpless. Only then would they be able to satisfy Zhang Xian's vanity so that he would happily help them defeat the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Brother Luo, do you have a plan in mind? Seeing how confident the other party was, it was clear that he already had a plan in mind. Of course. Luo Xianqing nodded. The plan is simple. We'll send our men to stop them before finding someone to lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast over. Once Zhang Chen realizes that I've made a move on him, he'll surely panic. That way, we'll be able to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Xian and the others nodded in agreement. Zhang Xian knew that he was there to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, but he didn't do anything about it. No matter how foolish he was, he would surely think that there was something fishy going on. Since that was the case, he might as well put on a show to provoke the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast so that it could take over the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. In any case, given Zhang Xian's strength and means, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would only be able to injure it. It wouldn't be able to kill it. Since everyone is fine with it, I'll make the arrangements now. Seeing that everyone had understood his intentions, Luo Xianqing turned to Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao and said, the two of you will head to the front to lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Xianxia, you'll be in charge of setting up the formation. Yuan Shao, you'll be in charge of luring the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. If they don't show up, we can wait until nightfall and use the power of the soul-sucking golden bead to confuse them. However, there's no need for us to worry so much now. We just have to provoke the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast so that Zhang Chen and the others can take over the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Even though it sounded complicated, it was actually quite simple. He and Yuan Shao were in charge of luring the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, and once the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was done, they would just have to leave it to Zhang Chen and the others. In any case, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was a volunteer. Alright. Hong Yin, Lianhai, we'll go and welcome Zhang Chen. No matter what, we have to stop them from advancing. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing leaped forward and charged toward Zhang Chen and the others. Let's hurry up as well. Seeing that they had left, Yuan Shao shouted and walked around the rock towards the cave quietly. Xianxia, you'll be in charge of setting up the formation later on. It doesn't have to be too powerful, just be able to trap the netherworld azure dragon beast for a short period of time. I'll head into the cavern to lure it out and find a way to bring it into the formation. As long as we can accomplish this, we'll have succeeded. Yuan Shao instructed telepathically as they advanced. Xianxia nodded in agreement. In any case, their goal wasn't to tame or kill the netherworld azure dragon beast but to infuriate it and use it as a weapon. After trapping the netherworld azure dragon beast, we'll head over to help it. Luo Xianqing might be powerful, but Zhang Chun isn't weak either. A battle between the two of them will surely draw a lot of attention even in the inner sanctum. Yuan Shao said excitedly. Cultivators love to watch battles between experts. That way, they would be able to improve themselves and learn more. Even in the inner sanctum, Luo Xianqing and Zhang Chun were top-notch figures. A battle between them would surely draw Yuan Zhao's attention. All right then. Zhang Xian replied. In truth, he wasn't too interested in the battle between the two of them. His cultivation wasn't up to par yet, so even if he were to watch, he wouldn't be able to understand what was so exciting about it. Besides, if he were to take a look, he would have to activate the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to see the flaws in the battle, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Why? You're not interested? Seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Yuan Shao chuckled. Don't think that they're just sparring with one another. It's a battle between the two of them, and every single move they make is filled with killing intent. Killing intent? Zhang Xian was perplexed. They're both from the prestigious clans, what kind of grudge could there be between them? If it was just a battle, surely there was no reason for them to go that far? You don't know? Well, that's right. You just arrived, so it's only natural that you don't know. Yuan Shao was stunned for a moment before chuckling softly. He scanned the surroundings before lowering his voice. I heard that. Zhang Chun wants to court the little princess of the Luo clan. Ah, what are you doing? But before he could finish his words, the young man behind him had already turned around and left. I'm going to poison that Zhang Chun. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Yuan Shao. Despite his rage, Zhang Xian still chose not to go. With a frown, he asked doubtfully, isn't the little princess engaged to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? As an offspring of the Zhang clan, how could Zhang Chun dare to vie with the clan head? Of course he wouldn't dare to vie with the clan head, but hasn't the young prodigy been hiding all this while? I heard a piece of news. Yuan Shao scanned the surroundings cautiously, and only after confirming that there was no one hiding in the corner did he heave a sigh of relief. Following which, he sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian, if the young prodigy doesn't show up by the 4th month of next year, the Zhang clan won't go back on their word. Instead, they'll choose a pure-blooded descendant of the same age to complete the marriage, and Zhang Chun happens to be one of them. That's how it goes for clan marriages. There's actually such a thing? Zhang Xian's face reddened in fury. Even though he was displeased with the marriage between the young prodigy and Ruoxin, it was still acceptable for him to accept the fact that both of them were top-notch geniuses and possessed the purest bloodlines. Yet, not only did the young prodigy not show any respect for the clan head, he even dared to look for someone else to marry. This was intolerable. Luozi wasn't a commodity. She wasn't worthy of any random person. To think that the Zhang clan was the #1 clan on the Master Teacher continent. If I have a chance, I'll pay the Zhang clan a visit. If I don't turn their world upside down, my surname won't be Zhang. Zhang Xian roared furiously. This is just a rumor that I've heard, so there's no guarantee that it's true. The little princess of the Luo clan is an unparalleled beauty, and anyone who has seen her before would be infatuated with her. I've met Zhang Chun once before, so it's only natural for him to be fond of her. You should know that Luo Xianqing is a man who dotes on his younger sister, so it's a good thing that he isn't killed for daring to covet his younger sister. Thus, once the battle between the two of them begins, no one will be able to stop them. Recalling the few times that he had seen the two of them fighting, Yuan Shao couldn't help but cower in fear. As invincible as his defense was, there was no way that Luo Xianqing would be able to withstand it if he were to utilize his bloodline power. In the Sanctum of Sages, the reason why this human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to cause so many headaches for the disciplinary elders was not just due to its destructive prowess. More importantly, it possessed unparalleled fighting prowess. I got it. I'll set up the formation right here. Later on, as long as you lure the netherworld azure dragon beast to where you are standing, I'll activate the formation so that it won't be able to escape anytime soon. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xianxia waved his hand. Who dared to covet his girlfriend? Later on, he would definitely go and take a look. Just what kind of deity was this? If he was truly angered, he would first poison him to death. He had just collected the venom of the Crimson Tail Wasp King, and it was capable of killing even Saint 8 Dan experts. Considering that the other party was roughly on par with Luo Xianqing, it was unlikely that he would be able to withstand it. All right. Yuan Shao nodded with a solemn look in his eyes. He lowered his body and rolled toward the cave like a ball. He walked to the entrance of the cave and got stuck on it. After struggling for a long time, he finally squeezed his way in. Seeing that Yuan Shao had entered the cave, Xianxia took a deep breath and waved his hand. Several hundred formation flags floated around him. With his current strength, he was only able to set up grade 8 primary formations. Even a grade 8 intermediate formation would be a little lacking. However, if he wanted to trap a Saint 8 Dan beast, he would need to reach grade 8 intermediate pinnacle or even advanced stage. I'm still a little too weak. In terms of his comprehension of formations, he was able to set up grade 8 pinnacle or even grade 9 primary formations without a problem. However, if his cultivation was still lacking, no matter how deep his comprehension of formations was, it would be futile. In order to set up a grade 9 formation, he would have to have a deep understanding of the phantasmal space realm. Otherwise, no matter how much Xianxia one had, it would be useless. It's indeed impossible for me to set up a formation that can trap the netherworld azure dragon beast for an entire hour. However, I should be able to do it with the owlet confinement formation. In the blink of an eye, a formation appeared in his mind. Even though the owlet confinement formation was only an 8-star low-tier formation, it was as if one had stepped into the darkness of the night. It was capable of sealing one's 5 senses and 6 senses, such that one would be unable to extend one's spiritual perception into it. As long as one fell into it, it would be as if one had fallen into eternal darkness, unable to find anything at all. Legend had it that the elder who designed this formation had captured 108 owlet saint beasts that were adept at flying in the night, and after the formation was completed, not a single one of them managed to escape. Thus, it was named the owlet confinement formation. It would not be easy for humans to trap them with the help of a compass, but it was extremely effective against saint beasts. While he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to trap them for an hour, it should not be too difficult for him to do so. I'll choose this one then. Xianxia pondered for a moment, and eventually, he came to a conclusion that this was the most suitable formation he could set up at the moment. Thus, he flicked his finger. So, in the blink of an eye, the formation flags were shot out in all directions. Under the immense impact, they burrowed into the crevices of the earth and rocks, disappearing without a trace. Regardless of whether the formation flags were placed on the surface or underground, as long as they were placed at the center of the flow of spiritual energy, they would be able to achieve the same result. After all of this was done, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he waited patiently for Yuan Shao to come out. After standing on the spot for 10 minutes, Xianxia frowned, but Yuan Shao still hadn't come out yet. Why did he take so long to pull the aggro of the monsters? I should head over to take a look. Xianxia began making his way toward the cavern. However, before he could reach the cavern, he suddenly felt a sharp aura gushing toward him. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly executed the unbounded Voyager and dashed forward. Pung, even so, he was still a step too slow. A powerful force swept toward him from behind, as if a massive wave crashing onto him. Pooh, with a sweet taste in his throat, Xianxia was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the cliff wall beside the cavern, creating a huge depression. With a pale face, Xianxia's body stiffened from the impact. He felt as if his muscles had been torn apart in many places, and his bones were on the verge of shattering. Excruciating pain shot up from his very soul. If not for the massive improvement in his Heaven's Path golden body, which was comparable to half a Saint high-tier artifact, he would have died on the spot. Who is it? With a deep roar, Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he pressed his palm against the wall and turned around to see who the assailant was. However, before he could turn around, he suddenly felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Another oppressive force was right before him. The other party's relentless assault had left him no chance to turn around at all. Damn it! Knowing that he would be killed if he were to turn around, Xianxia activated his dominion, which he had comprehended through the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Having reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle, his dominion was no longer just a meter wide. Instead, it was comparable to a grand dominion realm primary stage cultivator, reaching a radius of 5 meters. On top of that, his dominion was far stronger than that of a grand dominion realm primary stage cultivator. With the appearance of his dominion, the might of the other party's attack weakened significantly. Before Xianxia could even heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that the other party was like an egg being crushed by a massive boulder. Kacha! Kacha! Amidst the crisp sound, cracks began appearing on the wall. The cracks grew larger and larger, and with a resounding boom, the wall exploded. Pooh! Yet another mouthful of blood spewed from Xianxia's mouth as he was flattened against the wall, seemingly on the verge of being reduced to a meat patty. Too powerful. At the very least, his cultivation is at Saint Seven Dan pinnacle. Xianxia's heart turned cold. He had not been able to react to 2 consecutive blows at all. In fact, he did not even manage to see who his opponent was. A feeling of helplessness welled up in his heart. It was a little similar to how he had met Luo Qingxin back then. He had thought that he was not weak at all, but before the other party, his strength was completely useless. Who in the world is it? Veins popped up on Xianxia's forehead. He knew that he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Thus, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Puppets, stop him!" Hula, the 100 or so puppets he had placed in his storage ring immediately flew out. They were the puppets that he had subdued back when he was taming Vicious Head in the marshlands of the northern meadows. While most of them were only at primordial spirit realm, their combined might was still frighteningly great. Boom! As soon as the puppets appeared, they swiftly formed a formation and charged toward the fellow who was attacking him from behind. After becoming an 8-star formation master, Xianxia had made some adjustments to the puppets' collaborative offensive formation. With the puppets working together, the surrounding air was immediately compressed by the formation, causing sonic booms to echo in the air. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably powerful might burst forth from the puppets. These puppets had been able to defeat the Saint Six Dan primary stage pavilion master Yu with ease using the formations of the combat master hall. Now that they had grown stronger, they could even put up a fight against a Saint Seven Dan expert. So, the combined might of the puppets surged forth like an ocean. However, before the puppets could unleash their full might, they suddenly felt another attack from behind them. It was as if a boulder was crashing down from a tall mountain. No matter how they tried to resist, they were unable to change the outcome. Pung 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 pung, a series of explosions sounded, and the formation collapsed. Following which, the puppets were sent flying, and they were embedded into the walls of the cavern, losing their fighting prowess. So, in the instant that the puppets were sent flying, there was a slight buzz in the air. At some point in time, a sword had materialized in the air, morphing into a faint blue ray of sword chi that pierced backward. This sword chi had clearly been accumulating power for a very long time. As soon as it appeared, a massive vortex formed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared right behind Xianxia. Lingshu's sword, knowing that the puppets would not be able to withstand it, he had hidden this Saint high-tier sword within the puppets. It could be considered as his true killing move, even though he hadn't had the time to execute the sea-severing sword. The Lingshu sword was still on par with a Saint Seven Dan expert in the first place. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack, so it was able to display extraordinary might. Wang, just as Xianxia was thinking that the puppet who had launched a sneak attack from behind would surely be flustered by the Lingshu sword, a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded. Following which, the structure of the surrounding space seemed to have changed. In an instant, the Lingshu sword seemed to have fallen into a folded space, and its connection with Xianxia's soul disappeared. Saint 8 Dan, Xianxia's body stiffened as goosebumps rose all over his body. Laowa drove to Xining today, a distance of roughly 500 li. He woke up early in the morning to write a chapter, and he'll update the chapter at night once he arrives at his destination. Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm cultivators wielded the power of the Dimension Sundering Realm. Their dominion was akin to a folded space, and they were able to isolate all forms of communication with their dominion, preventing them from communicating with their tamed weapons. In fact, if their attacks were to enter their dominion, they would lose all control over it. If Grand Dominion Realm and Phantasmal Space Realm were the initial stages of mastery over space, Dimension Sundering Realm cultivators would be able to wield their own dominion over space. With a single thought, they could create their own Dimension Sundering Realm, while the Xianxia sword's previous attack was so powerful that even Phantasmal Space Realm cultivators would have to avoid it. It was completely useless against a Dimension Sundering Realm cultivator. Wing 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 wing, the Xianxia sword trembled in fear, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to advance in the slightest. It was as if a nail had been hammered into the wall, unable to move at all. Vicious, prepare to make your move. Knowing that it was pointless to panic at this moment, Xianxia swiftly entered the state of Heart of Tranquil Water and contacted Vicious in the book. Truth be told, Vicious, his clone, and Poison Master were abilities that he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. However, once he used them, he would have to kill the other party. There was no other way. He had thought that the puppet and Xianxia sword would be able to deal with the other party, but from the looks of it, the other party had already surpassed the limits of those means. Thus, he had no choice but to use his final trump card. Yes, Master. Knowing that he was in danger, Vicious nodded. Following which, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a finger abruptly appeared behind him. Hula, with a light tap, a unique energy burst forth, and the Dimension Sundering Realm before him shattered like a mirror. Even though Vicious Cultivation was only at St. Seven Dan Pinnacle, making it difficult for him to defeat Luo Xianqing, he was still an expert who had once stood at the very peak of the Master-Teacher continent. His eye of discernment was still there, and on top of that, the other party had been struck by Xianxian's means consecutively while suppressing the Xianxia sword. His strength wasn't even a tenth of his usual strength, so he was still caught off guard in a single move. Gotcha! Gotcha! Unable to maintain the Dimension Sundering Realm any longer, Xianxia immediately felt the pressure weighing down on him loosen, and he quickly turned around. What he saw was a massive dragon-shaped beast that was roughly a meter thick and 30 meters long floating not too far away. Its entire body was grayish-green, and its eyes were crimson, emanating an authoritative aura. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He had thought that Zhang Chen and his companions had made a move on him due to Luo Xianqing and the others being defeated, but who could have thought that it was actually the Saint Beast he was looking for? Since it was here, wouldn't there be nothing in the cave? It was no wonder why Yuan Shao had not come out for such a long time. It was probably because the cavern was too big that he had wasted so much time searching for the other party. Little did he know that the other party was not in there at all, a Saint 8 Dan Saint Beast. It was no wonder that all of his methods were useless. Facing such an expert, he really did not have any ability to resist. You want to tame me? How dare you? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast harumphed coldly. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in his mind like the beating of a drum. Tame? With my strength? You must be joking. His face twitching, Xianxia hurriedly spoke, but his heart was shaken. They had no intention of taming it at all. Instead, they wanted to divert the trouble. Why did this big guy say that? Saint beasts were prideful creatures, making it extremely difficult to tame them. It was for this reason that 8-star beast tamers were highly respected. Normally, a beast tamer would have to prepare all kinds of gifts and befriend the beast before inviting it as a friend. Under normal circumstances, an 8-star pinnacle beast tamer would need at least several years of effort to tame a Saint 8 Dan beast before they could get to know one another better. But at this moment, he was completely unprepared, and the other party had already noticed it. It was supposed to be a simple matter of luring the beast, with Yuan Shao in charge of drawing its aggro and Xianxia in charge of setting up the traps. How did it end up like this? Saint beasts hated submitting to humans the most. It was one thing for a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator to make a move on them, but it was no wonder the other party was so furious. If not for his many means, he would have been dead by now. Then, what are you doing here? Someone has already told me that you want to tame me and make me your tamed beast so that I can fight for you humans. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast roared furiously, causing a cloud of dust to fall from the sky. Someone told you about it? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It must be that Zhang Chun. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that Zhang Chun was a fool for falling into Luo Xuanqing's hands so easily, but from the looks of it, he was the one who had been played instead. By telling the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast that someone wanted to tame it. Firstly, he had won the other party's goodwill, and secondly, he had caused the other party to detest Luo Xuanqing. As expected of the prodigy of the Zhang clan, he was indeed not a simple character. Just that, even if you want to find someone, you should be looking for Luo Xuanqing. Why are you looking for me? Frustrated, Xianxian hurriedly waved his hands and said, It's not that I want to tame you, but the person who told you about it is Zhang Chun. He's trying to sow discord between us, humph. You humans are all evil. Hong Long, before Zhang Xian could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful might crushing down on him. Following which, he saw the tail of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast sweeping toward him. Hula, the space around him suddenly froze, and it felt as if he had fallen into a folded space once more. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Flaws. Knowing that he couldn't rely on anyone at this moment, Zhang Xian glared at the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast intently as he shouted in his mind. Wu, a book materialized in Zhang Xian's hand, and a surge of knowledge flowed into his mind. It's a saint beast, and it cultivates by itself, so its comprehension of the dimension-sundering realm isn't too deep. After reading the contents of the book, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast was a Saint 8 Dan Saint beast, it still had a huge flaw. It had never received a systematic cultivation method, so its attack style and comprehension of the dimension-sundering realm were a little too limited. Vicious, knowing this, Zhang Xian transmitted the flaws to the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. Vicious' finger flickered lightly, and as if traversing through space, it appeared right beside the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. He tapped his finger once more, Gotcha, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast's overwhelming might dissipated once more. Not expecting a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator to be able to nullify its attack twice, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast's eyes widened in bewilderment. Even though it was the overlord of the valley, and no saint beast dared to provoke it, it had very little contact with humans. It didn't expect to meet a monster who was able to see through its flaws in the blink of an eye. With the destruction of the dimension sundering, Zhang Xian's body loosened. Knowing that he couldn't get too close to the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast, he executed the unbounded Voyager once more, and in the blink of an eye, he was already more than 100 meters away. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat this massive fellow. Thus, he could only wait for Luo Xuanqing and the others to return. While those young masters were no match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast, as long as he told them of his flaws and worked together, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to defeat it. There's something weird about that finger of yours. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast harumphed coldly as it whipped its tail toward Zhang Xian once more. To be able to nullify its dimension-sundering realm 2 times in a row, it wanted to see if the other party was just lucky or not. Knowing that it was impossible for him to withstand the other party's attack, Zhang Xian could only have Vicious tap on one of the flaws of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast. Gotcha, just like before, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast's dimension-sundering realm dominion shattered once more. You are able to see through the flaws in my dimension-sundering realm? At this moment, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast finally understood what was going on, and it couldn't believe its eyes. If it had been an expert of the same cultivation realm, it wouldn't have thought much of it. However, a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator was actually able to nullify its dimension-sundering realm 3 times in a row. This had truly piqued its interest. Of course. I am a master teacher. Not only am I able to see through the flaws in your dimension-sundering realm, if I were to offer you some pointers, you would surely be able to reach greater heights. Seeing that the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast had stopped its attack, Zhang Xian hurriedly explained. If he could convince the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast to become his tamed beast, the rest would be simple. He would just have to pummel that Zhang Chun once and for all. He had long found that fellow an eyesore. Offer me some pointers? The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast tilted its head to the side and pondered for a moment before replying, If you can defeat me with your own strength, I'll accept your pointers. With my own strength? That's right. The aura of your finger is completely different from yours, so it should be an artifact, right? As for the puppets and swords, they are just external objects. If you can defeat me without them, I'll even acknowledge you as my master. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast said. Despite being only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, the young man before it was able to see through the flaws in its dominion so easily. With his guidance, it might really be able to advance its cultivation by leaps and bounds. However, the prerequisite was that Xianxia had the ability to make it submit to him. Otherwise, how could a saint beast with the dragon bloodline submit to a human so easily? Defeat you? Xianxia frowned. To be honest, without Vicious and his means, even his clone would have been no match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Beyond Primordial Spirit Realm, there was a huge gap in strength between each cultivation realm. This was even more so for Dimension-Sundering Realm and Phantasmal Space Realm. Even with so many means, he was still unable to defeat the other party. It was only through the flaws in the Library of Heaven's path that he was able to defeat the other party's Dimension-Sundering Realm. If he were to fight the other party barehanded, how could he possibly win? Right, is that useful? Xianxia suddenly recalled something, and he raised his head to look at the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Since you are called the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, you should possess a concentrated dragon bloodline, right? Given that the other party possessed the dragon bloodline, he might really be able to defeat it with his strength. That's right. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast replied proudly. Since that's the case, floating in the air, Xianxia asked with the disposition of an expert, if I were to call you, would you dare to answer my call? Answer my call? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast asked doubtfully. That's right. Xianxia nodded before taking a deep breath. Moo. Meow. A sound suddenly sounded. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast suddenly convulsed. Pada, it fell to the ground, and white foam spewed from its mouth. Back then, Xianxia had learned the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon. As long as it had not reached the level of a pure-blooded dragon and possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe, he would be able to suppress it easily, rendering it powerless to resist. As a Saint 8 Dan cultivator, he had thought that his roar would not be too effective against the Saint 8 Dan otherworldly demonic beast. If he were to fail, he would have expended too much of his energy, and he would have been at the mercy of the Saint 8 Dan otherworldly demonic beast. Thus, he had not dared to make a move recklessly. Yet, who could have thought that his roar would still be so powerful? If he had known that this would happen, he would have called out to him the moment he saw him. That way, he wouldn't have been so passive and nearly been beaten to death on the spot. You are a true dragon? While Xianxia was deep in thought, the convulsing Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast turned its gaze over once more, and deep fear could be seen in its massive eyes. The hierarchy of the dragon tribe's bloodline was extremely strict. Even though it was known as the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, there was still a huge gap between it and the true dragon tribe. For the young man to be able to produce such a pure 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon, there was no doubt that he possessed a purer dragon bloodline than it. Although I am not a pure-blooded dragon, as long as you submit to me, your bloodline will become purer and you will become stronger. Xianxia walked over. From the looks of it, as long as the other party disagreed, he would continue executing the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon to shock the other party to death. I submit. Without much hesitation, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast lowered its head. To be able to produce the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon, even if it wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, it was definitely related to it. With the suppression of the pure-blooded dragon's bloodline, not only did Xianxia not feel embarrassed to submit to it, he even felt extremely fortunate. Only a fool would not grasp such an opportunity. Seeing that it agreed, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had intended to help Luo Xianqing find the Dongshu gourd, but who could have known that he would end up taming a Saint 8 Dan beast instead? But this was not a bad thing either. With this, he would be able to walk freely in the Sanctum of Sages, and there was hardly anyone who would be a match for this massive fellow. In the cave, Yuan Shao carefully and slowly moved forward. Due to the presence of Saint 8 Dan beasts in the cavern, Xianxia did not dare to release his spiritual perception or fly. Thus, he could only rely on his physical eyes to search the area. However, due to the sheer size of the cavern, it had already been 10 minutes, but he had yet to finish scanning the entire area. Why not? After walking for a while longer, he returned to the entrance of the cavern and frowned. He had gone around the entire cavern, but why was there no sign of the netherworld azure dragon beast at all? Could it be that he went out to look for food and didn't come back? If that was the case, it would be great. He could set up a formation outside the cave, and once the other party returned, he would be able to trigger it and trap it. Then, he wouldn't have to take the risk to attract it. Hurry up and inform Luo Xianqing and the others of this matter. Yuan Shao released his spiritual perception and scanned the area. Indeed, he did not find anything, so he quickly rushed out. He had to inform Luo Xianqing and the others of this matter as soon as possible. Squeezing his way out of the cavern, Zhang Xian was just about to call out to Zhang Xian when he saw a massive netherworld azure dragon beast lying on the ground and licking his pants with a fawning look. Yuan Zhao's eyes widened as though he had just seen a ghost. Zhangshi. What's going on? He was dumbfounded. He had gone to the cavern to look for the netherworld azure dragon beast, but he was unable to find it. Not only did he see it outside, it was even licking Zhang Xian's pants. What in the world was going on? Oh, the netherworld azure dragon beast was just passing by, and we happened to bump into each other. It just so happened that I was free, so I decided to tame it, Zhang Xian explained. Tame it? Yuan Zhao's body swayed weakly, and he nearly fainted on the spot. The netherworld azure dragon beast was a Saint 8 Dan beast. Even they would flee as far as they could in the face of it. Yet, to tame it. How long did it take? 10 minutes? 20 minutes, in any case, it was still a long way from an hour. Suppressing the frenzied look on his face, Yuan Shao asked, You are skilled in beast taming as well? I have taken the beast tamer examination. Zhang Xian nodded. Yuan Shao was rendered speechless. It was one thing for that fellow to set up formations swiftly, but he was also an apothecary and physician as well, and now, he was even skilled in beast taming as well. Let's go and take a look at Brother Luo and the others. With the netherworld azure dragon beast out of danger, there was no reason for them to remain in the cavern any longer. Thus, Zhang Xian waved his hand. It was one thing for Yuan Shao to not release his spiritual perception when he entered the cavern, and there was a high chance that there was a formation in the surroundings as well. However, given how close Luo Xianqing and the others were, they did not hear anything at all. Could something have happened? Thus, the two of them began making their way over to where Luo Xianqing and the others were. Before they could even get close, they could already feel a strong gust of wind blowing across the valley, causing massive boulders to tumble about. Seemingly afraid that the commotion would attract even more saint beasts, both sides seemed to be restraining their strength, limiting the flow of their jinqi to a certain extent. Circling around the boulder, Zhang Xian saw two figures exchanging blows in front of him. Each of their moves contained immense might. Even with his strength, just watching for a while made him tremble in fear, not daring to get close. He's Zhang Chun? Zhang Xian asked. Recognizing that the other party was Luo Xianqing, he asked. The other party was a young man in his 30s. He had a pair of long arms and a pair of black eyebrows. Every single movement he made seemed to carry the might of the heavens. His cultivation was on par with Luo Xianqing, Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle. Yuan Shao nodded in response. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the battle. Just as Yuan Shao had said, the battle between the two of them was indeed vicious. It was just that the two of them had a deep understanding of one another, such that they were able to predict each other's moves beforehand. As dangerous as they were, neither of them was able to hurt the other in the slightest. On the contrary, due to how fast their movements were, it felt as if they were brothers from the same lineage, feeding blows to one another repeatedly. On the other side of Bai Hongyin and Yun Lianhai stood 4 men with their arms crossed before their chests, watching the battle with interest in their eyes. Why did they start fighting? Yuan Shao walked up to them and asked with a hushed voice. Didn't they say that they were just putting on a show to stop the other party? Why did they really end up fighting? We came over to stop them, but Zhang Chun proposed a duel. He said that the winner would have to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, and the loser would have to scram. So, they ended up fighting. However, the two of them aren't too far apart, and they are familiar with one another as well. It has been quite some time, but they are still unable to determine a victor. Bai Hongyin explained with a frown. How is it? Where is the netherworld azure dragon beast? Has it been lured over? Recalling what had happened earlier, Xianxia was at a loss as to how he should respond. Thus, he could only shake his head and say, "You should ask Xianxia instead." Bai Hongyin was perplexed by those words, but she still turned to Xianxia and asked, "How is it, Xianxia?" "Oh, I just fought with the netherworld azure dragon beast." Xianxian was just about to explain what had happened earlier when he suddenly felt a powerful shockwave surging in front of him. In the air, Zhang Chen abruptly pushed his palms forward and escaped from the battle. A moment later, he turned to look at Zhang Xian and Yin Lianhai with a look of disbelief on his face and asked, "The two of you are fine?" The netherworld azure dragon beast had left in a fit of rage, so how could the two of them possibly return unscathed? "What do you mean?" Luo Shanqing also realized that something was amiss upon seeing Zhang Xian's expression, so he turned to look at Zhang Xian. "Xianqing, that fellow encountered the netherworld azure dragon beast before coming here, and he intentionally said that you were going to tame it in order to infuriate it. As soon as we come into contact with it, it will attack us," Yuan Xiao said. Zhang Xian had already explained the matter to Zhang Xian on the way over, so he knew that he had fallen for the other party's ploy. "That's right. I encountered the netherworld azure dragon beast earlier, and you intentionally tried to stop me earlier. In truth, I was also trying to stop you as well. I wanted to see just how powerful the berserk netherworld azure dragon beast was." Zhang Chen chuckled softly as he looked at Zhang Xian and Yin Lianhai doubtfully and asked, "How did the two of you come out unscathed after encountering such a huge fellow? You aren't even injured at all?" It was no wonder he was perplexed. The netherworld azure dragon beast was a Saint 8 Dan beast, and even he was unable to withstand its rage. Yet, the two of them were able to return unscathed. This did not make sense at all. According to his original plan, he would have intentionally stopped Luo Shanqing from rescuing them. This way, his two companions would surely be injured, and perhaps, they might even lose their fighting prowess. By then, he would be able to lure the netherworld azure dragon beast over, and not only would he be able to win its goodwill, he would also be able to put the latter in a disadvantageous position. For the two of them to return just like that, could it be that they had not encountered it? "You are Zhang Chen?" Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to reply. "That's right. Who are you?" Zhang Chen frowned in displeasure. A mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle lad actually dared to call him by his name. He sure had guts. "You don't have to know who I am. I heard that you are interested in the little princess of the Luo clan. Is that true?" Zhang Xian continued. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Chen turned to Luo Shanqing with narrowed eyes and asked, "Luo Shanqing, is he one of your men?" Xianxia, hearing that his younger sister was mentioned, Luo Shanqing also frowned. "Brother Luo, tell me if he is interested in the little princess of the Luo clan." Zhang Xian turned to look at Luo Shanqing and asked. "Humph, a toad lusting after the flesh of a swan. How could he possibly be a match for my younger sister?" Luo Shanqing had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to, but he still harumphed in displeasure at the mention of his younger sister. He had always been displeased with the members of the Zhang clan, and that fellow even dared to harass his younger sister. If not for the fact that they were on par with one another in terms of cultivation, he would have already pummeled the other party to the point that even his own father would not be able to recognize him. "Since Brother Luo has said so, I don't mind beating him up." Zhang Xian nodded in response. "Beat me up? You think you can beat me up?" Zhang Chen was still wondering what the fellow who had popped out of nowhere was up to, but upon hearing that Zhang Xian was going to beat him up, he burst into laughter. He was a top-notch expert of the inner sanctum, a genius of the Zhang clan. Who wouldn't tremble in fear before him? Yet, a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle lad actually dared to spout such arrogant words. It was as if the other party was looking down on him. "Xianxia," Luo Shanqing was bewildered. "Did Zhang Xian get pummeled silly earlier? That was Zhang Chen we are talking about. Even I would find it difficult to defeat him, and yet, you want to beat him up?" "That's right." Zhang Xian nodded. "Very well. Let me see what kind of strength you possess to dare to act so arrogantly." Zhang Chen sneered coldly as he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. In an instant, an extremely powerful might enveloped Zhang Xian. "Screw you." Standing on the spot, Zhang Xian snapped his fingers. Roar, but before Zhang Chen could finish his words, a 30-meter-long netherworld dragon beast abruptly appeared before everyone, and its thick tail swept across the area. Pung, before Zhang Chen could even process what was going on, he was already sent flying. He crashed headfirst into the mountain, creating a massive depression. Thank you to Savage Darkness Lobster for tipping me 100,000, making me the 67th Alliance leader of this book. Also, I recommend Zhang Feng's novel, After the Incident. Pooey, I mean behind the scenes. Those who are into espionage should check it out. This novel is already preparing to be adapted into a television series, so you can use it to spoil the plot for your girlfriend, boyfriend, or husband. Let her, him, and them worship. Deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Why is the netherworld azure dragon beast listening to Xianxia's words? Luo Xuanqing's lips twitched as he snapped out of his daze. He had seen this massive fellow from afar the first time he came here, and it was known to be incredibly ferocious. Even some Saint 8 Dan experts would find it difficult to deal with it. His initial plan was to use the soul-binding golden bead to knock out the netherworld azure dragon beast before sneaking into the cavern to search for the Donshu gourd. Who could have thought that Zhang Chen would appear instead? Thus, he decided to go according to his original plan. Before he could complete his plan, the netherworld azure dragon beast suddenly flew over, and from the looks of it, it didn't seem to be resisting Zhang Xian's words at all. Luo Xianqing hurriedly turned his gaze to Yuan Shao, only to see the others looking at him in bewilderment. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on either. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yuan Shao looked as if he was on the verge of tears. He spread his arms apart, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. I entered the cavern to look for that fellow, intending to provoke it, but I didn't find anything at all. As soon as I came out, I saw it licking Xianxia's pants. I didn't see what was going on. Licking his pants? Luo Xuanqing's eyebrows shot up. Could it be that Xianxia has already tamed the netherworld azure dragon beast? Isn't that obvious? It's obvious. Yuan Shao nodded. But, Luo Xianqing still found it hard to believe. It has only been 20 minutes, and a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator managed to tame a Dimension-Sundering Realm Saint Beast? Setting up a formation, forging a pill, and curing a poison could be done quickly, but taming a beast required the accumulation of emotions and emotions. To make a Saint Beast submit to one's will. Are you sure you aren't joking? Not even a 9-star beast tamer would be capable of such a feat. Before meeting this fellow, do you believe that it's possible to set up an 8-star formation faster than activating a formation plate? Knowing that Luo Xianqing was doubtful, Yuan Shao asked. This? Luo Xianqing shook his head. As a genius of the Luo clan, he had seen many formidable formation masters, and he had even met more than one 9-star master teacher, but even they couldn't set up formations as quickly as him. Even his talented younger sister couldn't match up to him in terms of speed. Would you believe that someone would be completely fine after being bitten by the Crimson Tail Wasp King, and instead, the latter would be poisoned to death? Yuan Shao then asked, do you believe that when someone transcends the lightning tribulation, they can scare away the lightning tribulation and never come back? Luo Xianqing was rendered speechless. All along, he had thought that he was a genius who was on par with his younger sister, and he had looked down on the heroes of the world. However, upon seeing this fellow, he realized that he was still a far cry from the other party. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, we made an agreement just now. What are you doing? While they were conversing in hushed tones, Zhang Chen, who had smashed a huge hole in the wall, flew out once more with a furious look on his face. Obviously, he did not expect that this guy would suddenly change his mind. The agreement just now is invalid. My master told me to beat you up. Be good, don't resist. The netherworld azure dragon beast rolled its eyes and lashed out with its tail once more. Previously, this fellow had promised him an extremely precious treasure. However, now that it had recognized him as its master, there was no way it would do anything that went against its master's words. Kacha, as a dimension-sundering realm expert, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen in place. Zhang Chen was forced to retreat several steps before he was struck once more, crashing into the wall once more. This time around, he was in an even more miserable state than before. His internal organs were displaced, and several of his bones were fractured. Before he could even climb out, fresh blood was already spurting from his mouth, and his face had already turned pale. "You have acknowledged this fellow as your master?" Xianxia swallowed a pill and recovered a little. Crawling out of the hole, he gritted his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. In order to tame this huge fellow, he had prepared many things, and he had thought that he would be able to tame it easily. Yet, who could have thought that in just a few minutes, the saint beast would actually be tamed by someone else, and it was even pummeling him? "How dare you insult my master? You are courting death." The netherworld azure dragon beast narrowed its eyes as it swept its tail over once more. This attack was far more powerful than the previous two. As soon as it appeared, the space in the valley was on the verge of shattering. A pitch-black rift appeared right before Xianxia, threatening to tear him into shreds. Knowing that it was impossible for him to withstand this attack with his current strength, Xianxia gritted his teeth and took out a jade token. He crushed it forcefully. Wang, a ripple appeared in the air, forming a barrier before Xianxia. As soon as the netherworld azure dragon beast's attack landed on it, it disappeared without a trace. "Grand Cosmos Amulet! How extravagant!" Yuan Shao exclaimed. "Grand Cosmos Amulet?" Xianxia was perplexed. "It's a protective amulet that only a 9-star master teacher is capable of forging. Once activated, as long as one's cultivation is below Saint 9 Dan, one will be able to withstand the attack easily," Yuan Shao explained. As expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, to think that they would even have such an artifact. Xianxia was astonished. Just from the fact that the amulet was able to withstand an attack below Saint 9 Dan, it was clear that it was a valuable artifact. However, he did not think that it would be forged by a 9-star master teacher. "Netherworld azure dragon beast, don't think that I'm afraid of you. You might be powerful, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me." Seeing that the amulet had blocked the attack, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had paid a heavy price in order to obtain this amulet, and it could be said to be the most valuable treasure he had on him. It was meant to be used to protect his life, but who could have thought that he would have to use it here? Paying no heed to Xianxia's rage, the netherworld azure dragon beast continued lashing its tail forward, causing ripples in the air. "You won't be able to shatter the amulet like that." Seeing that the netherworld azure dragon beast was attacking with brute force, Xianxia shook his head and said, "Attack according to what I said. Focus your strength on your tail and stab at the intersection 3 chi below the ripples, yes." The netherworld azure dragon beast nodded before gathering all of its strength on its tail. Then, it aimed its tail at a certain point and stabbed it forward. Kacha, the sound of fabric ripping echoed in the air. As if a balloon being punctured by a needle, a massive crack appeared on the ripples in the air, and it began to split apart. Pooh! Unable to withstand the might of the amulet, Xianxia's chest caved in, and he was sent flying once more. While he was still in midair, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. This time, it wasn't just Luo Xianqing and the others who were shocked speechless. Even Xianxia and the others who had come with him widened their eyes in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. They had been invited here to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, so they knew how difficult it was to succeed. Yet, not only did the young man manage to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast in less than 20 minutes, he was even able to see through the flaws of the Grand Cosmos amulet with a single glance. While an amulet could withstand an attack, it wasn't a perfect defense. After all, no matter how powerful an artifact was, it was still an external source of power. It wasn't the work of a true 9-star master teacher. However, an artifact forged by a 9-star master teacher would be able to conceal its flaws to the extent that even those of the same cultivation realm wouldn't be able to see through it. How in the world did the young man see through it with a single glance? "Who in the world are you? This is a grudge between me and Luo Xianqing. Do you know what kind of price you'll have to pay for standing up for him?" Xianxia roared furiously as he flew out from the cliff once more. Blood trickled down the corner of his lips. Taming the netherworld azure dragon beast was a competition between him and Luo Xianqing in the first place, and Luo Xianqing was only invited here by the latter to help him. Why should he offend him and the Zhang clan for Luo Xianqing's sake? "The price I'll have to pay? Of course I do." Xianxia nodded before snapping his fingers once more. Continue pummeling him. Beat him up until he can't speak anymore. Yes. The massive head of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast nodded. With a leap, it appeared right before Zhang Chen and swiped its sharp claws toward him. Previously, it had only used its tail, not even its claws. However, this time around, its strength was enhanced significantly. Zhang Chen didn't think that the other party would be so obstinate. Even after he had said so, he still chose to make a move on him. Zhang Chen was so furious that he could spurt blood. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a sword and thrust it toward the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. His swordsmanship was completely different from the sword quintessence that Xianxia had comprehended. It was simple, and there was nothing extravagant about it. Yet, it felt heavy and heavy. As soon as it appeared, it felt as if a comet was descending from the heavens, an unstoppable force to be reckoned with. Not bad. Not bad at all. Xianxia nodded in approval. The sword that the other party was wielding was a weapon that was on par with the Lingshu sword. At the very least, it was a Saint high-tier artifact. On top of that, the other party's comprehension of swordsmanship seemed to be much deeper than Shui Qianrou's, reaching half quintessence at the very least. It was no wonder why he was able to fight to a draw with his brother-in-law, Luo Shanqing. However, as formidable as the other party's strength was, it was still nothing before the Saint 8 Dan Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Paying no heed to the sword chi in the air, the claw continued its advance. Wang, the sword chi dissipated into nothingness. Wang. Zhang Chen was sent flying into the cliff face. Blood spurted from his mouth once more. 8 of his ribs had been fractured, and his body was drenched in blood. Let's attack together. Help me stop it. Knowing that there was a good chance that he would lose his life here at this rate, Zhang Chen bellowed. All right. The 4 young men who had come with him swiftly leaped into the air. The 4 of them were around the same level as Yuan Shao and the others, Saint 7 Dan. If they were to work together, they would be able to put up a fight against the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. With the combined might of the 5 experts, they swiftly gathered their Xinqi together to form a rope-like beam of light that fell toward the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's head. Xinqi rope? They really came prepared. Bai Hongyin harumphed coldly upon seeing the ropes formed from the Xinqi of the crowd. What's a Xinqi rope? Zhang Xian asked. It's a method commonly used by high-tier beast tamers. They gather the strength of many people and form a rope using their Xinqi. Once caught, even a Saint 8 Dan beast would find it hard to escape. Bai Hongyin said. There are many high-tier beast tamers who use such a method to capture saint beasts and bring them back. After which, they find a way to tame them. Hula, as they spoke, the Xinqi rope formed by the 5 experts fell on the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's head. With a furious roar, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast raised its claws and tore them apart. Pung, the Xinqi rope exploded, and the 5 experts felt a stifling sensation in their chests. It was as if they had been struck by a massive hammer, and they plummeted from the sky. Even with the 5 of them working together, they were still no match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. So, this is Saint 8 Dan. Looking at how the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was able to deal with the 5 experts with ease, Luo Shanqing could not help but feel envious. A Saint 8 Dan expert who had comprehended the laws of dimension sundering was able to wield their dominion as if it was their own world. This was not a battle that could be won through sheer numbers alone. Zhang Chen and the others were all top experts of the inner sanctum, but they were still far from matching up to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. It's indeed formidable. Zhang Xian couldn't help but remark. He had thought that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had used its full strength against him, but from the looks of it now, it might not have even brought out a tenth of its true strength. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into meat paste before he could even bring out Vicious Finger. If I had such strength, it would be much easier for me to propose marriage to the Luo clan. A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. Even though a Saint 8 Dan cultivation was nothing much in the eyes of a sage clan like the Luo clan, it was still an existence that stood at the top of the master-teacher continent. On top of that, he was only 20 years old. Boom. Boom boom, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast continued its assault, and just like Zhang Chen, the 4 experts who had joined the fray ended up hanging from the cliff face like sausages. Brat, how dare you fight us with your tamed beast? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Knowing that he would not be able to escape death at this rate, Xianxia clenched his jaws so tightly that blood trickled down his cheeks. One-on-one? You are a Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle expert, and you want to challenge a Saint 5 Dan cultivator like me one-on-one? Xianxia sneered coldly. Even though he possessed the strength to challenge opponents stronger than him, he was still a far cry from matching up to a Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle cultivator. Since he was not a match for the other party, why should he challenge him one-on-one? Was he looking for trouble? I'll suppress my cultivation to fight you, Xianxia said. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I'm not free. As beast tamers, tamed beasts were also a part of their fighting prowess. Since he was able to pummel them without even making a move, there was no need for him to do it himself. Xianxia was so furious that he could explode at any moment. As the top genius of the Zhang clan, his life had always been smooth sailing. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? You don't dare? His fists were clenched so tightly that his bones were about to break, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was simply too powerful. It was impossible for him to defeat it. Even if he were to use the power of his bloodline, the most he could do was to escape. However, the power of his bloodline was not something that he dared to use recklessly. Therefore, the only way to solve the current predicament was to defeat this fellow. As long as he could lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast into submission, not only would he be able to exact vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered, he would also be able to force the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to obey his commands and teach Luo Xianqing a lesson. Otherwise, if the other party were to spread the news that he had suffered such a huge loss, how could he still have the face to remain in the Sanctum of Sages? Yeah, I wouldn't dare. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia's body swayed weakly. Other cultivators, especially those so young, would definitely rush over when they heard such words. However, this guy had an indifferent look on his face, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, as if he didn't dare to be arrogant. Why was he so thick-skinned? What did Luo Xianqing give you? I will give you the same price as long as you compete with me. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia replied. Since Luo Xianqing was the one who had invited the other party, it was likely that he had given the other party some compensation. He did not expect the other party to betray him. As long as he did not force the Netherworld Azure Dragon to make a move, teaching a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator a lesson should be a walk in the park for him. He gave me 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. If you can take them out, not only will I have a duel with you, I will even have all of you come at me together. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon hearing the other party's offer. Xianxia was rendered speechless. It was just a moment ago that the other party said that he didn't dare to accept the other party's offer, but as soon as he said that he would have to pay the other party's price, he even asked the other party to come at him together. Could he not be so greedy? Fine, I'll give you 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. However, I don't have them on me at the moment. As long as you agree to have a duel with me, regardless of the outcome, I'll request for them from the clan once we return to the Sanctum of Sages. Even though Xianxia was on the verge of exploding, he still insisted. Hearing that the other party didn't have any Pinnacle Spirit Stones, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, how about this, why don't you write a contract first? You owe me 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones, and I'll have a duel with you? Very well. Fearing that Xianxia would go back on his words, Xianxia took out a piece of paper, bit his finger, and quickly wrote a line of words on it. This is written using my blood, and it harnesses the power of my bloodline. It's impossible to forge. Xianxia took the piece of paper and took a look at it. After confirming that the other party wasn't playing any tricks, he nodded in satisfaction before turning to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast in the sky and said, release them. Yes. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast replied as it released the dimension-sundering energy that was trapping the other party. Hoo. The 5 of them staggered for a moment before finally stabilizing themselves in midair. Here. Xianxia took out a bottle of pills and poured out 5 of them. He fed one to the others and one to himself, and only then did he feel much better. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was simply too powerful. Even with the 5 of them working together, they were still far from being a match for it. Let's suppress our cultivation. After allowing them to adjust themselves for a moment, Xianxia said calmly. All right. With a jolt, Zhangchun's aura swiftly plummeted from Saint 7 Dan pinnacle to Saint 5 Dan, leaving aperture realm pinnacle, just like Xianxia. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, his spirit was much stronger than before, and his injuries seemed to have been alleviated in an instant. Since this is a duel, I hope that we can abide by the Master-Teacher Pact. I won't release my cultivation, and you mustn't have the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast make a move on me. Zhang Chun harumphed as he walked up to a spot not too far away from Zhang Xian. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded in response. That's good. A cold glint flashed across Zhang Chun's eyes as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. The one he feared the most at the moment was the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. As long as the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast didn't make a move on him, he should be able to crush a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator with ease. As for how he was able to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, it was likely that he had used some kind of special means. There were many ways a formidable beast tamer could rely on, and they didn't just rely on their strength. He didn't believe that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would be able to pummel the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Begin. Zhang Chun raised his palm and prepared to make a move. Wait. Zhang Xian waved his hand. What? Are you going back on your word? You're thinking too much. Let the four of them suppress their cultivation and come at me together. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be beaten up even more miserably. Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian sympathetically before shaking his head. It wasn't that he was looking down on Zhang Xian, but he definitely wasn't a match for him in the same cultivation realm. He had already made the other party write an IOU. It wouldn't be good to beat him to the point where he had nothing left to live for. After all, he was a man of principle. It wouldn't be good to bully him too harshly. Zhangshi. Not only is Zhang Chun improving swiftly, he's practically invincible among his peers as well. Luo Xianqing could not help but ask. To be able to fight with him until now, it was obvious how strong the other party was. He was a little worried when he agreed to fight one-on-one, but to fight all five of them at once, wasn't he a little too arrogant? It's all right. Zhang Xian waved his hand. He had just reinforced his cultivation, and he hadn't had a chance to spar with the other party. Since the other party was charging at him, he might as well give it a try. But, frowning, Luo Xianqing was just about to advise against it when Yuan Shao suddenly stepped forward and said, I believe that Zhangshi knows what he's doing, so there's no need for you to worry. Given how Zhang Chun was able to scare away a lightning tribulation, I don't think he'll be a match for someone of the same cultivation realm. Seeing that Luo Xianqing was still a little worried, Yuan Shao added. You're right. Coming to a realization, Luo Xianqing nodded in agreement. However, he still reminded the crowd, the reason why Zhang Chun proposed a one-on-one battle is probably to capture Zhangshi. If you feel that something is amiss later on, make a move to save him. Knowing that the young man before them had fought with Zhang Chun for many years, they knew the latter's personality very well. Thus, they nodded in agreement. You said it yourself. I hope that you won't go back on your words. Even though Zhang Chun was on the verge of exploding with rage, he knew that this was an opportunity. Thus, he beckoned the crowd over and sent a telepathic message over. I'll be in charge of attacking later on. I'll subdue that fellow as quickly as possible. As for the rest of you, you'll be guarding against Luo Xianqing and the others, as well as the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. As long as you can hold them off for a single breath, I guarantee that that fellow won't dare utter a single word anymore. Hearing those words, the other four nodded in agreement. After being pummeled by a tamed beast, they felt a little stifled. Hula, after the discussion was over, the four of them suppressed their cultivation and landed on the ground, surrounding Zhang Xian. Let's begin. With a loud bellow, the five of them made a move simultaneously. Even though they had suppressed their cultivation, they were still Saint 7 Dan experts, not to mention, geniuses among geniuses. As soon as they made their move, their Xinqi instantly filled the entire valley. In an instant, sword qi, saber qi, and sword qi rained down on Zhang Xian, leaving him no room to dodge at all. How powerful! Luo Xianqing and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. In order to deal with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, the 5 of them had set up a grade 8 formation in advance. Even though their cultivation had been suppressed to leaving aperture realm pinnacle, the level of the formation hadn't changed at all. Even a Saint 7 Dan primary stage expert could be slain with ease. Will Xianxia be fine? Luo Xianqing wasn't the only one who was worried. Putting aside leaving aperture realm pinnacle, even a Saint 6 Dan pinnacle cultivator wouldn't be able to escape from their combined might. Just as everyone was driving their Xinqi, ready to make a move to save Xianxian, a calm voice suddenly sounded amidst the Xinqi in the air. Is this the strength of your combined might? The voice was tinged with doubt and disappointment. What the heck is this? Pung 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 pung, 5 crisp sounds echoed in the air. Following which, the sword chi and saber chi vanished, and the 5 experts were sent flying like footballs. They were embedded into the cliff face once more, and fresh blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Despair filled their eyes, and their heads tilted to one side before they fainted. This, Luo Xianqing and the others widened their eyes in shock as they hurriedly turned their gazes in the direction of the voice, only to see Xianxian clapping his hands as he walked over to them with a desolate look on his face. To be honest, Xianxian was indeed disappointed. He had thought that Zhang Chen, as the genius of the Zhang clan and the other 4 experts, would be a match for him if they were at the same cultivation realm. However, only after crossing blows with him did he realize that the disparity between them was simply too great. Previously, with his Xinqi cultivation up to leaving aperture realm primary stage, he had already been able to clear the Jia corridor without any problems. However, with both his physical body and soul cultivation reaching the same level, even Zhang Chen and the others were no match for him. It'll probably take a day and a night for them to wake up. Don't worry, I'll have the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast keep an eye on them. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxian walked up to the crowd and said, I'm free now. Let's hurry up and find the Dongshu Gourd. While he was displeased with the Zhang clan, it was not to the extent that he would be killed. If he were to remain unconscious, it wouldn't take long for him to be devoured by the Saint Beasts. That would be equivalent to indirectly killing him. By having the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast keep an eye on him, there would be no Saint Beasts who would dare cause trouble. Furthermore, even if they were to wake up, they wouldn't dare enter the cavern. All right. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Luo Xianqing nodded. To think that Zhang Chen, who had fought for so many years, would be knocked out just like that. This young man whom he had just met a few days ago was really not simple at all. After suffering such a huge loss, Zhang Chen won't let this matter rest. It would be best for you to be careful when you return to the Sanctum of Sages. If he really tries to cause you trouble, make sure to inform me, and I'll deal with him. While walking back to the cavern, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message to Zhang Chen. He knew Zhang Chen's character very well. As an offspring of the Zhang clan and an 8-star intermediate tier master teacher, he wouldn't stoop to such despicable acts. However, given his strength and capability, it was still a walk in the park for him to make things difficult for anyone in the Sanctum of Sages. Even if he didn't make things difficult for the other party, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to ruin the other party's reputation. If the young man ended up offending the other party in order to stand up for him, he would surely be in a lot of trouble in the future. Xianxian nodded in response. In truth, the reason why Xianxian wanted to teach that fellow a lesson was because he had lusted after Ruashi. However, if he could rope in his future brother-in-law through this, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could clearly sense that Luo Xianqing had only treated him as a talented friend previously, but at this very moment, the other party had already become his good friend. Although it was still not the best time to ask about Lozozi, getting closer to her would be of great help in the future. In any case, Xianxian was not that strong at the moment, and his identity as the Hall Master had not been announced yet. There was no rush for him to build a good relationship with Xianxian. Without the threat of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, the group quickly entered the cave. The entrance of the cave was narrow, but it was wide and spacious inside. The entire cave was attached to the cracks of the mountain, layer upon layer. It was unknown how deep the cracks extended, and it was impossible to see the end at a glance. Xianqing, I've examined this place carefully just now, but I didn't find anything special. Yuan Shao turned to Xianxian. Back when he was searching for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, he had examined the area carefully, but it was nothing more than an ordinary cave that had been carved out of the mountain. What about you? Did you find anything? Instead of replying, Luo Xianqing turned to look at Yun Lianhai. As a treasure-seeking master, he was naturally sensitive to treasures, so he might be able to sense the difference. Let me try. Closing his eyes, Yun Lianhai took a deep breath before a droplet of fresh blood flew into his glabella. It was as if a third eye had appeared in his eyes, allowing him to scan his surroundings. A moment later, he shook his head and said, I didn't find anything either. This is the ability of a treasure-seeking master? Indeed, it's impossible to learn. Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. He had used the Eye of Insight to take a look earlier, and it seemed like Yun Lianhai was using the power of his bloodline to scan any treasures that contained spiritual energy. It was similar to how a compass would scan a magnet. Even though there was a formation in place, Yun Lianhai was still able to find something amiss. This ability was similar to a dog's ability to sniff out lost objects. It was an innate ability, not something that could be achieved through cultivation. He had never heard of a talented person who managed to train himself into a police dog. He had been thinking of looking for an opportunity to learn about it, but from the looks of it, it seemed like it was impossible for him to do so. Xianxia, did you find anything? Luo Xianqing asked. The others were also curious as well. It had only been a few days, but the young man before them had given them too much of a shock. They were curious to see if they could find anything out of the ordinary as well. Instead of replying, Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and Eye of Insight surfaced in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Without activating the formation, it was impossible to see the Library of Heaven's path. Thus, he could only use the Eye of Insight to scan the area. Soon, he shook his head and said, I didn't find anything either. The Eye of Insight was powerful, but due to the limitations of his cultivation, there were many things that he was unable to perceive. Take the folded space at the Saint Ascension platform for example, he was unable to find it either. Where is it? Luo Xianqing, stop keeping us in suspense. Seeing that Zhang Xian was unable to find anything either, Bai Hongyin said with a frown. I'm not trying to keep you in suspense. Luo Xianqing nodded. To be honest, if I had been alone, I wouldn't have been able to find the exact location either. It was my younger sister who found the life gate of the formation based on the map that I came here to take a look. She found the life gate of the formation based on the map? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wasn't this little princess a little too incredible? It was already incredible that she was able to deduce that there was an ancient domain here just by looking at the map, but to even find the exact location. How in the world did she do it? This is the map that my younger sister forged for me. With it, I'll be able to find the core of the formation and enter the ancient domain where the Dongshu Gourd is. Luo Xianqing flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized jade token appeared in his palm. He tapped it lightly on the surface of the jade token. With a flash of light, a faint mist immediately emanated from the jade token, shrouding the entire cavern. Vaguely, one could vaguely see rocks, cracks, and the like within the mist, as if it was a painting of a mountain and a river. Slowly, they began to fuse together with reality. What incredible manipulation of space! Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. What was being emitted from the jade pendant seemed to be mist. It was not an ink painting, nor was it a spirit formation. Rather, it was a kind of spatial power. To be able to fuse space with reality without the slightest deviation, this was way too incredible. After the mist fused together with the cavern, the jade token flew out from Luo Xianqing's hand and flew forward. The crowd quickly followed suit. Soon, they arrived at a crack. The path ahead was blocked by a wall, and it seemed like a sealed stone chamber. It stopped at a certain place, and the jade tablet kept spinning. The formation outside is too large, and the life gate will shift with time. It's no longer at the same location as the previous time I was here. However, since the jade token has stopped here, it should be here. Luo Xianqing nodded. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight to take a closer look. There's indeed a spatial distortion. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. After confirming the location, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. There was a sesame-sized area in the space beneath the jade token that was distorted. If one didn't know the exact location, it would be difficult to notice it even if one were to look carefully. After all, such a distortion was something that even a transcendent mortal would be able to produce if they focused their attacks on a single point. It was no wonder the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, a Saint 8 Dan expert, was unable to notice it even after living here for so many years. It was simply too difficult to find. Yet, just by looking at the map and forging a jade token, she was able to find it. Lozosi's strength left him feeling pressured once more. Previously, when he was unaware of her strength, he didn't hold back at all. Yet, even with her strength, she was still unable to resist the marriage. No matter how difficult it is, I'll make sure to marry you openly. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. I still don't see anything special about this place. You should just open it, and we'll just follow behind you. Yuan Shao and the others stared at the spot where the jade token had stopped for a long time, but they were still unable to find anything. In the end, they couldn't help but shake their heads. All right. Luo Xianqing raised his eyebrows and tapped his finger lightly on the jade token. A droplet of blood immediately surfaced. Following which, he formed a few more seals, and a unique energy fell on the jade token. Wang! With a bang, the sesame-sized space below began to distort and immediately began to spin like a turbulent airflow. See-la, space seemed to be torn apart. With the sesame seed as the center, it spun upwards in a funnel shape, and the vortex grew bigger and bigger. Let's go in. Luo Xuanqing's face paled, seemingly having expended a great deal of his energy. All right. Yuan Shao nodded. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the funnel first. Defense was his top priority, so it went without saying that he would be the first to charge into an unknown and dangerous place. His 2-meter-tall body was still quite large when he was above the funnel, but as he descended, he grew smaller and smaller. In an instant, he was only the size of a needle before disappearing into the distorted space. This was the first time they had seen such a bizarre sight, and everyone's eyebrows shot up. This is the ability of the 4-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, creation? On the other hand, Zhang Xian frowned. Yuan Shao had leaped into the funnel-shaped vortex. It might seem as if he had shrunk in size, but the truth was that the space around him had folded and distorted. It was just like how there was a difference in size between a person standing a meter away and a person standing 100 meters away. A person standing 100 meters away, even if they were 2 meters tall, wouldn't be much larger than a sesame seed. That was exactly what they were seeing. In their eyes, this funnel was only a few meters away, and its range was not large, but in reality, it had countless layers of space. The real distance was probably more than a few kilometers. To create a stable space using space as a foundation. The person who left behind the Dongshu gourd must be a Saint 9 Dan cultivator at the very least, and his comprehension of spatial laws is extremely high. While he still can't match up to ancient sage Qiu Wu, his comprehension of spatial laws is still far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. Zhang Xian thought warily. It was no wonder he was unable to detect the presence of spatial laws even with his eye of insight. Spatial laws were simply too fearsome. It was not something that the current him could come into contact with. Let's go in as well. Seeing that Yuan Shao had leaped into the funnel, Bai Hongyin, Yun Lianhai, and the others followed suit. After the duo disappeared into the funnel, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and leaped into the funnel. In an instant, it was as if he had fallen from the sky. Even though he had only risen to a height of 2 to 3 meters a moment ago, at this very moment, he felt as if he was plummeting from a height of several thousand meters. Not only was his speed accelerating, the spatial pressure around him was also growing stronger and stronger. His vision blurred as he dived into a sesame-sized spatial distortion. In the next moment, he found himself standing in a lush grassy area. Blue skies, white clouds, and lush greenery. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if he was standing in the midst of a spirit vein. It felt as if all of the cells in his body were pulsating uncontrollably. Saint 8 Dan cultivators are indeed unable to enter, Zhang Xian thought. The spatial distortion earlier was only accessible to cultivators of their cultivation realm. Any dimension-sundering realm cultivator would collapse upon entry. Zhang Xian turned his gaze forward and saw Yuan Shao and the others standing not too far away. There was a hint of confusion in their eyes. Clearly, they were shocked by the sight before them as well. There were quite a few elders in the sanctum of sages who possessed a deep comprehension of space, but they had only been able to construct a folded space to resemble the real world. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within the folded space was so concentrated that it was hard to imagine. The elder who left behind the ancient domain must have stored the spirit vein of the mountain into his folded space. Otherwise, how could he have possibly nurtured a treasure on the level of the Dongshu gourd? A voice sounded behind Xianxia. Luo Xianqing also followed behind him. He stored the spirit vein of the mountain into his folded space? Yuan Shao and the others were astounded. Even Zhang Xian was astounded by the sight before him. He had seen plenty of folded spaces in his life, and he had one with him. Under normal circumstances, folded spaces were isolated from the real world. To store the spirit vein of the real world within and still be able to produce a steady flow of spiritual energy. This was truly a work of art. Brother Luo, do you know who the expert who left behind this ancient domain is? Luo Xianqing asked doubtfully. Even though there had been countless experts in the master-teacher continent over the past several dozen millenniums, the person who set up such a formidable ancient domain was bound to leave a mark on the history of the master-teacher continent. Luo Xianqing pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not too sure who left behind the ancient domain, but I think that it has something to do with ancient sage Qiu Wu. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Indeed. Over the past several dozen millenniums, other than Kongshi and the founder of our Luo clan, there's only one person who has achieved a deep understanding of space, ancient sage Qiu Wu. To be able to create such an intricate layout of this place and plant a treasure like the Dongshu gourd, which takes several dozen millenniums to grow. I really can't think of anyone else other than him. Luo Xianqing explained. Zhang Xian suddenly understood. It was no wonder why he had felt the spatial distortion outside when he first entered. Using the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he had been able to deduce that the spatial distortion had been left behind by that expert. Previously, he had a great time chatting with the other party's will, but it was a pity that he didn't stay for long. Since he was able to meet the other party this time, he would definitely seek guidance from the other party. The Dongshu gourd is right ahead of us, but it's blocked by a formation. The last time I was here, I studied it for several days, but I was unable to enter it. Pointing forward, the crowd began walking along the lush green grass. As expected, there was a river hanging in the sky not too far away, and on one of the vines, there was an emerald gourd. It was not too big, and there was nothing special about it either. However, as it floated in the middle of the river, it caused the surrounding space to distort. It was almost as if it was standing right in front of Zhang Xian, making him feel like he was in a completely different world. Everyone's eyes lit up. He thought that it would be dangerous, but who would have thought that it would be so close to him? Let me see, curious, Yuan Shao took a step forward. Just as he was about to fly up to pick the gourd, his hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. However, even so, it was a little too late. An aura came out of nowhere and landed on his chest in the blink of an eye. Pung, before he could even react, he was already sent flying. He slid several dozen meters before coming to a stop, and his face paled. If not for his powerful defense and quick reflexes, he would have already died on the spot. Is that a formation? The crowd narrowed their eyes in astonishment. To be struck before they could even get close to the gourd, it was clear that the gourd was not that easy to obtain. There were all kinds of formations in the surroundings. The last time I was here, I was also trapped here, unable to enter. Luo Xianqing nodded. The last time he was here, even though he was able to advance much further than Yuan Shao due to his comprehension of space, he was still unable to get close to the gourd. It was as if the gourd could only be viewed from afar and not touched. Xianxia, do you know what kind of formation this is? Bai Hongyin asked. This isn't a formation. Zhang Xian shook his head. It isn't? The crowd was perplexed. If it wasn't a formation, how could it have struck him so hard? It's a kind of manipulation of space, similar to the seal used to seal the otherworldly demonic tribe. The stronger one is, the stronger the counterattack will be. If one's cultivation is too low, the counterattack won't work at all. Zhang Xian explained. When Yuan Shao walked over earlier, he had used the Library of Heaven's path to check on the gourd, and the one before him was not a formation. Just as he had said, it was a kind of manipulation of space. Suppressing one's cultivation? Luo Xianqing frowned. He glanced at the injured Yuan Shao and said, "I'll give it a try." Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, someone had to conduct the experiment. Since Yuan Shao was injured, he had to do it personally. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xianqing sealed his Xianqi, making him appear no different from an ordinary human. At his level of cultivation, he was able to conceal his Xianqi within his dantian, making him appear no different from an ordinary human. On top of that, it was apparent that the other party was using a unique secret art that suppressed one's cultivation even more thoroughly. If he had not known it beforehand, even his eye of insight would not have been able to see through it. What a profound method, Xianxian's eyes lit up. He had seen plenty of cultivators who had suppressed their Xianqi, but under the eye of insight, their true form would be revealed. Yet, the other party was actually unable to see through it. This was truly frightening. This is a secret art created by our founder. It uses a folded space to seal one's Xianqi, making it impossible for even spiritual perception to detect it. Seeing the shocked gazes of the crowd, Luo Xianqing explained. Xianxian nodded in agreement. Once you enter, regardless of what you see, you mustn't use your Xianqi. Otherwise, the stronger your Xianqi, the stronger the repulsive force you will be subjected to. The folded space before them was similar to a wooden block floating on water. The stronger one was, the faster it would bounce back up, and the stronger the repulsive force would be. Only with the Xianqi of an ordinary human would one not be subjected to the repulsive force. Luo Xianqing nodded as he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. With his Xianqi sealed, he was indeed not subjected to the repulsive force. However, barely after taking a few steps, his face suddenly paled, as if he had just experienced something inconceivable. You mustn't release your Xianqi. Seeing Luo Xianqing's state, Xianxian frowned. However, before Xianxian could finish his words, his brother-in-law suddenly burst forth with Xianqi, unable to hold himself back any longer. Hong Long, with a resounding explosion, just like Yuan Shao, Luo Xianqing was sent flying. Blood trickled down the corners of his lips, and his face was pale. Brother Luo, he quickly rushed forward and passed a recovery pill infused with Heaven's Path Xianqi to Luo Xianqing. After consuming the pill, Luo Xianqing's injuries healed a little. He opened his eyes and shook his head apologetically. I'm fine, I told you not to release your Xianqi earlier, so why did you? Xianxian frowned. He had specifically instructed Luo Xianqing to suppress his Xianqi no matter what happened. Yet, he ended up being thrown out after just 3 breaths. Wasn't his temperament a little too unstable? There's an illusion in there, and I saw someone bullying my younger sister, so I couldn't hold myself back. Luo Xianqing replied awkwardly. He had thought that he had to control his Xianqi after entering the folded space, but seeing his younger sister being bullied, he couldn't help himself. Xianxian replied with a smile. As expected of the maniac younger sister. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, he still couldn't hold himself back. The little princess is far stronger than you. What can you do if she's being bullied? Bai Hongyin harumphed. Yun Lianhai and the others also had similar expressions on their faces. Not only did the little princess possess outstanding talent and outstanding strength, more importantly, she had also tamed the dimension silencer. With just a thought, she could seal off space, and even Saint 9 Dan experts would be crushed easily. Considering how Xianxian was only at Saint 7 Dan, what could he possibly do? Even if someone had to protect him, it should be the other party protecting him. I might be weaker than my younger sister, but if anyone dares to bully her, I'll put my life on the line to protect her. Luo Xianqing said with a gentle look in his eyes. My mother died early, and she's the only person I care about. I won't allow her to suffer. Is that why you harbor such animosity toward the Zhang clan? Xianxian asked with a frown. That's right. That dog-sit young prodigy of the Zhang clan is indeed worthy of my younger sister due to his pure bloodline. However, he's simply too arrogant. Ever since the engagement, he hasn't shown up even once. How can I not be infuriated by such a person? Luo Xianqing harumphed. That fellow is indeed arrogant. Recalling the fellow who had stolen his girlfriend, Xianxian couldn't help but agree with Luo Xianqing's words. If he had been engaged to Lozozi, he would have surely rushed out of the Zhang clan right away. He wouldn't have acted so haughtily like the other party. Indeed. Luo Xianqing roared furiously. If I see him, I'll surely smash his head. Indeed. Zhang Xian waved his hand grandly. Count me in. If I see him, I'll pummel him until his teeth fall out. This, looking at the indignant duo, Yuan Shao, Bai Hongyin, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. This was especially so for Zhang Xian. They couldn't make heads or tails of the situation at all. Luo Xianqing was worried that his younger sister wouldn't be able to live a happy life. Why would an outsider like you interfere in this matter? More importantly, why would you be so angry? Was there a need for that? Unable to take it any longer, Yuan Shao turned to Luo Xianqing and said, cough cough, Zhangshi, I don't think the young prodigy of the Zhang clan has offended you, right? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before replying, I'm just feeling indignant on behalf of Brother Luo. To infuriate someone as good as Brother Luo, that fellow is definitely a despicable person. As a master teacher, it's my responsibility to teach such a person a lesson. The crowd glanced at one another. Even though there was nothing wrong with Luo Xuanqing's words, why did it sound so weird to them? Luo Xianqing was also taken aback. Taking a closer look at Luo Xianqing, he realized that the other party was truly furious. What a good brother. Why isn't such a good person my brother-in-law? Author's note, thank you to the book friend, Little White Immortal Centipede, for the 100,000 reward for becoming the 68th Alliance Master. Brother Yuan and Brother Luo are injured, so I'll leave them to you to take care of them. I'll head in to take a look. Knowing that he would be exposed if he continued speaking, Zhang Xian hurriedly changed the topic. Let me do it. Bai Hongyin stepped forward and said, I specialize in illusions and primordial spirit attacks, so I should be able to hold on for some time. All right then. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. Be careful of the illusions, and don't use your strength at all costs. The space that had injured Yuan Shao and Luo Xianqing wasn't a complete entity. Even with the Library of Heaven's Path, what he saw was completely different. Otherwise, he would have warned Bai Hongyin about the illusions earlier. Since Bai Hongyin was going in, he could use this opportunity to take a look. Bai Hongyin nodded before sealing her cultivation as well. Her sealing technique was not as good as Luo Xuanqing's, so he was able to see through it with his eye of insight. However, without releasing her Jinqi, it was unlikely that ordinary formations would be able to detect it. Bai Hongyin took a few steps forward and arrived at the spot where Luo Xianqing and Yuan Shao had been attacked. However, as if she had noticed something, she stopped in her tracks. Be careful. Yun Lianhai exclaimed. There's no need to shout. It's useless. Not only is sound unable to reach that place, even my spiritual perception is unable to reach there, Luo Xianqing shook his head. Even my spiritual perception is unable to reach there? Zhang Xian frowned as he quickly extended his spiritual perception. It was as if he had fallen into another world, preventing him from seeing anything at all. He was able to see everything with a single glance, but it felt like he was in a completely different world. Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Bai Hongyin took a step forward. However, in the end, she still couldn't help but drive her Jinqi, and just like the two before her, she was sent flying. How is it? Bai Hongyin asked. When I entered, I seemed to have been teleported to another dimension. I saw a saint beast rampaging around the area, and I couldn't help but make a move, Bai Hongyin explained with a reddened face. She had been able to hold herself back, but she couldn't just watch as a child's head was bitten off by a saint beast. You were teleported? But you didn't move at all. Yun Lianhai exclaimed. They had clearly seen Bai Hongyin, so how could she have seen the saint beast and child? Don't you think it's strange that we can see it even though our divine senses can't detect it? Luo Xianqing interjected. Yun Lianhai was stunned. Sometimes, what you see may not be true. It was like a mirage. There were clearly countless skyscrapers not far away, but, in reality, they were all fake. Cultivators trusted their own spiritual perception more than anything else. After all, spiritual perception was the extension of one's consciousness, and there was no way one would be mistaken about what they were seeing. Even though they weren't able to see what was going on with their spiritual perception, they were still able to see it clearly with their naked eyes. Could they be certain that this was real? Brother Yun, can you feel if that Dongshu gourd is real? Xianxia suddenly spoke. All right. Yun Lianhai nodded. Since the images of Bai Hongyin, Luo Shanqing, and the others could be fake, the same went for the Dongshu gourd in the sky. Blood flew out, and it was as if there was an extra eye between his brows, looking into the sky. A moment later, he shook his head and said, I can't sense the aura of any treasure at all, can't feel it. Luo Xuanqing's face turned pale. He had prepared for this Dongshu gourd for a very long time, and if it was just an illusion, he would really cry. I'll head over to take a look. Xianxia said with a deep frown. He was unable to determine what was going on either, so he could only turn to Luo Shanqing. The sight before him had far exceeded his imagination. Even he was unable to make heads or tails of it. He would probably have to head over to take a look to find out the answer. Be careful. Knowing that the young man before him had many means up his sleeves, Luo Shanqing instructed. Nodding, Luo Shanqing took a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation before heading in as well. Even though his cultivation sealing technique wasn't as profound as Luo Xuanqing's, he cultivated the heaven's path Xianxia. If he really wanted to conceal his cultivation, even a Saint Nine Dan expert would be unable to sense it, let alone others. As soon as he stepped in, he was greeted by a vast expanse of whiteness. Just like before, he was able to extend his spiritual perception to a very far distance, but he was unable to see anything at all. It was as if he had arrived at a barren land, and other than the heavens and earth, he was the only one in this world. Luo Shanqing and the others, who had just separated from him, were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never appeared in the first place. There's indeed something bizarre about this place. With a deep frown, Xianxia continued advancing, and soon, a mountain range appeared before his eyes. There was a waterfall, a lake, and the sound of flowing water. Taking a look, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but race. This was the place where he had met Luo Ruoxin for the first time. Huanyu Mountain Range, it was here that he had seen countless spirit beasts charging in, and he had thought that they were going to harm Luo Ruoxin. Thus, he had dashed forward, and that was how the two of them had met. Hurriedly turning his gaze toward the waterfall, he saw a beautiful figure standing quietly on the spot, reminiscent of a painting. The young lady was like a tranquil lotus, tranquil and calm, as if nothing in the world had anything to do with her. Ruoxin, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as agitation filled his heart. He had thought that he would be able to meet her as soon as he arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, but the more he learned about her, the more pressure he felt. Even so, the longing in his heart didn't diminish in the least. No, this is an illusion. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia suppressed the urge to rush over as his breathing gradually calmed down. He was in the midst of searching for the Dongshu gourd, so it was impossible for him to arrive at the Huanyu Mountain Range all of a sudden, let alone meet Lozozi. This could only mean that this was an illusion. Even if it wasn't an illusion, there was a good chance that it had something to do with the folding of space, reflecting his previous experiences. So, calming down, Xianxia was just about to continue advancing when a sharp ray of light suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it was already right before Lozozi, piercing right through her body. Following which, a wretched young man appeared behind the young lady. The clan arranged for you to be married to me, but you actually dared to fall in love with someone else. Since that's the case, you can die now. With frenzied eyes, the young man looked a little like Xianxia, but for some reason, he bore some resemblance to himself as well. The young prodigy of the Zhang clan, Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Without a doubt, this young man was the wretched young prodigy of the Zhang clan. How dare he make a move on Ruoxin? He was courting death. Just as Xianxia was about to unseal his Xianxia, the library of heaven's path suddenly jolted, and a resounding chime echoed in his ears. His body immediately turned cold, and he swiftly realized what was going on. It's an illusion. Driving his state of mind, Xianxia swiftly regained his heart of tranquil water. He quickly scanned his surroundings once more, but the young prodigy was nowhere to be seen. Lozozi was nowhere to be seen. In fact, the entire mountain range was nowhere to be seen. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness. That was a close shave. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, he still couldn't help but want to make a move when he saw Luozi getting injured. The person who had left behind this ancient domain was not only skilled in spatial manipulation, he was also skilled in manipulating the hearts of others. It's fortunate that I have the Library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the same state as Luo Xianqing and the others. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxian turned his gaze back to the area around him. Just as he was about to advance forward, he suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness. It was as if he was plummeting from the sky, and the air around him began whimpering. Lowering his head, Xianxian saw that the ground was getting closer and closer to him, and it seemed as if he would fall at any moment. Xianxian had suppressed his cultivation to that of an ordinary human. If he were to fall from such a height, he would surely die on the spot. The sealed Jinqi in his body began to stir restlessly, ready to burst out at any moment to maintain his flight. It's an illusion. Suppressing his Jinqi, Xianxian slowly closed his eyes. If not for what had just happened, he would have surely been unable to hold himself back. However, with the enhancement of his state of mind, he was no longer as flustered as before. If he were to use his Jinqi, the speed at which he fell would only increase. By then, no matter how powerful his defense was, he would still bleed from his 7 apertures. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. Without any sorrow or joy, Xianxian's heart of tranquil water finally disappeared. When he opened his eyes once more, he realized that he was still standing on the same spot, not moving at all. I never thought that space would be able to produce the effect of an illusion formation. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxian examined his surroundings in bewilderment. His comprehension of formations had reached the level of 8-star pinnacle, and his mastery of the heavenly art of dimension unravel had reached an astounding level as well. Under normal circumstances, ordinary folded spaces should have been unable to trap him. Yet, this space was actually able to make him fall into a trance without him noticing anything at all. Under the illumination of the Eye of Insight, Xianxian could see that the space around him was reminiscent of a beehive. It felt as if the space around him was a collection of small grids, but at the same time, it also felt like flowing water. Space is a kind of ripple and frequency. As long as I can find it, I'll be able to manipulate it. The content of the heavenly art of dimension unravel flowed through Xianxian's mind. I see. Sometime later, Xianxian's eyes lit up. The incomprehensible parts of the heavenly art of dimension unravel together with the grids before him made him come to a realization. The reason why he had comprehended the heavenly art of dimension unravel previously was because he had assimilated the content of the ancient book of Bedstead Discourse. On top of that, due to the limitations of his cultivation, he had been unable to comprehend the deeper parts of the heavenly art of dimension unravel. However, with his current leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivation, his comprehension of space had been further enhanced. It's no wonder it's able to produce illusions. Space can also be considered as a type of formation, so it's natural for it to be able to influence one's thoughts. Xianxian nodded in realization. Since formations could create space, space could also be used to create formations to influence one's thoughts, allowing one to see what one yearned for the most, but was unable to do so. Since I've comprehended all of this, my comprehension of space should have reached the level of control. Xianxian exhaled deeply as his eyes lit up in excitement. The comprehension of space in the heavenly art of dimension unravel was divided into 5 realms, namely spatial compression, traversal, control, creation, and destruction. Spatial compression was a realm where one could compress space and increase one's speed. Traversal was a realm where one's comprehension of space would allow one to traverse a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Having grasped this realm, even if one were to face a phantasmal space realm expert, one's attack would be able to bypass the other party's dominion and arrive right before them, no longer affected by the effects of space. Control was a realm where one would be able to control space to a certain extent. Folding space and the like would no longer be able to trap one. In fact, one would even be able to manipulate the energy within space to suppress one's opponent. As for creation and destruction, Xianxian hadn't fully comprehended it yet. All he knew was that the person who had left behind the ancient domain had definitely reached the level of control. As for what creation was, he couldn't say for sure. Since I've reached the 3rd level, this place shouldn't be able to trap me anymore, Xianxia chuckled softly. Having reached the level of control in his comprehension of space, Xianxia looked at the beehive-like space before him once more. There were no more secrets to be found. The formation that had trapped him in the illusion previously was still vivid in his mind, and he could destroy it at any moment. Time to leave, Xianxia said as he waved his hand lightly. With a single step, he was already standing right before the river. The emerald gourd was floating right before him, emanating a powerful aura. The river was a spirit vein, and the spiritual energy within it was so concentrated that it felt as if it had materialized. The Dongshu gourd was hanging right below it, absorbing the energy within it and slowly growing. I should just pluck it and bring it over, exhaling deeply, Xianxia chuckled softly. In order to advance his cultivation, all he had to do was gather sufficient Heaven's Path divine art and gather sufficient spirit stones. The Dongshu gourd was valuable, but it wasn't of much use to him. Thus, he might as well use it to forge a good relationship with Luo Xianqing. Xianxia stretched out his arm and grabbed the Dongshu gourd. Even though he hadn't used his full strength yet, his comprehension of space had already reached the third level of the heavenly art of dimension unravel. With a simple grab, the space around the Dongshu gourd seemed to have solidified. Like a fish trapped in a cage, all paths of escape were sealed. Just as Xianxia's hand was about to land on the Dongshu gourd, the jade-green object suddenly jolted awake. Kacha, the sealed space immediately cracked open, and Xianxia felt a powerful force crushing down on him, threatening to pulverize his arm. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he immediately drove his Xinqi to form a massive barrier. With the increase in his comprehension of space, even if he were to use his full strength at this moment, he wouldn't be attacked. The Dongshu gourd shook its bottom on the vines. See la, as if a piece of paper being torn apart, a massive crack appeared on the barrier. Following which, the Dongshu gourd smashed into the barrier with the weight of a mountain. Xianxia raised his hands to block the attack, but he only felt a sharp pain before he was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and his face paled. When he stood up once more, he realized that he had lost all feeling in his arm, and his bones were on the verge of shattering. His current physical body had already reached the level of a half-saint high-tier artifact. Even a saint intermediate-tier artifact wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. Yet, just a slight jolt from the Dongshu gourd was enough to make him feel excruciating pain. Damn it! Driving his Heaven's Path Xinqi, Xianxia swiftly recovered from his injuries. He turned to look at the Dongshu gourd once more with reddened eyes. I don't believe that I won't be able to capture you. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. With a light flick of his wrist, the sword chi morphed into a lotus and shot forth. Lingshu sword, since the Dongshu gourd was able to help one achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, it was likely to be of decent quality. After suffering a huge loss earlier, he dared not to put on airs anymore. Thus, he decided to bring out his strongest weapon. Sizzle, as soon as the Lingshu sword appeared, the surrounding space twisted as if it would be torn apart at any time. Folded spaces weren't as stable as the outside world, and with his comprehension of space at the third tier, even if he couldn't break through the shackles here, he could still easily distort it. Whoosh! Seeing the sword chi coming at it, the gourd wriggled again, like a guy with a big but trying to show off. Sizzle, with a slight jolt, the incomparably brilliant sword chi came to a halt. It was as if a wooden block had struck a steel plate, unable to advance any further. This, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Even though Xianxia hadn't used the 3 swords of Lingshu, he had still harnessed the offensive sword quintessence in his attack. Paired with the Lingshu sword, even a Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage cultivator wouldn't dare face his attack head-on. Yet, the other party was able to withstand his attack with just a slight twist of his body, rendering his attack futile. Isn't this a little too powerful? Go! Not holding back at all, Xianxia summoned his 108 swords. So, sword intent tore through the sea, and as the Xinqi in Xianxia's body was sapped dry, the 100 swords converged together to form a streak of light that shot straight toward the gourd. Pada, sensing the might of the attack, the gourd wriggled even more vigorously. Puha! It fell off the vine with a loud puha sound, and it swiftly changed its direction to face the attack. Boom boom boom, as the gourd clashed with the sword chi, ripples appeared in the air, releasing a burst of rainbow-colored light. As powerful as the sea-severing sword was, it didn't seem to have any effect on the gourd at all. The sword chi struck the gourd, but it didn't leave the slightest mark on it. On the contrary, the gourd began moving faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it had already nullified the attack. It's that powerful? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The sea-severing sword was his strongest move at the moment. If he were to use it at full strength, he wouldn't have to fear even Yuan Shao and the others. But, for such a powerful move to be nullified so easily, he couldn't help but feel a little incredulous. That was way too powerful. However, the gourd didn't seem to give him any time to think. After nullifying the sea-severing sword, it appeared right before him and charged right at his chest. After executing the 3 swords of Lingxiu, Xianxia's Xinqi was nearly depleted. Seeing how powerful the gourd was, he didn't even have the time to dodge. Without any hesitation, he raised his palms to meet the gourd's attack head-on. At the same time, he swiftly drove his soul energy to reinforce it. Previously, when he had depleted his Xinqi, his fighting prowess had been reduced to 0. However, with the enhancement of his physical body and soul cultivation, he was no longer weak. Pung, the sound of bones shattering echoed in the air. Xianxian's arm was shattered on the spot. His body was sent flying once more before crashing heavily onto the ground. A few of his ribs and sternum had been fractured as well. The gourd was simply too powerful. Not only did it nullify the sea-severing sword, it still managed to inflict severe injuries on him. If not for his previous swordsmanship blocking a portion of the gourd's strength, he would have been dead by now. So, before he could even get up from the ground, the gourd that had freed itself from the vines suddenly swayed in midair before charging right at him once more. This time, the gourd's speed was even faster than before, as if it was determined to break through the shackles of space. Xianxian's face paled. Even though he had the upper hand in terms of strength, he still wasn't a match for the gourd. On top of that, his Xinqi had been depleted, and he was severely injured as well. If he allowed the gourd to continue attacking him, he could very well be killed on the spot. Spatial seal, clone. Xianxian had no idea what was going on outside, but in order to prevent Luo Xianqing and the others from seeing what was going on outside, he still sealed the surrounding space with a flick of his finger. At the same time, he released his clone. After cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art, his clone's strength had been raised significantly. As such, he should be able to withstand the gourd for some time. Through a telepathic communication, he immediately understood what was going on. Clenching his fist tightly, he charged right toward the gourd. However, as fast as he was still a little slower than the gourd. Before his fist could land on the gourd, the latter had already appeared before him. Pada, the gourd landed squarely on his face, flattening his face in an instant. The heck, Xianxian's clone bellowed furiously, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you. Every time he came out, he would mock his main body and brag to his heart's content. But this time, before he could say anything, he was already flattened by a gourd. Roaring furiously, he raised his fist to meet the gourd's attack. Boom, the 2 fists collided, and the clone's body staggered. With trembling lips, he hurriedly turned around and said, I can't defeat him. Hurry up and run. Even though his fighting prowess was higher than Xianxian's, he was still far from matching up to the gourd before him. Run? Xianxian was taken aback. He had come here to collect the gourd, but before he could even touch the gourd, he was already forced to flee. Wasn't this a little too much? I won't run. Come and face me, I won't be accompanying you. Xianxian bellowed furiously as he blocked the gourd's attacks. His clone had also been pummeled beyond recognition. You ran to the back to hide, and you still have the cheek to ask me why I'm running. If you aren't running, why don't you charge at me? All right then. Xianxian's face reddened. Knowing that he had exhausted all of his Xinqi, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for the gourd. Without any hesitation, he collected his clone and the swords into his storage ring before swiftly retreating. Gotcha, it seemed like the gourd wasn't going to let him off so easily. It charged right at him once more. Xianxian continued to block the attack, but once again, he felt as if his body was going to explode, and he was sent flying. However, by this time, he had already retreated to the area where the illusion had appeared, and he vanished from the spot. While in midair, he could vaguely see the gourd returning to the vine with a satisfied look on its face after sending him flying. With a light flick, it hung on the vine once more. In the blink of an eye, the vine returned to normal, as if it had never been there at all. Outside, Luo Xianqing and the others looked at the figure walking in worriedly. Xianxia should be fine, right? Xianxia's comprehension of formations is extremely high. Even if this isn't a formation, it shouldn't be too far from it. He should be fine. Indeed. As long as he can resist the urge to unseal his cultivation, he should be fine, the crowd discussed fervently among themselves. Even so, they still couldn't help but feel uncertain. This was especially so for Luo Xianqing. He had brought so many people here and paid such a huge price. If he couldn't even see the gourd, he really didn't know what to do. Look, Xianxia is walking ahead. Yuan Shao suddenly exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over and saw Zhang Xian, who had been standing not too far away a moment ago, taking 2 steps forward before vanishing from the spot. He must have passed. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up in agitation when he suddenly saw a figure flying out of the formation. Pung! He crashed heavily into the ground not too far away, spurting huge mouthfuls of blood. Xianxia, everyone jumped in fright. They hurriedly rushed over, their eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, struggling to sit up, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had run fast enough. As soon as he entered the illusionary space, he continued to jump back out. Otherwise, he would have died in that guy's hands. Xianxia was injured by the formation after releasing his strength as well? Luo Xianqing couldn't help but ask. They had all been injured by the formation due to releasing their strength, but the young man before them was in a worse state than them. Could this be the reason as well? Could it be that he had encountered something that he couldn't tolerate? That's not it, Zhang Xian shook his head. What did you get injured by then? Yuan Shao glanced at Zhang Xian curiously. Could it be that there was something else in this space other than the formation that could harm others? If that was the case, they would really have to be careful. Zhang Xian replied in embarrassment, I was beaten up by a gourd, our dear Zhang Xian was beaten up by a gourd. Shouldn't we celebrate and give him a few monthly tickets? To be honest, I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time now. No wonder Zhang Xian was depressed. Throughout the journey, he had performed exceptionally well before his brother-in-law, even taming the netherworld azure dragon beast with ease. Yet, who could have thought that he would end up being pummeled by a mere gourd at the very last moment? It was one thing for him to be unable to defeat the saint beasts and weapons, but for a mere gourd to be able to pummel him so badly. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Hit by the calabash? Luo Xianqing was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization, and his breathing hastened. Does that mean that Xianxia has seen the Dongshu gourd? This thing is real and not an image? Yes. Zhang Xian nodded. Previously, when Yin Lianhai was unable to sense the presence of the treasure, everyone thought that it was just an illusion. However, upon hearing those words, they heaved a sigh of relief. If it really existed, then this trip was not in vain. The Dongshu gourd is able to help one comprehend the laws of the dimension sundering realm, so its prowess should be on par with a Saint 8 Dan primary stage cultivator. While Zhangxi's talent is unparalleled, he's only a Saint 5 Dan leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivator. It's only natural that he wouldn't be a match for the Dongshu gourd. Luo Xianqing consoled him upon seeing his dejected expression. Given how the Dongshu gourd was able to induce a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, how could it possibly be anything ordinary, without sufficient strength, not to mention capturing it? Even if one were to capture it, they would not be able to assimilate it. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian felt much better. He raised his head and looked at the crowd. I've already deciphered the space in front of us. Later on, I'll bring everyone to look for this gourd. However, this fellow is extremely violent, and it might attack anyone it sees. So, you all have to recover from your injuries in advance and adjust to your best condition. All right. Everyone nodded and sat down cross-legged. Zhang Xian did not hesitate. He opened all the acupoints in his body and quickly absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to recover the Jinqi he had just consumed and heal the injuries in his body. Due to the rich spiritual energy in the folded space, it took him less than 4 hours to fully recover. This gourd is indeed powerful. While consolidating his cultivation, he thought of countermeasures. He had come up with several ideas, but none of them were a match for him. Just like what Luo Xianqing had said, this fellow most likely possessed the combat prowess of an early-stage void transformation stage martial artist. He was simply not someone that the current him could contend against. Unless Vicious released not only his phalanges but his head as well. However, if he were to do so, his identity as a master teacher would be exposed. For a master teacher to actually rear otherworldly demons. If news of this were to spread, the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire would surely investigate this matter and even revoke his master teacher license. Let's go. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xianqing and the others suddenly stood up. Although their injuries were very serious, they had taken the healing elixirs given by Xianxia. Coupled with the fact that they were juniors of great forces and had many treasures, they had more or less recovered. Follow behind me, don't make a single mistake. Xianxia instructed. Knowing the danger, everyone nodded. Without any hesitation, Xianxia sealed his cultivation before leading the way in. Having comprehended the 3 Dan of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, Xianxia's grasp over spatial laws had become much more powerful. On top of that, he had also comprehended the secrets of this spatial formation. As such, he did not encounter any danger when he entered the spatial formation. While he might not be a match for Luo Xianqing in terms of spatial prowess, the latter was no match for him here. With the experience from the first time around, the second time around was much easier. Not too long later, they arrived before the spirit vein, and a gourd hung not too far away. It's the Dongshu gourd. Luo Xianqing exclaimed in agitation. He had been unable to see the gourd clearly from afar, but upon closer inspection, he could tell that it was indeed the Dongshu gourd. It was an artifact that could raise one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm. I'll wait here. You all can make your move. Xianxia waved his hand. In any case, as long as he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to catch anyone's attention. Thus, it did not matter whether he interfered or not. All right. Luo Xianqing and the others were filled with fighting spirit. With the few of us working together, we'll surely be able to subdue it. Xianxia raised his fist and encouraged them with a smile. Good luck. 3 minutes later. Returning to the entrance of the spatial formation, Luo Xianqing and the others were sitting on the ground with bruises all over their faces. The 4 of them were indeed powerful, but even so, they were still unable to defeat the gourd. This was especially so for Yuan Shao, who had several gourd marks all over his body. Why don't you? Xianxia, bring the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast here. With it, we'll surely be able to subdue that fellow easily. Yun Lianhai said after a long moment of hesitation. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast possessed strength comparable to a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert, and even with the 4 of them working together, they were still no match for it. This, Xianxia was put in a difficult spot. It was not that he did not want to do so, but if he were to encounter a top-notch expert, he could at least summon his tamed beast. However, if he could not defeat a gourd, what kind of prestige would he have left before the other party? Besides, it was impossible for Saint 8 Dan experts to enter the spatial formation. It was possible for him to store the gourd in his folded space, but if he were to release it, the space around him would become unstable, and that would be even more troublesome. Why don't we do this instead? I'll use my bloodline power. While Luo Xianqing was conflicted, a glint flashed across his eyes as he gritted his teeth. You'll use your bloodline power? Bai Hongyin frowned. You have to consider this carefully. Once you use your bloodline power, you won't be able to use it for at least a month. While bloodline power could boost one's fighting prowess for a short period of time, it was extremely taxing on one's body. Even the scions of the Zhang clan would hesitate before using it. I understand. As long as we can capture it, I'll be able to recover my strength a month later, and I'll be able to assimilate it to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. Luo Xianqing said. Given his current strength and accumulation, it would take at least several years or even several decades for him to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. However, with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, he would be able to do so within 3 months. Even if it would deplete his strength, he would still be able to recuperate for a month. Since that's the case, let's begin our preparations then. Bai Hongyi nodded. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and they had already mentally prepared themselves before coming here. Having made up their minds, they quickly recovered their strength as soon as possible. 6 hours later, they arrived before the gourd once more. Hongyin, use your demonic tunes to disrupt it. Yuan Shao, try to fend off the gourd's main offense. Yun Lianhai and I will deal with it head-on. Luo Xianxia instructed grimly. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. Begin. Luo Xianxia bellowed as his aura began to surge furiously. Following which, the space around him began to distort. He stepped forward and grabbed the gourd, and the space around it immediately froze. Sensing the hostility directed at it, the gourd flew into a rage and charged forward once more. However, having activated his bloodline, Luo Xuanqing's fighting prowess had increased tremendously. Even after several attempts, he was still unable to escape from the sealed space. Ding dong. Ding dong, following which, the sound of a zither echoed in the air. Bai Hongyin began to play the zither, and Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai immediately rushed forward. We should be able to capture it this time, seeing how Luo Xuanqing's fighting prowess had more than doubled after activating his bloodline, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, his grasp over space had also improved significantly, putting him on par with dimension-sundering realm experts. As expected of the prodigy of the Luo clan, it was as if he had transformed into a completely different person after activating his bloodline. Previously, when he fought with Zhang Qian, he had seen the latter using the bloodline of the Zhang clan. While it did increase his fighting prowess, it was nowhere close to what he was seeing right now. It seemed like the purer one's bloodline was, the more effective it would be when activated. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qian raised his head and saw the 4 experts pinning the gourd to the ground, kicking it furiously. Bai Hongyin even raised her zither and smashed it with all her might. Under the combined assault of the 4 experts, the arrogant gourd was trembling non-stop, and it was in an indescribable state. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Recalling the sight of him being pummeled previously, Zhang Qian nodded his head in satisfaction. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Weren't you very arrogant? You don't dare to show off anymore, do you? Knowing that there was no need for him to make a move, the crowd would be able to capture that fellow. Thus, Zhang Qian turned his attention back to the spiritual energy river in the air. Just like what he had said previously, it was a spirit vein. However, it had been extracted from the ground to nourish the gourd and maintain the circulation of space, so it had already been depleted. What a pity, Zhang Qian sighed deeply. If the spirit vein had been discovered right after it was extracted, it would have been worth at least 100 pinnacle spirit stones. However, while the spiritual energy in the air was still abundant, its purity was already on par with that of a high-tier spirit stone, so it was no longer of much use to him anymore. This vine seems to be good stuff. Zhang Qian shook his head. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly caught sight of the vine in the middle of the spirit vein. It was only around the size of a finger, but it was shimmering with spiritual energy, reminiscent of jade. Zhang Qian hadn't taken a closer look at it previously, and it was hidden within the spirit vein as well, so he didn't notice it at all. However, when he examined it with his eye of insight, he realized that not only was the vine incredibly tough, the spiritual energy within it was also many times more concentrated than that of a concentrated high-tier spirit stone. Let's head over to take a look. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he immediately flew over. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the vine. It was entirely green, reminiscent of jade, and its tentacles were cold. There seemed to be countless folded spaces within it, densely packed together like a beehive. Zhang Qian blinked his eyes in bewilderment. He had clearly sensed this energy from the gourd earlier. It felt as if it was spreading through space, but in truth, it was the dimension-sundering energy. It was this energy that allowed one to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Dan. He had thought that this energy would only exist on the gourd, but who could have thought that it would exist on the vine as well? Let me see if I can assimilate it. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up in excitement as he placed his hand on the vine. In an instant, a cool sensation flowed into his body, and a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. With a faint smile, Xianxia tapped on the book. Kacha! Kacha! With a series of crisp sounds, the long vine seemed to have found its master, and with a series of excited noises, it flew straight toward Xianxia. Collect! Without any hesitation, Xianxia grabbed the vine. In the blink of an eye, the vine was sucked into his storage ring and disappeared. After the vines were taken away, the spirit vein in the sky seemed to have lost its support, and with a resounding boom, it exploded. Violent spiritual energy swept across the folded space, causing innumerable ripples to appear on the surface of the folded space. Sensing the ripples of spiritual energy, the crowd was taken aback for a moment, but they paid it no heed and continued pummeling the gourd. Pung 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 pung, the 4 experts of the Dongshu continent were executing all kinds of means. Swords, sabers, spears, hammers. It did not take long before the Dongshu gourd was on the verge of collapsing. If this goes on, it's going to turn into a scoop. Let's rest for a while. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he tried to dissuade the other party. Luo Xianqing nodded. With a wave of his hand, the crowd came to a halt. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the space before him warped, forming a bubble around him. Alright, Luo Xianqing felt as if all of the energy in his body had been sapped away, and his face turned pale and feeble. Back then, Xianxia had only used 3 moves before he was unable to lift his fist anymore. Considering how long Luo Xianqing had been fighting the Dongshu gourd, he had already executed more than 100 moves. Congratulations! Yuan Shao and the others clasped their fists and congratulated Luo Xianqing. They had accepted the invitation to help him capture the Dongshu gourd. As much as they wanted the artifact, they would not go against their own principles. Not to mention, Luo Xianqing was not someone they could afford to offend. If not for everyone's help, I wouldn't have succeeded, Luo Xianqing replied with a nod. Luo Xianqing nodded in response. Just as he was about to place the spatial bubble into his storage ring so that he could assimilate the Dongshu gourd once his body recovered, the fellow who was on the verge of exploding suddenly jolted. See la, a hole immediately appeared in the spatial bubble, and the Dongshu gourd dashed out. This is bad, Luo Xianqing narrowed his eyes in panic. He had expended all of the energy he had used to awaken his bloodline, so while his cultivation had not plummeted, he was still completely drained of his strength. It was impossible for him to escape at this moment. Stop right there. Yuan Shao and the others tried to stop the Dongshu gourd. They had put in so much effort, and their bodies were already riddled with marks from the Dongshu gourd stomps. If they were to fail again, they would really cry. The gourd seemed to have already predicted the trajectory of their attacks. With a slight twist of its body, it dodged the torrential force. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed the speed of sound and rushed in a certain direction. It was Xianxia. Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. This time, you haven't made a single move. Instead, you've been hiding in a corner, idling away. What are you doing here? Xianxia, be careful, the crowd bellowed anxiously. Knowing that it was already too late for him to dodge, Xianxia gritted his teeth and charged forward. As soon as Xianxia's palm came into contact with the other party, he immediately felt a searing pain in his palm. The other party had torn open a hideous wound on his palm, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Buzz, blood splashed on the gourd, but it did not dodge. It moved again. Voila, he came to the front of his abdomen. Given how strong the gourd was, if it were to collide with it, it would definitely pierce through its innards and cause serious injuries. They are the ones who want to capture you, so why do you have to look for me? Xianxia was on the verge of tears, but he knew that this was not the time for him to be conflicted. Driving his Xianxia, he tried to grab the gourd, but he realized that he was only grabbing thin air. The gourd came into contact with his abdomen, but the pain that he had expected did not appear. Instead, the gourd vanished. Xianxia was taken aback. The others also turned their gazes over in bewilderment. Where's the gourd? Xianxia took a look inside himself, and his lips suddenly quivered in astonishment. How did it get into my dantian? There was a gourd lying lazily in his dantian. Upon seeing Xianxia's spiritual perception, it even intentionally shook its bottom gleefully. What? Luo Xianqing hurriedly rushed forward and extended his spiritual perception into the gourd, only to find that he was sitting on the floor. You tamed it? Tamed it? The Dongshu gourd can help you comprehend the dimension sundering realm. As long as you tame it, you'll be able to fuse it into your dantian, Luo Xianqing said in disbelief. However, the process of taming it is extremely complicated. Not only does it require blood essence, more importantly, one's cultivation must reach Saint Seven Dan pinnacle before it will acknowledge you as its master. Your cultivation is only at leaving aperture realm pinnacle, a gap of 2 cultivation realms. Just what is going on? He had finally found the Dongshu gourd after expending so much effort and resources, but before he could even tame it, it had already run into someone else's dantian. Luo Xianqing clutched his chest tightly. I didn't intend to tame it. Gourd, come out. Xianxian's face paled as he exclaimed anxiously. He was really there to help his future brother-in-law obtain the treasure, so he had no intention of stealing the other party's possession. Why did it run into his dantian? It wasn't easy for me to build up my noble image, but it has been ruined by you, hoo-hoo, the gourd continued shaking its bottom. You, seeing how smug the Dongshu gourd was, Xianxian's body trembled in anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only raise his head to look at the young man before him and say, Brother Luo, I really didn't intend to tame it, I know. Luo Xianqing shook his head. An artifact has a spirit of its own. It seems like it doesn't belong to me, so I can't force it. Even though he felt so stifled that he could spurt blood, he still made up his mind. The fact that an artifact had a spirit of its own did not acknowledge him as its master even though he had spent so much effort on it. Instead, it had rushed into Zhangshir's dantian, which meant that the other party was not interested in him at all. Zhangxian's face reddened, and he had no idea how he should explain himself. What the heck was this? He had only come to help, but now that things had turned out this way, who would dare call him out to look for treasures in the future? Brother Luo, the reason you want to tame the Dongshu gourd is to achieve a breakthrough to dimension sundering realm. If I can help you achieve a breakthrough, does it mean that you don't need the Dongshu gourd anymore? A moment later, Xianxian turned to look at Luo Xianqing. Judging from how shameless that fellow was, it was unlikely that he would be coming out anytime soon. However, he still felt a little guilty for snatching away the artifact that the other party had reserved for him. Help me achieve a breakthrough? Luo Xianqing was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. Do you know how difficult it is to achieve a breakthrough to dimension sundering realm? Without the Dongshu gourd, how could I possibly achieve a breakthrough so easily? It was not that he didn't trust Luo Xianqing, but Saint 8 Dan dimension sundering realm was simply too difficult. Even the guidance of countless 9-star master teachers had failed to achieve a breakthrough, leaving one with no choice but to rely on one's own comprehension, let alone a mere leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivator. Since I'm already in this state, I might as well give it a try. Xianxian. Had it been in the past, he wouldn't have been able to provide guidance even if the Library of Heaven's path were to point out the flaws in a Saint 8 Dan cultivator's body. However, his comprehension of spatial laws had reached the 3 Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, and he had tamed the Dongshu gourd and the vine, thus granting him a deeper understanding of spatial laws that only Saint 8 Dan cultivators could wield. If he were to make use of the flaws in the Library of Heaven's path, he might just be able to achieve a breakthrough and reach higher realms. Try? I'm already in my current state, how am I supposed to try? Luo Xianqing asked with a bitter smile. Having just awakened one's bloodline, one's body was even weaker than that of an ordinary human. Putting aside pushing for a breakthrough, even walking normally would be difficult for one. I'll think of a way to help you overcome the effects of awakening your bloodline. Returning his consciousness back to his mind, Xianxian began browsing through the book that he had just obtained. While they were fighting with the Dongshu gourd, he had compiled a book on it. It wasn't that he was intentionally spying on the other party but to study the effects of awakening the bloodline of a sage clan so as to prepare for his future expedition to the Zhang clan. Awakening one's bloodline is equivalent to exhausting one's spirit, energy, and spirit. Once activated, one's body will fall into a state of extreme exhaustion, making it impossible for one to exert one's full strength. If one were to forcefully activate it, not only will one be unable to bring out one's full fighting prowess, one's cultivation will also regress. Reading through the records in the book, the frown on Xianxia's forehead deepened. There was a limit to a person's potential, vitality, and spirit. Awakening one's bloodline was equivalent to overdrawing them in advance. Without sufficient time to accumulate them, it would be nigh impossible for one to recover from it. The Heaven's Path Xianxia is able to heal one's injuries, clear the blockages in one's meridians, and recover one's spirit, energy, and spirit. A thought suddenly flashed through Xianxia's mind. The Xianxia that he cultivated was extremely pure, allowing him to easily infuse it into one's meridians and cells to repair damaged areas. Awakening one's bloodline might seem a little different, but in essence, it was also exhausting one's origin energy. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia turned to Luo Xianqing and said, "Brother Luo, I have an idea that might help you recover from your weakened state as soon as possible." "Oh? What is it?" The fellow before him had simply created too many miracles over the years. Even though Luo Xianqing felt that it was impossible for him to recover swiftly, he still turned to look at Luo Xianqing. If there were such a method, the sage clans would have long used it. It's very simple. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a wine jar and passed it over confidently. "Drink this wine." "Drink it?" Luo Xianqing had thought that Xianxia would be able to come up with a solution, but who would have thought that it would be this? "Luo Xianqing, you have already exhausted all of your strength, and you are unable to move at all. Drinking wine harms your body, so I think you should just forget about it." Bai Hongyin interjected. Xianxia was already seated on the ground, unable to get up, and yet, he was still asking the other party to drink wine? "Xianxia, if you really want to drink, I'll accompany you." Yuan Shao stepped forward. "I'm trying to help him recover from the damage caused by awakening his bloodline," Xianxia replied. "Brother Luo, if you trust me, you can give it a try. If I succeed, I'll think of a way to help you achieve a breakthrough to Saint Dam by today. If you fail, you'll only have to drink a jar of wine. It shouldn't affect your body too much." "This? All right then." Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment, but seeing how insistent Yuan Shao was, he nodded and took the wine jar. Tilting his head back, he gulped down the wine. Gugugugu, Luo Xianqing thought that the young man before him was acting a little too willfully, but all of a sudden, his eyes narrowed, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. "There's something wrong with this wine. You poisoned it?" Yuan Zhao's face darkened as his aura surged. "Luo Xianqing. Xianxian. It's not poison. Luo Xuanqing's complexion is recovering." Before Xianxian could explain the situation, Bai Hongyin had already spoken up. As a woman, she was able to tell that something was amiss with a single glance. Even though Luo Xianqing still appeared to be in a very weak state, unable to exert any strength at all, his complexion had become much rosier. It was no longer as pale as before. Yuan Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Previously, when Luo Xianqing failed to kill the Crimson-Tail Wasp King and even threatened to poison Zhang Chen to death, Yuan Shao had been prejudiced against Luo Xianqing. Gudong. Gudong, it didn't take long for Luo Xianqing to finish the entire jar of wine. Due to the lack of Xianxia to suppress it, Luo Xianqing felt a little tipsy. However, his complexion and condition were much better than before. If he had seemed like a patient on the verge of death a moment ago, he had already escaped from the gates of hell. As long as he recuperated, he would be able to live to a ripe old age. "Do you still have more wine?" Luo Xianqing asked with a blurry look in his eyes. "Here." Xianxian took out another jar and passed it over. "Thank you." Luo Xianqing took the jar and continued to gulp down the wine. After activating his bloodline, he had suffered a huge blow to his vitality, such that he would need at least a month of recuperation before he could utilize his strength. Yet, after drinking a jar of wine, the feeling of weakness that he had felt in the depths of his heart gradually disappeared. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could one resolve the problem of weakness after activating one's bloodline? This had been a problem that the sage clans had been researching for several dozen millenniums, but no one had been able to come up with a solution. Was it really possible to resolve the problem with just a jar of wine? But as more and more wine flowed into his body, his stamina began to recover as well. By the time he finished the second jar of wine, the feeling of weakness had already vanished completely. Xianxia, astonished, Yuan Shao raised his head to look at the young man before him, curious to know how he was able to do it. Close your eyes and don't resist, Zhang Xian waved his hand to interrupt Yuan Zhao's words. With a flick of his finger, countless silver needles pierced into Luo Xuanqing's body. Tzzzzzz. As soon as the silver needles pierced into his body, Luo Xuanqing immediately felt a unique energy flowing through his body. The blockage caused by activating his bloodline gradually cleared up. After activating one's bloodline, one's body would cool down, and the energy that had flowed into one's meridians would gradually solidify before being blocked once more, making it difficult to circulate. Therefore, the thing blocking the meridians was not impurities, but true qi. It was just that it could not be dissolved. At this moment, the energy from the silver needles had cleared the blockage. Like ice falling into boiling water, the frozen Xianxia recovered. In an instant, Luo Xuanqing felt his body brimming with energy once more. A violent surge of energy burst forth from his body, spreading into the surroundings. This, Yuan Shao and the others looked at one another with their mouths agape. Drinking 2 jars of wine to recover one's stamina. It could be said that there were quite a few unique medicinal herbs added into the wine, making it a unique spirit herb. To be able to replenish one's Xianxia with just a few needles, wasn't it a little too exaggerated? After recovering his Xianxia, Luo Xuanqing was no longer as dispirited as before. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a pill and swallowed it. Creak! Creak! As soon as the medicine entered his stomach, the energy in his body grew stronger and stronger. In less than an hour, it had accumulated to its peak and returned to its peak. You really solved the problem of activating the bloodline. Rising to his feet, Luo Xuanqing could feel his body brimming with Xianxia as he stared at the young man before him in disbelief. Ever since he was young, his clansmen had always been on high alert, warning him not to awaken his bloodline carelessly, or else his Xianxia would be severely damaged. Who would have thought that the fellow whom the formation master was acquainted with would actually be able to solve the problem so easily? This is a unique secret art of mine, and it comes at a huge toll on one's body as well. With a pale face, Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Luo Xuanqing's cultivation was simply too high, and his Xianxia was simply too concentrated. He had nearly depleted all of his Xianxia in order to resolve the problem. It seemed like it would be best for him not to get involved in such matters in the future. Otherwise, he might just end up dying on the spot. Seeing the state that Luo Xuanqing was in, the crowd could tell that he had expended a great deal of energy, so they nodded in agreement. Brother Luo, since you have recovered your strength, you should push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. Zhang Xian said after recuperating for a moment. All right. Luo Xuanqing nodded doubtfully. Then, what should I do? While he had recovered his strength, it was still impossible for him to push for a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm. Otherwise, he would not have gone through so much trouble to come all the way here to look for the Dongxu gourd. You should assimilate this. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out a vine and passed it to Luo Xuanqing. While this vine was not as powerful as the Dongxu gourd, it harnessed the power of dimension sundering. The layers of space around it were reminiscent of a beehive. Assimilating this vine should be extremely beneficial to Luo Xuanqing's breakthrough. It was due to this that Zhang Xian dared to help Luo Xuanqing achieve a breakthrough. All right. Luo Xuanqing nodded as he infused his Xianxia into the vine to assimilate it. This was only a small segment of the vine, so it was not too difficult for him to assimilate it. In less than 6 hours, he had already assimilated it into his body. Store it in my dantian. Seeing that Luo Xuanqing's movements were so slow, Zhang Xian instructed. During this period of time, he had already recovered all of his Xianxia, so he tapped his finger on the vine. Sla, the vine immediately dived into Luo Xuanqing's dantian. This, Luo Xuanqing narrowed his eyes in disbelief. In his eyes, the vine was nothing more than an ordinary artifact. Even if he had assimilated it, he would not have noticed anything amiss about it. However, after he assimilated it into his dantian, he realized that it harnessed countless spaces. It could be said that the effect of assimilating the vine into his dantian was on par with that of the Dongxu gourd. Time to make a breakthrough. Knowing what was going through Luo Xuanqing's mind, Zhang Xian chose not to explain. He had used the eye of insight when he was examining the vine, allowing him to peer into its depths. Others did not possess such an ability, so naturally, they were unable to notice it. Alright. Knowing that his Xianxia had reached its peak and the vine was the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough, Luo Xianqing sat down cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and entered into a state of cultivation. Some time later, with a deafening buzz, a powerful aura burst forth from Xianxian's body. His strength rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed the bottleneck of Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm. However, as soon as he reached half-dimension Sundering Realm, he suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Are you unable to reach Saint 8 Dan? Xianxian was perplexed by Xianxian's sudden halt. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to make a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm, so why did he suddenly stop at half-dimension Sundering Realm? Why did he stop at half-dimension Sundering Realm? As long as you are willing to, you can push for a breakthrough. However, at Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, your dominion will form a world of its own, which means that you will be able to fight against the outside world. Even if you succeed, your fighting prowess will be significantly weakened. Luo Xianqing said. I see. Xianxian widened his eyes in realization. He had relied on his comprehension of space to help Luo Xianqing achieve a breakthrough, but in truth, he did not know anything about Dimension Sundering Realm at all. It was only after hearing Luo Xianqing's words that he came to a realization. The Dimension Sundering Realm was the creation of a world of its own. Naturally, it was impossible for one to strengthen the world through folding space. In the outside world, space was much more stable, and one's strength and potential would be enhanced if one were to undergo a metamorphosis there. This was similar to giving birth to a child. Even though it would be less painful for the child to undergo a cesarean section, the child's heart and lungs would be weakened significantly. More importantly, one will face a lightning tribulation when attempting a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. If one were to face the lightning tribulation in the Sanctum of Sages, it would weaken the inner demons, thus making it easier for one to succeed. Luo Xianqing said. Xianxian nodded. The Sanctum of Sages harnessed the aura left behind by Kongshi and the previous generations of master teachers. It was a place where inner demons would not dare to wreak havoc during one's lightning tribulation, thus making it much easier for one to push for a breakthrough. After all, not everyone was like him, who could casually bow down to an inner demon and acknowledge him as his teacher. He really succeeded. How did he do it? Seeing how Luo Xianqing, who had barely awakened his bloodline and was barely able to stand, had successfully achieved a breakthrough to half-dimension Sundering Realm under Zhangshir's help, Yuan Shao, by Hongyin, and the others' faces flushed in agitation. They had not reached Phantasmal Space Realm pinnacle yet, but as long as they cultivated diligently, they should be able to reach half-dimension Sundering Realm within a few years. Given how formidable Xianxia was, if they succeeded, their fighting prowess would surely soar, and they would be able to wield great authority in their respective clans. Brother Luo, how much has your fighting prowess increased after reaching half-dimension Sundering Realm? Yun Lianhai asked. They were worried that Luo Xianqing had not managed to reinforce his cultivation properly. How much has my fighting prowess increased? Knowing that everyone was worried, Luo Xianqing chuckled heartily as he raised his hand and grabbed forward. Gotcha! In an instant, a rift appeared in the space before him, and a huge chunk of space was torn apart. The crowd was astonished. While it was true that Luo Xianqing's comprehension of space had far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, the might of his attack was simply too great. Even Dimension Sundering Realm intermediate stage cultivators would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Don't worry, there's no problem with Zhangshir's breakthrough method. If I were to meet Zhang Chun again, I'll pummel him so badly that even his own father won't recognize him. Luo Xianqing said excitedly. He had been fighting with Zhang Chun for many years now, and whenever he made a breakthrough, the other party would make a breakthrough as well. It was due to this that he had been desperately searching for the Dongxu Gourd to surpass the other party. Who could have thought that even though the Dongxu Gourd did not acknowledge him, he would still be able to achieve a breakthrough, with such strength. If he didn't pummel that fellow so badly that no one would recognize him, his surname wouldn't be Luo. That's good. Hearing those words, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They turned to look at Xianxian with fiery eyes. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Xianxian scratched his head awkwardly and asked, Now that we have resolved the matter regarding the Dongshu Gourd, should we return to the Sanctum of Sages? Not yet. Since this is an ancient domain, there shouldn't be just the Dongshu Gourd. The reason why I invited Yun Lianhai here is so that we can use his ability to search around. Perhaps, we might be able to find even more valuable treasures. Luo Xianqing replied with a smile. This ancient domain had made use of the terrain in the surroundings to provide energy to the spirit vein. There was no way just a Dongshu Gourd could have been left behind. There had to be more to it. Xianxia nodded in realization. He turned his gaze to the others, only to see that Bai Hongyin and the others were not surprised at all. It seemed like they were aware of this as well. That was why they were willing to help Luo Xianqing obtain the Dongshu Gourd despite the danger. Yun Lianhai, I'll be counting on you then. Luo Xianqing said. Yun Lianhai nodded without any hesitation. He activated his secret art once more, and a series of ripples rippled into the surroundings from his glabella. After passing through the spatial formation that prevented them from using their powers, the area around them was even more vast. The ripples rippled for a very long time, and it was only when Yun Lianhai's body began to tremble that it finally came to a stop. How is it? I sensed some ancient artifacts, but I'm not sure if they're treasures or not. Yun Lianhai said after taking a few deep breaths to recover a little. Lead the way. Luo Xianqing said. After confirming the direction, Yun Lianhai took the lead and began making his way forward. Roughly 10 minutes later, the group came to a halt. The river in the sky hasn't changed at all. Could there be a confinement formation here? Bai Hongyin asked with a frown. The group raised their heads, only to see that the river of spiritual energy in the sky had not changed much. It was as if it had remained in the same spot for the past 10 minutes. It's not a confinement formation but a distorted space. Luo Xianqing said after a moment of hesitation. Having reached half-dimension sundering realm, his comprehension of space had grown even more profound. Even he had noticed that something was amiss. A distorted space? Bai Hongyin was perplexed. They had entered through a distorted space when they first arrived, but this place was completely different from the funnel they had passed through previously. How could it be the same? The space that we usually see is three-dimensional, but the space we're in now is like a folded ring. No matter how we walk in it, we'll always end up at the same starting point. Luo Xianqing said. Due to the distortion of space, light will bend along with it. As such, even though it looks like we're walking in a straight line, we're actually walking in circles. If we were to jump out of here, we'd be able to see that our bodies are curved instead of straight. Xianxia nodded. Space was distorted, and those who were caught in it would not be able to see it. It was just like how people on Earth could not see that the Earth was round with their naked eyes. When drawing 2 points on a piece of paper, everyone knew that a straight line was the shortest. However, if the piece of paper was bent to form a circle, the straight line drawn before was not the shortest. Instead, it was extremely long. This was the situation they were in right now. It looked like they were moving forward, but in reality, they were going in circles. Then, how do we leave? Yuan Shao could not help but ask. Shatter space. Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment before asking. Bai Hongyin shook her head. The folded space isn't stable. If something were to happen to it, we could be trapped here forever. Folded spaces were not as stable as the outside world, and they could automatically regenerate after being broken. If one used too much force here, it could completely collapse, and everyone would be crushed to dust on the spot. It was for this reason that Saint 8 Dan cultivators were unable to enter this place. Luo Xianqing frowned. He was aware of this as well. Otherwise, he would have made his move earlier instead of remaining silent all this time. Actually, there's no need to break through space. Xianxian said. Oh? The crowd turned their gazes over. Everyone, take a look at the river of spiritual energy above us. No matter where we go, it's still hanging above us. This means that the space within it is stable and not a folded space. Xianxian explained. The crowd nodded. If the river was within a folded space, it would move along with them. There was no way it would remain in the same spot forever. If we want to leave this place, we just have to find a way to enter the river and swim upstream. That's right. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. Let's get moving then. Without any hesitation, everyone flew up in unison and flew toward the river. In truth, the river was a spirit vein. As soon as they stepped into it, they immediately felt concentrated spiritual energy gushing toward them, leaving them breathing a little ragged. Luo Xianxia waved his hand, and a massive spatial bubble enveloped everyone within it. Only then did they feel much more comfortable. Thus, they began to slowly advance forward. This spirit vein could have been used to form pinnacle spirit stones, but it's such a pity that it has depleted too much of it in order to nourish the space. Xianxia sighed. If such a massive spirit vein had remained hidden in the mountain range, it would have been possible to form quite a few pinnacle spirit stones. However, in order to maintain the circulation of the space, it had been continuously depleted. Putting aside pinnacle spirit stones, it was impossible for even high-tier spirit stones to be produced. Speaking of which, if pinnacle spirit stones had really been produced, they would have long been discovered and mined by the other powers. There was no way they would have allowed the Dongshu gourd to remain until now. Right, I should communicate with that fellow. Knowing that Luo Xianxia was protecting them, they would not be in any danger for the time being. Xianxia took a look at his dantian. The fellow who had dived into the Dongshu gourd had assumed an extremely comfortable posture and was lying down in the midst of the Dongshu gourd. Since that fellow has absorbed my blood essence and acknowledged me, it means that I've already tamed it. Seeing how arrogant the Dongshu gourd was, Xianxia frowned. With a thought, he began driving the Dongshu gourd. Tzzzzzz, under his control, the Dongshu gourd began spinning in the air. Spatial energy reminiscent of a beehive flowed through his body. Voila, with a single sweep of the spatial energy, the heaven's path Xianxia in his dantian immediately caved in, creating a depression. What's going on? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It had taken him a great deal of effort to recover his Xianxia, so why would a huge chunk of it vanish with just a wave of the spatial energy emanating from the Dongshu gourd? No, it's not vanishing. Rather, the spatial energy here has changed, allowing it to accommodate more Xianxia. Xianxia swept his gaze across the area, and he was stunned. It was not that the Xianxia in the area that the Dongshu gourd had swept through had evaporated. Instead, the space around it had warped, allowing it to accommodate more Xianxia. If I could set up a ring-shaped space like the one I saw earlier in my dantian, not only would I be able to accommodate more Xianxia, I would also be able to draw more Xianxia from it at a much faster rate. A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. The ring-shaped space that they had walked through earlier might have seemed bizarre, but once he cleared his mind, things became much simpler. If he could set it up in his dantian, not only would he be able to accommodate more Xianxia, he would also be able to drive his Xianxia non-stop to temper it. More importantly, he would be able to draw more Xianxia from it at a much faster rate. If I can draw out all of my Xianxia in an instant, I might be able to execute an ocean technique. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The reason he was unable to cultivate and execute the ocean serpent sword at the moment was due to his lack of cultivation, but more importantly, the rate at which he could draw out his Xianxia was simply too slow. For example, no matter how fast the flow of water was, there was still a limit to how much water could flow out within an hour. However, it was a different story for a river that was several dozen meters wide. Even a single breath would be countless times more than the previous one. The amount of Xianxia required for the ocean serpent sword was far greater than that of the sea-severing sword. If he could set up such a spatial space, he might really be able to execute the ocean serpent sword. Let me give it a try. With such a thought, Xianxia began controlling the Dongshu gourd based on his understanding of spatial laws. Tzzzzzz, sensing his Xianxia, the gourd began revolving slowly, and layers of space were released from it, forming a beehive within his dantian. It seems like I'll need some time to complete it, knowing that due to the limitations of his cultivation, even with the help of the Dongshu gourd, it would still take him quite a bit of effort to construct a ring-shaped space. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the Dongshu gourd was still looking rather unwieldy, the fact that it was able to move it without any resistance meant that it had already been tamed. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. However, I don't have enough Xianxia at the moment, so I need to find more spirit stones. Seeing that the folded space in his dantian was being constructed layer by layer, reminiscent of a beehive, Xianxia sighed helplessly once more. While his Xianxia was already sufficient after cultivating the Saint Ascension Decipher, the amount of Xianxia required to fill up his dantian would increase significantly. Making a rough calculation, the amount of Xianxia required had increased tenfold. In other words, he would need to convert more spirit stones into Xianxia and infuse it into his dantian. He was already poor in the first place, so where in the world could he find so many spirit stones? If it comes down to it, I guess it's not a bad idea to look for a lightning tribulation, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Back when he was attempting to push for leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, the lightning tribulation had appeared, and he had absorbed a huge portion of it. If he were to face another lightning tribulation, he might just be able to gather sufficient Xianxia in his dantian. I should discuss with Brother Luo about allowing me to observe him when he faces his lightning tribulation. Xianxia nodded as he made up his mind. After the previous incident, the energy harnessed by ordinary lightning tribulations was no longer of much use to him anymore. If it came down to it, he would just have to pay Luo Xianxia a visit and try to find a way to get some of it back. Look, what's that? While Xian was deep in thought, a voice amid the crowd pulled him back to reality. Raising his head, he saw that the bubble had already flown to the end of the river, and a towering mountain range had appeared before his eyes. The mountain range was not real. It was more like a painting hanging on the horizon, or a mirage. It felt ethereal, as if one could only admire it from afar. That's the highest realm of painters, world and painting. Luo Xianxia said with a grim expression. World and painting? This realm surpasses the level of evocative vividness. Even humans are able to enter the world in the painting, Luo Xianxia explained. Xianxia nodded. He took a closer look at the painting, and all of a sudden, he froze. Why does the mountain range in the painting seem so familiar? It seems to be the one that the Qing Tian Emperor asked me to decipher. Back when he was in the Qingyuan Empire, the Qing Tian Emperor had once brought the bronze mask to the Painter Guild to seek help, and Xianxia had helped him resolve the issue. Through doing so, he had found an illusory silhouette of Xianxia hidden within the mask. Now that he saw such a painting, one that was of a higher realm, and the mountain range was exactly the same. Could it be that they were painting the same place? There is no virtual image of Xianxia here. I don't know if he did it on purpose or he didn't notice it at all. He frowned. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out the painting and compared it to the mountain range before him. It was exactly the same, just that there was no painting of a bathing beauty. That's the Empire Alliance's White Creek Mountain. It's located in the opposite direction of the Sanctum of Sages, and it's extremely far away from here. Even Saint Seven Dan beasts would have to fly for 3 whole months to get there. Luo Xianxia explained. The words in Xianxia's hand overlapped with the ones outside. White Creek Mountain. Xianxia clenched his fists. The painter for this painting of yours isn't too shabby either. He managed to portray the essence of this mountain vividly. Luo Xianxia praised. This painting might have been a work of art in the Qingyuan Empire, but in the eyes of an expert like Xianxia, it could only be considered as not too bad. Yeah. Keeping the painting, Xianxia was filled with excitement. Knowing that this was the White Creek Mountain, if there was a chance, he would definitely make a trip there. Since there was an illusory image of Xianxia, perhaps he would be able to find the ruins left behind by Xianxia. While the two of them were talking, the bubble flew out of the Spirit Qi River and arrived in front of the huge painting. Can this painting enter? Xianxia couldn't help but ask as he looked at the realistic artwork in front of him. There was no doubt that the elder who had left behind the Dongshu gourd had a motive for leaving behind this painting. If he could enter the painting to take a look, he might be able to learn more about it. It should be possible, Luo Xianxia nodded. Then let me see. Xianxia chuckled softly as he leaped forward. There was no paper for the painting. Instead, it was drawn on a folded space. It took a long time for the painting to reach the mountain. The mountain range was dense, giving people a sense of majesty. Flying upward, Xianxia soon arrived at the place where the ladies were bathing. Scanning the area, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was no different from other places. There was no virtual image of Xianxia, and there were no hidden folded spaces. Although he didn't paint Xianxia, the senior who left this painting behind must have a profound intention. If the ancient domain was truly left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu, everything would make sense. He was a servant of Xianxia, and the reason he left behind this painting was likely to remind his descendants that White Creek Mountain was strange. After studying it for a moment, Xianxia realized that it was just a painting, and it was impossible for him to find anything specific about it. Thus, he backed out of the room. As soon as he returned to Luo Xianqing and the others, the mountain shook a little before turning into a puddle of ink. This painting has been around for too long. The reason why it can maintain its original appearance is because no one has touched it. When you entered it just now, it was equivalent to touching the breath of a living person. Naturally, you couldn't bear it anymore. Luo Xianqing explained. Xianxia nodded in realization. It was just like many things that were taken from tombs. They were bright and beautiful, but once they were taken out, they would immediately turn into the color of mud. Xianxia turned his gaze forward, and a wide passageway soon appeared before his eyes. Following behind Luo Xianqing and the others, he landed on the passageway. After experiencing all sorts of spatial distortions, he finally landed firmly on the ground, and he immediately felt much more relaxed. The treasure that I sensed is in there. Yun Lianhai's eyes lit up in excitement. He had been unable to sense it clearly previously, but now that he was here, his senses were much clearer. As long as he followed the passageway, he should be able to find quite a few treasures. All right. Hearing that the treasure was not too far away, the crowd immediately felt invigorated, and they quickly headed forward. Not too long later, a palace appeared before their eyes. The palace wasn't too big, and it wasn't extravagant either. It had been around for innumerable years, and it had an ancient feel to it. There's probably some danger here. I'll head in to take a look. You all can follow behind me, Luo Xianqing said as he walked up to the entrance. The entrance of the palace was made of stone, and there were innumerable inscriptions inscribed on it. Those are spatial inscriptions. They are unique characters created by ancient sage Qiu Wu. If one were to study them frequently, they would be able to comprehend the laws of space. Luo Xuanqing's eyebrows shot up. Spatial inscriptions? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. He had seen them before in the Qiu Wu Palace. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was written in these characters. Back then, he had no idea what they were, but he had managed to learn the inscriptions based on the shape of the characters. Does that mean that the ancient domain was really left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu? Bai Hongyin asked in agitation. Even though ancient sage Qiu Wu was Xianxia's servant, his true strength was on par with the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, ancient sage Bo Shang. More importantly, his comprehension of the laws of space was extremely profound. If Bai Hongyin could obtain his heritage, it would only be a matter of time before she reached Saint 8 Dan or even 9 Dan. It's highly likely. It's just that, our clan has quite a few books on the affairs of ancient sage Qiu Wu, but I have never heard of him leaving behind an ancient domain here. Luo Xianqing said in bewilderment. The ancient domain might seem to be extremely complicated, but to an expert of ancient sage Qiu Wu's caliber, it's likely that he might not even remember it. Yun Lianhai said. As a clan that specialized in treasure hunting, they had seen all kinds of treasures in their time. Most of the ancient domains might be incomparably profound to the later generations, but to those who had left them behind, they meant nothing at all. Naturally, a difference in cultivation meant a difference in one's perspective. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Take the current Zhang Xian for example. High-tier spirit stones were no longer of much use to him, and he wouldn't feel the pinch even if he were to toss them away. However, in the League of Nations, even a single high-tier spirit stone would be sought after by countless people. The Dongshu gourd might seem incomparably valuable to them, but to ancient sages, it was nothing much at all. Luo Xianqing, do you recognize these inscriptions? What do they say? Yun Lianhai asked. They're left behind for the later generations. The gist of it is that those who are able to reach this point have a deep comprehension of the laws of space, and they're qualified to inherit his heritage. Luo Xianqing said as he stared intently at the words on the door. The Luo clan had been studying these spatial inscriptions for many years, so they were able to recognize them. Heritage? You mean to say that there's really an ancient sage's heritage here? Luo Xianqing nodded. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'll be opening the door now. Everyone, be careful. We've already come this far, so make sure that nothing happens." After saying those words, Luo Xianqing took a step back, and with a flick of his finger, a surge of Xinqi gushed out and tapped on the door. He tapped on it 3 times consecutively, and ripples appeared on the surface of the door. Jiaya. The door slowly creaked open. Luo Xianqing drove his Xinqi to form a protective barrier around him. As famous as ancient sage Qiuwu was, there was no doubt that there would be all kinds of tests for him to pass down his heritage. There was a good chance that there would be traps and mechanisms in the room, so he had to be wary of them. Luo Xianqing walked into the room first, and a moment later, he beckoned the crowd over. "There's no danger here. Come in." The crowd filed into the room, only to find that there was nothing in the room except for a statue standing not too far away. "It's ancient sage Qiuwu," Xianxia exclaimed after taking a closer look at the statue. The statue was extremely familiar to him. He had seen it back in the Qiuwu Palace. "This is an ancient sage?" Yuan Shao and the others were astonished. Even though they came from prestigious clans, the gap between them and the ancient sages was simply too great, so they had never met one before. "I have seen ancient sage Guxing's portrait before. This is indeed him." Luo Xianqing nodded before asking doubtfully, "How did Xianxia know about it?" The Luo clan had a portrait of ancient sage Qiuwu in their possession, but Zhang Xian had only come from Qingyuan Empire. How could he possibly recognize him with a single glance? "You said that those words were left behind by ancient sage Gu sages, so I thought that the sculpture should be him." Zhang Xian. The Qiuwu Palace possessed the heavenly art of dimension unravel, so it was best not to talk about it. Seeing that Zhang Xian was unwilling to speak too much about it, Luo Xianqing knew that everyone had their own fortuitous encounter, so he walked up to Zhang Xian and kneeled on the floor. He respectfully kowtowed a few times and turned to explain to the crowd. "Our Luo clan's understanding of space originates from ancient sage Gu sages. As such, our founder has decreed that anyone who sees ancient sage Gu sage's sculpture or will must kneel down to pay respect to him." "Ancient sage Gu sages?" Zhang Xian was surprised. He turned to look at Yuan Shao and the others, only to see that they had already known about it. Space is related to the innate Tao, and there is only one innate Tao. It's impossible for it to be divided into multiple quintessences like swordsmanship. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. In truth, he should have known about it in advance. It was no wonder the book of bedstead disquisition left behind by Sage Luo was able to perfect the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Junior Luo Xianqing pays respect to ancient sage Qiuwu. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing placed his palm on the pedestal of the sculpture. Weng, with a light buzz, brilliant light burst forth from ancient sage Guxing, and the motionless sculpture slowly opened its eyes. The will of ancient sage Guxing, by Hongyin, Yuan Shao, and the others trembled in agitation. Not daring to hesitate, they hurriedly kneeled onto the floor. Ancient sage Qiuwu was a sage who was even older than their founder. Even their predecessors would have to kneel down before him and address him as senior. "Back then, I happened to stumble upon a seed of the Dongshu gourd when I was passing by this area, so I planted it here in hopes that it would be of use to my descendants. The fact that you were able to come here shows that you possess a deep understanding of space, thus granting you the right to tame it and receive my teachings." The stone statue's voice rang out slowly. "Thank you, ancient sage Guxing." Luo Xianqing was just about to express his gratitude when he suddenly noticed that Zhang Xian had yet to kneel down. Frowning, he bellowed, "Xianxia, why aren't you kneeling down before ancient sage Guxing?" Barely after he spoke those words, ancient sage Guxing's sculpture suddenly turned around, and its face warped in horror. "It's you again? Thank you to book friend, casually tossing bounty for tipping me 100,000, becoming the 69th alliance leader of this book. You recognize me?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. "You guided me in my cultivation and helped me understand the flaws in my cultivation. You're half a teacher to me. How could I not recognize you?" The stone statue shook, and a sound rang out. "Give me pointers on cultivation? Half a teacher? Xianxia is offering pointers to ancient sages?" Luo Xianqing, by Hongyin, and the others felt their teeth chattering in fear. The implications of this matter were too great. He was afraid that if he knew too much, he would be silenced. But, aren't you just a will? Hearing the other party's explanation, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Even though Qiuwu Palace and the others had met before, their wills were independent entities. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to meet once they left the ancient domain, so how could they possibly remember each other? Wills are independent, but under normal circumstances, they're left behind by the former, so it's impossible to obtain the thoughts and memories of the latter. However, it's not too difficult for the latter to obtain the former. Furthermore, you're carrying it with you. With my understanding of space, it's even easier, the stone statue explained. Xianxia nodded in realization. He had been carrying the Qiuwu Palace with him all this while. Even though it was currently stored in his storage ring, as a saint who wielded control over space, it should not be too difficult for the other party to learn of the happenings within. It's no wonder you were able to get here so quickly and take away the Dongshu gourd. Since it's you, things are much simpler now. I still have some matters to attend to. Farewell. Seeing that Xianxia had understood, the sculpture sighed in awe. Gotcha. All of a sudden, a crack appeared on the sculpture. Then, the oppressive aura receded like a receding tide. Rumble, then, the statue shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. The bright eyes dimmed again. This, the will of ancient sage Gu Xing, has been extinguished? I haven't told you about the inheritance yet. Luo Xianqing and the others couldn't help but grab their hair in frustration. He had rushed all the way here, and the heritage was right before his eyes. Yet, who could have known that Xianxia would just say a few words, and the sculpture would explode, its will dissipating on the spot? Was there a need to be so conned? They turned their heads in unison. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this ancient sage Qiuwu a little too unreliable? Back then, he hadn't even said what his heritage was, and it had already dissipated. This time around, he had only said 2 or 3 words, and it had already dissipated. As well, he had seen so many wills, but in terms of speed, this fellow was definitely number one. It was no wonder why he was able to create an ultimate move like the Unbounded Voyager. However, it seemed like Xianxia was rather quick as well. They had met twice, but he didn't have the time to ask about the innate fetal poison. This master and servant were really suitable. This is probably a trial left behind by the ancient sages. There's a good chance that they have left their heritage somewhere in this folded space, so we'll have to search for it ourselves. Seeing the murderous gazes from the crowd, Xianxia's mouth twitched. Such was the case with the Qiuwu Palace. After ancient sage Qiuwu's will was destroyed, he carefully studied the stone tablet with the words Qiuwu Palace on it, and only then did he successfully find the heritage of the heavenly art of dimension unravel. The same person should behave the same way. The crowd glanced at one another. Back then, when our founder obtained ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage and comprehended the laws of space, he seemed to have experienced something similar as well. Xianxia is right. If ancient sage Qiuwu were to leave his heritage behind, he would have had to test his character, disposition, and intelligence. How could he have imparted his heritage to us just after meeting it once? Luo Xianqing said. Let's look around. We should be able to find something. Seeing that Luo Xianqing had mediated the situation, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Hongyin and the others nodded. They stood up and walked along the wall. The walls of the palace were constructed from some kind of rock, and just like the entrance, there were words inscribed on it. Unable to make sense of it, Bai Hongyin and the others turned their gazes to Luo Xianqing. These aren't cultivation techniques but inscriptions used to reinforce the walls of the palace. Even though this is a folded space, it's not affected by the elements. It's all thanks to these inscriptions that the palace was able to remain standing for tens of thousands of years. Luo Xianqing explained. Due to the fact that there were simply too many layers of folded space and the spiritual energy in the area, the palace would have already collapsed if not for the inscriptions. Yun Lianhai, I wonder if you'll be able to find the heritage. Seeing that the inscriptions were useless, the crowd turned their gazes to Yun Lianhai in frustration. Since he was able to find the palace, he might be able to find the heritage left behind by ancient sage Xianxia as well. I'll give it a try. Yun Lianhai nodded before activating his unique ability to search for the heritage. His unique ability only allowed him to tap into the power of his bloodline, not awaken his bloodline. At the very most, he would suffer some damage, but it was not to the extent of being unable to use his strength for a month. The vertical eye on his glabella scanned the area before suddenly coming to a halt. There seems to be something strange about this place. After saying those words, Yun Lianhai pointed in a certain direction. The crowd hurriedly rushed over. It was right beneath the sculpture. Flipping through the rubble, they searched for a long time before they finally found traces of a folded space. This is great. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up. He raised his finger and tapped it. Wang, there was a brilliant flash of light, and a line of words immediately gushed out from the folded space before everyone's eyes. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist. Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. It was just a casual remark he had made earlier, but who could have thought that ancient sage Qiu Wu would really leave behind his heritage? Legend has it that ancient sage Qiu Wu's strongest battle techniques are finger, sword, fist, and palm, and they are all named Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow. The palm technique is a saint intermediate tier battle technique, the fist technique is a saint high tier battle technique, and the sword technique is a saint pinnacle battle technique. Even our founder was unable to find this battle technique, and to think that it would actually be here. Luo Xuanqing's eyes glowed in agitation. Finger, sword, fist, and palm technique? Xianxia was taken aback. He had learned the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm before, and it was indeed a saint intermediate tier battle technique. He had thought that it was just a single move, but from the other party's tone, it seemed like it was a set. Xianxia hurriedly looked at the words in the air and exclaimed. Flaws. Voila, a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path, and a constipated look surfaced on Xianxia's face. There are even more flaws. Xianxia rubbed his glabella helplessly. The Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm had a total of 27 flaws, and that was already enough to leave him in discomfort. Yet, this one had even more flaws, a total of 31. The cultivation technique was not bad, and it was powerful as well. But, he could not bring himself to practice it. Ever since he had started cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art, he had gotten used to seeing flawless battle techniques. As a result, he had developed an obsession with cleanliness. Even the slightest speck of dust was difficult for him to swallow, let alone so many. Thus, he took out all of the fist art manuals that he had learned before and placed them together. Compile. There are still 28 flaws left. He had browsed through many fist art manuals before, but the tier of them was simply too low. It was still far from sufficient for him to fuse a saint high-tier battle technique together. Despite having several tens of thousands of fist art manuals, he had only managed to correct 3 flaws. Forget it, I should just look for fist art manuals once I return to the Sanctum of Sages. Xianxia shook his head. In any case, there were plenty of fist art manuals in the Sanctum of Sages. As long as he took the examination, he should be able to obtain quite a few of them. No matter how many flaws there were in the fist art, as long as he worked hard, he should be able to patch them up. Right after Xianxia said those words, the ground suddenly shook, and the space around him became even more distorted. This is bad. The will of the ancient sage has disappeared, and the Dongshu gourd has been taken away as well. Luo Xuanqing's face warped in horror. Similar to the mountain gate of the Sanctum of Sages, due to the fact that there were too many folds in the space, it was simply too complicated. Without a dedicated core to maintain its stability, it could very well collapse if something were to happen. Judging from the intense shaking, something must have gone wrong. Collapse? The faces of the crowd paled. As powerful as they would still be affected by the surrounding space. If the space were to collapse, there was a good chance that they would be reduced to ashes and die on the spot. The only way to do that was to surpass the limits of this space, but to do so, one had to be at least at St. Nine Dan. That's right. Let's hurry up and leave, or else we'll all die here. Luo Xuanqing said anxiously. But I have only memorized 2 lines of the fist art. Bai Hongyin exclaimed with a reddened face. I have also memorized 2 lines, Yuan Xiao said. That was ancient sage Qiu Wu's battle technique, and they might not even have the chance to learn it in their entire lives. It had not been easy for them to find it, but they did not have the time to memorize it at all. Our lives are more important. No matter how powerful the battle technique is, it's useless if we don't have the life to learn it. I have only memorized 4 lines, so there's no point in holding back. Luo Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Hurry up and leave. This battle technique was created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, and it harnessed the core of his cultivation. There were several 100 lines to it, and no matter how powerful they were, it would still take them at least an hour to memorize all of them. It had only been less than a minute, so it was already not too bad for them to memorize 2 to 4 lines. However, there was nothing they could do even if they could not memorize it. No matter how powerful the battle technique was, it could not compare to their own lives. All right. Seeing that the shaking of the space was getting more and more intense, and there were already cracks appearing in some places, Bai Hongyin and the others knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. Thus, they hurriedly followed behind Luo Xianxia and flew out. Xianxia also followed closely behind them. When they first came here, they had been searching for items and scouring the area, so they did not travel too quickly. However, with danger looming before them, they could not afford to think too much about it. They hurriedly followed the path they had taken, and in less than 2 breaths, they were already back above the river of spiritual energy. Luo Xianxia used the same method to envelop everyone in a spatial bubble once more, and he swiftly drove his Xianxia into the spatial bubble. 10 breaths later, they were back at the place where they had first entered. Kacha! Kacha! As soon as they arrived, they saw massive cracks appearing in the space and the river of spiritual energy not too far away. That was close. Cold sweat trickled down everyone's back. It was fortunate that they had escaped in time. If they had been any slower, they would have been reduced to dust by now. Let's hurry up and leave this place. Luo Xianxia thought as he used a unique method to open up a passageway to the exit. Following which, everyone leaped out of the passageway. Hoo 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 hoo, a gust of wind blew past their ears, and the world around them spun violently. When they opened their eyes once more, they were already back in the cavern. Barely after they regained their footing, they saw a sesame-sized vortex glowing brightly before vanishing without a trace. The ancient domain had completely vanished. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist, seeing the space vanish, everyone knew that this relic had become a thing of the past. Even though they had managed to survive, they still felt a pang in their hearts. He was only a step away from a peerless cultivation technique, but in the end, he missed it just like that. Even though I've only managed to memorize a few lines, it's still a cultivation technique left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. If I study it carefully, it will surely be beneficial to my fighting prowess. Yuan Shao looked around. Let's do it this way. We'll all recite what we've memorized, and everyone can study it. At least we didn't come here for nothing. All right. Bai Hongyin and the others nodded. Incantations of this level were extremely difficult to comprehend. Every sentence contained deep meaning. Even though they had only memorized a few lines, if they were to comprehend them carefully, it should be of some use. Luo Xianxia, your memory is the best among all of us. You have memorized 4 lines, so why don't you recite them now? Luo Xianxia nodded. The 4 lines that I remember are, this genius of the Luo clan had a pretty good memory. In just 1 or 2 minutes, he had actually managed to memorize more than 100 words. It could be said that he had a photographic memory. Yuan Shao and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that it was exactly the same as what they remembered. I think I remember 5 sentences. Just as Zhang Xian was about to analyze the meaning behind those words, Yun Lianhai suddenly spoke up. 5 lines? Everyone's eyes lit up, and they turned their gazes over. Yes. Yun Lianhai hurriedly replied. He was a treasure-seeking master, so his forte lay in his memory. Even though Luo Xuanqing's memory was good, it was still lacking compared to him. Even if it's just 5 sentences, it's still a lot of inspiration for us. Then, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Zhang Xian, who had been silent all this while. Xianxia, how much have you memorized? Me? He had been in a daze for a moment, thinking that it was a pity that the ancient domain had collapsed. If he could have fused it with his myriad ant hive nest, he would have been able to expand his storage space significantly. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Xian's question, he was stunned for a moment before replying, all right, I've memorized everything. Write them all down? Everyone was stunned. They were all Saint 7 Dan and half 8 Dan experts, and their minds were as swift as lightning. Yet, despite their strength, they were only able to remember 5 sentences at most. You remember everything? Yeah. Xianxia nodded. Then, can I trouble you to repeat it? Luo Xianqing asked anxiously. Sure. How about this, I'll write it for you. It'll be easier to memorize. Nodding, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and a surge of Xinqi shot out from his fingertip. It floated in the air, and a massive screen of light appeared before everyone's eyes. The next moment, a set of fist art appeared on the screen. It was the heavenly demon Great Sorrow fist he saw in the space just now. Using the Library of Heaven's path to copy it, he didn't even need half a breath's worth of time to do so. Looking at the dense list of cultivation technique manuals before them, everyone gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they stared at Zhang Xian as though he was a monster. To be able to memorize so many words in just a few breaths, and to be able to memorize every single word without the slightest mistake. Just how did he do it? No, Zhangshi, there are a few words here that are different from what I remember, Yun Lianhai suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him and saw that he was pointing at the third sentence. Indeed, there were 3 words that were different from what they had discussed earlier. Even though there weren't many words, with this alteration, the cultivation method and profundity of the cultivation technique were completely different. Could it be that, while Zhang Xian had memorized it swiftly, he had actually made a mistake? If that was really the case, they would be in deep trouble. It was one thing for one not to memorize the cultivation technique, but it was a huge taboo to memorize it incorrectly. The moment one made a mistake, there was a good chance that they would end up walking down the wrong path in their cultivation. Oh, I just finished memorizing it, and I thought that I still had some time to spare, so I took a look at it and realized that there were some problems with the cultivation technique, so I modified it a little. However, due to my limited knowledge, I wasn't able to modify it much. Zhang Xian sighed deeply as his face reddened in embarrassment. If he had more Saint high-tier fist art manuals to study, he would have been able to modify it more. However, due to his insufficient collection, he had only managed to modify 3 out of the 31 flaws, which was less than a tenth of it. See modify? The crowd nearly spurted blood. We have only memorized 2 to 3 elements, but not only did you manage to memorize all of them, you even modified the cultivation technique when you had the time. The faces of the crowd reddened in embarrassment, and they felt so stifled that they could explode at any moment. You were able to set up the formation quickly, so you tolerated it. You were able to cure the poison quickly, so you tolerated it. You were able to help others achieve breakthroughs quickly, so you tolerated it too. To be able to read books so quickly and even modify the cultivation technique, why don't you all wait for a moment? I'll return to the Sanctum of Sages to look into the fist art and perfect it before I start cultivating it, Zhang Xian said. It was indeed hard for him to swallow the 28 flaws, so he might as well modify it before giving it to the crowd. Forget it, let's just memorize the original one. Yuan Shao exclaimed. Me too. I'll have to trouble Zhangshi to help us write down the cultivation technique that you have modified previously. Even if their old ancestors were still alive, they would not dare modify the cultivation technique left behind by an expert of that caliber. No matter how talented the other party was, they would not dare cultivate the cultivation technique that he had modified. All right then. Knowing what everyone was worried about, Zhang Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he restored the areas that he had modified a moment ago. Seeing that Zhang Xian was done, the crowd hurriedly took out a brush and ink to make a copy. It would be troublesome if they were to make a mistake. It was better to make a copy first. An hour later, they were done copying everything down. Zhangshi, did the ancient sage say that he knows you? Have you met before? Luo Xianqing asked curiously. It's because of a fortuitous encounter that I obtained the cultivation technique of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, Zhang Xian replied casually, not mentioning the name of the Qiuwu Palace. I see. The crowd widened their eyes in realization. Then, what does the ancient sage mean by modifying the cultivation technique? Yuan Shao asked. How could I possibly be able to provide guidance to the ancient sage? In truth, it's just that I have read a book that contains the flaws of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, so I mentioned it to the ancient sage when I saw the will of the ancient sage. Xianxia. Providing guidance to the ancient sage was simply too astounding. He did not want to stand out in front of the crowd. It was not in his nature to flaunt it. As for whether the other party believed him or not, he could not care less. While they felt that Xianxia was being insincere, it was still acceptable for him to put it this way. Let's return. While Luo Xianqing did not manage to obtain the Dongshu gourd, he did manage to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, and the others managed to obtain the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm as well. As soon as they walked out of the cavern, the netherworld azure dragon beast walked up to them. Xianxia asked about it and learned that Zhang Chen and the others had already woken up 2 hours ago and left. Luo Xianqing was disappointed. He had just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, and he had been intending to find that fellow to pummel him once more. Who could have thought that the fellow would be so smart as to escape? The netherworld azure dragon beast was not an aerial saint beast. While it was of a high tier and possessed incredible speed over short distances, its endurance was nowhere near the 7-colored divine cranes. Thus, Xianxia stowed it into the myriad ant hive nest before walking out of the valley with the others. These are your formation flags. Xianxia walked up to Bai Hongyin and passed the formation flags over. These formation flags were only lent to him by Bai Hongyin, not given to him as a gift. Since he had used them all, he had to return them to her. Otherwise, wouldn't he be no different from a bandit? My understanding of formations is only so I'll leave these for you. Bai Hongyin said with a wave of her hand. In the eyes of others, not only was she a formidable demonic tunist, she was also skilled in formations as well, making her a true genius. However, compared to the young man before her, she still paled far in comparison. She dared not say that she was skilled in formations, or else the negative emotions she would receive would be too great. I can't accept a reward without doing anything. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. These were all grade 8 formation flags, and they were more than sufficient to be used in grade 8 pinnacle formations. Even forging a single one would cost him a fortune, let alone so many. He did not want to owe someone a favor for no reason. Not to mention, Bai Hongyin was a lady, and she was in front of his future brother-in-law. If you think that it's too valuable, feel free to offer me some pointers when I push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. That way, I'll be the one benefiting from it. Bai Hongyin said. Naturally, it was not out of money that Xianxia was willing to give such a valuable formation to Bai Hongyin. Rather, it was to build a good relationship with Bai Hongyin. Xianxia frowned. With Luo Xuanqing's experience, it was not too difficult for him to help Bai Hongyin achieve a breakthrough. However, the problem was, how long would it take? He did not think that he would have much time left before the next April. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia asked, how long do you need? How long? Bai Hongyin replied confidently. I am currently at Saint 7 Dan advanced stage, and I should be able to make a breakthrough at any moment now. As long as I accumulate sufficient strength, I should be able to succeed within 3 years. After reaching Saint 7 Dan pinnacle, I should be able to slowly reinforce my foundation. 3 years. 10 years? In other words, you will need at least 13 years before you can push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan? Xianxia asked. That's right. Bai Hongyin nodded. My cultivation speed can be considered to be rather fast. After reaching the leaving aperture realm, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult. Every single breakthrough will require a huge amount of effort. Xianxia nodded in response. He could also sense that ever since he had reached the leaving aperture realm, his consumption of spirit stones and spiritual energy had increased significantly. At the same time, the time required for each breakthrough had also been shortened from 2 hours to 2 hours. Otherwise, he would not have had to struggle so much with each breakthrough. So, Xianxia, are you saying that I am cultivating too fast or too slow? Bai Hongyin asked upon seeing the awful expression on the young man's face. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying, 13 years is too long. I fear that I won't be able to wait that long. Why don't we do it this way? If you really can't make it, you can make a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle right now and reinforce your cultivation. After we arrive at the Sanctum of Sages, I'll help you push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. Make a breakthrough right now? Bai Hongyin's face twitched upon hearing those words. Xianxia, you must be joking. If I could make a breakthrough, I would have done so long ago. I'm not joking. It's just a breakthrough to Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle. It's not a big deal at all. Xianxia chuckled. Alright, I'll teach you. 20 minutes. Forget it, try to make a breakthrough within 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Bai Hongyin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What should I do? If anyone else had spoken to her in such a manner, she would have already beaten him down from the back of the crane. However, the young man before her was different. The fact that he was able to help Luo Xianqing achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time through his guidance was already a testament to his capabilities. While it wasn't easy for Luo Xianqing to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle, it was nothing compared to Saint Eight Dan. Let me take a look at your cultivation technique. I need to know it so that I can find an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia said. All right. With a flick of her wrist, Bai Hongyin passed a book over. Xianxia casually flipped it open. 7-string sound tempering art. Bai Hongyin cultivated the most top-notch demonic tonist cultivation technique. Using her body as the zither and her Xianxia as the strings, she was able to create a melody with a single thought. Her singing and chanting carried a unique power that could immerse one in it. After reading through the cultivation technique, Xianxia took out the book that Bai Hongyin had created when she executed her battle technique and studied it. Not too long later, he found a solution to her problem. The 7-string sound tempering art uses one Xianxia to form 7 strings, and the phantasmal space realm cultivators form a 7-strings dominion. Entering the 7-strings dominion is akin to falling into a world of demonic tunes, and it can easily induce inner demons in one's heart and primordial spirit. It won't be easy for you to achieve a breakthrough with this cultivation technique. Xianxia frowned. May I know what it is? Bai Hongyin asked anxiously. Your 7-strings dominion isn't sharp enough. If someone can use the same demonic tunes to suppress you and strike at the weakest points in your zither, you should be able to trigger your potential and achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia nodded. Even though Bai Hongyin's cultivation technique was flawed, she had already cultivated it to such a level that there was no way she could change it. There was only one way for her to achieve a breakthrough, and that was to use her music to overcome her music, to use her music to strike at the weakest points in her body and succeed in a single stroke. Suppress me? Bai Hongyin was taken aback for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on her face. Demonic tune suppression requires one to have a perfect grasp of the zither. Most likely, only my teacher is capable of such a feat, but it's a pity that she isn't here. I happen to have done some research on demonic tunes as well. I can give it a try. Xianxia smiled. You know demonic tunes? Bai Hongyin could hardly believe what she was hearing. I've learned a little. Oh right, do you have any books on demonic tunes? Show them to me. The more, the better. I'll study them and see if I can find a detailed method to help you achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia. All right. With a flick of her wrist, a huge pile of books appeared on the back of the crane. The young lady turned to Xianxia and said, These are all books that I have copied down. There are more than 2,000 books in total, and they are all related to demonic tunes. Nodding, Xianxia swiftly scanned through the book and compiled the content within it into the Library of Heaven's Path. He casually picked up a book and pretended to read it. His consciousness was immersed in his sea of consciousness, studying these books. Even though he had the emblem of a 7-star demonic tonist, he had only seen 6-star Heaven's Path divine art, and his comprehension of demonic tunes had barely reached the level of 7-star primary stage. This was still insufficient to resolve the other party's problem. Correct. Xianxia rummaged through the bookshelf, and a book fell out. The other party had gathered sufficient books to form the Heaven's Path divine art. With a tap of his finger, he assimilated the contents of the book into his own knowledge before opening his eyes once more. I have already found a way to resolve your problem. So fast? Lowering her head to look at the book in Xianxia's hand, Bai Hongyin could hardly believe her eyes. She had read this book when she first became a 7-star demonic tonist. It introduced some ordinary 7-star music scores and performance techniques, and it was roughly on par with the 300 nursery rhymes. It could actually help one achieve a breakthrough? Sit down cross-legged and take out your zither. Without explaining anything, Xianxia instructed. With a perplexed look on her face, Bai Hongyin took out her zither and stroked it lightly. Ding dong, the sound of a zither immediately sounded. As soon as the other party played the zither, her disposition immediately changed. In the blink of an eye, she felt as if she was facing a massive wave, and she would be drowned at any moment. With a flick of her wrist, Xianxia took out his zither as well. This zither was crafted with the help of school head Jiang using the tree in his residence. Even with his current prowess, it was still not too outdated. Thus, he stroked the zither as well. At the same time, the zither also sounded. Xianxia's zither music did not possess too much offensive power, but it carried a melodious quality to it. It felt as if it was playing directly in one's mind, leaving one intoxicated. Xianxia had just forged the 7-star Heaven's Path demonic tunist, but he had not had the time to cultivate it yet. Even though the zither music he was playing was only at the level of a 7-star primary demonic tunist, every single note he played struck the center of Bai Hongyin's tempo, making it comparable to even a 7-star pinnacle demonic tunist. Dong 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 dong, after a few more notes, Bai Hongyin's face immediately reddened, and she nearly spurted blood on the spot. How formidable! She was still a little doubtful about the other party's ability, but at this moment, she realized that the other party's understanding of demonic tunes was far beyond hers: fearsome, formations, way of healing, beast taming. There was not a single thing that he did not know about, and yet, his demonic tunist was actually so formidable as well. Just how in the world did he learn it? While Xianxia was helping Bai Hongyin push for a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, Yuan Shao and the others were filled with envy. However, their envy did not last for too long. Soon, Yun Lianhai's voice sounded, "It seems like the divine crane we are riding on is falling." Luo Shanqing and the others lowered their heads to take a look, and they realized that the 7-colored divine crane, which had been flying steadily a moment ago, was falling unsteadily from the sky. "It's indeed falling, but it's not too fast." "It's fine." Luo Shanqing nodded. However, before he could finish his words, the 7-colored divine crane suddenly stretched its neck forward, and its eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Following which, its head tilted to the side, and with a hoo, it fainted. The mouths of Luo Shanqing and the others twitched. They were all Sate Realm experts, so they were still able to fly even if their steeds fell, so they wouldn't be injured. "But, couldn't the two of you be a little more careful? Look, even the 7-colored divine crane can't take it anymore. If something were to happen to that fellow, how were they supposed to return to the Sanctum of Sages?" Xianxia hurriedly lifted the 7-colored divine crane and the others up, and they slowly landed on the ground. On the other side, Xianxia and Bai Hongyin seemed to be unaware that the 7-colored divine crane had fallen, and they continued playing their zither. Upon hearing the zither melody, the unconscious 7-colored divine crane convulsed a few more times, and white foam flowed from its mouth non-stop, as if it had been whipped. Boom! Just as Xianxia and the others were considering whether they should stop playing and spare the 7-colored divine crane, Bai Hongyin suddenly let out a deafening roar. Her aura pierced through the heavens, shattering the bottleneck of her Phantasmal Space Realm advanced stage in an instant. Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle? She really managed to achieve a breakthrough. Just 5 minutes. Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai glanced at one another with widened eyes. From the moment Xianxia said that he would help the 7-colored divine crane achieve a breakthrough in 5 minutes, to the moment he began reading and playing the zither, it was a perfect 5 minutes. This wasn't his calculation a little too precise? All right. After playing the final note, Xianxia stowed the zither back into his storage ring before exhaling deeply and rising to his feet. It was only then that Xianxia finally regained his senses. He was stunned for a moment before frowning. How did we end up on the ground? Wasn't he on the back of the 7-colored divine crane when he was playing the zither earlier? How did we end up on the ground? Just take a look at the 7-colored divine crane. Seeing the confusion on Xianxia's face, Luo Shanqing pointed at the 7-colored divine crane. Xianxia hurriedly turned his head around, only to see the 7-colored divine crane twitching from time to time. Its tongue was sticking out of its mouth, and its long legs were twitching at the same tempo as when he was playing earlier. Even though it had fainted, it was still able to maintain its rhythm. You do have a deep understanding of music, Xianxia remarked. Only the seven-colored divine crane knows me best. The crowd. Xianxia, I've also reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Can you offer me some pointers? I'm still a little lacking. Bai Hongying's breakthrough left Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai envious, and they hurriedly walked over. Initially, Zhang Xian was reluctant to help them, but after seeing the gifts that the two juniors had given him, all of which were on par with the grade 8 formation flag, he hesitated for a long time before eventually agreeing to it. Yun Lianhai's cultivation was the lowest, and his fighting prowess wasn't particularly high either, making it much easier for him to make a breakthrough. On the other hand, Yuan Zhao's defense was invincible, making it much more difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Nevertheless, this was not a problem for Zhang Xian. He summoned the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and pummeled it viciously, and it did not take long for him to make a breakthrough. He rested for an entire day to reinforce his cultivation before proceeding onward. At this moment, the seven-colored divine crane had finally recovered. Even though it would still pause from time to time while flying in the air, it was already able to fly normally. Even so, its speed was still significantly slower than before. Previously, the journey would only take 5 to 6 days, but now, it took them 10 days before they could see the Sanctum of Sages once more. Even though they had spent a lot of time traveling, the group's fighting prowess had grown significantly. This was especially so for Luo Xianqing, who was a half-dimension Sundering Realm cultivator who was on the verge of making a breakthrough. Xianxia, do you have any interest in accompanying me to look for Zhang Chen? Luo Xianqing leaped off the back of the seven-colored divine crane and asked with glowing eyes. Look for Zhang Chen? That's right. I'm going to beat him up to vent my anger. If I don't, wouldn't it be no different from walking around in the dark? Luo Xianqing said as he licked his lips. This? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, I was intending to take the examination for my supporting occupations to push for an 8-star master teacher examination. It had been a long time since he had obtained the Sanctum Head token, so it was about time for him to take the 8-star master teacher examination. Time waited for no man. If he delayed any longer, Lozozi might really end up being snatched away by someone else. You want to take the examination for your supporting occupations? Luo Xianqing glanced at Zhang Xian. What occupation do you want to take? Spirit Awakener, Apothecary, Physician, Painter, Beast Tamer, Celestial Designer, Terpsichore, Appraiser. Any of them will do. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. In order to become an 8-star master teacher, one had to reach 8-star in all 8 supporting occupations. Currently, he had only reached the 8-star level as a formation master, so he would have to work even harder. I have challenged all of those occupations, so I'm familiar with them. After I'm done with Zhang Chen, I'll bring you there. Luo Xianqing said with a grand wave of his hand. I'll be counting on you then, brother Luo. It just so happened that he was unfamiliar with the Sanctum of Sages, so he had no idea where to go. Hearing Luo Xianqing's confident words, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Besides, he was more than willing to pummel Zhang Chen. Not to mention, Zhang Chen still owed him a sum of spirit stones, so it was about time for him to collect his debt. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me, Luo Xianqing said with a hearty chuckle. Even though Luo Xianqing's cultivation was not too high, his ability in setting up formations and guiding others to achieve breakthroughs was extraordinary. It would be beneficial for him to befriend the other party. There was no way he would let such an opportunity slip by. While advancing, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message through a jade token. A moment later, a smile crept onto his lips as he turned around and said, that fellow isn't in the inner sanctum but the Pavilion of Mysteries. Let's head there to stop him. Pavilion of Seers? Zhang Xian frowned. Similar to the Formation Master Guild, the Pavilion of Seers is a unique occupation. It's located in the Sanctum of Sages, Luo Xianqing replied. You mean, seers? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had heard rumors about this occupation before. It was an upper 9 paths occupation, and it was known to be extremely mysterious. Through their unique techniques, they were able to foresee what was about to happen in the near future. Sage clans would usually have a few seers to conduct ceremonies and make all kinds of predictions. Zhang Xian had only heard rumors about them, but he had never seen one before. He did not think that the Sanctum of Sages would actually have one. That fellow was pummeled by your tamed beast earlier, so he probably wants to conduct a divination. Perhaps, he's trying to find someone to divine your background. Luo Xianxia said with a smile. The fact that Zhang Chen was in the pavilion of seers so quickly meant that the Sanctum of Sages had quite a few spies. Divine my background? Why don't we just ask around? Xianxia shook his head. Was there even a need to divine his background? It should be much easier and more accurate for him to ask around. The members of the Zhang clan have always been extremely mysterious, and they worship the ability of divination the most. Putting everything aside, the current head of the clan, the Xingming Sword Saints, has invited all of the 9-star seers on the Master-Teacher continent over the years. Luo Xianxia sneered. What for? Xianxia asked curiously. As the #1 sage clan on the Master-Teacher continent, the Zhang family wielded great authority and countless geniuses. What else was there for them to be dissatisfied with? Who knows? In any case, the members of the Zhang family are the most insane of all, so you have to be careful if you meet them, Luo Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. The Hall of Secrets was located in the Hall of Wisdom, just like the other examination sites. The two of them moved quickly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Although this place was also within the boundaries of the Hall of Wisdom, it was completely different from the assessment sites of other professions. It looked very old, and exuded an ancient aura. The entire building was like an upside-down tortoise shell, with all sorts of strange cracks on its surface. It seemed to contain the will of the heavenly Daos, or a special array formation that could peer into the mysteries of heaven and earth. The doors of the other examination areas were wide open, but the doors here were tightly shut. This is the Hall of Secrets? I have studied the seer occupation for a few days, but I was unable to even reach novice, so I gave up on it. Sometimes, the seer occupation can be quite accurate when it comes to scamming others, but it's really hard for me to accept that they are trying to divine fortune or misfortune with just a few tortoise shells and copper coins. I'm not too sure about the details either. Luo Xianxia shook his head. There's a reason for it to exist. The fact that the seer occupation was able to survive for tens of thousands of years without being destroyed by history shows that there's a reason for its existence, Xianxia remarked. History was always moving forward. The fact that the seer occupation was able to survive for so long and was sought after by countless master teachers meant that it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Why are you speaking just like my younger sister? The last time we talked about seers, she said the same thing as well. Luo Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and shook his head. His younger sister had once said the same thing as well. It's my honor to share the same thoughts as the little princess, Xianxia said with a light chuckle. There's no need to flatter me. Luo Xianxia said warily. I advise you not to harbor any designs on my younger sister. Firstly, she won't be interested in someone of your strength. Secondly, the will of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan isn't something that an outsider like you can deal with. It's best for you to give up on such thoughts. Through the past few days of interaction, he had realized that while Xianxia was a good person, he was a little too concerned about his younger sister's affairs. If it had been anyone else, he would have surely pummeled the other party. However, the young man before him had been a great help to him, even helping him achieve a breakthrough. As much as he wanted the other party to become his brother-in-law, he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. Even as an offspring of the Luo clan and the core bloodline of the Luo clan, he was unable to change his younger sister's fate, let alone a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he would be. He didn't want a friend whom he had finally acknowledged to fall into danger because of his younger sister's affairs. You won't be interested in me? That might not necessarily be the case. It's hard to say whether it's fate or not, Xianxia said. He and Lozozi had gotten to know one another in the vast mountain range. If not for those spirit beasts and his sudden impulse to help her, the two of them might not have gotten to know one another. Fate was a mystical word, but it was often determined by the instant one's gaze met. There were quite a few people who thought so too, but I crippled them. There were also a few who were crippled by Zhang Chen. Luo Xianxia harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Jia, the door before him slowly opened. Following which, a young man dressed in a long robe walked out. "Seniors, my teacher invites you over." The young man clasped his fist and gestured respectfully. "Your teacher? Are you referring to Grandmaster Feng Zhongquan?" Luo Xianqing was taken aback for a moment before his eyes lit up. "That's right," the young man replied with a prideful look on his face. "Grandmaster Feng Zhongquan has always been an elusive figure. I heard that Zhang Chen tried to meet him 7 times, but he was rejected every single time. He actually wants to meet me?" Luo Xianqing nearly leaped up in agitation. The members of the Zhang clan had great respect for seers, and Grandmaster Feng Zhongquan was one of the most formidable seers in the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Chen had tried to meet him many times, but he had always been rejected by the other party. On the other hand, Zhang Chen hadn't even sent out his name card, and yet, the other party had already sent someone to welcome him. If that was the case, he would be able to mock Zhang Chen when he met him later on. "You're thinking too much. I'm not here to see you. The person I want to see is the little friend beside you." Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, the young man raised his hand and waved his hand. "Me?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why? He had just arrived, so he didn't even know who the other party was. Why would he want to meet him? "I'm not too sure either. We'll know once we head over." In truth, the young man also found this matter a little inconceivable. Given his teacher's standing, even the deputy sanctum head and elders of the Sanctum of Sages would have no choice but to show him some respect. Yet, he actually wanted to meet a nameless 20-year-old freshman, and on top of that, he had to personally welcome him. Zhang Xian was perplexed. If the other party was as powerful as the little princess, it would still be one thing. However, as a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator, he might still be considered as a genius elsewhere, but in the Sanctum of Sages, he was nothing at all. "You want to meet Zhangshi?" Not only was Zhang Xian perplexed, Luo Xianqing also widened his eyes in shock. He had thought that he would finally have a chance to shine before Zhang Chen, but who could have thought that the person that the other party wanted to meet was the young man beside him? Alright then. Even though Zhang Xian was perplexed, seeing that the other party had no idea what was going on either, he nodded his head and followed behind Zhang Xian. The interior of the Hall of Seers looked even more ancient than before. There were many strange-looking flagpoles pierced into the ground, dividing a corner of the hall into innumerable small areas. Dozens of young men were seated in these areas, some holding copper coins in their hands, some holding tortoise shells in their hands. Their eyes were closed, and they seemed to be deep in thought, as if they were trying to deduce something. In front of them was a greenish-red beetle that was propped over a searing charcoal, and it looked as if it would die at any moment. "This is a light-armored beetle that can survive amidst lightning?" Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment. He had never seen a light-armored beetle before, but he had read about it in books, and he had heard rumors about it. It was said that the light-armored beetle didn't eat or drink. Only during a thunderstorm would it emerge from the ground and soar into the sky, absorbing the energy of the lightning to sustain its existence. They were extremely rare, such that even beast tamers were unable to find them. Yet, here they were, being roasted over a charcoal fire. This was truly perplexing. He had never heard that light-armored beetles could be eaten. Even if they wanted to eat them, a thumb-sized beetle wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. This is part of the normal training for seers. Isolating the light-armored beetle in a sealed space with all 6 senses sealed, you have to use your consciousness to deduce whether the light-armored beetle was burned to death or whether it managed to escape from the charcoal fire. This. Noticing Zhang Xian's doubt, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message to explain. Even though he wasn't a seer, he had been here before, so he knew what was going on. This, Zhang Xian was perplexed. If a light-armored beetle was placed on a charcoal fire, there was a chance that it could be burned to death at any moment, but there was also a chance that it could escape from the charcoal fire. As for whether it was dead or alive, there was no way to deduce it without observing it with one's own eyes. The light-armored beetle doesn't fear lightning, but in truth, it's a form of resistance against the heavens. As such, it's also known as the seer beetle. Deducing the life and death of a light-armored beetle allows one to better understand the ephemeral nature of the heavens. Hearing the conversation between the duo, the young man turned around and explained. "I see, Xianxia glanced at the light-armored beetle on the charcoal fire and frowned. Given how scorching the flames are, this light-armored beetle should die very soon, right? Die? The young man chuckled. I have divined that light-armored beetle before. It's able to live to 100 years. Before the young man could finish his words, the sound of a balloon bursting echoed in the air. The light-armored beetle that was lying on the charcoal fire a moment ago suddenly swelled up and exploded into dust. Pung! Ah! A bizarre look appeared on Xianxia's face. Could it be that today is its 100th birthday? The young man. Instead of replying to Xianxia's question, the young man walked up to the light-shell beetle and examined it closely. His divination ability had already reached the level of 8-star, and there were many things that he could divine accurately. He had divined this light-shelled beetle several times in the past, and each time, he had predicted that it would die of old age. Why would it suddenly explode just like that? The so-called long life of 100 years was just an empty phrase. Of course, it was not what the other party had said. Today, it was exactly 100 years. Even if that was the case, it couldn't possibly explode into dust right after speaking those words. The young man stood on the spot for a moment, but he was still unable to make sense of what was going on. In the end, he decided not to think too much about it and continued leading the duo forward. Not too long later, they arrived at a room. Before they could knock on the door, a voice sounded from within, "Come in." Following which, the door slowly opened. Xianxia looked in and saw an old man seated at the very center of the room. A young man was standing by the side. He was none other than the person they were looking for, Xianxia. At this moment, his injuries had already healed, and his aura was much purer than before. It seemed like even though he had been pummeled previously, he had still managed to raise his cultivation significantly. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. "It's you?" Upon seeing that the person who had entered was Xianxia's face immediately turned livid. To think that he, the prodigy of the Xiang clan, would be pummeled by an unknown fellow with the help of his tamed beast, nearly dying in the canyon. The humiliation he felt was so great that he was about to explode. However, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and he hurriedly turned around and asked doubtfully, "Elder Feng, the esteemed guest you spoke of, could it be him?" Just a moment ago, when Elder Feng instructed his students to welcome the esteemed guest, he had thought that the guest would be a powerful expert. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that it would be this fellow, a mere leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator who had managed to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast and act so arrogantly. Even if that was the case, there was no reason for him to be treated in such a manner by the esteemed Elder Feng. That's right. Elder Feng stood up and assessed Xianxia carefully, and his eyes lit up in excitement. It's indeed the discarnate constitution of divination. Discarnate constitution of divination? Xianxia was perplexed. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to discern his exact condition, after reading so many books, he knew that there were many unique constitutions that didn't belong to any of them. In other words, they were just ordinary people who couldn't be more ordinary, unlike Xiaoye and Wei Ruyan, who could activate their constitutions and advance quickly. What was the divination physique? I've never heard of it before. If he really had some kind of special constitution, his progress wouldn't have been so slow. He couldn't even beat his students and girlfriend. The number of Dian is 49, one more is void, and you have that void constitution. Stroking his beard, Elder Feng explained with a smile, in layman's terms, it's impossible to determine your fate and direction through divination. Before Xianxia could understand what was going on, the young man by his side leaped in shock, and disbelief was written all over his face. Teacher, does such a physique really exist? In the past, I also thought that it was just a legend. It was only when I was entrusted by someone that I realized that not only do they exist, there are actually a few of them. Elder Feng shook his head, seemingly unwilling to dwell on this matter any further. If you don't believe me, you can try divining it. This? The young man was taken aback. He flicked his wrist and took out 3 copper coins. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed them over lightly. The copper coins fell to the ground and began spinning. However, before they could fully form the divinatory diagrams, a loud "Kacha! Kacha!" sounded, and a crack appeared on the copper coins. following which, just like the light-shelled beetle, they exploded with a loud pung. The young man's face paled, and as if he had suffered a heavy blow, he staggered several steps backward. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his lips, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. The young man before him was clearly right before his eyes, but when he tried to use the art of divination, he realized that the young man was nothing. He couldn't deduce the young man's origin at all. "How is it?" Elder Feng asked, seemingly expecting this result. "I can't deduce it." The young man took a few deep breaths to alleviate his injuries before replying with gritted teeth. "Indeed, I can't deduce it at all." "That's because he's nothing. It's not just his fate, he can't even deduce the things that he has done in the past and the direction that he will advance in the future," Elder Feng said. The young man widened his eyes in shock. He finally understood why his teacher wanted to meet the young man before him personally. The divination constitution was the most suitable constitution to become a seer. Even in history, there had only been a handful of people who possessed it. Who could have thought that the young man before him would actually possess such a constitution? "You can't deduce his origin?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Xianxia frowned. However, it didn't take long for him to come to a realization. If he wasn't mistaken, the reason why he couldn't be divined was due to the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path. The Library of Heaven's Path was a manifestation of the heavens, so it shouldn't be too difficult for one to deceive the heavens. In other words, he didn't possess the divination constitution at all. Indeed, being unable to deduce one's origin is equivalent to being trapped in a loophole in the workings of the heavens. If such a person were to become a seer, he would be able to deduce the future without suffering any backlash, and his future would be limitless. Elder Feng said with glowing eyes. The act of a seer divining the future was equivalent to divulging the secrets of the heavens. As such, they would be punished by the heavens. It was for this reason that the most powerful seers didn't have good endings. If it was just a small matter, one might be able to avoid being affected by it with his strength and eye of discernment. However, if it was a major matter, he would be severely injured, and in the end, he would be reduced to smithereens. As such, while seers might appear to be powerful and mysterious, they were actually prying into the secrets of the heavens, making them even more dangerous than other occupations. The divination constitution was equivalent to having a loophole in the body. Even the heavens were unable to deduce its existence. Thus, it was the most suitable constitution for seers. "I didn't notice it before, but Zhang Chen asked me to divine your teacher and background," Elder Feng said. Zhang Chen's face reddened, and he felt so stifled that he could explode on the spot. He had been pummeled, and he wanted to exact vengeance on Zhang Chen. That was why he had paid a huge price to look for Elder Feng so that he could help him deduce Zhang Chen's origin. Who could have thought that, not only did Elder Feng not tell him anything, the other party even became an esteemed guest? What the heck was this? "You possess the divination constitution, so you are the most suitable candidate to become a seer." After explaining the matter, Elder Feng turned to Xianxia and asked excitedly, "Are you willing to become my direct disciple? Do you want to acknowledge me as your teacher?" "Elder Feng, you have taken in countless students, but you have never taken in a direct disciple before." Zhang Chen's cheeks twitched. While seers were not particularly powerful, they were still one of the upper 9 paths occupations. Even the head of the Zhang clan would have to treat them with respect. This was especially so for Elder Feng, who was one of the strongest seers in the upper 9 paths. If Zhang Xian were to become Elder Feng's direct disciple, his standing would be on par with him. If so, it would be difficult for him to exact his vengeance. Direct disciple? The young man by the side was also filled with envy. Even though he was his teacher's student, he was only a teacher, not a direct disciple. If he did not achieve this, he would only be able to reach the pinnacle as an 8-star seer for the rest of his life. However, there was no point in being envious of such a constitution. There was no way he could learn it. Zhang Xian did not expect Elder Feng to want to take him in as his direct disciple as soon as they met. However, he did not rush into rejecting Elder Feng's offer. Instead, he looked at Elder Feng doubtfully and asked, "Are there very few people with the divination constitution?" "Very few. Including you, there are only 4 people with the divination constitution in the entire Forsaken continent." Elder Feng explained. 4 people? Who are those 4 people? Xianxia did not think that there would be 3 other people other than him. He could not help but feel a little curious. Zhang Chun also stopped his wandering thoughts and turned to look at Xianxia. You must be Luo Xianqing from the Luo clan, right? Instead of answering Xianxia's question, Elder Feng suddenly turned to the young man beside him. Xianqing pays respect to Elder Feng. Luo Xianqing clasped his fist. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Previously, when the little princess was forced to leave with her cultivation sealed, the head of the Luo clan requested my help in divining her whereabouts. I was unable to pinpoint her exact location, but if I'm not mistaken, she possesses the divination constitution as well. Elder Feng said. My younger sister possesses the divination constitution as well? Luo Xianqing was taken aback. He had been wondering why the Luo clan was unable to find his younger sister despite searching for so many seers after she left. It was due to this matter that he had developed a prejudice against seers, thinking that they were nothing more than mere trickery. Who could have thought that his younger sister actually possessed the divination constitution? Elder Feng nodded. What about the other 2 people? Zhang Chen asked. The other person is the first person with the divination constitution that I have ever met, the young prodigy of your Zhang clan. No matter how I try to divine his whereabouts, I can't find any trace of him at all. It's as if he has never appeared before. Elder Feng said. Him? Zhang Chen nodded as he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the young prodigy possessed the divination constitution, or else Luo Xianqing would surely be bragging about it before him. The last person is a young lady. She's around the same age as Xianxia, and she's mysterious and powerful. I met her a few months ago, but it's a pity that she disappeared before I could even speak with her. Elder Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. I see. Xianxia replied with a frown. He had always heard of how formidable the young prodigy was, but after hearing those words, he realized that the young prodigy was indeed formidable. Just like him, even seers were unable to divine his whereabouts. It was no wonder he was able to keep a low profile, such that even Luo Xianqing had no idea where he was. Wait a moment. You said that I possess the divination constitution, making it impossible for you to divine my whereabouts. If that's the case, how did you know that Brother Luo and I were heading to the entrance? Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but ask. Since he was unable to divine his whereabouts, how did the other party know that he would be heading over at this moment? Furthermore, how did the other party know that he would open the door right after arriving at the entrance? Not expecting Xianxia to ask such a question, Elder Feng paused for a moment before looking at Xianxia with a bizarre expression. Don't you know how to use your spiritual perception? Given how close we are to the entrance, you should have been able to easily extend your spiritual perception there. Xianxia. Not to mention, the other party's identity as a seer had already made him feel a sense of mystery. Never in his dreams could he have imagined that the other party would be using his spiritual perception. As long as one was above Saint Tudan, they would possess a spiritual perception. Similar to a pair of eyes, they would be able to see everything within their range clearly. As such, it was a walk in the park for them to notice the 2 of them. How is it? Are you willing to become my student? After explaining the matter, Elder Feng turned to look at Xianxia intently. It was impossible for the princess of the Luo clan, the genius of the Zhang clan, and the elusive lady to become his student. However, the young man before him had a good chance. If he were to succeed, the name of the seer occupation would revert back to its former glory. My apologies, but I already have a teacher, so it wouldn't be convenient for me to accept another teacher. Xianxia shook his head. I had the honor of meeting your teacher, Xianxia, once. Even though his temper is a little eccentric, I don't think that he would say much about it since he only imparts his knowledge to a seer. Elder Feng didn't get angry over Xianxia's rejection. Xianxia? Elder Feng, are you saying that Zhangxi's teacher is Xianxia from the Mingshi Tang headquarters? Before Xianxia could say a word, Zhang Chun's body suddenly jolted. Even Luo Xianqing widened his eyes in shock. They had mentioned Xianxia on the way here, but the young man before them hadn't said much. When did the other party become his student? If that was the case, it would be understandable why the other party dared to pummel Zhang Chun without fear. While the Zhang clan was known as the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent, it still paled significantly in comparison to the Mingshi Tang headquarters. As the first Grand Elder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Xianxia's standing was so high that other than the guild leader, who had been vacant for several thousand years, no one could possibly match up to him. Due to his relationship with Xianxia, it's impossible for me to deduce his lineage. However, with my authority, I should be able to easily find out his background. Ever since he came from Tianxian Kingdom, he has been claiming to be Yangshir's student all this while. Other than him, I really can't think of any other master teacher who could possibly groom such a formidable student. Elder Feng chuckled. While he was unable to divine the other party's lineage, he could still look into his background. Zhangshi had told others many times that his teacher was Xian, so it wouldn't be too difficult to look into it. Cold sweat broke out on Zhangxi's forehead. Back then, when he impersonated as Xian's student, he had thought that it was just a fake name, so he could use it however he liked. But now that the fellow really existed, and his standing was extremely high as well, he was starting to get a headache. If he ran over and said that there was no such student, the lie would be instantly exposed. Without this protective umbrella, his rapid progress in such a short period of time would probably cause him to be captured by countless people as a lab rat. What do you think? Seeing the change in his expression, Elder Feng thought that he was considering it. He smiled again and said, "If you still have concerns, I can send a message to Mingshi Tang's headquarters and ask for his opinion." This. Zhangxian's eyebrows shot up as he hurriedly replied, "Elder Feng, thank you for your kindness. I have never come into contact with a seer before, so I would like to browse through the books on the subject. If I can learn from them, I won't turn you down. However, if I can't, I really don't want Elder Feng's reputation to be tarnished." He was filled with helplessness. He was only here to accompany Luo Xianqing to beat up Zhangxian, but he ended up being invited by the other party to become his student. Not only that, the other party even told Xianxian about it. Sigh, he was simply too outstanding. Was it really that difficult to live as an ordinary person? Forget it, I should just browse through the books first. Once I finish browsing through the books, it would be hard to say who will be taking whom in as his student. Browse through the books? Seeing that Zhangxian was no longer turning him down, Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he said, "There are many different kinds of books on seers. It's not something that can be learned within a day or two. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble if you want to know whether you possess talent or not. I have a way to assess your talent as a seer here, and I can easily determine your talent." A way to assess your talent? Zhangxian frowned. Yu Chen, bring the tortoiseshell over." Elder Feng waved his hand. Yes. The young man turned around and left the room. Not too long later, he returned with a tortoiseshell in his hands. The tortoiseshell was extremely old, and it was riddled with cracks. Even before walking up to it, Zhangxian could already feel the space around him trembling. It was as if the tortoiseshell was capable of recording the secrets of the world and divining what he wanted to know. Could this be Sage Shi's tortoiseshell? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Sage Shi is an expert even older than Kongshi. He studied the tortoiseshell and comprehended the heavens, thus creating the seer occupation. Of the many artifacts that he left behind, the most famous one is the tortoiseshell. Elder Feng stroked his beard with a smile. This artifact is known as the #1 treasure of the seers, and it's placed at the very core of the guild. It's used to divine the fate of the continent and predict the rise and fall of the world. Naturally, I'm not qualified to use it. The tortoise shell before me is just a replica forged by a 9-stars pinnacle seer, Old Man Jichan. However, don't underestimate it. Back then, the reason why ancient sage Bo Shang was able to establish the sanctum of sages here was through this tortoise shell. The fact that tens of thousands of years of fate have been gathered here for such a long time speaks volumes about its capabilities. While the crowd nodded in agreement, Zhangxian couldn't help but feel astonished. Gathering spiritual energy and wealth in a place within a short period of time was something that even formidable formation masters could do. However, if one wanted to maintain it for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years without any signs of decline, the mountains and rivers changing, the seas changing into mulberry fields, that was not something that they could accomplish. One had to look for a sliver of hope in the world, and it could be a dot or an entire region. For the tortoise shell to be able to divine this location, it could be considered as a priceless treasure. This tortoise shell has been passed down for 121 generations, and 102 nine-stars pinnacle seers have used it to conduct divination. As such, it harnesses the wills of the predecessors. As long as you touch it with your hand, you'll be able to tell whether you possess any aptitude or not. Elder Feng said as he gently stroked the ancient tortoise shell before him. I'll be able to tell just by touching it with my hand? Not expecting the other party to take out such a valuable artifact to test his aptitude, Xianxia asked. If you don't believe me, I can have someone else test it for you, Elder Feng said with a smile. Over the past few years, you have been trying to learn from me, but I've never agreed to meet you. I'm not testing your patience, but it's just that you aren't suited for this occupation. Why don't you stretch your hand over so that you can give up on me? This, not expecting Elder Feng to use him as an example, Zhang Chun's cheeks twitched. Even though he was displeased, he still stepped forward and placed his hand on the tortoise shell. As if sensing the presence of a human, the grayish-green cracks on the tortoise shell suddenly emanated a brilliant glow. Kacha! Kacha! Light flowed through the cracks as if lava, and a unique sound echoed in the air. Soon, two unique inscriptions appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing these words, Elder Feng chuckled softly. Yu Chen, help us decipher them. Yes. The young man known as Yu Chen walked up to the crowd and said, the meaning of these inscriptions is that one's aptitude is mediocre, and that one is not fated with the heavens. Mediocre? What if one's aptitude is exceptional? Zhang Chun was indignant. The current clan head and the elders of the Zhang clan had great faith in the occupation of seers. If he could learn it, he would surely be highly regarded upon his return, and there was a good chance that he might even be promoted to the upper echelons of the Zhang clan. It was for this reason that he kept coming to the Zhang clan time and time again. He had thought that the other party was just testing him, but who could have known that his aptitude lay elsewhere? The aptitude of a seer can be divided into 6 categories: low, mediocre, passable, good, outstanding, and pinnacle, Yu Chen explained. If one doesn't understand the meaning of the inscriptions, it's easy to determine one's aptitude. The more inscriptions one has, the higher one's aptitude is. A single inscription is low, 2 is mediocre, and so on and so forth. When 6 inscriptions appear, it's pinnacle. After explaining, Yu Chen pressed his palm forward. Kacha! 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 The same sound echoed in the air, but this time, the number of inscriptions was much higher. Following which, a brilliant light burst forth, and 5 inscriptions slowly appeared. Outstanding? Zhang Chun swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. How many times had he met Yu Chen? He had thought that the other party was just lucky to have caught Elder Feng's eye, but who could have known that the other party was actually so talented? For an outstanding aptitude to only be a student and not even a direct disciple, there was no need for him to even think about it. Allow me to give it a try as well. Luo Xianqing walked up and placed his palm forward. 2 characters appeared on the inscriptions as well. Just like Zhang Chun, mediocre. Zhangshi, why don't you give it a try? Knowing that his aptitude was not beneath Zhang Chun's, Luo Xianqing chuckled heartily as he turned around. All right. Knowing that it was impossible for him to avoid the other party, Zhang Xian could only grit his teeth and walk over. It was just a moment ago that he would have to acknowledge the other party as his teacher if he was talented. Was he really going to have to become the other party's student? If that was really the case, that would really be too depressing. If that really did not work out, he would have to see if his heaven's path Xianxia could conceal it a little. Elder Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he watched Zhang Xian step forward. The discarnate constitution of divination was a legendary existence. Even he had no record of how many inscriptions one could release. However, based on what he knew, the number was definitely more than 6. Under the expectant gaze of the other party, Zhang Xian placed his palm on the tortoise shell. Wang, a light buzz sounded, and light flowed across the surface of the tortoise shell. Just like Zhang Chun, it was much more dazzling. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds echoed in the air, reminiscent of beans being fried. With so many sounds, just how many inscriptions will appear? Xianxia's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists tightly. When he touched the tortoise shell, 2 sounds had sounded, and 2 characters had appeared. When Yuchen tested it, 5 sounds had sounded, and 5 characters had appeared. The tortoise shell had already sounded dozens of times. Could it be that dozens of characters were going to appear? If that was the case, that would really be incredible. Just as Zhang Chun was at a loss as to what to say, Elder Feng's face suddenly warped in horror, and he hurriedly rushed forward. However, it was already too late. Hong Long. The ancient tortoiseshell before him exploded into dust. Zhang Xian's cheeks twitched as he froze on the spot. He didn't know whether he should stop or not, but he didn't know what he should do. If you have talent, so be it. If you don't have talent, so be it. Why did it explode? I only used a little of my Heaven's Path Xianxia to disguise myself and the Library of Heaven's Path. I didn't use anything else. Judging from how Elder Feng had taken out the tortoise as if it was his family heirloom, how could it be reduced to dust just like that? Just as Zhang Xian was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly saw the smiling old man standing before him. Looking at the shattered tortoise shell on the ground, his cheeks trembled uncontrollably, as if he was on the verge of going insane. Teacher. Not expecting such an outcome, Yuchen dared not say a word. Others might not understand the importance of the tortoise shell to his teacher, but he knew full well how important it was to his teacher. For it to be reduced to dust was no different from taking his life. My tortoise shell. As expected, Elder Feng stretched his hand forward and touched the shattered pieces on the ground, and in an instant, he seemed to have aged several years. Elder Feng, he didn't do it on purpose. Why don't I find someone to help you stick it together? Look at your tortoise shell, there are already many cracks on it, and it's on the verge of breaking. Last year, I met a craftsman in the Chen village. His craftsmanship is exquisite, and his price is fair as well. Elder Feng nodded. Pooh. Unable to take it any longer, Elder Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes at his brother-in-law speechlessly. If you don't know how to console others, why don't you just leave it at that? A tortoise shell of this caliber was incomparably valuable. Would it work if it was stuck together? Elder Feng, since it has already shattered, there's no need to be sad. It's just a tortoise shell. I'll catch a few more tortoises for you tomorrow. Feel free to get as many as you want. Their meat can be used to make soup as well. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. Pooh. Pooh, Elder Feng spurted even more blood. Why don't I make another one for you? Seeing how the more he tried to console the other party, the more the other party spurted blood, Zhang Xian was at a loss for words. Just by touching it, the Library of Heaven's Path had generated a book on it. Even though the tortoise shell had a long history and was of a high tier, it was still flawed. As long as he was willing to work on it and collect enough books, he should be able to create another one that was of the same tier or even higher tier. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian's consciousness entered the Library of Heaven's Path once more. Just as he was about to continue studying the tortoiseshell, Yu Chen's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Teacher, his voice was trembling, as if it was filled with great fear. Elder Feng, who was filled with grief, turned his head around when he heard his anxious cries. Look, Yu Chen pointed to the top of his head. Elder Feng hurriedly raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Seeing the strange expressions on the two's faces, Zhang Xian and the others also raised their heads. With a single glance, they couldn't help but fall into a daze. A huge crack had appeared on the tortoiseshell-like roof above his head, and it was slowly spreading upwards. The runes and formations that were used to stabilize the roof were completely useless, as if they had encountered an irreversible force. How could this be? Elder Feng couldn't be bothered to spurt blood anymore. Sage Shi's tortoiseshell had exploded just like that. It could be said that it had been around for a very long time, and it had been punished by the heavens due to the sheer number of people who had divined it. But this one, it had taken an incalculable amount of manpower and resources to construct, making it extraordinarily resilient. Even a Saint 8 Dan pinnacle expert would be able to withstand a full-powered attack from it. So, why was it collapsing as well? Stop! Elder Feng roared furiously as he raised his hand to grab the roof. He wanted to stop the collapse of the formation and protect his foundation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to stop the collapse of the formation and the roof. It felt as if there was an indescribable force invading his body that no human could withstand. Before such a force, even a Saint Nine Dan cultivator would be nothing more than an ant. Kacha! Kacha! Unable to withstand the collapse any longer, a series of resounding booms sounded, and countless rocks fell from the roof. The seers who were in the midst of their meditation suddenly widened their eyes in shock, and they hurriedly fled for their lives. Xianxia and the others were caught in a dilemma. Thus, they could only drive their Xinqi to form a Xinqi barrier to fend off the falling rocks. Walala, a huge cloud of dust rose into the air, and in less than a minute, the ancient tortoiseshell building was reduced to rubble. The various formations harnessed within it were also destroyed. This, Xianxian blinked his eyes in shock. Isn't this a little too weak? If it was an ordinary person, wouldn't they have died on the spot? The tortoiseshell building outside looked rather nice, but who would have thought that it would be so useless? It was fortunate that Elder Feng was strong enough to withstand it. Otherwise, if it were to fall on his head, no ordinary person would have been able to withstand it. Pooh! Elder Feng's body trembled once more, and he spurted another mouthful of blood. Teacher, what happened? Yuchen hurriedly rushed forward and asked worriedly. He was afraid that his teacher would die from anger due to grief. It should be a backlash from the heavens. It took a moment for Elder Feng to regain his composure. Exhaling deeply, he looked at the rubble around him with a sorrowful expression. Backlash from the heavens? Yuchen was perplexed. Seers seek out fortuitous encounters and steal the secrets of the heavens, so it's only natural that they would be loathed by the heavens. However, we used some special means to conceal our aura from the heavens, preventing the heavens from noticing it. However, our means seemed to have suddenly lost its effect, and the heavens' authority seemed to have burst forth from within, resulting in the current situation. Elder Feng hesitated for a moment before explaining. As a 9-star seer, even though the destruction of the tortoiseshell and the collapse of the building was a little bizarre, he was still able to deduce some things through careful divination. Regardless of which occupation it was, once one reached the pinnacle, they would incur the envy of the heavens. Take the leaving aperture ordeal and dimension sundering ordeal for example, those were the punishments of the heavens. As seers, it was easier for them to be punished if they tried to peer into the heavens. It was just that they had taken precautions beforehand. For example, if the police were to arrive at a certain place, they would hide the money and people in advance. Since it was a place of entertainment, there was no gambling involved. Even if they were unable to apprehend the culprit, it wouldn't be too serious a crime. Since seers were able to peer into the heavens, naturally, they would have taken precautions. Yet, who could have thought that even with so many precautions, they would still be discovered? Not only was the tortoiseshell destroyed, the entire seer hall of the Sanctum of Sages, which had been built over tens of thousands of years, was destroyed in an instant. Elder Feng clutched his chest in agony. Zhangxian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He had thought that it was because the tortoiseshell and the building weren't sturdy enough, but who would have thought that it was actually related to the heavens? Previously, he had made use of the Library of Heaven's Path to examine the tortoiseshell, and the tortoiseshell had shattered. Then, when he was calculating whether he could carve the tortoiseshell, the Sanctum of Sages had collapsed. Could it be that the current situation was really related to the heavens? If that was the case, he would have a huge responsibility on his shoulders. Zhangxian's face alternated between redness and paleness. Just as he was at a loss for words, Elder Feng suddenly looked at him with a bitter smile. Zhangshi, there's no need for you to blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. Perhaps our Heavenly Secrets Hall has been slacking off recently, resulting in such an unforeseen event. Under normal circumstances, even though we have to be careful with our words and actions and pay attention to the harmony of the heavens, the occupation itself is still very safe. Safe? Seeing that the other party didn't blame him, Zhangxian heaved a sigh of relief. There was no way he could reveal the matter regarding the Library of Heaven's Path. Since the other party hadn't noticed anything, it would be best for him to keep a low profile and feign ignorance. As for the other party's loss, he would just have to find an excuse to compensate for it. Indeed. What you saw was an accident. Such a situation doesn't happen even once in 10,000 years. Fearing that the genius he had finally met would back down, Elder Feng hurriedly explained. If you don't believe me, take a look at the library over there. There's nothing wrong with it. After saying those words, he gestured to the side. Following the direction that Elder Feng was pointing at, Xianxia saw a building standing not too far away. Even though it was connected to the massive tortoise shell, it wasn't affected in the slightest. Rows of bookshelves were arranged side by side in the room. Despite the dust in the surroundings, the building was as clean as new. These are all your books? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. As long as he could browse through the books, he would be able to compile a Heaven's Path divine art. This was a good opportunity for him to make up for the other party's predicament. Indeed. Elder Feng nodded proudly. Our Sanctum of Sages Seer Hall has fewer members than the other occupations, but our collection of cultivation technique manuals is in no way inferior. Even though Sage Shi's tortoise shell was damaged in an accident, you can still browse through the books to assess your aptitude. Previously, when Elder Feng wanted to browse through the books to assess whether he was suited for the occupation, he didn't agree to it as he felt that it would be too troublesome. Now that Sage Shi's tortoise shell had been damaged, it would be impossible for him to assess his aptitude even if he wanted to. Thus, he could only resort to the most primitive method. Alright, I'll take a look then. Hearing that he could browse through the books, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could even walk up to the library, he had already swept his gaze across the books. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, "Flaws, Hung Long," but before he could finish his words, the books before him suddenly burst into flames, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. Following which, a huge crack appeared on the entire building, just like what had happened to the tortoise shell. In just a few breaths, the entire building collapsed into a pile of rubble. Library. Elder Feng's face reddened once more as he spurted another mouthful of blood. What in the world was going on? Why would something happen to the Seer Hall one after another in the blink of an eye? If it was just once, it could be said that he had failed to conceal his aura properly, resulting in him being discovered by the heavens. However, for it to happen 3 times in a row. Even he didn't know how to explain this anymore. Xianxia's lips twitched once more. Could it be because he was reading the books? If it was just a moment ago, he wouldn't have dared to confirm it. However, this time around, the collapse of the Library of Heaven's Path right after he took a look at the books had already confirmed his suspicions. Turning to look at the dazed old man, Xianxia couldn't help but feel pity for him. Elder Feng, Elder Feng, Elder Feng, he called out 3 times, but the other party didn't respond at all. The more he thought about it, the more apologetic he felt. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the other party to see if he had suffered too much of a blow, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck the other party's head. Gotcha! Elder Feng collapsed to the ground. Elder Feng, you, Xianxia's lips twitched as he hurriedly rushed forward. Pung 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 pung, the bolt of lightning completely drowned the old man, leaving only a single leg twitching outside. Even his shoe had fallen off from the trembling. Begging for monthly votes. After an unknown period of time, the lightning finally dissipated, and Elder Feng climbed out of the pit with his face covered in dust. The look on his face looked as if he had been raped by savage beasts many times over, and he could not have been more despondent. It was one thing for him to be powerless to resist the destruction of the buildings and books before him, but, for lightning to suddenly strike down on him in the clear blue sky, what was going on? All he had done was to accept a disciple. This shouldn't be considered a heinous crime, right? It was fortunate that the lightning was only meant to teach him a lesson and not to kill him. Otherwise, even a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle expert like him would have been reduced to dust by now. Teacher. Yuchen pulled Elder Feng out of the pit with a conflicted look on his face. He had no idea what he should say to console the other party. He had followed his teacher for more than 200 years, but this was the first time he had seen him in such a state. It's all my fault. Seeing how the high-spirited elder had been reduced to such a state in just a short 10 minutes, Xianxia couldn't help but feel apologetic. After a few tests, he finally understood what the other party had said. It was indeed a punishment from the heavens. It was one thing for a seer to be unable to notice it, but as the controller of the Library of Heaven's Path, if he were to communicate with the other party, he would be able to notice it immediately. It was just like cheating in an examination. If one didn't notice it, one would be able to get away scot-free. Otherwise, what would become of the authority of the heavens? What would become of the authority of the heavens? If everyone were to peek at the other party and search for the secrets of the heavens would probably be doomed. Xianxia had only intended to use the Library of Heaven's Path to check on Elder Feng and compile a book on him to see if he could resolve the problem of his stamina. Who could have thought that the moment he looked at the other party, the heavens would notice his occupation, and the lightning would strike him once. After several tests, he had finally confirmed it. He was the one who had brought the lightning over. His intention was to save someone, but he ended up harming someone instead. Just the thought of it left him feeling deeply ashamed. I can't look at the books of seers, and I can't check on the occupation either. It seems like I won't be able to learn it. At the same time, a look of disappointment surfaced on Xianxia's face. No matter what, this occupation had reached the level of the upper 9 paths, and it was revered and respected by many. If one could learn it, their status and identity would definitely rise once more. Yet, not only did the Library of Heaven's Path refuse to help him compile a book of Heaven's Path, it even went on a rampage to destroy it. It seemed like he was no longer fated with the occupation. Elder Feng, I'm really sorry about what happened today. If I didn't come here, such a big incident wouldn't have happened. Walking up to the confused old man, Xianxia cupped his fist and apologized sincerely. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets wouldn't be affected if others chose to acknowledge him as their master or not. However, he had brought the Library of Heaven's Path with him, which was equivalent to bringing the Heavenly Tao with him, and then he ran to the place where he peeped at the Heavenly Tao. It was already merciful of him to have spared all of these seers. But no matter what, the situation here was his fault, and he could not shirk the responsibility, so he could only admit it. It has nothing to do with you. Elder Feng sighed deeply and shook his head. In his view, this was the punishment that seers deserved for revealing too many of their secrets. No matter how talented the young man before him was, it was impossible for him to control the heavens to attack them. So, in the end, it was still his own problem. Elder Feng, given the chaos here, I believe that you have already given up on taking me in as your disciple, so I won't disturb you any longer. Knowing that it was impossible for the other party to believe him, Xianxia chose to remain silent. All right, you should return for now. I will look for you after I settle down here and find out what is going on. Elder Feng nodded. His entire base had been destroyed. There was no point in saying anything more. Since that was the case, he might as well ask the other party to leave for the time being so that he could find the root of the problem and resolve the awkward situation before deciding on whether he would accept him as his disciple or not. Otherwise, given his current state, there was no way he would accept him as his disciple. Farewell. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned around and left. Seeing that Xianxia was leaving, Luo Xianqing hurriedly followed behind him. As soon as he was out of the range of his spiritual perception, Luo Xianqing walked up to Xianxia and asked with a hushed voice, Xianxia, what happened earlier? I'm not too sure either. Xianxia shook his head. This was a matter that even his future brother-in-law could not speak too much about. The implications were simply too great. You don't know? Hearing Xianxia's reply, Luo Xianqing frowned, but in the end, he still held himself back from asking any more questions. While he was unable to deduce the exact situation, he was certain that it had something to do with the young man before him. Otherwise, it would be fine if others came, but once he appeared, it would either collapse here or there. It was said that he was the king of destruction, and no matter where he went, he would cause destruction. But in the short period of time that he had interacted with the young man before him, why did he feel that the young man before him was even more ferocious than him? At the very least, there were traces of his destruction. Either he had used too much strength or he had failed to control his cultivation properly. Yet, that fellow had destroyed the entire Hall of Seers, leaving no traces behind. This was the highest level of destruction, and it was truly admirable. It seems like I'll have to have a good talk with him in the future to see how I can cause destruction without anyone noticing. Stroking his lower jaw, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Right, I was too preoccupied with following you out that I forgot to teach Xianxia a lesson. Luo Xianqing suddenly recalled a matter, and he slapped his forehead in exasperation. He had been too preoccupied with asking whether the destruction of the Hall of Seers had anything to do with the young man before him that he had forgotten the main purpose of his visit. Xianxia was still inside, so he had not had the chance to teach him a lesson yet. If he did not make a move, wouldn't that mean that he had finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation but had nowhere to show off? If I were to go over to beat him up, I'd be in a disadvantageous position. If I really wanted to beat him up, there was no need for me to go around looking for him. Oh? Luo Xianxia asked. How do I do that? Simple. Of the many occupations in the Sanctum of Sages, are there any that the members of the Zhang clan are particularly skilled in? Xianxia asked. Of course. Luo Xianxia harumphed in displeasure. It's true that the members of the Zhang clan are lacking in moral integrity, but their talents aren't just for show. On top of their fighting prowess, they are also skilled in their supporting occupations as well. The strength of the members of the Zhang clan was not just limited to their fighting prowess. They were also skilled in other occupations as well. It was for this reason that the Zhang clan was so renowned in the Sanctum of Sages. Everyone feared and respected them, and their position as the #1 clan of the Sanctum of Sages was unshakable. That's good. Other than Zhang Chen, who is the most famous person in the Sanctum of Sages? Bring me over. I wish to challenge my supporting occupations. A vicious glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes as he said, as long as I challenge all of them, I don't believe that Zhang Chen won't make a name for himself. While the matter regarding the Hall of Seers might not be related to him in the short term, as time went by, they should be able to figure out that it was related to him. More importantly, they already knew that Xianxia really existed in the Master-Teacher continent. It would be one thing if that fellow didn't show himself, but if he were to deny his identity, there was a good chance that the secret of the Library of Heaven's path would be leaked, and he would become the target of public criticism. The main reason why the Master-Teacher continent wasn't like other places, where one would kill others for their treasures, was due to the lineage of one's teacher. Everyone knew that if the younger generation were to be beaten up, the older generation would surely come knocking on the door. As such, unless there was a life-and-death feud, it was unlikely that the Master-Teacher continent would make a move. It was said that back then, a Tier 3 sage clan of a conferred empire had dealt with a transcendent mortal cultivator, and due to that, the founder of the 9 Stars Blacksmith Guild was implicated in the matter. Eventually, the entire clan fell apart, and they were nearly wiped out. Ever since then, very few people would dare to lay their hands on a heritage. The fact that Xianxia had been able to make his way up to the Sanctum of Sages without even a single assassination attempt showed that the name Xianxia had played a huge role. If not for the fact that Xianxia was a true existence, given how many times he had successfully crashed the Sanctum of Sages, the Mingshi Tang headquarters would have long sent men over to investigate the matter. Thus, time waits for no one. He had to become an 8-star master teacher, unseal his seal, and become a true sanctum head or even higher before Xianxia came looking for him. With the identity of the sanctum head, no matter who it was, even if it was the Mingshi Tang headquarters, they would have to think twice before making a move on him. Since this future brother-in-law of his was going to pummel Zhang Chen, he decided that he might as well make use of this opportunity to deal with the entire Zhang clan. Feisher had said that every sanctum head had to face all kinds of challenges in order to stand his ground. Since Xianxia was the only candidate to become the sanctum head, there was no need for him to hide any longer. He would just have to go all out. If he didn't wreak havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, his surname would no longer be Zhang. Challenge the supporting occupations? Luo Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking, you might be skilled in formations and beast taming, but the members of the Zhang clan aren't weak either. Are you certain that you can defeat them instead of being taught a lesson by them? It was not that he didn't trust the young man before him. Even a master teacher couldn't possibly be proficient in every single occupation. Xianxia had complete confidence in the young man's mastery in formations and beast taming, but when he thought of the records left behind by the Zhang clan, he couldn't help but feel astonished by the other party's accomplishments in other occupations. It was one thing if he could slap the other party's face in the past, but if he failed and ended up getting slapped instead, that would be a little awkward. Don't worry. As long as I can find sufficient books, it won't be that easy for them to slap my face. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he harumphed. It's good that you're confident. I happen to be intending to pay a visit to the Spirit Awakener Guild. Do you want to come along? Hearing those words, Luo Xianxia recalled the miraculous deeds that the young man had done, and he hesitated for a moment before asking. The Spirit Awakener Guild? Xianxia turned to Luo Xianqing and asked, "Is there anyone from the Zhang clan?" Zhang Chun's younger brother, Zhang Feng, is the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Guild. However, his cultivation has already reached 8-star. Will you be able to do it? Luo Xianqing nodded, but he still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Spirit Awakener? Zhang Chun's younger brother? Zhang Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Don't worry, how can a man say that he can't do it? If Zhang Feng's character isn't too bad, I'll let him pass the Spirit Awakener examination. However, if he's as bad as his elder brother, I won't stand on ceremony anymore. While he had some reservations about the Zhang family, he was not an unreasonable person. As long as the other party had a decent character, he would not go overboard. If he were to act like Zhang Chun, shameless as a toad lusting after the flesh of a swan, then he should not blame him for getting nasty. If he did not make the other party doubt his own life, he would not be Zhang Xian. What do you mean by inceptive sage? Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. There are many occupations in the sanctum of sages, and as long as one surpasses all others of the same cultivation realm in a single occupation, becoming the undisputed number one will be conferred the honor of inceptive sage. Furthermore, this isn't just an honor but a symbol of one's standing. As long as one becomes the inceptive sage, one will become the representative of all the students in the sanctum of sages, the senior of all. Zhang Feng enchanted the guardian sculpture that represents the identity of the inceptive sage and made it move 7 steps, breaking the record of the guild for the past 3,000 years. Luo Xianqing explained, Zhang Feng successfully enchanted the guardian sculpture that represents the identity of the inceptive sage and made it move 7 steps, breaking the record of the guild for the past 3,000 years. Guardian sculpture? Zhang Xian frowned. Enchantment of a guardian sculpture should be an easy task. Back then, he had even successfully enchanted the entire guild. You'll understand how difficult it is once you see it for yourself. Luo Xianqing shook his head with a bitter smile. It was indeed not difficult for a formidable spirit awakener to enchant a guardian sculpture, but it was a different story altogether. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would not have been the only one to accomplish it in the past 3,000 years. The Spirit Awakener Guild was located in the Hall of Erudition as well, so it did not take long for them to arrive at their destination. Standing before the entrance of the Spirit Awakener Guild and seeing the guardian sculpture, Zhang Xian finally understood why Luo Xianqing had said those words. It was more than a dozen zhang tall and 6 to 7 zhang wide. Standing on the spot, it resembled a towering building. It was hard to tell what kind of rock it was made of, but its entire body was pitch black, and it seemed to be able to absorb the will of others to prevent the flames of enchantment from burning. This isn't too easy. Zhang Xian took a look at the guardian sculpture with a grim look on his face. Even if he were to enchant the guardian sculpture, it would take him a very long time. Most importantly, it was made of a special material that didn't easily contain spirituality. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't be long before it dissipated again. Enchantment was like pouring water into a bamboo basket. The faster you poured, the faster the water flowed. If the former was unable to catch up to the latter, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Yet, not only did Zhang Feng manage to do it, he even forced the latter to take 7 steps forward. Zhang Xian walked forward and placed his palm on hers. His primordial spirit moved, and a thought surged in. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt like he had fallen into a pitch-black environment without any light. He couldn't even see his own fingers, and he couldn't even send out his divine sense. With a light tap, a ray of light shone out from the tip of his finger. However, before the light could spread out, he felt a powerful suction force devouring the surrounding light. Just like the star illumination stones around him, the flame could only hover at his fingertips, unable to shine any further than that. With a thought, his primordial spirit returned to his physical body. Opening his eyes once more, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. In fact, it was several times more difficult than the Spirit Awakening Guild. Even with Zero Wing's current strength, it wouldn't be an easy task. How is it? Luo Xianqing asked. Can you take me to browse through 8-star Spirit Awakener books? I have some doubts that I can't solve at the moment, so I'll have to browse through them. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking. So far, he had only browsed through 7-star Spirit Awakener books. He hadn't studied any 8-star Spirit Awakener books yet. As long as he had sufficient books, he should be able to condense a Heaven's Path soul art and become an inceptive sage easily. You wish to browse through books? Luo Xianxia smiled. As long as you clear the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination and become an 8-star Spirit Awakener, you'll be able to browse through any books you wish. Why don't you head over first? I happen to have some matters that I need to attend to. All right. Hearing that Luo Xuanqing's words were simple, Xianxia nodded before walking into the Spirit Awakener Guild. The Spirit Awakener Guild was rather similar to the Formation Master examination back then. There weren't many people in the area, and it felt extremely cold and cheerless. Xianxia soon arrived at the front desk, found an attendant, and passed his emblem over. Xianxia, this way please. The attendant was a young lady in her 20s. Upon learning of Xianxia's identity, she seemed to be a little more enthusiastic, and she quickly brought Xianxia to the Compendium Pavilion. All of the books regarding 7-star Spirit Awakener are in here. There are a lot of them. If you need anything, feel free to let me know in advance, and I'll be able to find it for you. There's no need for that. Thank you. Xianxia chuckled softly before walking into the Spirit Awakener Guild. The Spirit Awakener Guild in Qingyuan City was relatively low tier, so there weren't many books on it. Thus, it would be best for him to browse through more books regarding 7-star before taking the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination. Walking into the Spirit Awakener Guild, Xianxia saw innumerable books before him. Flaws. Xianxia's heart jolted. Walala, book swiftly appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Why is it so much faster than before? Xianxia was taken aback. Previously, he had been able to collect books with his gaze, but there had been a slight lag. In other words, when he had scanned through 3 rows of bookshelves, the Library of Heaven's Path would only generate 2 rows. But now, when he had scanned through 3 rows, the Library of Heaven's Path had generated 3 rows. There aren't any changes in the Library of Heaven's Path, and I haven't fainted either. Such thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. After meeting Lozozi at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the Library of Heaven's Path had undergone a metamorphosis. Previously, he had to touch the books with his hands in order to store them into the Library of Heaven's Path. However, after the metamorphosis, all he had to do was observe the books with his eyes. That massive metamorphosis had left him unconscious for 3 whole days. Yet, there was no such occurrence, and the rate at which he was collecting books had increased instead. What was going on? Could it be? A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. After thinking about it, there was only one reason, and that was, the destruction of the Seer Guild. Destroying the base of the Heaven's Path was equivalent to destroying a criminal organization, a malignant tumor. Could the increase in the rate at which he was collecting books be related to it? Could there be a reward for tormenting the seers? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. The Library of Heaven's Path was indeed an incredible feat, but if he could advance it once more, it would surely be of great help to him. It seems like I'll have to find more opportunities to destroy a few seer guilds in the future, Xianxia nodded. Of course, this was only his conjecture. He would have to verify whether that was the case or not. Xianxia's reading speed had increased. Books that would normally have taken 6 hours to finish were completely imprinted into his mind in just 4 hours, becoming part of his knowledge. Returning to the main hall, he found the attendant. I wish to take the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination. May I know what I need to do? In order to browse through 8-star books, one would first have to take the corresponding examination. 8-star Spirit Awakener examination? A hint of astonishment flashed across the attendant's eyes before she nodded. The Spirit Awakener examination isn't as troublesome as the other upper 9 paths occupations, such as apothecaries and blacksmiths. All you have to do is enchant a grade 8 elementary puppet in front of an elder. I'll be troubling you then. Xianxia nodded. With the attendant leading the way, they soon arrived at a massive hall. The elder in charge of the examination was an 8-star Spirit Awakener who was in his 60s. The puppet was similar to the one he had seen in Qingyuan City, and it was designed to test one's comprehension of Spirit Awakener. Walking up to the puppet, Xianxia placed his palm on it. With a flicker of his primordial spirit, he infused a sliver of his will into the puppet, and it didn't take long for the puppet to ignite. The grade 8 puppet was of the lowest grade, similar to the formation set up for the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination. As long as one possessed the ability to achieve a breakthrough, they would be able to clear the trial. Here is your 8-star emblem. Not expecting Xianxia to clear the examination on the first try, the elder was astonished. He quickly applied for the emblem and passed it over. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia walked over to the 8-star Spirit Awakener library and continued browsing through the books. 6 hours later, he walked out of the room. Even though he was fatigued, he had managed to grasp all of the 8-star Spirit Awakener techniques, and his comprehension of the occupation had already reached 8-star pinnacle. Xianxia, how did it go? Shortly after Xianxia left the library, he saw Luo Xianqing walking up to him. Everything went according to plan. Xianxia nodded. All of a sudden, his footsteps came to a halt, and he stared at the area before him with a dumbfounded look. What's going on? The majestic hall 6 hours ago had already collapsed, and white smoke was rising from the walls. Oh. I looked for Elder Zhao of the Spirit Awakener Guild to help me stabilize my primordial spirit, but that fellow's means were too weak, resulting in my primordial spirit escaping from my body. I failed to control it and ended up in such a state. Luo Xianqing said awkwardly as he scratched his head. Stabilizing one's primordial spirit actually ended up in such a state? Xianxia was dumbfounded. When Luo Xianqing said that he had some matters to attend to at the Spirit Awakener Guild, he had already guessed that the other party might be looking for someone to help him stabilize his primordial spirit so that he could face the dimension-sundering ordeal. He had thought that it would be a simple matter, but who could have thought that he would still end up tearing down the Spirit Awakener Guild's hall? Was he supposed to cause destruction wherever he went? Wasn't it embarrassing for him to do that? It's all because the design of the hall isn't too good, and the building isn't sturdy enough, Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Luo Xianqing, do you have any shame? Before Luo Xianqing could finish his words, a furious bellow sounded. Following which, a few people walked into the hall furiously. The one walking at the very front was a young man in his late 20s, and he bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Chen. Zhang Feng, what do you mean by this? You have been here twice, but you ended up in such a state each time. From today onward, our Spirit Awakener Guild no longer welcomes you. If you dare to take another step into our building, don't blame us for getting nasty. Zhang Feng spat through gritted teeth. Getting nasty? What does the poor quality of your building have to do with me? Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly. You still have the cheek to say such words? If not for your primordial spirit failing to control it, would you have ended up in such a state? You are a true king of destruction. Waving his hand grandly, Zhang Feng took a step forward and said, I'll issue the sanctum of the Spirit Awakener Guild's sanctum of the Inceptive Sage right now. If you dare to step into this area again, all Spirit Awakeners are free to attack you without mercy. Hearing those words, Luo Xianqing's face immediately turned livid, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Do you believe that I can cripple you right now? He had dominated everyone in the Sanctum of Sages, so who would dare speak to him in such a manner? Not even his elder brother, Zhang Chen, would dare to do such a thing to him. Cripple me? Why don't you make a move then? You might be stronger than me, but don't forget that this is the Spirit Awakener Guild. As the Inceptive Sage of the Guild, I have the right to command countless puppets to fight with you. Zhang Feng sneered coldly. The Spirit Awakener Guild was filled with puppets, and once they were enchanted, they would be able to turn anything into a weapon. So what if the other party was powerful? In the Spirit Awakener Guild, as long as one was an Inceptive Sage, one would be an invincible existence. Even a Saint 8 Dan expert would have to bow down before them. Luo Xianqing's breathing hastened as he gritted his teeth furiously. What's wrong with me? I have earned my position in the Spirit Awakener Guild through my own strength, unlike you, who uses your status as a member of the Luo clan to wreak havoc everywhere you go. If not for the fact that you are the brother of the little princess, do you think that our Zhang family and the Sanctum of Sages would have tolerated you for so long? You would have long been minced and fed to the fishes. Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Feng harumphed coldly. Also, I hope that you can tell the little princess that it is her honor to marry the genius of our Zhang family. If she dares to alter her appearance and name again, don't blame us for getting nasty on her. Honor? getting nasty? Ha ha ha. Before Luo Xianqing could say a word, Xianxia had already turned to look at him and said, "Come, tell me how much of an honor it is for her, and what do you mean by getting nasty on her behalf?" To be able to marry Luo Ruoxin is a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. It's one thing for you to forcefully arrange a marriage between the two of you when that young prodigy refuses to show up, but as a member of the Zhang clan, you actually dare to say such words. It was simply rude to the extreme. Initially, Zhang Xian had thought that Luo Xianqing had gone a little overboard with his actions. After all, he had been too careless. Even if he had caused some damage, he should have known his limits, just like the Seer Guild earlier. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him. It was the Library of Heaven's path. It was understandable for Zhang Xian to scold Luo Xianqing, but for him to say such words to Luozi, "Who are you? Is there any place for you to interrupt?" Not expecting that an unknown fellow would interrupt him while he was reprimanding the other party, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. "It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask, if the little princess doesn't agree to marry you, how will you be impolite?" Zhang Xian continued. Do you think she dares to refuse? Little princess. It's just a form of address in front of outsiders. In our Zhang family, it doesn't mean much. Zhang Feng sneered. Say it again. The aura emanating from Luo Xuanqing's body burst forth in an instant, causing a gust of air current to soar into the clouds, seemingly capable of tearing the sky apart. It was fine if the other party mocked him, but he would never allow them to insult his sister. So what if I say it again? What bullshit, little princess? Pure as ice and clean as jade? I'm just talking about it. Bah. She was clearly engaged to our clan's genius, but she still ran out to flirt with other men. What a disgrace to our clan's reputation. Zhang Feng sneered. Bullshit. Roaring furiously, Luo Xianqing dashed forward like a cannonball, arriving before the other party in the blink of an eye. Hung Long, with a wave of his hand, a ferocious might burst forth from Luo Xuanqing's palm, causing the air before him to explode. This matter is absolutely true. Your Luo clan has already received news of this matter, so they sent several elders over a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, the little princess should still be under house arrest at the moment. Zhang Feng swiftly dodged Luo Xuanqing's attack. As he retreated, he sneered disdainfully, "What? Why can't I talk about it? It's only my elder brother who thinks that she's a good person. If I were him, I would have already rushed over to question him." You're courting death. With reddened eyes, Luo Xianqing dashed forward. With a push of his palm, the surrounding air immediately froze, leaving Zhang Feng with no room to dodge. Peng, a powerful might struck Zhang Feng squarely in the chest. Pooh, Zhang Feng spurted a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. As powerful as he was only on par with Bai Hongyin and the others. He was still a ways off from matching up to Luo Xianqing, let alone the latter. In just a single move, he had already sustained severe injuries. Luo Xianqing, you're courting death. Crashing heavily onto the ground, Zhang Feng got to his feet, and his eyes had also turned crimson. He raised his hand and bellowed, "Pummel him to death." Hula, along with that bellow, more than a dozen puppets immediately appeared before him. These puppets were not celestial designers or blacksmithing artifacts. Rather, they were enchanted artifacts of some kind. While they did not seem to be of any particular tier, they wielded incredible strength. This was especially so for a 4-meter-tall flame giant. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space warped from the heat. There was also a metal giant that was forged from some kind of material, but it was exceptionally resilient. Even a Saint high-tier artifact would have to expend a great deal of effort to breach it. Luo Xianqing could easily suppress Zhang Feng. However, the sudden appearance of these puppets immediately put him in a fluster, and he was unable to deal with Zhang Feng. Damn it! Luo Xuanqing's face darkened as he roared furiously, not bothering to conceal his strength anymore. Sila, releasing his full might as a half-dimension sundering realm cultivator, the surrounding space began to distort slightly. Under the overwhelming might of the puppets, the already collapsed area became even more chaotic. Initially, he was still intending to conceal his cultivation so that he could bring it out during the battle with Zhang Chen. However, the other party had angered him to the point where he could no longer hold himself back. Pung 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 pung. Even though the difference between Dimension Sundering Realm and Phantasmal Space Realm was only a small cultivation stage, it was equivalent to two different worlds. Exerting the might of a half-dimension Sundering Realm cultivator, the puppets immediately felt as if they had been plunged into a swamp. Gotcha! Zhang Feng's palm pressed down, crushing mountains and rivers. The puppets did not even last a single breath before collapsing to the ground. They roared furiously, but they were unable to advance any further. You. Not expecting Luo Xuanqing's strength to have already reached such a level, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. You. Not expecting Luo Xianxia to have already reached such a level, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. With a loud roar, Luo Xianxia took a step forward, causing the space before him to ripple like the surface of a lake that had been smashed by a boulder. Bang! When the ripples struck Zhang Feng's body, it was as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Blood spurted from his mouth once more as he plummeted from the sky. Hula! After knocking Zhang Feng down from the sky, Luo Xianxia took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was already standing before Zhang Feng. Judging from the speed and power of this attack, even if he didn't die, he would at least be dead. The other party had insulted his younger sister, and he was completely enraged. He no longer cared about the rules or the consequences. A dragon has a reverse scale, touching it means death. So ferocious, originally, Xianxia was going to make a move, but when he saw his brother-in-law rushing forward, he stopped. It was not convenient for him to reveal his identity at the moment. Besides, if he did not bring out the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, it would not be easy for him to defeat this fellow either. Of course, if his brother-in-law suffered a loss, he would definitely think of a way to get rid of this fellow. Putting everything else aside, just insulting Ruashi alone was a crime worthy of death. No one could save him. Seeing the might of this kick, Zhang Feng was frightened. Not daring to hold back anymore, he activated the bloodline in his body. Boom! It was as if time had slowed down, but at the same time, it felt as if Zhang Feng's speed had increased. His body abruptly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several meters away, barely dodging the violent kick. Boom! Zhang Feng's foot landed squarely on the ground, sweeping up countless rocks and rubble. A massive pit with a diameter of 30 meters appeared before everyone's eyes. Luo Xianqing, are you insane? Zhang Feng cowered in fear, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. Even though the area had collapsed, as long as sufficient skilled craftsmen could be found, it would still be possible to rebuild it swiftly. However, such a massive pit had already destroyed the ground, so how could it possibly be rebuilt? It could be said that the area was completely ruined. Boom! Luo Xianqing couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhang Feng's question. Ignoring whether the other party had activated his bloodline or not, he swiftly appeared before Zhang Feng once more and sent a palm strike right toward him. This palm strike seemed to cover the entire space above Zhang Feng's head, or at the same time, pull him into a unique space. Zhang Feng felt his scalp going numb, and his aura was so suppressed that it felt as if it would explode at any moment. Before the palm strike could even land on him, he already spurted a mouthful of blood. Even though he had activated his bloodline, he was still unable to bridge the gap between them. When did you achieve a breakthrough? How could you be so powerful? Zhang Feng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He knew that this fellow would go berserk at the mention of his younger sister, so why did he have to provoke him in the first place? Wasn't he just asking for trouble, driving his bloodline? Zhang Feng retreated backward once more, dodging the other party's palm strike. Boom! Yet another massive palm print appeared on the ground, and the buildings that had yet to collapse shook violently. Even the guardian sculpture standing at the entrance was trembling under the immense force, as if it would fall into the pit at any moment. Luo Xianqing, I am the inceptive sage of an occupation. If you dare to hurt me, you'll be making yourself an enemy of the occupation. You'll face the wrath of the occupation in the future, and even the Luo clan won't be able to protect you. Seeing that the other party was still charging toward him like a frenzied lion, Zhang Feng roared in fear. Let them hunt me then. Even if they do, I'll make sure that you die first. Boom! Roaring furiously, the space before Luo Xianqing vanished once more. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zhang Feng once more and sent another palm strike toward him. This time, it was as if the space around him had been frozen solid, making it impossible for him to move at all. Even if Zhang Feng were to use the innate talents of the Zhang clan, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Luo Xianqing, have you had enough yet? Don't go too far. Hung Long Long, just as Luo Xuanqing's palm was about to land on Zhang Feng's head, a loud bellow suddenly sounded, and three old men appeared before the crowd. One of them stretched out his hand, and a ray of light shot out to block Luo Xuanqing's attack. A Saint 8 Dan expert. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. To be able to teach Luo Xianqing a lesson and protect Zhang Feng at the same time, it was truly an incredible feat. Zhang Xian had no idea how powerful the other two were, but the one who had just made a move was definitely at Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm Intermediate Stage or even Advanced Stage. With such strength, he could be considered to be one of the top experts on the Master-Teacher continent. He was more than capable of establishing a sect anywhere he went. Peng, Luo Xuanqing's face paled from the backlash, and he was forced to retreat several steps. He raised his head to look at the three elders in the sky with an awful look on his face. No matter how he fought with Zhang Feng, it was still a duel between juniors. Yet, the other party was an elder, and yet, he dared to interfere. This was clearly a violation of the rules of the Sanctum of Sages. Elders, Zhang Feng has insulted my younger sister. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to take this lying down. Luo Xianqing bellowed furiously as his eyes widened. Enough. The elder who had made a move harumphed coldly. Luo Xianqing, do you still care about the Spirit Awakener Guild and the Sanctum of Sages? In view of the little princess and the Luo clan, we allowed you to tear down the building, but what else do you want? Do you really want to destroy our Spirit Awakener Guild before you can let this matter rest? I bear no ill will toward the Spirit Awakener Guild. Zhang Feng was the one who asked for it. I'll kill him, and I'll give the Zhang family and the Sanctum of Sages an explanation. Luo Xianqing clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Zhang Feng had insulted his younger sister, and he really couldn't let him off so easily. Audacious! Zhang Feng is the inceptive sage of our Spirit Awakener Guild. You dared to make a move on him, and that's equivalent to disrespecting our entire guild. Scram right now, and we can let this slide. Otherwise, even if you are a member of the Luo clan, we'll make sure you pay a heavy price. The other elder bellowed furiously with a sharp glint in his eyes. As a student, the other party had already destroyed the Sanctum of Sages, and the other party still dared to make a move on him. Are you threatening me? I, Luo Xianqing, am not afraid of threats. Luo Xianqing bellowed furiously as his aura burst forth once more. He seemed to be intending to use his bloodline. Even if the other party had the protection of an elder, he would still be able to make him pay a heavy price. That fellow is a lunatic. Seeing his actions, Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely made use of this opportunity to back down without uttering a single word. Yet, the young man before him didn't back down in the slightest, even intending to kill anyone who stood in his way. He was simply a real lunatic. Once he went crazy, there was no reason to speak of. Brother Luo, leave the rest to me. Just as the three elders and Zhang Feng were preparing for battle, a palm lightly landed on Luo Xuanqing's shoulder. Everyone thought that they would be beaten up so badly that no one would be able to recognize them if they were to speak to a berserk fellow like that. However, the aura that surged out of the latter's body immediately receded like a tide. Everyone blinked their eyes in confusion. This idiot's temperament and strength were clearly demonstrated just now. He was like an explosive, and no one other than his sister could dissuade him once he ignited it. The young man before him was only in his 20s, yet with just a single sentence, he was able to rein in his burning energy. Just what kind of background did he have for him to be so obedient? Xianxia, paying no heed to the shock of the crowd, Luo Xianqing turned around to look at the young man behind him. The one who had grabbed his shoulder was Zhang Xian. It wasn't that he was trying to suppress his strength, but the other party's outstretched hand happened to press on the Ming men of his bloodline, forcefully suppressing the burning of his bloodline. Don't worry, I'll seek justice for the little princess. Knowing what Luo Xianqing was thinking, Zhang Xian raised his head to look at the three elders in the air. Elders, this is a grudge between brother Luo Xianqing and the Zhang family. I hope that you won't interfere in this matter. Lad, do you know who you are speaking to? The elder who had berated Zhang Xian previously bellowed once more. I don't care who you are, but I'll only say this once. Step aside and allow Brother Luo to pummel Zhang Feng. I promise that I won't kill him, and I'll let this matter rest. Otherwise, it won't look good on either of us. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Zhang Feng's mouth was simply too despicable, slandering his girlfriend's reputation in public. If he didn't give the other party a good beating, he wouldn't be able to appease his anger. All along, he had been keeping a low profile, and this quality of his had already been deeply ingrained into his bones. However, in the face of such a matter, he didn't mind acting high profile for once. Very well. Not expecting a 20-year-old lad to be so arrogant, the three elders burst into laughter. Having spent several hundred years in the sanctum of sages, they had seen their fair share of formidable young masters and talented geniuses, but this was the first time they had seen someone who dared to speak to their elders in such a manner. Who do you think you are, the Hall Master, Celestial Master Teacher? We'll stand right here today. If you dare to harm a single strand of Zhang Feng's hair, you'll be making an enemy out of our Spirit Awakener Guild. We'll make sure that you suffer a fate worse than death. The elder who had spoken earlier harumphed coldly. Since they had already made a move, if they allowed Zhang Feng to pummel their inceptive sage as well, what would become of the Spirit Awakener Guild's reputation? Where would their dignity be? All right then. Since you don't wish to leave, I won't stand on ceremony then. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, beat these three fellows to the ground. Roar! Right after those words were spoken, a massive Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast suddenly appeared before the crowd. With a furious roar, it charged right for the three elders. Ah? Not expecting such a powerful saint beast to appear all of a sudden, the three elders were taken aback. Before they could even react, the saint beast had already clawed its way forward. Selah, the space before them was immediately torn apart, creating a pitch-black ravine. In the blink of an eye, a powerful might crushed down on them. Luo Xuanqing's previous attack was already shocking enough, but compared to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before them, it was nothing at all. They were on completely different levels. What? Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle, narrowing their eyes, the faces of the three elders paled. Not daring to hold back at all, they immediately used their full might to launch a counterattack. Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm was a realm in which one's comprehension of spatial laws differed greatly from one another. Even a master teacher of the same cultivation realm as the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would not necessarily be a match for it, let alone Spirit Awakeners like them. In an instant, all kinds of energy surged like a torrential rain. Countless puppets appeared in the sky and exploded one after another like fireworks. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast charged forward recklessly. It did not use any moves at all, but with its overwhelming strength and defense, it was able to crush the three elders easily. In less than 10 breaths, the three elders were already foaming at the mouth. Their heads were planted into the ground, and their bodies were convulsing uncontrollably. As powerful as they were still far from being a match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Who, after defeating the three elders, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast clenched its fist once more, and Zhang Feng was caught in its grasp. Apologize. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Feng impassively. Even though his voice was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. It was as if he would crush Zhang Feng into minced meat if he dared not comply. Zhang Feng's face paled, and blood trickled down his lips. What I said was the truth. Why should I apologize? The little princess of the Luo clan has admitted that she already has someone she likes, and she wishes to call off the engagement with our Zhang family. This matter is known to the upper echelons of the Luo clan and the Zhang family. I'm not spouting nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can have Luo Xianqing send a message back to the Luo clan to ask about it. You are spouting nonsense. If my younger sister really has someone she likes, how could I not know about it? Veins popped out of Luo Xuanqing's forehead. Cough cough. Brother Luo, calm down. Zhang Xian stepped forward to stop the furious Luo Xianqing. Even though Luo Xianqing did not believe that Zhang Xian was speaking the truth, Zhang Xian felt that there was a good chance that he was not lying. Ruoxin had agreed to be his girlfriend and told the clan about it, so it was possible that she did not intend to marry into the Zhang family anymore. He knew that his girlfriend was a person of few words. Even though she was a person of few words most of the time, she was a decisive person at crucial moments. Just like him, as long as she had decided on something, she would never back down or regret it. Even if the path ahead was fraught with difficulties, even if millions of people were to stand in her way, she would never back down. You said that the Luo clan has already arrived, and the little princess might be grounded. What's going on? Recalling the other party's words, Xianxia frowned. If the other party was really wronged because of him, as a man, he had to save her no matter what. If he couldn't even protect his girlfriend, how could he become a master teacher? How could he become an expert? It's like this. Half a month ago, one of the elders of our Zhang family sent a betrothal gift over, but the little princess rejected it personally. Furthermore, she told him that she already has someone she likes, so she won't marry into the Zhang family anymore. She asked the other party to make preparations. Being held in the netherworld azure dragon beast's palm, Zhang Feng knew that he would be killed on the spot if he didn't reply. Thus, he gritted his teeth and revealed everything he knew. After that, a single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The upper echelons of the Zhang family and Luo clan learned of this matter. Then, the Luo clan sent an elder over and grounded the little princess. This, Xianxia's body shuddered. Given Ruoxin's intelligence, she should have known the consequences of saying that she already had someone she liked. Even so, she still said it without any hesitation. How much mental pressure did she have to endure? Where did she get grounded? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he asked anxiously. I don't know either. I heard it from one of the elders in the clan. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained. Nonsense. It's impossible for my younger sister to have someone she likes. Who is worthy of her? Luo Xianqing refused to believe it. Cough cough. Seeing how stubborn the other party was, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Brother Luo, calm down. The little princess is outstanding, but there's bound to be someone who is worthy of her. Someone? A glint flashed across Luo Xuanqing's eyes. You? Xianxia hurriedly nodded in agreement. He really wanted to admit that he was Luo Xuanqing's younger sister's boyfriend right now. However, just as he was about to say those words, he swallowed them back down. He had already caused a huge commotion in the Zhang family and Luo clan before he could reveal his identity. If he were to reveal it now, he would surely become the target of public criticism. Of course, he would have to admit to his relationship with Luozi, but not now. First of all, he had to have a legitimate identity that could stand against the Zhang family. That way, Luozi would be able to answer to the Zhang family. Otherwise, if others were to find out that the person she liked was just an ordinary man from a small kingdom, not only would it not do her any good, it would only add to her troubles. He didn't want his girlfriend to become an existence that others talked about and slandered. Otherwise, public gossip would be able to distort the truth, and he didn't want his girlfriend to become an existence that others discussed and slandered. Xianxia, I know that you are a loyal friend, but I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. Seeing the young man before him nod, Luo Xianqing waved his hand and turned to Zhang Feng. Are you referring to the incident that happened half a month ago? It had taken them nearly 20 days to find the Dongxu gourd, and that incident had happened half a month ago. In other words, it had happened right after they left the Sanctum of Sages. It was no wonder they were unaware of it. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded. Xianxia, I'll leave this fellow to you. Beat him up and make sure he doesn't spout nonsense. I'll be right there. With a livid expression, Luo Xianqing hesitated for a moment before abruptly darting off in a certain direction. Before he could finish his words, he had already vanished from sight. Brother Luo, not expecting the other party to leave so abruptly, Xianxia panicked. However, the other party's speed was simply too fast. Even with the unbounded Voyager, it was impossible for him to catch up to the other party. Thus, he could only turn to the netherworld azure dragon beast and say, all right, teach him a lesson. Don't kill him, roar. Nodding, the netherworld azure dragon beast was just about to crush the fellow in its hand when a deafening roar sounded once more. The 3 elders who had been impaled on the ground earlier flew up once more. This friend over there, Zhang Feng, is the inceptive sage of our Spirit Awakener Guild. Injuring him is equivalent to going against the entire Spirit Awakener Guild. Another elder gritted his teeth. More importantly, the sage system was passed down by the sanctum of sages. Openly defying it is equivalent to going against the sanctum of sages, and there's a good chance that you'll be expelled from the academy. Expelled? Indeed. Luo Xianqing is one of the core members of the Luo clan, and his cultivation has even reached half-dimension Sundering realm. Even if he were to be expelled, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, you are different. Judging from your age, you should have just entered the Master Teacher Academy this year, right? Another elder said. It's not to the extent of ruining his life. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, since he's an inceptive sage, I'll follow the rules of the sanctum of sages. Since I'm an 8-star spirit awakener now, does that mean that as long as I become an inceptive sage, he'll be replaced as an inceptive sage? Of course. If you can become a holy son, even if you kill him, the guild will cover for you. The elder nodded in agreement. The inceptive sage was an existence that stood at the very pinnacle of the younger generation. If there was someone who could replace the inceptive sage, they would naturally side with that genius. Take the current situation for example. If Zhang Feng wasn't an inceptive sage, they wouldn't have dared to stand up for him either. After all, regardless of whether it was Luo Xianqing or that fellow, they weren't to be trifled with. The collapse of the palace was nothing much to the Spirit Awakener Guild. They just had to enchant a few puppets to rebuild it. However, if their inceptive sage was beaten up, it would be a huge blow to their reputation. That's simple then. Xianxian straightened his back and chuckled softly. I'll have to trouble you all to enlighten me on how to become an inceptive sage. After beating him up, I still have other matters to attend to, so I don't have the time to waste. His motive for coming here was to teach Zhang Feng a lesson and replace him as the inceptive sage. Since things had already progressed to this point, it was time for him to begin. After all, he still needed to use his identity as the head of the Sanctum of Sages to find Lozozi. He didn't want to become the target of everyone before that. You want to become an inceptive sage? The 3 elders puffed up their beards. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The inceptive sages of an occupation were geniuses among geniuses, and the young man before them had even broken countless records in order to become the inceptive sage. They had been intending to have him represent the Sanctum of Sages branch to the headquarters to become the next guild leader, but who could have thought that not only would he be nearly beaten to death, the culprit even dared to threaten to replace him. Even though Spirit Awakeners weren't considered to be part of the upper 9 paths, they still possessed a complete heritage, making them one of the top occupations on the Master Teacher continent. Yet, a mere 6 hours after taking the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination, the other party actually dared to spout such arrogant words. The 3 elders felt like they were going to explode from rage. Gritting their teeth, they were just about to lash out at the other party to let him know how difficult it was to become an inceptive sage when they suddenly saw the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast glaring at them with hostility. It was as if it would tear them apart if they dared to utter a single word. The inceptive sage examination is simple. All you have to do is enchant a guardian sculpture. As long as the movement of the sculpture surpasses the previous record, you will be considered to have won. Suppressing his rage, one of the elders turned to Xianxian and said, Zhang Feng, he's challenging your position as the inceptive sage. Do you dare to accept his challenge? I'm willing to accept his challenge. Zhang Feng nodded. Even though it was Luo Xianqing who had beaten him up for no good reason, there was no denying that this fellow had something to do with it. Since that fellow was looking for trouble, he would teach him a lesson. Through his spirit enchantment arts, he would show the other party what it meant to be a true expert. Very well. I'll have to trouble you to put down Zhang Feng then. The elder pointed forward and said, there are 2 stone statues in front of the hall. Choose one of them and enchant it. The one whose stone statue moves the furthest will be the victor and become the inceptive sage. Looking in the direction of his finger, the 2 stone statues were still standing not too far away, undamaged, even though they were crooked. Hearing that the rules were so simple, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand casually. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast nodded before releasing its grip on Zhang Feng. However, it was still glaring warily at the other 3 elders, as if it would crush them into meat paste if they dared to harm its master. Zhang Feng glared hatefully at Xianxian and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. He walked up to one of the stone statues and waved his hand. Let's begin. All right. Paying no heed to the other party, Xianxia walked up to the other stone statue. He had already examined the stone statues previously, and he knew that it would not be easy to enchant them. However, after browsing through the 8-star spirit enchantment manuals, he had gained a deeper understanding of the art of spirit enchantment, making it much easier for him to succeed. Ready, let's begin. Following the elder's bellow, Xianxia felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy not too far away. Following which, he saw Zhongfeng's primordial spirit emerging from his glabella and entering the stone statue. As expected of the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Guild, his primordial spirit is indeed powerful, Xianxia remarked. While Zhongfeng's primordial spirit was not as massive as his, it was still extremely powerful, exerting immense pressure on him. Spirit enchantment was closely related to the strength of one's primordial spirit. The stronger one's primordial spirit was, the easier it would be to enchant it. While Zhongfeng's cultivation was beneath Luo Xianqing and Zhang Chun's, in terms of primordial spirit, it was likely that he was much stronger than the two of them. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as Zhongfeng's primordial spirit entered the guardian stone statue, a unique energy immediately emanated from it, causing the surface of the stone statue to glow slightly, as if it was coming to life. Seeing that Zhongfeng was starting to ignite the flames of spirit enchantment, Xianxia did not panic. Instead, he activated his Eye of Insight and observed the situation carefully. It had to be said that Zhongfeng's character was not too good, but his spirit enchantment skills were indeed not to be underestimated. After entering the stone statue's primordial spirit, he was able to execute all kinds of skills perfectly, creating a sense of beauty and strength. I'll start too. Seeing that Zhongfeng was getting faster and faster, Xianxia decided not to hesitate any longer. He placed his hand on the stone statue as well. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as his consciousness entered the stone statue, he felt as if he had been plunged into boundless darkness. Driving his spirit enchantment technique, he tapped on the stone statue. The flames immediately burst into flames as they swiftly spread into the distance. Open up. Zhongfeng's eyebrows shot up. In the blink of an eye, the flames on his palm had turned into a sea of flames. Even though the light from the flames had been devoured by the stone statue, the sheer size of the flames still allowed it to illuminate the surroundings, seemingly dispelling the darkness. It's not too difficult. Seeing that the spirit enchantment was a success, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the stone statue was fast enough, it would be able to fill it up. After learning the 8-star Heaven's Path spirit enchantment technique, the speed at which he could enchant the stone statue was much faster than before. At this rate, he could easily match up to the rate at which the stone statue was devouring the flames. Turning his gaze back to Zhongfeng, he saw that the other party was also nearing the end of the process. Chuckling softly, Zhongfeng flicked his finger and sent a sliver of his will over. Right after he was done, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. Elder, I've succeeded. Following which, a primordial spirit flew out from the stone statue and floated in midair. Its eyes were filled with agitation and excitement. Very well. Let's see how many steps it can take. Let's see if it can break your previous record. The elder nodded and said. Yes. Zhongfeng's primordial spirit nodded before pointing his finger forward. Voila, the stone statue, which had been standing quietly on the spot a moment ago, suddenly opened its eyes, and with a resounding buzz, it stood up. Dong 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 dong, its massive feet stomped on the ground, causing the surroundings to tremble as it slowly moved forward. The spirit harnessed within the stone statue continued to dissipate. With every step it took, it would weaken significantly, but it was still moving forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the elder in the air continued counting as the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Dong 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 dong, the stone statue continued moving forward, and soon, it reached the 7th step. Zhongfeng's primordial spirit clenched his fists tightly in agitation, as if waiting for the stone statue to break its previous record. Hong long, amidst the resounding buzz, the stone statue finally came to a halt. Zhongfeng turned his gaze over and sneered coldly. The stone statue that I have enchanted has taken a total of 7.5 steps. I'll have to trouble you to make the stone statue beside you move. All right. Xianxia snapped his fingers. Voila, the stone statue stood up, but after swaying for a moment, it didn't move forward. His statue hasn't left yet. It seems like he's going to lose, one of the elders said with a frown. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw another elder beside him trembling uncontrollably. His voice was filled with disbelief. It's not that it isn't moving. It's dancing. Dance? The elder was dumbfounded. He hurriedly took a closer look and saw that the sculpture was indeed twisting its body to a certain rhythm. He quickly turned to look at the young man not too far away, only to see the latter standing up with his hands behind his back and muttering something under his breath. Chest expansion exercise, 1 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8, 2 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8, 3 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8, 4 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8. Arm flapping exercise, 1 2 3 4. Side exercise. Pitching exercise. The three elders stared at one another, and their throats went dry. It took a long time before one of them finally spoke. It doesn't seem like he's dancing but warming up. Indeed. The other two elders nodded stiffly, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It was simply too difficult to enchant a guardian sculpture. Even if it succeeded, it would stop after a few steps, unable to move at all. Yet, not only did this fellow not make it walk, he even started warming up. Are you for real? Not only were the three elders astonished, even Zhang Feng's primordial spirit was trembling non-stop in the air, seemingly on the verge of collapsing at any moment. He had only made the sculpture advance 7.5 steps, and he had nearly spurted blood from exhaustion. Yet, this fellow actually made the sculpture twist and turn. He was too arrogant. Just look at him, he doesn't have the slightest bit of sportsmanship at all. These guardian sculptures have been standing on the spot for too long. If they don't do some warm-up exercises, they could easily get injured. Seeing the crowd in the air scratching their heads, Xianxia shook his head and said, "Didn't your physical education teachers teach you? If you do your warm-up well, you can avoid getting injured. If one wanted to exercise, one had to do a warm-up first." Yet, as an elder and a genius, he actually made the sculpture move forward. Did he have any common sense at all? Alright, I'm done warming up. 2 sets of leg raises. After berating the other party, Xianxia waved his hands grandly. Pung 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 pung, the sculpture continued raising its leg, and the ground trembled under the impact of its feet. It seemed as if a huge depression would be formed at any moment. Alright, 2 sets of frog jumps. Seeing that the sculpture was done swiftly, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction before instructing it once more. Bang 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 bang, the ground shook even more violently. The buildings that had yet to completely collapse could no longer withstand the series of shaking, and dust rose into the air once more. Even the library, which had not been affected before, suddenly collapsed. Alright, let's run around the Spirit Awakener Guild. I told you to stop, stop again. After he was done warming up, Xianxia nodded and waved his hand grandly. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The stone statue's face was filled with excitement as it ran out. With every step it took, the earth trembled and more buildings collapsed. The three elders and Zhang Feng were rooted to the spot, unable to move at all. Throughout the history of the Spirit Awakener Guild, it would already be a miracle if the sculpture could walk a few steps. Yet, not only did that fellow make it run wildly, he even went through a complete set of warm-up exercises. Does this count as me defeating him? Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, the young man's voice sounded from below. Forget it. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the three elders nodded their heads as the little chicks pecking at grains. They had already run several rounds, and the buildings of the Spirit Awakener Guild had already collapsed. If this was not a victory, what else could it be? Am I the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Guild now? Xianxia asked. Yes. The crowd nodded. That's good. It's time for me to settle my grudge. Nodding, Xianxia turned his attention away from the three elders and turned to Zhang Feng's body. Since your mouth stinks, I'll start with 100 slaps with all my might. Zhang Feng's primordial spirit leaped in fright upon hearing Xianxia's order. He carefully turned his gaze to the netherworld azure dragon beast, only to see that the latter was not moving at all. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, a series of pa-pa-pa-pa sounds suddenly sounded. Zhang Feng hurriedly lowered his head to take a look, only to see that the netherworld azure dragon beast had stood up at some point in time, and it was slapping its mouth non-stop. Fresh blood flowed from the wound, and several of its teeth were knocked out. You! What are you doing? What's wrong with my body? Zhang Feng's primordial spirit widened its eyes in shock. He had yet to return to his physical body, so why would his body suddenly fly out of his control? Oh, I saw that there was still some time left after I enchanted the statue, so I decided to enchant your body as well. That's right. Don't stop. Don't stop. Exert more strength. Xianxia instructed loudly. Pa 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 pa, the slaps grew even louder. You enchanted my body? Zhang Feng's primordial spirit staggered before falling to the ground. He nearly went insane on the spot. He was not dead yet, but that fellow had already enchanted his body. How in the world did he do it? My body, unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhang Feng's primordial spirit dashed back to wrestle with the spirit that the other party had enchanted. However, the spirit that the other party had enchanted was simply too powerful. In the time it took to wrestle with the other party, Zhang Feng had already slapped his face, and after slapping his face, he was left lying on the ground, allowing the guardian statue to trample on him. An hour later, at this moment, Zhang Feng's head was covered in all kinds of cactus and flowers. His ribs were broken, and his face was bruised and swollen. Perhaps even his own brother would not be able to recognize him anymore. All right, I've settled my grudge with you. Farewell. After teaching Zhang Feng a lesson, Xianxia waved his hand and recalled the netherworld azure dragon beast. After which, he began making his way in the direction that Luo Xianqing had left in. Xianxia couldn't help but worry about Lozosi's current condition. Xianxia, seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, the three elders hurriedly rushed over. In this period of time, they had finally figured out where the young man before them had come from. It had been less than 6 hours since he took the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination, but he was already able to make the guardian statue run laps so easily. His talent in enchantment was already beyond their imagination. How could they allow him to leave so easily? Why? Are you intending to exact vengeance for Zhang Feng? Seeing that the crowd had stopped him, Xianxia frowned. Of course not. He has a foul mouth, so he deserves to be beaten up. One of the elders hurriedly replied with a smile. Spirit Awakeners were not as particular about rules as master teachers. While Zhang Feng was a genius in spirit enchantment, he was still far from matching up to Xianxia. There was no one in the world who could make a choice. Then, seeing that they weren't here for Zhang Feng's matter, Xianxia frowned. It's like this. The Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters will be holding a selection for the next guild leader 3 months from now. Our Sanctum of Sages was intending to send Zhang Feng there, but since you possess such outstanding spirit enchantment ability, why don't you attend the selection? The elder who had stopped Xianxia asked. Selection for the next guild leader? Xianxia frowned. That's right. The elder nodded. The Sanctum of Sages was a branch of the Sanctum of Sages. If the person they sent could emerge as the champion of the selection, it would be a huge boon to them. Be it fame or rewards, it would be more than enough for them to return home. This was also the reason why they had gone to such lengths to protect Zhang Feng. Now that Zhang Feng had become the Inceptive Sage and displayed such incredible spirit enchantment ability, he had immediately caught the attention of the 3 elders. 3 months. I'll give it some thought. Xianxia shook his head, not rejecting the offer. It was currently the 10th lunar month, and there was still some time before the marriage between the Zhang family and the Luo clan. If he had a chance to pay a visit to the Spirit Awakener Guild, he would like to pay a visit to Wang Ying. That lass had left with someone else, and there had been no news of her at all. He could only hope that the Spirit Awakener Guild would treat her well. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind enchanting the entire Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters and tearing it down. Alright then. I am Han Fu, and this is my communication jade token. It allows me to communicate with you over long distances. I'll send you a message before I head over. Hearing Xianxia's agreement, the elder passed a jade token over. Xianxia took it and stowed it into his storage ring before leaving. It had already been an hour since Luo Xianqing left, and the traces in the air had already vanished completely. On top of that, the other party's deep comprehension of spatial laws made it difficult for even Xianxia to notice him with his eye of insight. After walking for a while, Xianxia found that he had lost his bearings. I should give the Library of Heaven's Path a try. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia took out a book and wrote down all of Luo Xuanqing's locations. Hula, the book in the Library of Heaven's Path reflected the error. It's in that direction. Following the direction provided by the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia swiftly flew out of the Hall of Erudition. The Sanctum of Sages was far larger than even the capital of the Qingyuan Empire. Even with his current cultivation, it would still be difficult for him to leave the area within a short period of time. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the sky above a mountain range. The first thing that came into sight was a land of rubble. As if it had been ravaged by flames, smoke billowed from the area. Someone fought here just a moment ago. Looking at the marks on the ground, Xianxia's face turned grim. It had not been long since the battle had ended, less than 15 minutes ago. Could these marks have been left behind by Luo Xianqing? He had gone to look for Luozi, so how could he possibly have fought with his own tribesmen? Eye of insight, taking a closer look at the marks, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and a moment later, a grim look appeared on his face. These marks were indeed left behind by him. Through his observation, he could tell that these marks had been left behind by his future brother-in-law, and the person who had fought with him was most likely a Saint 8 Dan cultivator at the very least. Could something have happened to Ruoxin? Anxious, Xianxia continued flying in the direction of the marks. A moment later, he suddenly frowned. In a valley not too far away, he saw a huge mass of ominous clouds floating in the sky. Innumerable lightning bolts were rumbling amidst the clouds, threatening to tear the world apart. This is the lightning tribulation. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment as he clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely familiar with this sight. It was the lightning tribulation. This is bad. It's Brother Luo. What in the world happened to him for him to lose control and trigger the dimension-sundering ordeal? Looking at the center of the ominous clouds, Xianxia immediately saw a familiar figure. It was his brother-in-law, Luo Xianqing. At this moment, he was standing at the very center of the storm clouds. Innumerable lightning bolts were exploding around him, threatening to reduce him to dust at any moment. The dimension-sundering ordeal is here. Lao's uric acid level is over 500, and it seems to be leaking. It's no wonder his legs are aching and his body is on the verge of collapse. Sigh. End of chapter 1379. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.